5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I've been these 5 years? Fuck the apocalypse. Bang. The gunshot exploded in the cramped room, rattling the calendar on the wall. Crimson blood splattered out, blurring the line of text on August 15th beyond recognition. Zhang Xiaobi's body slumped softly, the bullet hole in the back of his head still oozing blood-warm fluid spreading along the floor cracks. His right hand remained in the position of holding the gun, the cold muzzle, suspended in midair, the last bullet in the magazine, having fulfilled its mission. The banging on the door outside suddenly stopped, then erupted into even more frenzied roars. Those pallid arms thrust madly through the door gap, but could no longer reach the fresh flesh behind the door. It was the summer of the 5th year of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaobi died in his carefully fortified safe house, still clutching 2 moldy packets of instant noodles. An hour earlier, he had been dragging his broken leg, crawling through the stairwell. The wound on his back, torn open by a zombie, burned with pain. Drops of blood fell on the marble steps like a string of desperate ellipses. 3 meters away, that pallid-skinned beast was approaching with its neck twisted, its cloudy eyes reflecting his staggering figure. Just 3 more steps. Zhang Xiaobi clenched his teeth tightly, and 5-year-old memories suddenly surged up. That August, on what should have been scorching hot days, hailstorms suddenly fell, followed by 3 months of blizzards, the temperature plummeting to minus 30 degrees Celsius. When the ice and snow melted, the T-35 virus swept in with the heat, and everyone who had drunk the snow water turned into these man-eating monsters. He had gone from a medical device sales manager to a lone survivor, treading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The severed finger still ached dully. It had been bitten off last week while fighting with other survivors over a can of food. The old injury on his right leg had long become a chronic problem, caused last year when he jumped from a rooftop to escape a zombie horde. The instant noodles in his arms were softened by his body heat. This was his ration, earned by smashing 3 zombies' heads in the next building. The moldy smell seeped through the package, seems particularly pungent in the bloody air. Roar. The zombie suddenly accelerated and pounced, the fetid wind numbing the back of his neck. Zhang Xiaobi suddenly arched his body like a crouching leopard, springing forward, his forehead slamming heavily into the security door handle. The keys clattered to the floor, rolling to within 10 centimeters of his fingertips. The zombie's claws came with a whoosh, rotting nails scraping across his scalp, leaving a burning pain. He used his elbow to smash against the steps for leverage, his whole body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, and his bloodstained fingers finally hooked the keychain. The wound on his back tore open instantly, the intense pain making his vision go dark. There were still scratch marks on the door from 2 years ago when he had just fled from the city to this building, thinking the suburbs would have fewer zombies. He pressed his cheek against the door panel, feeling the zombie's drool drip onto his neck, and tremblingly tried to insert the key into the lock. First try missed, second slipped, and the third finally aimed correctly. I haven't lived enough. He rammed his forehead against the key, and the brass key turned under the force. When the click of the lock sounded, he tumbled into the room, and before losing consciousness, hooked his foot around the door handle and slammed it shut. Bang! The loud crash of the zombie hitting the door shook plaster off the wall. He curled up behind the door and passed out, still clutching the 2 packets of instant noodles tightly. When he woke again, several pale arms had already reached through the door gap. On one wrist, a jade green bracelet glimmered in the dim light. Zhang Xiaobi remembered that he had found it in a dilapidated residential building while searching for supplies. He gave it to the woman who had partnered with him to survive, but now it had become a death warrant. The bloodstains beneath him had turned black, and his right leg was twisted at an unnatural angle. He tore open the instant noodle package and stuffed the damp noodle block into his mouth, the moldy bitterness spreading on his tongue. Over 5 years, he had killed people, looted food, and even eaten rat meat to survive. But in the end, he fell victim to these 2 packets of instant noodles. Zhang Xiaobi slowly raised the gun and pressed the cold muzzle against his chin. This pistol, scavenged from a zombie wearing a police uniform, had accompanied him through countless desperate situations. If I could do it over. He watched the door gap, widening, the zombie's roars making his eardrums ache. I will live more arrogantly than anyone. Fuck the apocalypse. At the moment he pulled the trigger, he seemed to see a vision of his former self having dinner with colleagues after work, celebrating a big deal signed that day. Back then the world was prosperous, the apocalypse had not yet collapsed. After the gunshot, only the never-ending banging on the door remained in the room. Clang. The door hinges finally gave way, bursting inward with a harsh breaking sound. Several pale-skinned zombies roared and squeezed through the door gap, their rotting limbs colliding and piling up in the cramped space, their cloudy eyes fixed on the corpse on the floor. The leading zombie's right arm reached into the room, first the jade-green bracelet on its wrist glowing eerily in the dim light. Zhang Xiaobi's pupils had already lost focus, but his remaining consciousness seemed to still sense that familiar green. Roar! The zombie horde surged in, madly stinking saliva dripping from their mouths. In the crowded zombie tied, the arm wearing the bracelet was slammed hard against the door frame by another zombie. With a sharp crack, the jade green bracelet shattered into several pieces. Just as the bracelet shattered, a dark green stream of light suddenly burst from the fragments, coalescing into a dazzling orb in midair. Time in the entire room seemed to be paused. The zombies froze in their attacking postures, only that green light pulsating silently. Finally found you. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded. From the orb, a transparent phantom slowly emerged. The face of the figure was indistinguishable, only its outline vaguely visible. The phantom's gaze pierced through the zombie group and fixed on Zhang Xiaobia's corpse. Then it turned into a stream of light, ignoring the zombies in its way, and charged straight toward the corpse on the floor. The moment it touched the wound on the back of the head, the light stream drilled into the cranial cavity, the whole process too fast for anyone to react. The next second, a blinding white light burst from Zhang Xiaobia's corpse, illuminating the entire room like daylight. The frozen zombies rapidly dissolved in the white light, turning into wisps of black smoke that vanished without a trace. The corpse on the floor began to turn transparent, blood at the wounds flowed back into the body, and the bullet hole healed at a visible speed. As the white light gradually receded, the body that had been lying on the floor disappeared as if it had never existed. Only 2 moldy packets of instant noodles, and the pistol lay quietly on the floor. Fuck. Zhang Xiaobei sat up abruptly from bed, drenched in sweat. He rubbed the slightly aching back of his head and looked around with dazed eyes. A moment ago, he was hiding behind the door, listening to countless zombies frantically pounding against it, each desperate to be the first to burst in and devour fresh flesh. Unable to endure the terror of being torn apart, Zhang Xiaobei would rather die. So he chose a single bullet to end himself. Didn't I shoot myself in the mouth? Where is this? Staring at the familiar yet strange surroundings, a violent dizziness overwhelmed his mind. He dropped back onto the pillow heavily and closed his eyes. Countless images flashed through his mind: hailstorms, heavy snow, extreme cold, extreme heat, zombies. Teaming up, survival, mutual suspicion, hunger, and finally his own suicide by gunshot. Was it all just a dream, or have I been reborn? His thoughts were in chaos. Did he die or not? Is it because I loved, too foolishly, too naive, mistaking your loneliness for a kindred soul? A ringtone sounded. Zhang Xiaobei fumbled for the phone under the pillow. Seeing the caller ID Li Tong, he fell into a daze. He answered the call mechanically. Before he could speak, a voice on the other end questioned, "Manager Zhang, weren't we supposed to go on a business trip to H-City today? I'm already at the high-speed rail station. Where are you? Only 20 minutes until boarding. Where are you?" Hearing the familiar tone and intonation, Zhang Xiaobei snapped back and said uncertainly, "Li Tong. Business trip today? To H-City. You didn't forget, did you? The partner specifically requested you. Don't mess this up, man. If this deal goes through, well, get over 500 in commission." Li Tong's anxious voice came through. Zhang Xiaobei brought the phone in front of his eyes. February 7th, 2025, 8:47 a.m. Staring at the alto-oriel time, he couldn't tell for a moment whether it was just an apocalyptic dream or the apocalypse had played a joke on him dead. Once more, "Are you listening? Have you come?" The voice on the phone brought Zhang Xiaobei back to reality. He answered reflexively, "It'll be right over. Give me 10 minutes. He hung up, skillfully pulled out his phone to open Didi's mini-program, and ordered a ride, while simultaneously changing clothes and washing up. A man's speed at getting ready is always a mystery. 5 minutes earlier, Zhang Xiaobei was still sleepy-eyed. 5 minutes later, he was fully dressed, riding the elevator downstairs. Carrying the suitcase he had packed the night before, he arrived at the apartment building entrance, just as a BYD Qin ride-sharing car pulled up. He opened the rear door and got in. 1672, driver, please hurry. I'm catching a train. Thanks. It's just a 2.5 kilometer minimum fare. What's the rush? If you're in a hurry, why didn't you leave earlier? The driver grumbled while entering the phone number and starting navigation. Starting navigation. Total distance 2.5 kilometers, estimated arrival in 12 minutes. Hearing the estimated time, Zhang Xiaobei feared missing the train. He quickly said to the driver, "I'll add a 10 yuan tip. Please hurry, thanks." Indeed, money makes things happen. In the slow ride-sharing market of 2025, a minimum fare trip with a 10 yuan tip immediately changed the driver's attitude. "Hey, thank you, boss. Buckle up. I'll get you there in 5 minutes." And so the all-electric BYD Qin roared down the road with the power of a V8 engine. A couple of minutes later, Zhang Xiaobei added a 10 yuan tip on the platform, said thanks to the driver, grabbed his suitcase, and dashed toward the entrance security checkpoint. When he reached the boarding gate, a girl in a white down jacket with wavy hair was waving at him. "I'm not late, am I?" Zhang Xiaobei took in Li Tong's appearance. The mid-length down jacket just covered her hips, revealing 2 long, shapely legs in nude-colored thermal tights and black knee-high leather boots that accentuated her leg length even more. "Oh, haha, you're not late, but what's with that look? Why are you staring at me?" Li Tong felt bewildered by his stare. Having worked together for 2 years, why was Zhang Xiaobei looking at her like he had never seen her before? "Why are you always staring at my legs?" "Nothing. Let's get through the gate first." Zhang Xiaobei quickly changed the subject and walked toward the boarding queue. He worked as a sales manager at a foreign medical equipment company. Li Tong had been a salesperson for 2 years. This was not their first business trip together. It was just after the new year, the 10th day of the first lunar month, and the high-speed rail station was bustling with travelers. Looking at the surging crowd in the hall, Zhang Xiaobei felt a momentary trance. It's been so long since I've seen so many people. He murmured, still unable to tell if the apocalypse suicide he experienced was a dream or reality. Yeah, everyone's starting work after the new year. Of course it's busy, Li Tong responded casually to his murmur. Zhang Xiaobei gave a bitter smile. What he meant and what she said were not the same thing. So did I die or not? Or did I almost die? He gathered his thoughts and followed the crowd, the two of them lining up and beginning to pass through the ticket gate. Like sardines, they squeezed to their seats. He helped Li Tong put her suitcase on the rack, stowed his own, and they sat down side by side. I'm still a bit sleepy. We'll sleep some more. Wake me when we arrive. Zhang Xiaobei said to Li Tong beside him, intending to nap a bit more. The apocalyptic dream from last night was all too vivid, leaving his mind a tangled mess. All right, sleep. He'll wake you when we arrive. With that, Li Tong took out her phone, put on Bluetooth earbuds, and started scrolling through Douyin. Zhang Xiaobei glanced at her twice, then leaned his head back against the seat, intending to close his eyes and sleep. The high-speed train from W City to H City takes 50 minutes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he wanted to relive the vivid apocalypse dream from last night. That suffocating feeling of despair was too real. The pain of crawling after his legs were broken was still vivid in his mind. Ding! Doomsday reboot system is loading. An AI-simulated voice echoed in Zhang Xiaobei's mind. His eyes snapped open. What? Before he could react, the voice in his mind sounded again, system loaded. Would the host like to bind? Zhang Xiaobei was stunned. Inside his head he thought, apocalypse. System. Am I really reborn? It's not a dream. Ding, detected host reply meets binding conditions. Binding. 5. 17. 90. 100-inch, system bound. Press 1 to receive a random system. Zhang Xiaobei, did I agree? Doomsday era check-in system has been activated. Host, please check unread messages. Check messages. Zhang Xiaobei thought silently. Doomsday countdown 176 days, 2 hours, 12 minutes. Host, please prepare as soon as possible. Staring at the constantly ticking numbers on the virtual screen, Zhang Xiaobei recalled that in his previous life the apocalypse had erupted precisely at noon on August 8th. That hailstorm followed by the despairing blizzard, the arrival of a frozen apocalypse, countless people dying from cold, hunger, and chaos. So it was all real. The past he thought was a dream replayed in his mind, all those bitter, harrowing memories surfacing again. Fighting over a slice of bread, killing for a bottle of water, pushing companions toward death to escape zombies. No. This time, I will have a different apocalypse. This time, the tables will be turned. A system. Are you there? Zhang Xiaobei asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Ding. System is here. How about introducing yourself, or maybe giving me a user manual? After a moment's thought, Zhang Xiaobei made this request. After all, it was his first time being reborn, and his first time having a system. It was best to first understand the system's specific functions. Ding. This system allows the host to earn points by checking in daily. High-value items can also be handed over to the system for point exchange. Points can be used in the system's exchange mall to redeem various items. Ding. The exchange mall is now open. As the system is currently level 1, purchasable items are limited. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Besides the exchange mall, this system also offers a surprise mall. Items in the surprise mall can only be obtained through lottery draws, and their value far exceeds those in the exchange mall. Ding. The surprise mall will unlock after the system reaches level 3. Please work hard to upgrade host. Upgrade condition, accumulate 1000 points. Ding. Detected that the host has not checked in today. Would you like to check in now? Check in. He'll do it. Zhang Xiaobei hurriedly shouted in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 points. As this is the host's first successful check-in with this system, an additional gift of 10 newbie surprise mall lottery tickets is awarded. Valid for 10 minutes. Ding. The surprise mall is being opened early for the host for 10 minutes. Please use it promptly. Otherwise, the surprise mall will close in 10 minutes. Zhang Xiaobei stared blankly at the system. This thing seemed pretty impressive. Check-ins, points, and mall lotteries. The functions were flashy and complete, but he wondered what it could actually give him. Ding. The surprise mall will close in 9 minutes. The newbie surprise mall lottery tickets validity period has 9 minutes remaining. Please use them soon. In that moment of days, a minute had already passed. Zhang Xiaobei quickly chanted in his mind, system surprise mall lottery draw. Ding. The surprise mall lottery draw is now commencing. With the system's prompt, Zhang Xiaobei saw a golden roulette wheel appear on the virtual projection before him. Before he could make out the specific rewards, the golden wheel began to spin slowly. Please give me something awesome. I'm begging you, system. Zhang Xiaobei muttered silently in his heart, watching the wheel spin for nearly 2.5 minutes before it finally stopped. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for playing. Zhang Xiaobei. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for playing. Zhang Xiaobei. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for playing. Zhang Xiaobei. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for playing. Zhang Xiaobei was devastated. Hey little system, what's your deal? Is this lottery even darker than Peacekeeper Elite? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for playing. Zhang Xiaobei completely broke down. Hey little system, are you serious? Can't you play fair? Is this how you run a lottery? 5 times thank you for playing. Is that right? Before his voice faded, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received high-grade gene modification potion, X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a personal subspace. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received basic X-ray vision. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received basic body quantumization. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received universal driving skills. Zhang Xiaobei. I'm sorry, little system, no, my dear father. Forgive me for raising my voice just now. You are my father. Father above, your child has wronged you. Zhang Xiaobei was now completely stunned by the drop rate. Who said the system didn't love him? Wasn't this his own flesh and blood? Ding. Lottery draw complete. Rewards have been distributed to the system inventory. Please check. Zhang Xiaobei couldn't wait to open the system inventory to examine the items he had just won. He clicked on the description of the high-grade gene modification potion can strengthen human genes, achieving a comprehensive breakthrough to peak condition. Not usable yet. Please take in order basic, intermediate, high grade. Seeing the words not usable yet, Zhang Xiaobei felt a bit speechless. If you're giving it, why can't I use it? Forget it, can't use it now, then he'll use it later. Let's see what this subspace is all about. Personal subspace, a subspace tailored for the host by the system. This space prohibits any living beings from entering, has a time flow rate of 0, and is infinite in size. To use, simply touch the item with your body and mentally command store to place it inside. To retrieve an item, just mentally select the item within the subspace and mentally command retrieve to place it wherever the host's gaze falls. Holy crap, this is legit. This is truly amazing. Infinite space. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but raise his fist and wave it excitedly. However, this sudden movement startled Li Tong, who was scrolling through Douyin beside him. Hey manager Zhang, why are you getting so worked up while sleeping? Li Tong stared at Zhang Xiaobei with a look as if he were an idiot finding the whole situation off. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Just thought of something happy. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his nose awkwardly. My dog is pregnant, so I'm happy. Hearing Zhang's obvious nonsensical words, Li Tong rolled his eyes. Why are you happy about a dog being pregnant? It's not yours, Zhang Xiaobei. How could it be mine? Alright, just kidding. They'll keep dozing off. Wake me when we arrive. With that, he leaned back in his seat feigning sleep, but in reality, he continued to examine the remaining 3 skills he had won from the lottery. Father system, continue viewing the system inventory. Basic X-ray vision can see through all materials within a 10-meter range. Basic usage duration 2 hours. Cooldown 22 hours. Basic body quantumization can quantumize the body, including clothing and items in direct contact. Allows unobstructed penetration of all known Earth obstacles. Can control levitation and direction of movement by will, while quantumized undetectable by any Earth device. Basic usage duration 2 hours. Cooldown 22 hours. Universal driving skills. Upon obtaining this skill, the host becomes proficient in operating any vehicle requiring manual control. After reading the descriptions of the remaining 3 skills in one go, Zhang Xiaobei was completely dumbfounded. Are these skills or cheats? Holy crap. This surprise lottery did not deceive me. Father, you are my real father. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei was utterly conquered by the system's generosity. Who would have thought that using these skills in combination would be no different from being Homelander? He had forgotten how disgusted and devastated he had been when he kept drawing thank you for playing during the lottery. Now his heart was filled only with gratitude for his system father. He then checked the system exchange mall. He had just earned 10 points from checking in and he wanted to see what he could exchange for. However, it would have been better if he hadn't opened it. After a quick glance, he silently closed the page. Because upon opening the page, the first thing that caught his eye was antiviral serum X1 50 points basic recovery potion, X1 100 points basic gene potion, X1 1000 points. Portable controllable fusion reactor X1 100 points insufficient system level cannot exchange large scale controllable fusion reactor X1 300 points insufficient system level cannot exchange. Stellar Energy Dyson Sphere X1 500 points insufficient system level cannot exchange Universal Class Space Battleship X1 800 points insufficient system level cannot exchange. Looking at all those zeros, Chengdu must be very happy. Just a heads up comment if you want, but don't call me a zero anymore. But Zhang Xiaobei couldn't be happy at all. Earning 10 points a day by checking in head probably be cosmic dust before he could afford items costing tens of millions of points. Even the cheapest item, the antiviral serum, cost 50 points per vial. He would have to check in for 5 days just to exchange for one. And as for those items locked behind level requirements, he could only look and forget it. Manager Zhang, wake up, we've arrived. Just as Zhang Xiaobei was lamenting over the system, a gentle call beside him pulled his consciousness out of it. The intention for the 2 new MRI machines that the partner is updating for H City Hospital is very clear, but we need to discuss the price and the details of after-sales maintenance in person. Li Tong, seated in the back of the taxi, briefed Zhang Xiaobei on the business trip matters using her tablet. However, Zhang Xiaobei was completely distracted with only 176 days until the apocalypse who would want to work. Working was out of the question. So he brushed it off, saying, Tong Tong, you've been with me for 2 years now. Handle all the details for this negotiation yourself. He'll just step in for the final say. If this goes well, he'll make sure you get a promotion when we get back. I didn't sleep well last night. Let me rest a bit more. Once we're settled at the hotel, I need to rest this afternoon. You arrange a dinner tonight with the partner and the hospital staff, and we'll talk business over the meal. With that, he waved his hand, signaling an end to work discussions. Li Tong found Zhang Xiaobei's behavior odd. From the moment they got in the car, he had shown no interest in the business trip, always claiming he was tired and needed rest. But she didn't know that after being reborn, Zhang Xiaobei was indeed exhausted. One moment he was tortured by the apocalypse into shooting himself, and the next he was reborn 6 months before the disaster. The taut string in his mind had finally loosened. After checking into the hotel, Zhang Xiaobei said to Li Tong, go put your luggage away first. We'll meet in the hotel restaurant on the first floor. After lunch, take a rest. Make sure the dinner plans are finalized by 3 p.m. When they met again, it was in the hotel restaurant. Tong Tong, over here. Zhang Xiaobei waved from a window seat, then sat down to scan the QR code for the menu. He ordered a black pepper beef tenderloin and an egg custard, then handed her his phone. See what you want to eat and order. Since we're on this trip together, the meal allowance can be a bit higher. Don't be shy. Even if it's over budget, we can add it to tonight's bill and expense it all together. Hee, it's different being out with Manager Zhang. Before I could only stay in budget hotels under 300 yuan, but this time we're directly at the Hilton. Li Tong ordered a stir-fried shrimp and a bowl of black chicken soup before returning the phone. While waiting for the food, Zhang Xiaobei finally had a chance to properly observe Li Tong, who had been with him since she graduated and joined the company. It had been 5 years since he last saw her. He had almost forgotten her. He wondered what her fate had been in his past life when the apocalypse struck. Probably not good. During the extreme cold, besides food, being a pretty girl was a sin in itself. From what he remembered, the women in his apartment building met grim fates used as tools for pleasure and then as food reserves. None had a good ending. Pushing aside thoughts of his past life, Zhang Xiaobei studied the girl before him as the waitress set down 2 glasses of lemon water. The crystal chandelier cast a soft halo over her long hair, and the fresh scent of lemons reminded him of her youthful innocence. Li Tong, wearing a pair of delicate silver-rimmed glasses, was absorbed in a video on her phone. The lenses reflected the faint blue glow of the screen like 2 shimmering lakes. The warm afternoon sunlight slanted through the restaurant window, turning the corner where she sat into a still life, carefully framed in light and shadow. The soft sunlight fell on her oval face, making her fair skin nearly translucent, like fresh snow on a spring branch touched by dew, or an unopened letter pure and untouched by the world. Excuse me, your meal is ready. Please enjoy. The waiter's voice brought both of them back from their respective worlds. As their eyes met, Li Tong seemed to catch a flicker of warmth and affection in Zhang Xiaobei's gaze. A blush crept onto her cheeks. She thanked the waiter and nervously took a sip of lemon water. Watching Li Tong's reaction, Zhang Xiaobei thought to himself, maybe bringing her along for the apocalypse wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, I know her well. Over the past 2 years, they had seen each other every day at work. She had grown from a naive, fresh graduate into someone who could handle business negotiations on her own. No one knew her better than Zhang Xiaobei. Come on, eat more. You're too thin. He used the serving chopsticks to place some beef tenderloin on her plate, doing it so naturally that Li Tong's head sank even lower. A tender atmosphere lingered through the brief lunch. After eating, they returned to their rooms, and Zhang Xiaobei couldn't wait to test the skills he had won from the system's lottery. Holding the TV remote, he silently commanded collect. The remote vanished from his hand in an instant. His consciousness then delved into the subspace, a warm orange expanse. His mind explored endlessly, but he could never reach its boundaries. When he thought of the remote, he saw it floating silently in the space, just as it had been in his hand moments before. Withdrawing his consciousness, he stared at the coffee table and silently commanded release. The remote reappeared on the table. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Xiaobei. This space wasn't just for storage, it could be used as a weapon. If placing a remote on the table was harmless, what if he dropped a 100-ton truck? Wouldn't the table be smashed to pieces? Similarly, in a critical moment, if an enemy threatened his life with a weapon, he wouldn't care. he would just throw a cement mixer truck at them. At the thought, a crooked grin spread across Zhang Xiaobia's face. This is interesting. There must be more functions to this space. Things are getting interesting. He tested everything in the room again, from the mattress coffee table and TV down to the toothpaste shower gel and the little umbrella by the bedside. He collected and released them, all having a blast. Now it was time to try quantumization and X-ray vision. Silently, he commanded activate X-ray vision. The world before Zhang Xiaobia's eyes began to change. The pristine white walls of the hotel started to become transparent under his gaze. The room to his left was empty, mirroring the layout of his own. He let his sight pass through, and the second room on the left came into view. A middle-aged man lay on the bed playing with his phone. Zhang Xiaobai focused, penetrating the phone itself, to see a female streamer doing a provocative dance on the screen. The man casually sent a gift, and the streamer responded with a heart gesture. Though he couldn't hear the sound, Zhang Xiaobai could read her lips. Thank you, my dear brother Yuxing. He withdrew his gaze and looked to the right. The moment his eyes landed, his heartbeat quickened. The scene beneath the quilt in the opposite room was utterly alluring. Zhang Xiaobai had never expected his first glance to reveal this. Zhang Xiaobai swore he hadn't intended to peek into Li Tong's room. He was merely testing his newly acquired skill. Yes, testing the skill. 10 minutes later, system, I understand this skill now. Do I have to keep it active until the 2-hour timer runs out? Ding. The host can deactivate it early. Once deactivated, it enters cooldown. Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly thought deactivate X-ray vision. Then the transparent walls slowly returned to normal, and the creamy snow-white orbs vanished. The system panel before him displayed basic X-ray vision, cooling down, available again in 21 hours and 59 minutes. Zhang Xiaobai picked up the Evian water bottle provided by the hotel, unscrewed the cap, took a few sips to calm his racing heart, then summoned the system again, activate quantization. After the silent command, he stared at his own body, eager to see any change. His form, along with his clothes, began to turn translucent, the colors fading, growing ever more transparent. He felt an extreme lightness, as if his entire being might float away. When the thought of floating crossed Zhang Xiaobia's mind, his perspective slowly began to rise. He was levitating. Looking down at the hotel layout spread out like a floor plan before him, this novel sensation filled him with exhilaration. Guiding his consciousness through the hotel window, his transparent, quantized form followed the thought, instantly appearing 12 stories high in the open air. This dreamlike novelty was intoxicating. Let's check out the city center of H City. The moment the thought arose, his body drifted toward the Oriental Pearl TV tower in the distance. Faster. With a single thought, the Oriental Pearl TV tower, about 5 kilometers away, materialized before Zhang Xiaobai in a second. Hovering midair, gazing at the iconic landmark, another thought sparked land. Standing in the middle of a bustling pedestrian street, feeling the crowd pass through him, it was remarkably novel. He stepped onto the road, wanting to try his luck with a truck. Unfortunately, this was the city center. No trucks could enter. Watching a car hurtle toward him, his heart tightened with nervousness. It's fine, I'm quantized now. While mentally bracing himself, he steeled his nerve and watched the vehicle approach until it passed straight through him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. With these 2 experiments under his belt, he turned his gaze skyward. Guided by thought, within 5 seconds, he was beside a passenger plane preparing to land. Flying alongside it, Zhang Xiaobai willed himself through the aircraft and into the cabin. Ignoring the passengers, Zhang Xiaobai curiously walked toward the cockpit. Passing through the cabin door, he saw the captain speaking into the radio, reporting the descent altitude to the control tower. Watching the co-pilot operate the various buttons on the instrument panel, Zhang Xiaobai felt an uncanny familiarity, a sense that he too could do it. So this is the effect of the master driving skill. Looks like you'll need to go to the M country in a few days to try out an airplane. As this thought crossed his mind, a 3-star general in a base on the other side of the globe suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, Colonel Smith, do you sense anything unusual? Why am I breaking out in a damn cold sweat? The dark-skinned Colonel Smith looked at the blond, middle-aged man before him, somewhat bewildered, and replied, General Kent, I sense nothing abnormal. This is one of our most heavily fortified bases. Millimeter wave radar scans the perimeter 247. If there were any anomaly, I trust our excellent soldiers would report it immediately. Rest assured, General. I hope so. The commander has been busy with Far East affairs lately. Once the president is done, it will be time to start reaping the Far East. General Kent flashed a sinister smile, his tone ominous. General, if everything goes smoothly this time, you will surely shine before the commander. Ever since we deployed the COVID-19 virus in China and globally in 2020, we've successfully stalled their economic growth. All credit goes to you and Area 51. General Kent, hearing Smith's flattery, scowled and scolded sternly, Fuck Smith. I don't ever want to hear such words from your mouth again. This has nothing to do with our great M country. Lucky for you, we're in our own base. If you ever blabber that while drunk outside, expect the FBI to silence you discreetly. Smith's dark face grew 2 shades darker. I'm sorry, General. I have already forgotten that matter and will never remember it again. I swear. After the plane landed, Zhang Xiaobei in his quantized state flew away from the airport. Midway back to the hotel, gazing down at the Walmart below, a thought struck him, and he materialized in the underground storage facility on the first basement level. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of shelves, he wondered if his quantized form could store items in the subspace. After observing the movements of the warehouse workers, he found a corner away from the cameras. Placing his quantized hand on a box of nuts before him, he silently commanded store. Instantly, the box vanished from the three-dimensional world. Checking the subspace with his mind, he saw the box sitting quietly inside. Holy shit, it actually works. Does that mean I can go on a zero-cost shopping spree while quantized? Using quantization and subspace together, I could become one hell of a master thief. The thought ignited an uncontrollable urge. Zhang Xiaobei lost all interest in further testing quantization. He released the box of nuts, returning it to its original place. Passing through walls and floors, he returned to midair, speeding toward the hotel. Back in his room, deactivate quantization. Zhang Xiaobei watched his form gradually regain color from its ethereal state. Phew, the feeling after quantization is so comfortable. Upon returning to the three-dimensional world, he felt a distinct heaviness, the pull of gravity. During quantization, he had completely left this dimension. Thus that lightness and freedom vanished. Back to normal, Zhang Xiaobei took the hotel notepad, tore off a page, and began writing a shopping list. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaobei stretched looking at the densely written list, pondering if he had missed anything. Forget it, when I start executing, everything within my sight will be mine. He casually stored the paper in his subspace. Just then the doorbell rang, and Li Tong's voice came from outside. Manager Zhang, let's pack up and head to the reserved hotel. We should go early to prepare. Hearing Li Tong's melodious voice like a lark from beyond the door, Zhang Xiaobei's mind once again conjured up those two creamy white. Tong Tong, all right, well, head over now. Zhang Xiaobei opened the door and nearly blurted out what was on his mind, but he managed to stop himself just in time. After leaving the Hilton, the two hailed a taxi outside the hotel and headed for the reserved restaurant. It wasn't too far, just over 10 kilometers, but at this hour in H City, the evening rush had already begun. The taxi crawled slowly along the elevated central ring road. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the towering skyscrapers outside the window, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, their surfaces reflecting a warm pale halo. A wave of emotion washed over him. In half a year, none of this will remain. With the extreme cold, will even a third of these people survive? Maybe not even a third. Lost in his own thoughts, the words echoed in his mind. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk. At 10 p.m., Zhang Xiaobei helped a slightly tipsy Li Tong into the car back to the hotel. Tong Tong, this collaboration was a success. You did an excellent job with the quoting and price negotiation. Manager Zhang, it's all thanks to your guidance. Over the past 2 years, I've been so fortunate. Of the 150 or so interns who joined the company with me, fewer than 10 remain now. You've always supported me and taught me so much. Thank you. Hearing Li Tong's slightly drunken words, Zhang Xiaobei smiled and ruffled her hair as he used to. A slow sparrow should make an early start. You're the slow one. When I first joined 2 years ago, you called me slow, but I've worked so hard. See, I'm great now. The 2 high-field MRI machines we signed today, a 45 million deal. Say I'm great. Say it. All right. Tong Tong is the best. When I'm no longer at the company, you have to work even harder. Zhang Xiaobei let slip his intention without thinking. Yes, he was planning to resign. He had no more time to waste on work. The global apocalypse was imminent, and if he didn't want to meet the same fate as in his past life, he had to start preparing now. What do you mean you won't be at the company? Are you planning to jump ship? The warm orange glow of streetlights filtered through the car window, illuminating Li Tong's flushed wine-stained cheeks. In the darkness, her eyes shimmered with the hint of tears. Take me with you. As Li Tong mustered the courage to say these words, tears streamed down her face. She remembered how insecure she had felt 2 years ago when she graduated from an ordinary vocational college and started her internship at this foreign company. With her academic background, she had barely managed to secure the internship offer. Assigned to Zhang Xiaobei's medical equipment department, she had always been cautious, afraid that a single mistake would cost her this hard-won opportunity. Her hometown was over 1,000 kilometers away in X province. She had come to S province alone to find work with her frail, ailing mother as her only family. Choosing a high-paying foreign company, she sent out over 100 resumes, and only this one invited her for an interview. Over 2 years with Zhang Xiaobei's help, her performance gradually improved and her income rose. In the first year, she earned an annual salary of 1,500, which doubled to 3,000 in the second year. This money helped her mother receive good medical care and improved her own life. She was deeply grateful, knowing that without Zhang Xiaobei, earning 4,500 in 2 years would have been beyond her reach. As Li Tong was lost in her memories, Zhang Xiaobei sighed and spoke. I want to quit. I have things I need to do though not work-related. Excuse me, we've arrived at the Hilton. Please take your belongings and exit through the right door. Li Tong wanted to say something, but the driver's voice came from the front. All right, thank you. Much appreciated. Zhang Xiaobei opened the door, thanked the driver, and helped a slightly unsteady Li Tong out of the car. Hey, don't throw up, this is my suit. I've only worn a few times. Hold on, we're almost at the room. You can fill the toilet bowl if you want. Zhang Xiaobei helplessly hoisted the dizzy Li Tong onto his back and stepped into the elevator, hoping it would hurry, while also fearing the rapid ascent would make her nauseous. He gently soothed her as she clung to him like a koala. Where's your room card? In your bag. Wait, where's your bag? Seeing Li Tong completely unconscious and her bag missing, likely left in the taxi, he sighed. Listen, I'm taking you to my room for now. You lie down and he'll go downstairs to get a spare key from the front desk. Don't misunderstand, him not deliberately taking you to my room. Zhang Xiaobei stammered an explanation to the person on his back. I want to sleep. At that moment, Li Tong felt as if she were a child again, nestled on her late father's back, feeling that same sense of safety and solidity. She couldn't help but nuzzle against Zhang Xiaobei's back. Hey, don't wipe your drool on my clothes. Zhang Xiaobei quickly strode to his room, swiped the keycard, and kicked the door shut with his heel. Phew. Letting out a long breath, he watched as Li Tong, now drowsy and mumbling something, lay down. Finally, he relaxed. Just as he was about to go downstairs to ask for a spare key, a sob came from behind him. Zhang Xiaobei turned quickly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? What are you muttering about? Zhang Xiaobei leaned closer to hear what she was mumbling, but it was still indistinct. As he was about to pull away, a pair of delicate arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. Don't leave me. If you go, take me with you, okay? Zhang Xiaobei, aren't you drunk? How are you still? Before he could finish, his words were silenced by two warm, soft lips. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei thought, wait, is this right? Looking at the blushing Tong Tong in his arms, Zhang Xiaobei was helpless. Did I just get reverse ambushed? Stop pretending to sleep, wake up. Shaking Li Tong, who was curled up like a little white rabbit, he said again. Let's go wash up. We reek of alcohol. Okay. Carry me. Hey, I'm the victim here. Why are you so demanding? Are you coming or not? Zhang Xiaobei threw off the covers as he spoke, but his words died in his throat when he saw the vivid patch of red on the bedsheet. Hook your arms around my neck. They'll carry you. Okay. Ouch. It still hurts. Li Tong furrowed her brows slightly, her slender arms entwining around Zhang Xiaobei. Watching this man hold her with such care, her heart melted instantly. The bed's unusable for now. They'll go get a spare key from the front desk. Oh, and your bag. Should I call the taxi company to look for it? Zhang Xiaobei said as he put on his pajamas ready to head downstairs. No need to call. I accidentally left it on the counter at the front desk when we passed by earlier while you were carrying me. So just ask them to bring my bag when you get the key. Zhang Xiaobei was stunned. What a clever accident. Left it on the counter. What a crafty woman. Left it on the counter. What a devious woman. The morning sunlight streamed through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, carrying the warmth of early spring as it crept into the room and bathed the edge of the bed. The gentle heat poured unerringly onto the sheets, tenderly enveloping the two figures within. The light danced across their eyelids, trying to rouse the sleeping pair. Yet neither was willing to be the first to open their drowsy eyes, as if, by not waking, this precious intimacy could be prolonged indefinitely. Still lingering in the afterglow of last night's dreams, they shared this moment of pure tranquility. Zhang Xiaobei's chin rested against Li Tong's hair, her cheek pressed to his chest, their bodies intertwined. Outside, the world was awakening, the clamor gradually rising, but time seemed frozen in the room on the 12th floor of the Hilton. The beauty of this moment was so pure and untainted. Hungry? Should I have the hotel send up breakfast? What would you like to eat? Zhang Xiaobei gently kissed Li Tong's forehead, breaking the silence first. Don't want to move, Li Tong murmured softly. You weren't like that last night. Zhang Xiaobei chuckled as he sat up, picked up the bedside phone, and dialed. Room 1206, 2 breakfast sets please. Soy milk and fried dough sticks, a glass of milk, and a bowl of congee with lean meat. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei stood up first. I'll go back to my room to pack my luggage. No, stay with me a little longer. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time. With that, Zhang Xiaobei hurried back to his own room, as if fleeing. Watching him escape so flusteredly, a faint smile curled at the corner of Li Tong's lips. Zhang Xiaobei tucked the blood-stained bedsheet directly into his spatial storage, unsure why he kept it, but having read many novels, he knew that's how the stories went. System. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have earned 10 points. He completed his daily check-in first, then quickly packed his belongings. Returning to the door of Li Tong's room, he found that the hotel breakfast had just arrived. I'll take it. Thank you. He pushed the card into the room. Time to get up, Tong Tong. We need to head back after breakfast. Hug me one more time, or I can't get up, the blanket has me trapped. Zhang Xiaobei approached her, and she actively wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him entirely. Hey, get down. I can't. You're too heavy. You're rejecting me. Li Tong pouted in feigned anger, but Zhang Xiaobei didn't indulge her. I'm sorry. Eat up or we have a train to catch. They laughed and chatted as they finished breakfast. Happy moments always pass too quickly. At 9:40 they boarded the high-speed train back to W City. Unlike when they arrived, now their fingers were tightly interlaced. When we get back, I'll hand in my resignation and recommend you to the general manager. Zhang Xiaobei spoke to Li Tong at the right moment. What will I do if you leave? Where are you going? Please don't go. Okay. Don't worry. I just have some personal matters to attend to. They'll be back in 3 months at most. Zhang Xiaobei reassured her. Besides, you won't be here long either. Once I'm done, you can come and help me. They'll wait for you then. Promise me 3 months, no lying. Zhang Xiaobei instinctively raised his arm and ruffled her hair playfully. Hey, you've messed it up. Li Tong pouted in mock displeasure. Daniel, we've worked together for 4 years now. This time, due to personal reasons, I need about half a year to handle some affairs. In the general manager's office, Zhang Xiaobei raised a glass of red wine in a toast to his former superior. Cheers. Xiaobei, time flies. It's been 4 years already. I still remember when I was first transferred to this beautiful country. I know that since you've chosen to leave, you must have your reasons. Business aside, have you found your replacement? General Manager Daniel took a light sip of red wine before speaking. Replacement? I have a recommendation. It's the intern who worked under me 2 years ago, Li Tong. She's quite capable, and this time she secured another 45 million yuan deal in H City, considering her overall abilities. Before Zhang Xiaobei could finish, Daniel interrupted him. Excuse me, you know what I mean. The replacement I'm talking about isn't that kind of replacement. It took Zhang Xiaobei only a second to catch on, and he quickly replied with a laugh. Haha, let me put it this way, old friend. If another company tried to poach me, I wouldn't go. I earn enough here to support myself. You know, I've been on my own since I was a kid. One person, no family to feed. As he said this, Zhang Xiaobei lowered his head slightly. Yes, he was a child raised in an orphanage. On a snowy night, the director had found him at the doorstep wrapped in only a thin blanket. He was barely breathing when discovered, and it took a desperate rescue to save his life. Recalling his origins, Zhang Xiaobei's mood darkened. Oh, Xiaobei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up those painful memories. I just feel it's a pity. In 5 months, he'll be returning to headquarters for a debriefing, and I doubt he'll ever come back. I had hoped to recommend you for the deputy general manager position before I leave. After all, when I first arrived, you worked so hard to help me, proving to headquarters that I could clean up the mess that bastard left behind. There's an ancient Chinese saying, give a peach and get even more peaches in return. Haha, it seems your Chinese still needs practice, Daniel. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the middle-aged blonde man speaking in halting Chinese, replying with a smile full of warmth. I know that's not the exact phrase, but you get my meaning. I want to give you more in return. You should understand that. But as you know, the general manager position is only filled by someone sent from M Corp. The top spot will never go to a Chinese person. So there's not much I can do. I'll try my best to secure the deputy general manager role for you. If any headhunters come for you, don't trust them. Once you go over, you'll find that high-level management and foreign companies want to appoint Chinese people. Zhang Xiaobei looked at his old friend with golden hair and blue eyes, feeling a stir of emotion. Trust me, Daniel. I'm not leaving for another job. I need to go to M Corp to handle some personal matters. And he'll take a trip to see your hometown, Texas, the place where you grew up. Remember that bar you told me about? When I get there, I'll send you a message and a video to let you know I've arrived. Haha, Xiaobei, you may be young, but you're truly an interesting person. I'm looking forward to your message. With that, Daniel walked to his desk, picked up the internal line, and dialed. Hey, this is Daniel. Put me through to the head of HR. After a 20-second wait, Daniel spoke into the phone again. Jenny, print a termination agreement and bring it to my office. For Zhang Xiaobei, manager of the medical equipment department. Compensation at the highest standard. Hanging up, Daniel raised his glass to Zhang Xiaobei with a smile. Let this old friend give you one last hand. If you resign voluntarily, you won't get any severance. As the general manager of the China branch, I'm initiating your dismissal. You'll receive the highest compensation package. With that money, you'll never have to worry about the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the friend he had known for 4 years, a profound sense of gratitude and emotion welling up inside him. With the mediation of General Manager Daniel, Zhang Xiaobei's severance process and compensation were swiftly processed. A ding sounded from his phone. Your debit card ending in 8008 received 7500 pretty coins at 1652 on February 8th. Current balance 1320956. 95 pretty coins. Client notes severance compensation, Huaxia People's Bank. Staring at the SMS notifying him of the 7500 pretty coins deposit, Zhang Xiaobei felt not a single ripple of emotion. After all, in 175 days, when no matter the balance, it would be useless, nothing more than a string of cold, lifeless digits. In the early stages of the extreme, free supplies could still be hoarded at high prices, but as time wore on and shortages worsened, even mountains of cash couldn't buy a single loaf of bread. Gathering his personal effects from the office, he walked toward the elevator to head home. Wait up! A voice called out from behind. It was Li Tong. Zhang Xiaobei turned around, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Come on, let's head down together. It's quitting time anyway. What do you feel like for dinner? How about I buy some groceries and cook for you at your place? Inside the elevator, Li Tong's cheeks flushed slightly. She kept her hands buried in the pockets of her white down jacket, head lowered, her toes tracing small arcs on the elevator floor. Sounds great, but no need to buy anything. My fridge is fully stocked. Let's just go straight there. Zhang Xiaobei watched Li Tong's coy demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Once out of the elevator, their hands naturally intertwined. Colleagues they passed in the lobby stared wide-eyed at the couple, deliberately lingering until they had exited the building. Little A, wait, doesn't the company forbid employees from dating? Little B, yeah, but she's a manager, isn't she? Little C, you're behind on the news. I just heard from a friend in finance. Guess what? A and B in unison, what's the scoop? Spill it. Little C, Zhang Xiaobei got laid off. Little A, how is that possible? His team has always been the top performer in sales. Little B, exactly. If the company were to downsize, he'd be the last person they'd let go. Little C, I don't know the details, but my finance friend said he got a severance of 75000. Little A, 75000 is pretty standard. Given how long he's been here, that sounds about right. Little C, Huaxia currency. No. It's 75000 M coins. A and B. Ignoring the chatter behind them, the pair hailed a taxi and headed straight to Zhang Xiaobei's place. There's food in the fridge. Just whip up whatever you like. I don't mind a simple meal. I've got some things to take care of, packing my bags. With that, Zhang Xiaobei retreated to the bedroom to prepare his luggage, tossing a few random clothes into the suitcase for show. In reality, everything he truly needed was swept into his subspace. From the safe hidden in the bedroom wardrobe, he retrieved his passport, which had been stored there all along, and casually stashed it into the subspace. This was a perk of working for a foreign company. He had to attend headquarters meetings in M country several times a year, so had long obtained a visa. Glancing at the safe, he spotted some M country cash and Huaxia currency inside. He tossed it all into the subspace as well. Carrying some cash when traveling abroad was always a necessity. After clearing those out, he found a 35-gram gold bracelet at the very bottom of the safe. The first prize had won at last year's company annual party. Zhang Xiaobei had never been one for accessories, finding them cumbersome, so had left it untouched in the safe ever since. But the moment he picked up this chain, something unexpected happened. Ding! System scan detected 35 grams of gold. Exchangeable for 5 points. Does the host wish to exchange? Zhang Xiaobei froze for a moment before remembering that the system had mentioned high-value items could be exchanged for points. Had touched countless things before, yet never received a single prompt. Until today, when he handled this chain. Exchange. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaobei didn't hesitate for a second. What good was this thing lying around? When the apocalypse hit, you couldn't need it. Might as well trade it in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. You have gained 5 points. Current balance, 5 points. As the notification faded, Zhang Xiaobei instantly saw a new world of possibilities. The system had mentioned upgrades before, spending points. Accumulating a total of 10,000 points in consumption would allow a single level up. After reading the system introduction, he had initially overlooked this detail. But now, having exchanged gold for points, he realized there was another way to level up. This meant the 132 million M coins in his account weren't worthless paper. He could buy gold to level up the system. In other words, if he had 1,000 grams of gold, he could exchange it for 1,000 points to spend. 1,000 grams multiplied by today's gold price of 670. That would be 670 yuan. Calculating his balance in Huaxia currency, it was just about enough, leaving little to spare. But if he spent it all, who would build his safe house? Dismissing that idea, he thought of his upcoming trip abroad for some zero-cost shopping. He could just raid foreign gold vaults. With a plan in mind, he stopped dwelling on trivialities. Dear Manager Zhang, dinner's ready. Li Tong's voice called from outside the room. Coming. Wow, Tong, I had no idea you were this good a cook. This minced pork eggplant is fantastic. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobei picked up another piece and savored it slowly. Really? If you like it, I'll cook it for you every day. After dinner, he tossed the dishes into the dishwasher, and the two of them collapsed contentedly into the sofa. I'm heading to M country tomorrow. The tickets are booked, an international flight at 3 p.m. Oh, and you should receive the HR transfer order signed by Daniel tomorrow. You're taking my position. Wait for me to come back in 3 months. When do you resign to? He'll need your help with something. Li Tong propped her chin on her hand, watching the man before her as he laid out his plans one by one, as if delivering a final testament. Her eyes started to glisten. Will you really come back? Silly, of course I will. I promised you 3 months, and it'll be 3 months. I'm just going to M country, not dying. We can still call each other. Before he could finish, Li Tong reached out and covered his mouth with her small hand. Two. Don't say things like that. Bad luck away, good luck stay. Bad luck away, good luck stay. Zhang Xiaobei looked at Li Tong before him, and said, "Tong Tong, wait for me to come back." Before she could answer, an overwhelming wave of masculine pheromones surged straight into her mind. You villain. We know you don't want to see this, so we'll skip an hour. After showering, they settled in for the night at Zhang Xiaobia's place. Gazing at Li Tong sleeping in his arms, he suddenly felt that his plan to go zero-cost shopping abroad and then return to lie low seemed somewhat naive. He got up and walked to the living room, listlessly lighting a cigarette. Under the lamplight, the smoke drifted in all directions, utterly beyond his control. Just like himself, fate had played a cruel joke, forcing him through 5 years of torment only to return to the very beginning. Suffering from insomnia, Zhang Xiaobei turned on the projector in the living room and put on the 2002 version of Spider-Man, a film had seen countless times. Lulled by the movie's sights and sounds, drowsiness gradually crept over him. That night, he couldn't recall exactly when he fell asleep. He only vaguely remembered hearing, just before drifting off, that iconic line spoken by Uncle Ben to Peter Parker, "Remember, with great power comes great responsibility." In early February of City W, the lingering chill of spring had yet to fade. The unique damp cold of the Jiangnan region silently seeped into the very marrow of every pedestrian on the street. They wrapped their coats tightly and hurried along, yet the chill had already permeated them, impossible to shake off. When Zhang Xiaobei awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. Although the heater was on in the room, Li Tong had still draped a blanket over him before leaving. Zhang Xiaobei stretched languidly, yawning as he addressed the system to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have received 10 points. Current balance, 33. 5 points. Having completed his daily ritual, Zhang Xiaobei got up and headed to the kitchen to scrounge up something to eat. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a pink heart-shaped sticky note on the dining table. "Bay, to see this is to see me. I've gone to the company first. The porridge is in the clay pot. If it's cold, scoop it out and heat it in the microwave before drinking. The eggs are in the egg steamer. If they're cold, don't eat them. Don't upset your stomach. Remember to think of me, Epsilon." "Tong, silly girl." Zhang Xiaobei casually stored the sticky note in his space, then walked into the kitchen. Touching the clay pot, he found it was still warm. After finishing his lovingly prepared breakfast, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. "I ate the porridge. Did you put too much sugar in it? It's so sweet, just like you." He pocketed his phone, picked up the suitcase he had packed the day before, and left the house. Less than 200 meters down the street was a Sichuan restaurant he frequented. "Brother Lu, the usual, make me 20 portions. "Sure thing, Xiaobei, have a seat. ITLL be ready soon." The owner, familiar with Gu Xiaobei, greeted him warmly. He had just lifted the curtain and entered the kitchen when less than 2 seconds later, he poked his head back out. "Wait, how many did you say?" 20 portions. "Yeah, Togo. I'm going on a business trip for a while, and I'm afraid I'll crave this taste, but won't be able to find your cooking out there." Zhang Xiaobei spoke as he walked to his usual seat and sat down. "All right, I'll get to it. But how are you going to store it? Your suitcase won't fit at all." "Don't worry, I called a car. I'm heading to City Inn for the trip, so they'll just put it in the car." "Okay, then wait a moment. Honey, come prep the ingredients for Xiaobei." Brother Lu said, then went into the kitchen and began bustling about. It wasn't mealtime yet, so the restaurant was empty, and the couple worked hard just for Zhang Xiaobia's order. An hour later, Zhang Xiaobei emerged carrying 2 large bags of packed dishes. He ducked into an alley by the roadside, and when he came out again, his hands were empty. He took out his phone and booked an exclusive ride on DD hitchhiking destination set directly for City H International Airport. Time acceleration 15 hours later. Location M Country, New York City Kennedy Airport. Carrying his suitcase, the moment Zhang Xiaobei set foot on the ground, he hurriedly called upon the system to check in. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have received 10 points. Current balance, 43. 5 points. I was too busy adjusting to the jet lag and sleeping on the plane. I almost forgot to check in. Good thing I didn't miss it." He pulled out his phone and reset the time zone. It was now 6:30 p.m. Back home, the sky should just be getting light. Zhang Xiaobei opened WeChat and saw over a dozen messages jingling in. They were all from Li Tong. "You must have taken off by now, right? Selfie image, today's literally still thinking of you. The personnel appointment came down. I'm a manager now. Call me Manager Lee. Image, they invited me to dinner to celebrate my promotion. It's been 12 hours since you left. The earth has already spun half a turn. When will you spin back to me? Roland. Image, you're not here tonight, so I don't feel like eating." Zhang Xiaobei read each of her messages as he boarded the shuttle bus from the airport to the hotel. He raised his phone, clicked, and sent it, then typed a message and sent it. "Selfie image, as the sunset here gently sinks into the horizon, please open your arms in the morning light. Though an entire night's distance separates us, we share the same eternal, undying radiance. If you miss me, just look up at the morning sun. That is the letter I wrote for you with the evening glow gently delivered by the earth, arriving right beside you at dawn." Arriving at the Amman Hotel after checking in, he addressed the front desk. "Hey, beautiful, you guys have car rentals here, right?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobei discreetly slipped a $50 bill into the front desk clerk's hand. "Wow, I'd be delighted to help you. Just call the number on this business card. She handed him a card as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobei looked at it and frowned. Then he pulled out another $50 bill. How about this, you just book it for me directly? I'll give you the money, whatever the cost. The front desk girl's face lit up with excitement. You are so generous. Please wait here. I'll arrange it for you right away. Do you have any preference for the model? Give me an SUV. Better visibility, more comfortable to drive. In just 10 short minutes, Zhang Xiaobei laid eyes on a Ford SUV. With his all-around driving skills, he navigated the streets of New York City with ease. Gazing at the neon-lit scenery around him, it only accentuated the desolation of the apocalypse. When 8 p.m. rolled around, Zhang Xiaobei took out his phone and called his old boss Daniel. Hey Daniel, hope I didn't disturb your rest. Oh Xiaobei, I just got to the office myself. How's it going, buddy? Made it to M country. I'm driving through the streets of New York, right now giving you a call. Later I plan to grab a bite at Times Square. Zhang Xiaobei joked, then shifted the topic. You know, in China we have the strictest gun control in the world. Now that I'm finally in the land of the free, I was wondering if you know any shooting clubs you could recommend. I'd like to give it a try. Haha, you've come to the right person. Daniel replied with a hearty laugh. I have an old teammate from high school basketball in New York. He doesn't own a shooting club, but he has a farm on the outskirts of New York. My God, his farm can provide any shooting experience you could want. By shooting experience, I don't just mean pistols. I'm talking automatic rifles, even heavy machine guns. And if I'm just saying if you want to see more, all it takes is more money, and he can do it. That's fantastic, Daniel. I knew calling you right after arriving in M country was the right move. If you were in New York, I'd insist on downing a few shots of the strongest whiskey with you. Daniel, pleased by Zhang Xiaobei's flattery over the phone, promptly sent over the contact information. William. Lockheed. Staring at the surname, Zhang Xiaobei fell into deep self-doubt. I just wanted to find a shooting range, and you got me in touch with someone from an arms family. Zhang Xiaobei felt a bit speechless upon seeing this name. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about Country M would know what Lockheed signifies. A genuine arms family. Gritting his teeth, he dialed the number. Once connected, a somewhat hoarse male voice came through the receiver. This is William. Who is this? Hi William, I'm a friend of Daniel. He told me you have something I want and money is not an issue. As soon as Zhang Xiaobei finished speaking, he didn't feel anything was amiss. Oh, I see, buddy. Here's what we'll do. I'll send you the address via text. I'll be at home waiting for you tomorrow at 10 a.m. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei didn't think too much about it. He was just excited about the prospect of playing with various firearms tomorrow. On the other side, William frowned. A friend of Daniel. The friends my old buddy knows are not just anyone. By the way, he should be working in Huaxiao now, right? As he spoke, William reminisced about their old times together. One from an arms family and the other from a pharmaceutical family. They had been the best of friends since high school. However, neither of them was highly regarded by their families now. Thinking of Daniel made William serious. He took out his phone. David, tomorrow there will be a guest introduced by an old friend. Bring out our trump cards. We cannot afford to embarrass ourselves this time. If we can close the deal, I believe the family will definitely see my potential. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei, who was scouting various malls in New York, would never have imagined that he merely wanted to find a place to practice shooting to have a couple of guns for self-defense, but ended up being mistaken for an arms dealer. At midnight, carrying large bags, Zhang Xiaobei returned to the hotel. He smiled and nodded at the young lady at the front desk, who was helping with car rentals. It's my first time here, but it's truly a beautiful big city. I've had too much fun tonight, so I'm going to rest in my room now. Sir, have sweet dreams. The front desk smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobei, who didn't respond further and headed straight to his room. System activate X-ray vision. Ding. Basic X-ray vision activated. Lying on the bed, Zhang Xiaobei first activated the X-ray vision, checking the hotel room for hidden cameras once more. After ensuring safety, he activated quantumization. As his body gradually became transparent, Zhang Xiaobei felt that lightness filling his entire being, the comfortable sensation awakening every single cell in his body. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiaobei had arrived at the drenched chicken port. Hee, I never imagined I'd start working from here. With a grin, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the port before him, which was already over 3,000 kilometers away from New York City. He then directly slipped into the nearest container, but upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. What the hell, so much toothpaste? How long will it take to brush this? Since I'm here, I might as well take some. With a wave of his hand, the entire container was left empty. Even if it's useless, I can't leave it for the evil capitalism. Let's keep going. Flour. That's mine. Joyful water. That's mine. Thick thermal clothing. This is good. A whole box of Durex. Isn't this like trying to grind an iron pestle into a needle? Looking at the quantumization time, already halfway through, the progress of what he collected was only halfway. Not good. I need to hurry up. At this rate, the progress is too slow. I was originally thinking of leaving an empty container so no one would notice, but time is tight. Zhang Xiaobei decided to collect the container directly regardless of what was inside. Just take it first. In the port surveillance room. Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? Why are you just dazed here? Jackson looked at his colleague who was lost in thought, puzzled. Oh my god. You have to check the surveillance. The containers. They've all disappeared. Are you joking with me again? Today is not April Fool's Day. Containers can disappear. Why don't you say Marilyn Monroe was with you last night? His colleague's face turned pale at this moment, his finger trembling as he pointed at the monitor. No, look at the surveillance. Oh, I'm not lying to you. Jackson turned away disdainfully, then cursed angrily. Don't eat sour radishes. I must be seeing things. Quick, call the police. No, notify the port military. Just when Zhang Xiaobei was frantically collecting various containers, completely disregarding what was inside, the port alarm suddenly blared the flashing red lights, making the otherwise quiet port become restless. What the hell? That was quick. Seeing that there were still 35 minutes left for quantumization, Zhang Xiaobei silently sped up the collection. When the port security personnel arrived at the disappearing containers, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Oh, shit." Looking at the half-empty port, everyone was dumbfounded. Where are all my containers in such a large port filled with containers? Hurry, gather quickly. Fire at the positions of the disappearing containers. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the furious security personnel, chuckling softly. Shooting? Is it useful? Unless quantumization ends, I'm invincible in this world. As the last container entered the space, there were still 30 minutes left for quantumization. Zhang Xiaobei directly controlled himself to fly back to New York City. You guys take your time looking for it. Bye-bye. Just after leaving the port, Zhang Xiaobei was startled by the sight before him. He saw a long line of military transport vehicles extending from the northwest direction. Is there a military base here? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up. This is like a pillow scent when one is sleepy. Since you guys have gone to the port to catch me, then it shouldn't be a problem for me to pay a visit to your home, right? After saying that, Zhang Xiaobei headed in the opposite direction of the transport vehicles, finding their starting point. It was a rundown factory surrounded by barbed wire, and at this moment the factory door was wide open with people continuously walking out. Interesting, how could there be so many people in such a small factory? My X-ray vision penetrated 10 meters underground and found nothing. It seems the rats here are hiding very deep. Then Zhang Xiaobei controlled himself to burrow underground. After sinking about 20 meters, Zhang Xiaobei's X-ray vision finally revealed this underground military base. Upon seeing what was inside the underground base, Zhang Xiaobei was utterly astonished. What the hell? What is this? An Apache attack helicopter. 10 of them. Gazing at the helicopter that had remained the world's top-ranked attack helicopter for 40 years, tears of desire unwittingly streamed from the corner of Zhang Xiaobei's mouth. Good heavens, who would have thought this unremarkable dilapidated factory hid such treasures beneath? Zhang Xiaobei swept his gaze around, spotting soldiers coming and going nearby, and abandoned the idea of claiming the helicopter immediately. Controlling his body to dive deeper, he reached the second level, a honeycomb of densely packed soldier dormitories. He bypassed this level entirely and descended further. Well, all here, aren't you? This level housed 5 rooms, each guarded by 2 men at the door. Zhang Xiaobei had long since seen the interior layout. Through his X-ray vision, firearms, ammunition, equipment, fuel, and provisions were stored separately. Haha, now that I've seen them, they're all mine. With that, he stepped directly into the warehouse. Inside, neatly arranged wooden crates greeted his eyes. After stowing one crate into his space, he probed it with his consciousness. M4A1 rifles. I've only ever used these in Peacekeeper Elite. They won't be as weak as in the game, will they? Abandoning the thought of test firing, he swept all the crates into his space. Probing another crate, he found UMP-45 submachine guns. TSK TISK low recoil accurate trajectory. Pair it with a silencer, and it's absolutely unbeatable. Glancing at another crate, he saw well-maintained standard-issue pistols. A brief look estimated around 1,000 pieces. With a grand wave of his hand, he swept them all into his space. Staring at the now empty firearms warehouse, Zhang Xiaobei turned and slipped into the adjacent ammunition depot. Various types of ammunition in abundance. With a grand wave, they followed him. 500 neatly stacked Hellfire missiles, the anti-tank missiles exclusive to the Apache attack helicopter. These paired with my Apache, absolutely perfect. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand again and took them all. He also casually pocketed the piles of hand grenades, smoke grenades, flashbangs, and tear gas canisters. Beyond the ammunition depot, the fuel warehouse did not escape either. High-purity gasoline and aviation fuel were all taken cans and all into his space. In the remaining warehouses, various single-soldier rations, canned goods, flour, frozen meat, bulletproof vests, and firearm accessories all met the same fate. The entire third underground level was now utterly empty, leaving nothing but the uniformed soldiers still standing guard at the doors. Zhang Xiaobei descended further. The fourth level was an operations command room, where one black and one white officer-like man were engaged in heated discussion. Too lazy to care about their debate, Zhang Xiaobei swept the room with his X-ray vision. Finding nothing of value, he continued downward to explore, but beyond that lay only damp soil. Checking the remaining quantum time, 20 minutes left. Zhang Xiaobei wasted no hesitation in floating upward his target, the Apache. When he returned to the first level, the once underground sealed base was opening its dome and teams of personnel were assembling. They're going to fly my Apache away to catch me. Zhang Xiaobei was furious. Without my consent, just as the pilot prepared to board, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Apache attack helicopter before him began to vanish in a strange manner, one after another. What the fuck? Where the hell did that big helicopter go? Zhang Xiaobei had no mind to listen to the soldiers' discussions, as only 15 minutes of quantum time remained. He rose directly and slipped away without a trace. When Zhang Xiaobei returned to his hotel bed, his X-ray vision had already entered cooldown. Seeing the quantum skill with 2 minutes left, he chose to deactivate it. Ding! Quantum state deactivated. Remaining cooldown 22 hours. Zhang Xiaobei stretched contentedly. Exhausted from a night's work, he set an alarm for 8 a.m. and fell asleep fully clothed. What a wonderful night. What a terrible night. At the port, staff were tallying their losses. Thankfully, the containers in our area are all fine. As he spoke, the man patted a nearby container and breathed a sigh of relief. But no sooner had he finished than his expression turned uneasy. In his 10th year working at the port, he knew containers intimately. He could tell whether a container held cargo just by its sound. His face drained of color, he patted the container again. Something was wrong. He hurriedly patted another container. Again empty. No way. Something's off. Open it up and look. His colleague immediately stopped him. These containers are sealed by customs. If you open them now, we'll never be able to explain ourselves. We just report the containers are intact. Everything's normal. As for the cargo, we're only responsible for watching over the container, right? The man lowered his head, pondering the pros and cons. Then he nodded firmly. Let's do it your way. We have no problem here. At the same time, 5 kilometers from the port in the underground base, Colonel Smith was being berated loudly by a white man. Smith, you're a fucking piece of shit. As the base commander, how am I supposed to explain this to the military? 10. A full 10 Apaches vanished from a heavily guarded underground base. Do you think the high command will believe aliens stole them or that I sold them off? Colonel Smith head bowed, his already dark face now glistening black with sweat. General Qin, I swear. I will investigate this thoroughly. In Port L, 5 kilometers away. I'm certain these two incidents are connected. Swearing solemnly again to General Kent, Smith inwardly cursed the perpetrator's entire ancestry. Whether it's aliens or humans, once I find him, I'll shove his head so far up his own ass he'll taste it. With that, Smith stormed out of the command room, seething with rage, and took the elevator to the first level where the Apaches had been parked. Listen up, everyone. Whoever did this, I want you all to snap to attention. Now, get your lazy bastards to immediately, and I mean immediately, lock down the entire Port L, and all roads leading in and out of Port L. Put them under full military control. Check every vehicle passing through. Any suspicious individuals can be detained and interrogated on the spot. If anyone resists, you are authorized to shoot to kill. Now everyone move it. Notify the armory on the 3rd floor. Arm everyone to the teeth. Quick. I want speed, damn it. Run faster. Just as Colonel Smith was barking orders at his officers, a messenger ran up and whispered something in his ear. What? Not a single gun, grenade, or bullet left in the armory. The poor colonel's dark face flashed white, and he fainted on the spot. Zhang Xiaobei, sleeping soundly, was utterly out of sync with the world that had descended into chaos outside. The entire L City police force and military were on high alert late into the night, with patrols even extending to neighboring cities. Tension gripped the entire West Coast. Inside the M country government building, a fierce argument was erupting. I believe we should make those damned camel riders bear the consequences of this. They're the most arrogant right now. The speaker was none other than the Minister of National Security, Hazen. His face flushed red as he glared at the director of the CIA, sitting across from him. Minister Hazen, has your brain turned into your grandmother's cheese macaroni? This is clearly a supernatural phenomenon. I believe your department should take primary responsibility. The CIA is responsible for overseas intelligence gathering. How is it that I had no knowledge they possessed such abilities? Someone who can make 20 billion worth of goods in El Port vanish overnight. Oh, it might not even be human. Perhaps aliens. Who knows? Maybe we should ask the Space Force and NASA where the 25 billion in funding from last year actually went. Did they properly guard our skies? CIA Director Reagan's blatantly provocative remarks caused NASA Director Cameron, standing nearby, to flush red as well. You're talking out of your ass. Reagan, you old bastard. We executed the Apollo program back in the late 1960s and successfully landed on the moon. Who else on this planet has done that? You ask how the 25 billion was spent. Should I include the money you spent on hotel rooms with your wife, Emma? Give you a full bill. After speaking, Cameron didn't sit down, but instead pointed at Space Force Commander Lucas. Tell these bastards how much we invested in the Starlink project with Max. And you still have the nerve to ask where the money went. Before he could finish, Space Force Commander Lucas immediately smiled and said, "Hey, Cameron, I think we're getting off track. We're discussing the L-Port incident, and I don't think it has anything to do with the Space Force." As he spoke, an assistant clipped a cigar, lit it, and handed it to Lucas after shaking it. Lucas took a leisurely puff and blew out a thick cloud of smoke, his hidden gaze sharp behind the haze fixed on everyone present. Everyone who had a say in the meeting had already spoken, and now silence fell over the room. "Mr. Jack is on his way. I believe he will give us clear direction." Lucas stubbed out the Cuban cigar, which he had only taken 2 puffs from, into the crystal ashtray held by his assistant, and said in a low voice, "Fuck." His voice arrived before he did. As security opened the conference room door, he strode in with disheveled blonde hair. "Who the hell called me for a meeting at 4 a.m.? Isn't it just 20 billion in supplies lost? The cargo companies don't even know yet. Our priority is to solve the problem, not to drag me out of bed at 3 a.m. to listen to you people barking," he said, taking the central seat, then shouted to his attendant behind him, "Where's my Coca-Cola?" Puss, gulp gulp, burp. "Now I don't want to hear you shifting blame with those ridiculous excuses anymore." He burped after chugging a mouthful of cola. "Lock down the entire West Coast for a thorough investigation. Board and inspect every passing ship. I don't want to hear about your 10 lost Apaches. I need you to immediately coordinate with the police in surrounding cities for personnel screening. Anyone with suspicious identities, arrest them all for interrogation. Of course, leave the interrogation to the FBI." Before he finished, the FBI director responded, "I think the NSA should participate too, to fully monitor all domestic phone signals and online communications." "Fine, do it your way." After speaking, Jack took another big gulp of cola. "As for the companies that lost their goods, they'll have the Treasury contact Wall Street. We're not footing this bill. Let that rival over there bear it. Last time we banned one of their short video apps, so many foolish people opposed it." With that, Jack downed the last of his cola and viciously crushed the can. Meeting adjourned. Everyone do your duty. Lucas, bring all your Space Force officers and come with me to Area 5-1. System. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You've earned 10 points. Balance 53. 5 points. Zhang Xiaobei, lying in bed, looked at the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had been so tired last night that he fell asleep immediately upon returning. After checking in and hearing his stomach growl in protest, he took out the delicious food he had packed from home yesterday. A serving of Mao Shui Wang and twice-cooked pork was his usual combination. Enjoying such a delicacy on a morning in New York City is truly a pleasure. When his belly was round and could hold no more, Zhang Xiaobei contentedly took out a can of cola, downed half of it to fill the gaps in his stomach, and let out a satisfied belch. He took a shower, changed into casual clothes, took a backpack from his space, and slung it over his shoulder to look like a tourist. When he went downstairs, he didn't see the front desk clerk from yesterday. She must have changed shifts. He took out his phone, opened the navigation for the location William had sent yesterday, and saw it would take a good 40 minutes to drive. In truth, Zhang Xiaobei had lost all interest in William's offer. The military base he had stumbled upon last night had already made him abandon the idea of buying a gun for self-defense. "Isn't the equipment of a reinforced battalion in my space enough for me?" he thought to himself, instantly feeling that this trip to the beautiful country had been very satisfying. He'll grab a few more things and then head elsewhere. It's not good to keep targeting one place. As Zhang Xiaobei drove lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the gate of a secluded estate. "Hello, Mr. William. This is Zhang Xiaobei, who contacted you yesterday." Parking his car at the gate, Zhang Xiaobei called William. Over the phone, William told him to hand the phone to the guard. After William's instructions, the guard respectfully saluted Zhang Xiaobei and then led the way in an electric golf cart. Wow, this big! Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but marvel at the decadence of capitalism. After driving for 10 minutes, they still hadn't reached their destination. Just how big was this estate? If not for the apocalypse, owning an estate like this would be amazing. Everyone hates capital. Why? Because they themselves are not capital. "Hey, Zhang, my friend." As soon as they met, William gave him a hug. At 182 centimeters tall, Zhang Xiaobei was still a bit shorter than William, who must have been 195 centimeters. His fair, delicate skin had a sickly pallor, and his thin lips further accentuated his ruthless demeanor. "Haha, William, finally meeting you. Daniel often mentioned you. Before I left China, he said I could contact you for anything." Zhang Xiaobei offered a few polite pleasantries, but William took them seriously. "Really? How is Daniel doing in China? It's been almost 5 years since we last met. I wonder how that bastard is doing over there." "Don't worry, since you're his friend, you can contact me for anything. Unless you've offended the military, this can solve any problem." As he spoke, William made a rubbing gesture with his fingers. "Haha, my friend, don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. Take me to see the big toys you've prepared. I can't wait." William laughed, saying that everything had long been prepared and he would not disappoint his friend. He snapped his fingers, and the butler at his side immediately bowed and straightened. "Arrange a driver. I want to take my friend to the company," he said, and led Zhang Xiaobei toward a stretched Leo Soleil's Huanying Park nearby. The butler used a walkie-talkie to summon the driver, while briskly running to open the doors for them in turn and shielding their heads. Zhang Xiaobei suppressed his questions. He had only intended to play with shooting and buy a couple of guns. Why all this ceremony? For the sake of appearances, he remained silent. Come Zhang, let's have a drink. He watched Weilian withdraw a bottle of Luomanda Candy from the armrest cooler and pour 2 glasses. Zhang Xiaobei was momentarily dazed. He had never tasted this wine, though he had seen it before. How much could I possibly spend on guns? Is this appropriate? He wondered, yet he stifled his doubts. The 2 clinked glasses and took a delicate sip. This is fine wine, Zhang Xiaobei said, already plotting to procure some later. Amid their laughter and chatter, they soon arrived at the company. Upon exiting the car, 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits and dark sunglasses quickly took their positions, enclosing the pair protectively. Such a spectacle had not appeared in either of Zhang Xiaobei's lives, let alone as a personal experience. For a moment his mind short-circuited. No, come on, he thought. Who am I to be treated like this? Am I some major client? What Zhang Xiaobei did not realize was that Weilian was already at the end of his rope. Family disputes over inheritance had driven him to desperate measures, and he urgently needed a big sale to prove himself. Besides, this person had been introduced by his old friend Danier. He must be capable, Weilian reasoned. They followed the bodyguards into the company's VIP showroom. Weilian gestured and the guards dispersed, leaving only a slightly balding, big-bearded manager behind. Mr. Zhang, welcome to Lakeside Mating, the bearded man said. Allow me to present our products to you. With that, he ushered the 2 onto an electric shuttle and began touring them through the vast 8,000 square meter VIP hall. This is the F-35, the multi-role stealth 5th-generation fighter currently in service with country Ms. Forces, he began. Its fuselage is long, its altitude and propulsion. I will not belabor the details, they are readily available. This one is the F-22, discontinued and reserved solely for military use, he continued. The fuselage. The F-16. Zhang Xiaobei listened as the balding, bearded man recited the features of each fighter as if they were household names. He was thrilled, but the staggering hundreds of millions price tags made ownership seem impossible. He maintained a blank expression and kept nodding as if entranced. Weilian furtively watched Zhang Xiaobei's face and inwardly marveled. Now that is a true VIP client. Even those from oil-rich Middle Eastern states would be ecstatic at the sight of an F-35. Yet Zhang Xiaobei remained unervingly composed. After meandering around the showroom, it was time for lunch. Weilian had reserved a private dining room in the company cafeteria so that only the 2 of them would dine together. They ate airship steaks and sipped bottles of Luomanda Candy costing over 100,000 M currency each. Zhang Xiaobei inwardly chastised his narrow thinking. No wonder this was a powerful family. Perhaps he should buy more rifles. After all, accepting such hospitality demanded reciprocation. Zhang, after seeing everything, is there anything you wish to buy? Feel free to say it. Prices are negotiable. Weilian urged. Zhang Xiaobei forced a smile and thought bitterly, where would I find the money to buy such things? An F-35 would be beyond me unless I stole one from a base. Even if I could afford it, you would never sell it. You think the military treats these matters lightly. Such operational equipment is never sold to civilians. Zhang Xiaobei, seeking a graceful exit, said, Actually, I am rather interested in the F-35 and F-22 fighters. What would their prices be? He paused deliberately, elegantly slicing a piece of steak and chewing it while inwardly shouting, Hurry, and refuse me. Weilian's brow tightened at Zhang Xiaobei's words. The 2 sat in silence for 5 minutes. Just as Zhang Xiaobei prepared to concede defeat, Weilian broke the quiet. We can do it. But transport out of the country is not on me. You will need to find a way with the forces behind you, he said. Weilian offered this compromise knowing full well the military prohibited sales. His thinking was that if the aircraft remained on domestic soil, the military would not permit its export once they discovered it. As for asking Zhang Xiaobei's backers to arrange transport, that was a lie. Weilian rationalized that as long as he accounted for the sale and the aircraft remained domestically located, he would be safe. Whether Zhang Xiaobei could smuggle it out or whether the military intercepted, it was none of his concern. If the military seized it, Weilian thought he would simply claim it as a donation to the Air Force. After all, he would have already taken the money. While Weilian pondered this, Zhang Xiaobei could no longer maintain his composure. What? This wasteful trinket, you would dare to sell it? Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed. No, that's not right. He knows the proper channels make it impossible to export an F-35, so he agrees to sell, but refuses to handle export transport. So this old fox was waiting for me all along, he muttered. Even if the military discovers it, he loses nothing. But you have crossed paths with me. Is there anything Zhang Xiaobei cannot take? Money. Not enough. No, there is no such thing. If everyone is insincere, then I will take the money and spend it where it is earned. Having resolved his thoughts, Zhang Xiaobei smiled again. Weilian, my friend, you are exceedingly generous. He continued, you have treated me well, and yet shown the utmost sincerity in offering to sell military-controlled fighters. Then as brothers I will support your venture. Give me one day. Tomorrow I will prepare a list and notify my organization to ready the cash. You understand, cash is necessary. Zhang Xiaobei wore a tiger's hide grin, intentionally invoking the idea of an organization behind him to reassure Wei-Yan, and waited with a smile that did not reach his eyes. That is perfect, cash is best. Otherwise I cannot report to the board. After all, we are not a purely commercial company, as you know, Wei-Yan said. Inwardly, he thought this fellow really must have the backing of that eastern country. He was pleased if it were a bank transfer. He could not justify it to the board. Cash was ideal. Even if the deal were uncovered, a swift denial would deflect blame. Who could prove it was me? Perhaps someone else stole them, he mused. In the pleasant atmosphere, they raised their glasses once more to toast a successful cooperation. Later, while returning to Wei-Lian's manor to retrieve his own car and head back to the hotel, night had already fallen, and it was 8 o'clock. That afternoon, Wei-Lian had personally shown Zhang Xiaobei an array of guns and rocket launchers, leaving Zhang Xiaobei itching to possess them. Stealing from a base was one thing, but buying directly from the manufacturer was far more satisfying. Lost in thought, he realized they had already driven to the hotel entrance. Lying on the bed in his room, Zhang Xiaobei began to scheme. It's the largest bank in the world, not the Federal Reserve. It just so happens to be in New York City, he muttered. Looks like a visit is in order. As Zhang Xiaobei plotted, a crooked smile creased his lips. He who does not seize what heaven bestows will suffer for it, he whispered, resolved. After bathing, Zhang Xiaobei lay on the bed sending flirtatious texts to Li Tong, waiting for his skills cool down. The system countdown read 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 5 seconds. It was already past midnight, and the thought of what he was about to do filled Zhang Xiaobei with such excitement that sleep eluded him. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have received 10 points. Balance 63. 5 points. Seeing the accumulated 63. 5 points, Zhang Xiaobei shook his head with a wry smile. With so many wonderful items in the shop, when would he ever be able to afford them? As he waited for the countdown, Zhang Xiaobei took the hotel's notepaper, tore off the hotel's name, casually scribbled something on it, and stored it in his space. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Skill refreshed. Activate X-ray vision. Activate quantization. Ding. Activation successful. As the walls began to turn transparent in Zhang Xiaobei's sight, he knew the hunt had begun. Checking the location marked on his phone's navigation, Zhang Xiaobei reached the battlefield in just 2 seconds. So close. It was incredibly close. At this moment, the entire Federal Reserve building was immersed in an eerie silence. The grayish-white building gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the midnight lights. In one of the offices, the blue glow of a computer screen illuminated the bloated face of a middle-aged analyst who was repeatedly checking a set of abnormally fluctuating data. Outside the building, powerful floodlights cast a glaring brightness upon the entire structure. The streetlights on the plaza shone quietly on the ground, deserted except for a couple of moths futilely fluttering beneath the lamps. From the direction of the underground vault came the faint sound of mechanical operations. Occasionally, a security guard would patrol the entrance, sweeping his flashlight around. The entire building exuded a frigid aura in the night, resembling both a modern Tower of Babel and a monument to the financial empire. Walking boldly through the main entrance, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the empty lobby and muttered, "Vaults are usually underground, but there's nothing within a 10-meter range. It seems it's just like that base, deeper." He pondered as he directed himself downward through the marble floor, piercing the thick concrete foundation until he encountered a steel plate a meter thick. As he passed through the steel plate, Zhang Xiaobei's view suddenly opened up. Before him, bright lights illuminated an alloy door. Seeing the multiple keyholes and complex mechanical structure, Zhang Xiaobei knew he had come to the right place. Anyone here? If not, I'm coming in. He chuckled to himself, directly passing through the 3-meter-thick alloy steel door. The moment he entered, the sight before him left Zhang Xiaobei utterly astounded. He became almost incoherent. Holy shit. It's all of it. Yellow croakers. Before him lay a literal mountain of gold. In both his lives, this was the first time he had seen so much gold. He looked up to appraise the neatly stacked gold bricks on iron shelves that were 6 meters high and covered over 100 square meters. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Some might say the shock was exaggerated, but no, it was not exaggerated at all. Imagine this, all you handsome folks, after a long day at work, you open your door and are instantly buried in gold bricks. An ordinary home is only 6 to 3 meters high, so what about a 6-meter-tall mountain of gold? Would you want it appearing in your home? Mine, it's all mine. Zhang Xiaobei had completely lost his mind. His quantized body lunged forward, but he missed and plunged straight through the mountain of gold. Fortunately, this jolted him back to his senses. He quickly walked out of the gold pile, but his heart still raced uncontrollably at the sight of the massive hoard. No, don't rush yet. Let's see if there's anything else good. His X-ray vision scanned the surroundings and spotted a nearby iron door marked with Little Mustache Country. Is this the vault of the little mustache country? Driven by curiosity, he stepped inside, but immediately lost interest. There was nothing inside, just some paper currency and government bonds. Brokius, nothing to see here. Now nothing but gold could catch Zhang Xiaobi's eye. He quickly scanned the remaining rooms, which were filled with various countries' bonds and documents. Only one room held some jewelry and trinkets. After finishing, Zhang Xiaobi gazed at the mountain of gold before him. This is the only thing that looks good. System, how much gold is here? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobi placed his hand on the shelf. Ding. The system has detected valuable items gold. Weight 6,755 tons. Exchangeable points 6,755,000 points. Holy shit. 6 billion points. The 5 million points, so I'm not points, huh? You only talk about 6 billion, not my 75 million, huh? The 5 million points, so I'm not points, huh? You only talk about 75 billion, not my 5 million, huh? Zhang Xiaobi waved his hand grandly. In the next second, the entire mountain of gold vanished into thin air. Only a note with crooked handwriting was left behind. In the vault's monitoring room of the Federal Bank, a security guard checked his watch. It was already 2:30 a.m. He said to his colleague beside him, "Hey, I'm going to do a patrol round outside. Keep an eye on the monitors." "Okay. Go ahead. I've got it covered." He chuckled and continued teasing. Where in the world is safer than the Federal Bank? Who else? Would any robber dare to come rob the Federal Reserve's vault with a stocking mask on? If they did, their country would be finished. All 155 countries in the world would immediately unite to beat them up. The guard about to go on patrol laughed and said, yeah, could he just snap his fingers and make the gold in the vault disappear? He even mimicked a snap at the monitor. Just like in the movie Now You See Me. For that snap, I'd give you a perfect 100. Hey, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? 1 second, 5 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Hey, buddy, should I send you to New York's First People's Hospital? The guard patted his colleague who was about to go on patrol. With just a light tap, the man collapsed to the floor. The guard lying on the ground finally spoke. Holy shit. Did my magic trick actually work? What the fuck? It actually worked. Witch? You must be a witch. The security guard instinctively glanced at the monitor, then frantically pointed at his fallen colleague. Quick, get up. Notify the bank manager immediately. Zhang Xiaobi, having accomplished his deed and vanished without a trace, could barely suppress the grin on his lips as he cheerfully headed back to the hotel. On the way back to celebrate his bountiful haul for the night, he casually looted every large supermarket along the route. Lying in bed, seeing that there was still an hour left before the quantization ended, Zhang Xiaobi was reluctant to let it finish so soon. An hour could accomplish so much. The moment he remembered his promise to William to prepare cash, Zhang Xiaobi immediately sprang up. He couldn't give him the gold. He was counting on it to exchange for points to level up. Driven by a surge of audacity, Zhang Xiaobi instantly got up and flew out of the hotel. Target the ATMs of major banks. Only the banknotes inside ATMs were a mix of old and new. The fresh, sequentially numbered bills just taken from the Federal Reserve Bank were definitely a no-go. Opening his phone's navigation, he typed in ATM, and a slew of nearby machines immediately popped up. Following the directions, Zhang Xiaobi chuckled to himself, then slipped into the nearest ATM. Looking at the 4 cash cassettes inside the machine, filled with a jumble of banknotes of various denominations from $1 to 100, Zhang Xiaobi instantly felt a headache coming on. System daddy. Ding. I'm here. Can the materials in the subspace be automatically sorted and counted? Ding. As long as the host's consciousness immerses itself in the space, the host is its supreme, unrivaled master. Counting and sorting are mere basic operations. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Xiaobi relaxed. As long as he didn't have to count them one by one. Otherwise, he'd really end up with cramped fingers like a reader counting money. With a thought, only 2,000 in various denominations remained in the machine. Zhang Xiaobi only needed to leave a small amount behind. If those foreigners used the ATMs to deposit and withdraw normally tomorrow, it wouldn't be discovered for a while. There were so many states and cities in the entire M country. If they noticed the ATM anomalies, how could he continue to fleece them? Staring at the 215350 beautiful dollars of various denominations now in his space, his heart remained utterly calm. Thus, that night, all 1500 ATMs in New York City fell victim to Zhang Xiaobi's plunder. When the quantization time ended, Zhang Xiaobi had just returned and laid down on his soft, large bed. Sweeping his consciousness over the mountains of banknotes piled up in his space, a profound sense of accomplishment filled him. He was a bit clumsy at first, but as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. At first, he had to consciously decide how many bills to leave behind and then sweep the rest into his space. Later, he just brushed past them, and any amount exceeding 2,000 obediently flew into the subspace. After a busy night, he took out a serving of delicious Sichuan cuisine he had brought from home. Zhang Xiaobi smacked his lips eating while directing his consciousness into the space. He controlled the piles of banknotes, rapidly stacking them. By the time he finished eating, the money was counted a total of $2,938,559,268 beautiful dollars. Nearly $3 billion. Tomorrow's fighter jet is secured. Having organized the pile of cash, Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands together like a fly, his consciousness sweeping over the 6,755 tons of gold, and began to scheme. System Daddy, come out. Exchange 6,000 tons of gold for points. Ding. Received. Ding. Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Obtained 6,000 points. Balance 6,000,063. 5 points. 1 0 2 zeros 3 zeros 4 zeros. He counted twice, staring at the unreal 8 zeros, yet they lay so realistically in the system balance. Even if he checked in for 10 points every day, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't have saved this much in 10 lifetimes. Indeed, you have to learn from him, country. Only through robbery can you get rich overnight. Smacking his lips, Zhang Xiaobei began browsing the system shop. Before, when he was poor, he didn't even dare to look at the system shop. Now that he had points, he could look boldly. System Daddy, open the exchange shop. Ding. Welcome to the exchange shop. A cerulean blue virtual projection lit up before Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. Antiviral serum, X1 50 points low-grade recovery potion, X1 100 points low-grade gene potion, X1 1000 points. Exchange for the low-grade gene potion. Seeing the gene potion, Zhang Xiaobei prioritized the exchange, as there was a high-grade gene potion stored in his system backpack that he couldn't use yet, as they had to be used in order. Ding. Exchange successful. Stored in system backpack. On the potions page, Zhang Xiaobei continued scrolling down. Medium-grade gene potion X1 10000 points. A mere 10000 points. Exchange for the medium-grade gene potion. Ding. Exchange successful. Stored in system backpack. Looking at the 3 gene potions now quietly resting in his system backpack, Zhang Xiaobei clicked to view their basic info. Low-grade gene potion slightly enhances the user's strength, speed, and vitality, limited to 1 use per person. Medium-grade gene potion greatly enhances the user's strength, speed, and vitality, limited to 1 use per person. High-grade gene potion elevates the user's strength, speed, and vitality to the peak state of their species, limited to 1 use per person. Looking at these 3 pieces of information, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head and spoke again. System, how much is a slight enhancement? How much is a great enhancement? Is there any more intuitive data? Ding. The host's current status has been digitized. Life 2672. Unforeseen circumstances may lead to premature end of life. Strength 50,100,50 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. Speed 55,100,55 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. Looking at this digitized personal status, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head. So if I die of old age, you'll only live to 72. And accidents could shorten it further. That won't do. I need to boost it now. Use the low-grade gene potion. Ding. Use successful. A warm current instantly spread from his heart through every limb and joint. It lasted only 3 seconds, then vanished. He felt a bit stronger. He opened the panel data again. Life 2680. Unforeseen circumstances may lead to premature end of life. Strength 60,100,60 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. Speed 65,100,65 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. This one vial added 8 years to my lifespan. Looking at the change data, Zhang Xiaobei instantly understood the function of the gene potion. Continue. Use the medium-grade potion. Ding. Use successful. This time the warm current emanating from his heart was noticeably different from before, lasting much longer. A full minute passed before the sensation slowly faded. He checked the system panel again. Life 26,100. Unforeseen circumstances may lead to premature end of life. Strength 80,100,80 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. Speed 85,100,85 is the host's current level. 100 is the peak human level. Crack. He clenched his hands lightly, and they immediately emitted a sound full of power. He stood up and threw a couple of mock punches in the air. Due to his increased speed, his clothes rustled loudly from the friction with the air as he punched. So the sounds in those martial arts movies are real. Jin Yong didn't deceive me. System Dad. Use the high-grade genetic agent. Zhang Xiaobei could no longer contain his eagerness to witness the pinnacle of human physical prowess. Ding. Usage successful. The bodily reaction was even more intense this time. A warm current radiated from within to every single cell. Zhang Xiaobei could distinctly feel the massive regeneration of cells within him. A sensation of being reborn. One word. Awesome. More awesome than anything else. Open the panel. Life 26,120. Unforeseen circumstances may lead to premature termination of life. Strength 100,100. 100 is the host's current level. 100 being the peak human level. Speed 100,100, 100 is the host's current level, 100 being the peak human level. Gazing at the maximized indicators, Zhang Xiaobei nodded in satisfaction. However, his contentment was short-lived as his stomach began to growl. I just ate not long ago. Hungry again. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. Your current physical condition has reached the pinnacle of the human species. Therefore, energy consumption requires more. Please replenish promptly. The system's answer clarified the reason for Zhang Xiaobei. He sank his consciousness into the space and spotted a hamburger filched from some KFC. Retrieving it, he saw the burger still steaming. Zhang Xiaobei devoured it in 3 bites, yet remained unsatisfied. Burp. Setting down his soda, Zhang Xiaobei patted his belly contentedly. Unknowingly, 5 burgers, 2 roast chickens, and 2 colas had all gone down, barely quelling his hunger. Just as he planned to rest, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for 2 transactions. Total spending 11,000 points. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrade will take 24 hours, during which the system will remain silent, and the exchange mall will be suspended. Does the host wish to upgrade? If you upgrade, can I still use my skills in space? Zhang Xiaobei asked the most pressing question. If skills in space became unavailable, now was not the right time. Skills in space are the host's private possessions and can be used normally. Hearing the system's affirmative reply, Zhang Xiaobei chose to upgrade. System, are you there? Guess it really went to upgrade. Despite being at peak human constitution, Zhang Xiaobei still felt a hint of drowsiness after his meal. I work so hard, only able to move at night. Forget it, time to sleep. Sleep? Sleep my ass. You have 5 minutes. If you're not in my office by then, don't bother coming back. Jack glared fiercely at the kneeling Federal Reserve governor. Completely bewildered, Finance Minister Xavier held the phone, unaware of what had transpired. Having just watched them argue all night at the government building, the 65-year-old Xavier could hardly endure the lack of sleep. After a busy day liaising with Wall Street, he had planned to embrace his 25-year-old new wife and display his virility, but he fell asleep after less than a minute of effort. Having finally dozed off, Xavier now ran from the 2nd floor of his villa, shedding his pajamas as he went. Quick! Jack wants to see me. Get the car. Amidst the chaos, he dressed in the shirt and tie handed by his new wife and maid. The entire villa was in an uproar, the driver, having received orders, already stood by the car with the door open. For minutes and 50 seconds later, the 65-year-old Xavier, gasping for breath, knocked on the office door. After knocking, he bent over, hands on knees, panting heavily. Get in. Hearing the voice from within, Xavier straightened up abruptly, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door with an erect posture. Hi, Mr. Jack. Upon hearing your late-night summons, I rushed over without a moment's. The Federal Reserve Bank is gone. This statement stunned Xavier. That whole building is gone. Did terrorists fly planes into it again? No matter, the vault can withstand a nuclear strike. If the building's gone, it's gone. Xavier breathed a silent sigh of relief. Losing the building was nothing. No, the building is still there. The gold is gone. His face, on the verge of tears, was etched with one word: grievance. I just wanted to oust old Deng and reclaim my position. Why does this happen to me? With that, he slapped the red button on the desk. The office door opened, and a charming secretary sashayed in, presenting a can of ice-cold Coca-Cola. Fizz. Gulp gulp. Burp. Watching the volatile Jack before him, Xavier shot a questioning glance at the kneeling governor. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, Xavier also dropped to his knees. Looking at the 2 kneeling men, get up, stop kneeling. Sit on the sofa. Let's discuss a solution now. Upon hearing this, the Federal Reserve governor knelt again. He had no idea what to do. Before his knees touched the floor, Xavier pulled him up and guided him to the guest sofa. Mr. Jack, how many people know about this? Those 2 guards, you 2 and me. What's wrong? Jack asked, puzzled, unsure of Xavier's intentions. That's good. Where are the 2 guards now? Xavier asked, slightly relieved. I've already notified the CA. The agents have probably arrested them by now, but I didn't say why. After speaking, Jack took another couple of gulps. Mr. Jack, I suggest we make those 2 guards have an accident. This matter must remain among the 3 of us. Oh, and the agents who contacted the guards. What if the guards say something? No. Whether they spoke or not, the agents who had contact must also meet with an accident. As for the vault, it's likely the work of the same group, from L-Port or aliens. What we can do now is keep it secret, act as if it never happened. As long as we say the gold is there, it will be. Xavier spoke with a sinister tone, glancing at the governor beside him. Yes, Minister Xavier is right. His eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the phone to issue orders. Within 5 minutes, the office phone rang again. After listening, he hung up, exchanged a knowing smile with Xavier, then turned a malevolent gaze on the fidgeting governor. I swear, I know nothing. I will forget this. Seeing Jack's look, the governor understood his intent. The fewer who knew, the better. Could he survive? With that thought, the 45-year-old governor dropped to his knees before the 65-year-old Xavier. My dear son-in-law, you can't watch your father-in-law die. I swear. I will keep the secret. He'll take it to my grave. I swear to God. You must believe me. Jack stared at this tangled relationship, his face a picture of utter bewilderment. Jack Xavier and the Federal Reserve Governor arrived at the vault entrance. 10 key holders unlocked it in sequence, followed by verification of the finance minister's iris and the governor's password. With a click, the massive vault door slowly swung open. Jack waved his hand, and everyone retreated along the same path, leaving the floor. The three entered the vault to inspect the scene. Where gold bars should have been piled high, there was now nothing. All three were dazed. The sharp-eyed governor spotted a white note on the floor, grew alert, and hurried over to pick it up. But the characters were crooked and illegible to him. He handed it to Jack, who had learned some Chinese as a necessary diplomatic skill. Struggling to decipher the scrawled words, he read aloud, "Borrowing a few things from you to make chicken soup. Can't repay in this life, will do so in the next. Senior Agent Pangolin." Pangolin? A spy? Jack furrowed his brow. Indeed, the thefts at El Harbor, the military base, and the Federal Reserve Bank were all the work of that one individual. Damn it. Run fingerprint analysis on this note. Reconstruct the torn portion. I want that Pangolin dragged out of the shadows within 12 hours. Not 24, but 12. Jack handed the scrap of paper to the Secretary of the Treasury, standing nearby. Only the three of us know about the Federal Reserve heist. This is too massive. If you value your lives and wish to avoid finding yourselves with a gun in your mouth at home, seal your lips as tightly as this vault door. He paused, then glanced sharply at the empty vault and its intact door. Something felt off. With a fierce tug at his golden hair, he turned and strode away without looking back. Xiao Tongzi. Daily sign-in. Zhang Xiaobei, just waking, reflexively uttered his morning ritual, only to be met with silence. Where's my system? He blinked awake, remembering it was still upgrading. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 11 a.m. With over 4 hours left until completion, he picked up the bedside phone. Hi. I'd like spicy stir-fried pork, tomato and egg soup, and braised eggplant. And 5 servings of rice, please. What? No Chinese cuisine. A 100 credit tip. If I don't see those dishes at my door within 30 minutes, you'll regret it. Zhang Xiaobei, flush with wealth in this capital-driven world, wielded money like magic, countering magic with magic. The receptionist on the other end happened to be the young woman who had rented him a car earlier. Seeing the room number flash on her screen, she instantly recognized the generous Chinese guest. After all, in her years working there, no Chinese guest had ever tipped her, let alone 100 credits, nearly a full day's wage. I'll step out to order food for a guest. Be right back. She walked straight out of the lobby, leaving her newly hired colleague staring after her, puzzled. Do we offer concierge meal ordering? First 10 F-35s, striking aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Also 10 F-22s, 10 Black Hawks, and this, 100,000 metric tons of aviation fuel, 100,000 tons of high-purity gasoline, and 300,000 tons of diesel. And this? Zhang Xiaobei stretched lazily, gazing at the 2-page equipment list, just as the doorbell chimed. Sir, your Chinese meal has arrived. A familiar voice sounded from beyond the door. Zhang Xiaobei opened it to find the golden-haired receptionist. Her eyes crinkled into crescents of mirth, standing cheerfully before him, pushing a gleaming food trolley. Our hotel doesn't serve Chinese cuisine, so I personally crossed 3 districts to secure everything you ordered. I hope you enjoy your meal. Hearing her words, Zhang Xiaobei understood her unspoken meaning and asked, how much? 18 credits, sir. The receptionist winked playfully as Zhang Xiaobei drew a thick wad of bright green 100-credit bills from his jacket. Here, you've done splendidly. Keep the difference for next time. Without counting, he handed her the entire stack, then took the trolley and wheeled it inside, closing the door behind him. Oh my God! Counting the lush green bills, 1800 in total, the receptionist moistened her lips. Truly a brilliant young gentleman. She glanced down at her own figure, then lifted her chin confidently and strode toward the elevator. After polishing off all 5 bowls of rice and every last morsel of side dishes, Zhang Xiaobei stared in astonishment at his own appetite. This enhanced physique truly makes all the difference. Rising, he studied himself in the full-length mirror, once unremarkable contours now strained against his short-sleeved shirt, chest muscles swelling into a proud sculpted arc. Striking a pose, he admired his arms, restrained yet coiled with explosive power, and grinned. Is this the pinnacle of human physical potential? He pulled out his phone and called William, arranging a meeting time and place, then grabbed his car keys and room card and headed downstairs. Passing the front desk, he saw a uniformed officer questioning the staff. Zhang Xiaobei feigned indifference, nodded politely at the golden-haired receptionist, and stepped through the revolving glass doors. As he started the engine and pulled out of the hotel parking lot, 3 police cruisers blocked his path. Hey sir, hands off the wheel. Keep them where we can see them. Produce your identification. 3 black gun barrels aimed steadily at Zhang Xiaobei. He sighed inwardly at this textbook example of American law enforcement. My ID is in my inner jacket pocket. I'll retrieve it now. Please remain calm. He feared reaching inside might trigger a fatal shot, so he spoke quickly. Sir, rest assured, You're not one of those black men. We're simply conducting routine checks. The officers lowered their weapons, slightly gesturing for him to proceed. His hand slipped into his jacket, not to fetch ID from his pocket, but to retrieve it from his spatial storage. When traveling, vital items belong nowhere safer than there. Before him, the three officers divided their roles. One kept watch, weapon raised, another scrutinized the documents. The third murmured quietly into his radio. After receiving confirmation over the radio, the trio, visibly relaxed, returned the documents to Zhang Xiaobei and waved him onward. Noticing no irregularity, he drove away. An exquisitely woven net was silently descending upon him. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Bureau of Justice, tension hung thick in the air. At the head of the table, Jack fixed his gaze on the Director of Information Security, listening intently to the briefing. Our investigation confirms identical modus operandi between last night's supermarket thefts across New York and the incident at El Harbor, definitively the work of a single perpetrator. We've cross-referenced all communications logs and voice keyword searches for both El City and New York City over those 2 nights. We've flagged over 2,000 suspects, of whom 1,800 are domestic criminal syndicates and illicit organizations. Among the remaining 242 have been verified as suspicious operatives from the Bear Nation, 15 from the Eastern Nation, and the rest, all from Zedong. Jack's brows knotted into a deep character 3 crease. Pull the call records and transcripts for those 15 Chinese nationals, immediately. Has the Director of Customs and Border Protection from the Department of Homeland Security arrived? Jack's shadowed gaze swept the room, whereupon a portly man with pockmarked skin and a pronounced belly rose, sweating profusely. I am the Director. How may I assist you, Director Jack? Jack appraised him coolly. Compile complete dossiers on every Chinese national who entered El City or New York City over the past month, not just the past week. You have 2 hours. Relief washed over the Director. Just paperwork. Though tight, 2 hours was manageable, meaning clearly no immediate crisis. Yes, Director. I'll dispatch the order immediately. He bolted from the chamber, pulling out his phone mid-stride, dialing frantically. Watching him depart, Jack continued, status on El Harbor surveillance review. Any anomalies at New York Road checkpoints? The Director of the Federal Bureau of Policing rose at once. We've re-examined every supermarket and store targeted in the thefts. No suspicious individuals were observed on site. All surveillance footage within a 5-kilometer radius of El Harbor has been reviewed. 12 persons of interest were identified and are undergoing rigorous interrogation. 5 have been cleared, 7 remain under active scrutiny. Jack listened impassively, then gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Cease these futile efforts. I am 100% certain the perpetrator is Chinese. Are you planning to form an army? William asked, looking at the list. Zhang Xiaobei had handed him a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, I want to build a space force to attack Mars. Hearing Zhang's obvious words, William rolled his eyes. As for what you intend to use it for, that's outside the scope of our cooperation. But remember our agreement, I'm only responsible for delivering the goods to the designated location within the M country. How you get them out of the country is up to your organization's capabilities. Young master, according to Mr. Zhang's list, the total comes to 10,732 billion. The assistant tossed aside the calculator that had been smoking from overuse and spoke respectfully to William. Zhang, round it off. 10.7 billion. William pondered for a moment before quoting a price, then looked at Zhang Xiaobei with an expectant gaze, thinking to himself, as long as he offers above 10 billion, he'll accept. No way. Zhang Xiaobei shook his head firmly. William's expression stiffened. Was it really too expensive? He'll give you 10.8 billion. The extra 100 million is to make a friend. Those who betray me, I give them 100 million. Understand? Applause. Zhang, aren't we already friends? William's face lit up with joy as he threw an arm around Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder, exclaiming inwardly, my God. Daniel, what kind of friend did you make in China? Give me a few more like him. Then with a grand wave of his hand, the assistant immediately understood, took 2 cigars from the cigar case he carried, clipped and lit them, then respectfully handed them to the 2 men. Zhang Xiaobei exhaled a long stream of smoke, winked at William, and glanced at the assistant. William immediately understood and dismissed the assistant. His heart stirred. Indeed, there was no free lunch. Brother William, you know I've always been generous with my friends. This is just our first collaboration. There will be many more. But I have a small piece of information I'd like to pay for your consultation. William's expression relaxed upon hearing this. Information? Oh, my friend. Not just one piece of information. Even if you asked what color underwear my girlfriend is wearing, I'd tell you. Aren't we the best of friends? Right? William raised an eyebrow at Zhang Xiaobei, who nearly choked on his cigar upon hearing this. No. I just want you to help me find out the locations of the military bases within M country. After all, you understand my organization is willing and able to pay for it. William frowned. Zhang, you know as a citizen of M country this kind of thing. A 10.8 8 billion contract plus an additional 2 billion cash paid to you personally. The condition is that you give me this information. After all, it's a trivial matter for your family, don't you think? Zhang Xiaobei exhaled another thick cloud of smoke. William looked at the face hidden within it and felt a chill in his heart. Could it be? Is your organization planning to attack a military base? Oh, no. Do you think that's possible? M country is the world's greatest superpower. Even Zhang Xiaobei felt a little sick saying this. Seeing William's conflicted expression, he upped the ante, 16 billion. If it's really not possible, forget it. They'll still pay you 8 billion for the weapons. As for the extra 2 billion, I can only apologize. By the way, let me know when the weapons are ready. They'll have the organization deliver 8 billion in cash to M country. With that, Zhang Xiaobei prepared to leave without even glancing at William. William's expression shifted constantly. 2 billion for a piece of information that didn't conflict with his interests. His family did indeed have the complete data on all military base locations, as they often needed to send people for after-sales service. Moreover, they weren't the only ones in M country doing this business. So even if there were problems, what did it have to do with him? As long as he secured this 8 billion order, his position as the next family head was basically guaranteed. And right now Charles was still doing business worth tens of millions with those terrorists. One deal from him was already 8 billion, far exceeding the family's requirements. I agree. Give me one night, and he'll compile the detailed data for you. Just as he reached the door of the private meeting room, a smile curled at the corner of Zhang Xiaobei's mouth. Without turning back, he said to William, "Tomorrow bring your people, and come with me to collect the money. Now take your people, and get to the hotel." Jack commanded Lawrence, holding the list delivered by immigration. "Yes, Mr. Jack." Watching Lawrence walk out the door, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Pangolin, let's see where you can run this time. Time rewind to 20 minutes ago in Jack's office. Comparing the documents submitted by two different departments, his expression was grim. This is the list of all Chinese nationals who arrived in L City and New York City from China within the past month, totaling about 15000 people. The director of immigration operated the tablet in his hand and continued, after removing those who stayed in L City and then transferred to other cities for visiting relatives, residence, or business travel, the remaining number is 3200. After removing those who had already left the country at the time of the incident, only 280 Chinese nationals remain in the country. Hearing this number, his expression softened slightly. What about the analysis of the handwriting, fingerprints, and paper source? He turned to look at the finance minister. I urgently sent the evidence to Columbia University. After analysis and comparison, the fingerprints on the paper were incomplete and insufficient to confirm identity. AP, who was about to curse upon hearing this, was choked back by the next sentence. But the source of the paper has been determined. Where did the paper come from? Jack's eyebrows shot up as he quickly asked. From the Amman Hotel on 5th Avenue. They are absolutely certain. Based on the paper size, it was determined that it was not torn from a regular notebook. These are custom-made specialized notepads. Moreover, at the top of the paper there was a half-torn number. After calculation, the probability of the number being 01 is 85, which coincides perfectly with the last two digits of the hotel's phone number. We sent someone to the hotel to obtain a sample for verification. It's an exact match. Furthermore, based on the alarm from the department store about the theft, we retrieved surveillance footage and found that the closer the stolen goods' disappearance time was to the Amman Hotel, the later they disappeared, although the intervals were very short. But we can still determine the trajectory. It was heading toward the Amman Hotel. Perfect. Jack slammed the red button on the desk, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Lawrence, now it's your turn. Screen the list of the remaining 2800 people for those who have stayed at the Amman Hotel. Yes, sir. Give me a moment. As Lawrence finished speaking, the office door was knocked. Upon being granted entry, the beautiful secretary entered with a tray carrying a can of cola. As usual, fizz, gulp, gulp, burp. 2 minutes later, Lawrence's beard fluttered with excitement. I've narrowed it down. Only 75 people have stayed at the Amman Hotel, and among them only 12 are currently still residing there. I've printed out the list. Please take a look, Mr. Jack. He took the list without even looking at it and slapped it hard on the table. Now restrict these 75 people from leaving the country. And Zhang Xiaobei's name was prominently on the list. Zhang Xiaobei, while driving around, was planning where to make money and cause trouble tonight. He also intended to find a warehouse to store cash for tomorrow's transaction with William. With only half an hour left until the system upgrade was complete, Zhang Xiaobei decided to act swiftly. First securing the warehouse, then quietly holing up in the hotel until evening. He pulled over by the roadside, rolled down the window, and lit a cigarette. A young boy carrying a plastic bucket and a brush hurried over to the driver's side. Sir, need a windshield cleaning service. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the boy, who seemed underage, and asked with a smile, how much? $2. $2. After the boy finished cleaning the front windshield, Zhang Xiaobei handed him two $1 bills and casually asked, do you live around here? The boy nodded affirmatively. I'm looking to rent a large warehouse nearby. The bigger the better. If you know any place, tell me, and I'll pay you for the information. Really, sir? I can take you to my classmate's place. But his parents were robbed and killed by 2 black men a week ago. Now he's all alone. Sir, I know he has a huge warehouse. We used to play soccer in there when it rained. A hint of sorrow flickered in the boy's eyes before he continued. Sir, even if you don't pay me, it's fine. But please help him. He really needs the money. You can rent the warehouse at a cheap price. Zhang Xiaobei offered the young man a cigarette. The youth took it, pulled out a match to light it, and said, "Thank you, sir. Let's go. Take me to see this warehouse. If I'm satisfied, I'll rent it." Hearing about the orphan child, Zhang Xiaobei felt a pang of empathy, recalling his own days in the orphanage. "Thank you so much, sir. I'll run ahead. You follow in the car. I won't get into I'm dirty." With that, he sprinted off, abandoning his bucket and brush by the roadside. Seeing the young man already some distance away waving back at him, Zhang Xiaobei gave a helpless smile, started the car, and followed. After turning a corner, a warehouse the size of half a soccer field came into view. The boy ran ahead shouting, "Jimmy! Jimmy! Come out!" As his voice faded, a chubby boy with slightly reddened eyes opened the door, staring at his rushing friend. "Thanks for coming to see me, Simon." The chubby boy looked timidly at the imposing Ford pickup behind him and asked hesitantly, "Is this someone from social services? Are they here to take me away?" "No, Jimmy. This man is here to rent your family's warehouse. If you have money, you can pay the inheritance tax and keep living here." "Really, Simon? You're not lying. Someone actually wants to rent my warehouse." By then, Zhang Xiaobei had parked and was surveying the warehouse before him. "That's right. I need to rent it. Aren't you going to show me inside?" Zhang Xiaobei smiled warmly at the boy. "Sure. Of course, sir. He'll take you in now." Snapping out of his daze, the chubby boy led the way to the warehouse behind the house, pushing open the rusty iron door with a creak. Sunlight streamed through a hole in the roof into the empty space. Dust particles floated freely in the beams of light, like a portal to another world. "Sir, this warehouse is a bit old, but it's still spacious." "Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with the space. Now let's talk about the price, Mr. Jimmy," Zhang Xiaobei said with a smile to the chubby boy. How long do you need to rent it?" "A year. Name your price, Mr. Jimmy." Zhang Xiaobei deliberately stretched the time, though only he knew the real reason. "I've never rented it out before, so I don't know how much to charge. But the IRS says I need to pay 20 of this property's value to keep living here. They want $27,000. But I can't come up with that. Otherwise, I'll have to go to an orphanage." The chubby boy's eyes reddened again and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Listening to the boy's story, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but marvel. In America, you never mess with the IRS. "Hey, Mr. Jimmy, do you know why I call you Mr.?" The chubby boy looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Zhang Xiaobei lit a cigarette, then offered one to the 2 boys. Jimmy shook his head, saying he didn't smoke. "Because I want you to act like a grown man. Don't cry so easily. I'm like you, an orphan too. But I believe your parents are watching you from heaven, hoping you grow up happy." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobei took a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling a wave of emotion. "All right, Mr. Jimmy, you'll take this warehouse for $3,000. But I need it for a year. Take the money, pay off the IRS, and you can keep living here. The remaining $3,000 is for hiring you to watch over the warehouse. What do you think?" With another deep drag, he flicked the cigarette butt away, sending it arcing through the air. By now, the chubby boy Jimmy was sobbing uncontrollably. "Thank you. Thank you, sir. I don't even know your name yet. You can use the warehouse as long as you want, but you don't need to pay that much. Just $27,000 is enough for me to keep the house. I can't take the extra $3,000. Watching over the warehouse is the least I can do." Seeing how mature the chubby boy was, Zhang Xiaobei smiled gently and pulled 3 stacks of $100 bills from his pocket. "Call me Zhang Xiaobei. Mr. Jimmy, count it. This is $3,000. I said take it, so take it. If you don't, I won't rent the warehouse." Then he slipped a $100 bill into Simon's shirt pocket and said, "This is your tip, well earned." He opened the car door, started the engine, and while the 2 boys were still stunned, executed a perfect spin on the grass to turn the truck around. "Hey, buddy, take care of yourself and my warehouse. They'll bring people to pick up stuff tomorrow. Stay inside and don't come out." With that, he floored the accelerator, leaving the 2 boys standing there bewildered. Doing good deeds really pays off. "It makes me happy." Zhang Xiaobei sped all the way back to the hotel, humming a tuneless song, his mood inexplicably lifted. In the hotel parking lot, just as he parked, he saw a red Buick in the next space roll down its window and wave at him. The truck's high chassis made it hard to see who was in the low sedan. He turned off the engine, got out, and closed the door with a fluid motion. Glancing at the red car, he was about to ignore it when he suddenly stopped. The front desk lady. Puzzled, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the warm-hearted beauty, bent down to the window, and asked why she had waved. "Mr. Zhang, I know you're a generous and kind man. I just got off my shift and was about to head home. I wanted to call you, but I don't have your number." The blonde front desk clerk continued anxiously. "Several government departments have been at the hotel checking on Chinese guests, including you. Several Chinese people have already been taken away. I heard you weren't in your room, and the CIA has already searched it. You must stay safe. God bless you. Zhang Xiaobei listened, his expression unchanged, and slipped a $100 bill into her car. Thank you, but don't worry. It's probably just a routine check. Aren't you off work? Go home now. Don't linger. The front desk clerk understood immediately and quickly drove out of the parking lot. Watching the red Buick's taillights fade into the distance, Zhang Xiaobei narrowed his eyes. How they're quick on the draw. Little system check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. As the system has upgraded to level 2, the check-in reward points have been upgraded, granting 100 points. Balance 599989163. 5 points. Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaobei, having observed the upgraded system, first completed the mandatory tasks, and then inquired again, what exactly did you upgrade? Ding. Upgraded check-in point rewards. Ding. Optimized current exchange mall items. Ding. Optimized multi-category channels for exchange points. Ding. The condition for the next upgrade is to consume 100 points. Listening to the system's prompts in his mind, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the upgrade conditions with some speechlessness. Level 1 to level 2 costs 10,000 points. I won't complain about that. But level 2 to level 3 requires 10 million. Is this right? He muttered a few words, glanced at his balance, and realized it seemed nothing was wrong. Opening the system's exchange mall, he saw a new option labeled New Arrivals. Clicking on it, he read, Antiviral Serum Formula 10000 points. Gene Lock Breakthrough Potion 8000 points. Super Gene Potion 1000 points. Salamander Gene Potion 5000 points. Why does the Gene Lock Breakthrough Potion cost 8000? Looking at this rather expensive potion, Zhang Xiaobei questioned the system. Ding. Due to the genetic limitations of biological species, the current host has reached the peak of human genes. This potion can break through the limits of human genes, opening a new world for the body. Hence the price is 8000 points. So what effects do the Super Gene Potion and the Salamander Gene Potion have? Ding. The Super Gene Potion can permanently double the host's physical indicators, usable only once per person. Ding. The Salamander Gene Potion allows the user to regenerate limbs, even if only the head remains, though the time varies, depending on the severity of the injury. If the head is completely gone, it results in total death. So if I don't buy the Gene Lock Breakthrough and directly buy the Super Gene Potion, wouldn't I double my abilities? As he thought this, the system immediately issued a warning. Ding. Without unlocking the Gene Lock, the Super Gene Potion cannot be used. Sigh, but who cares, I have plenty of points. They'll take one of each. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful exchange. Consumed 1400000 points. Remaining balance 598589163. 5 points. Looking at the 3 potions quietly resting in the system inventory, Zhang Xiaobei suppressed the urge to use them. Glancing at the eerily quiet hotel entrance in the distance, he drove straight out of the parking lot and merged back into traffic. At a mobile KFC restaurant, he bought 100 yuan worth of high-calorie fast food, stored it in his space, and then returned to the warehouse he had just rented. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on Jimmy's door, and a tense, childish voice soon came from inside. Who's there? It's me, Jimmy. I might need to stay at your place tonight. Opening the door, Jimmy, wearing thick oven mitts, saw Zhang Xiaobei, who had just left a short while ago, and broke into a bright smile. Please come in. Stay as long as you like. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the cozy little room. Jimmy, looking a bit uneasy, spoke up. Mr. Zhang, would you like to join me for dinner? I just made something, though it might not taste great. Oh, what's the good stuff? Zhang Xiaobei curiously eyed the smoking frying pan. Oh, my potatoes. The chubby Jimmy rushed to turn off the stove. Oh no, looks like dinner is ruined. Jimmy's face fell, and he scratched his hair apologetically. Haha, no worries. I happened to grab some food on the way. Saying this, Zhang Xiaobei stepped outside, opened the car door, and while turning his back, retrieved a large bag of burgers and fried chicken. Look what I've brought. Kicking the car door shut with his foot, Zhang Xiaobei walked towards the house, proudly shaking the KFC bag in his hand at Jimmy. Wow. At Jimmy's exclamation, the two walked to the dining table. Zhang Xiaobei laid out the burgers, fried chicken, fries, and popcorn chicken one by one. Come on, help yourself, don't be shy. Zhang Xiaobei picked up a piece of fried chicken, tore off a drumstick, and handed it to Jimmy. Jimmy wiped his hands on his shirt a couple of times before eagerly taking it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. All right, no need for Mr. Zhang, it's too formal. Just call me bro from now on. I'm not that much older than you. Can I really? The chubby boy looked nervously at the kind man before him. Why not? Come on, let's dig in. It'll get cold if we wait any longer. With that, Zhang Xiaobei took a big bite of the fried chicken, munching away contentedly. Jimmy also burst into happy laughter. Haha, bro, slow down, you've got grease all over your lips, ha. Under the dim light of the dining room, the two kindred spirits exchanged a knowing smile. The aroma of food wafted through the air as if a ray of sunshine had suddenly pierced through the gloom of the little boy's life. After dinner, in a shower lying on the bed in the guest room, Zhang Xiaobei felt a wave of emotion as he looked at the fresh sheets and bedding the chubby boy had prepared for him. I hope you guys stir things up soon so I can get some attention. System, what is this multi-category channel for exchange points? Having not yet fully examined the updated functions, Zhang Xiaobei, now comfortably lying in bed, questioned the system. Ding. Previously, only gold-type items were available for exchange. After the upgrade, exchange for all categories of metal items has been enabled. So any metal item can be exchanged. Ding. That's right. Picking up a stainless steel ashtray from the bedside, Zhang Xiaobei asked, can this be exchanged? Ding. Detected low-quality stainless steel, weight 30 grams. Can be exchanged for 0.0001 points. Does the host wish to proceed? Forget it. What about this? He then took out a box of pure copper 7.62mm bullets from his space and asked the system. Ding. Detected copper with 85 purity, weight 800 grams. Can be exchanged for 0.2 points. Does the host wish to proceed? Seeing this exchange rate, Zhang Xiaobei decided it wasn't worth it. Exiting the system, he glanced at his phone. 845. System, remind me 30 minutes before the skill refresh. Ding. Understood. Knock knock knock. Reporting. Enter. A dignified voice came from the office behind the solid wood door. Report, Minister Wang. This is the list just received from country M restricting the departure of 75 of our citizens. Currently 63 have been illegally detained by the CIA. The personal safety of these 63 individuals is not guaranteed, and we have no way of knowing their specific situation. After conducting background checks on the 75 people on the list, 3 are organization members. Of the remaining 72, 2 have a history of DUI detention, and 1 has a record of detention for picking quarrels and provoking trouble. The rest are ordinary citizens. Listening to the report, Wang, the white-haired Minister of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia, furrowed his brow deeply. What is the purpose of restricting their departure? And where is the public notice regarding the CIA detentions? Currently, the M country government has not given any response. According to information from our sources, it is likely related to the theft of materials from the large shopping mall in New York City and El Port. Wang Yi's brow remained tightly knit as he quickly scanned all the names on the list. Notify all national media and all foreign media stationed in Huaxiao immediately. A Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference will be held promptly at 9:30. Time arrived at 9:30. Amid a flurry of camera shutters, Wang Yi walked to the dark blue backdrop of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs podium. He pressed his hands down, signaling for silence. Recently, the M country government has unreasonably restricted 75 Huaxia citizens from leaving the country and illegally detained 63 of them. Regarding this matter, Huaxia hereby makes a public announcement to the world. Our side expresses strong indignation and firm opposition to M country's baseless restriction of Huaxia citizens from leaving the country and its implementation of illegal detentions. M country's actions seriously violate international law and basic norms of international relations. They are a gross violation of human rights and a deliberate sabotage of political and cultural exchanges between our two countries. The Huaxia government attaches great importance to the legitimate rights and interests of its overseas citizens. We hereby lodge a solemn representation with M country demanding an immediate halt to this unreasonable suppression, the release of all illegally detained Huaxia citizens, and the guarantee of their fundamental human rights and personal dignity. Our side will take all necessary measures, including, but not limited to, the deployment of military force to resolutely defend the legitimate rights and interests of Huaxia citizens. If M country continues to act willfully, our side will inevitably take resolute countermeasures, and all consequences shall be borne by M country. Awakened by the incessant ringing in his mind, Zhang Xiaobei opened his eyes with a hint of confusion. You kept dinging just to wake me up. Little system check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have earned 100 points. Balance 5985892663. 5 points. After checking in, he picked up his phone and saw over 100 unread messages. Zhang Xiaobei was bewildered. It took him 5 minutes to grasp what had happened. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs had directly published the list of detained individuals, and Zhang Xiaobei's name was clearly among them. All his acquaintances had sent concerned messages asking where he was and whether he was safe. Among them, Li Tong had sent the most. I just woke up. I'm fine for now, staying at a friend's place. He sent a safety report to Li Tong, then opened Douyin and checked the trending list. The top entry was the Foreign Ministry's statement. After reading the statement, Zhang Xiaobei felt secretly delighted. Finally, he had caught the attention of the higher-ups. If he had foolishly gone to the authorities and claimed he knew the apocalypse was coming, he would likely have been locked up in a mental hospital. Only through inexplicable events could he draw their attention. System. Use the gene lock breakthrough potion. Ding. Usage successful. In an instant, Zhang Xiaobei felt every cell in his body undergo shattering and reassembly. Though painless, it gave him a tingling sensation, like countless ants crawling over his skin. Ding. As the host has broken through the limits of human genes, the current apocalypse virus is now ineffective against you. Within just 2 minutes, the sensation came and went. He glanced at his data panel: life 26121, strength 101100, speed 101100. 80,000 points, just added 1 point each. Ding. As the host has broken through the limits of human genes, the current apocalypse virus is now ineffective against you. Zhang Xiaobei pouted, expecting earth-shattering changes, but only found that his stats had barely exceeded the threshold, along with a virus serum worth 50 points. Yet in ways unseen, his life essence had undergone a profound transformation. Zhang Xiaobei was no longer within the realm of ordinary humans. Use the super gene potion. Ding. Usage successful. With the system's prompt, a warm current spread from his heart throughout his body. Zhang Xiaobei, who had been groggy from just waking up, suddenly jolted alert. When the sensation faded, he looked at his data panel: life 26242, strength 202100, speed 202100. Wow, it really doubled. Standing by the bed, Zhang Xiaobei felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. He opened the window, and a cold wind blew in, but he felt no chill. He threw a casual punch into the air, producing a faint sonic boom. Am I still human? Muttering to himself, he used the salamander gene potion. This time he felt nothing. Perplexed, he asked the system, did it work? Ding. Host, don't doubt the system's products. If you don't believe me, try stabbing yourself with a knife. Sensing the system's displeasure, Zhang Xiaobei shrugged. All right, let's try. He retrieved a military spike from Subspace. Not daring to stab himself, he lightly sliced his finger. The imagined gash did not appear. Is this blade unsharpened? Ding. The host's physical condition has fully surpassed human limits. Please use more force. Zhang Xiaobei. He picked up the spike again, using half his strength, and slashed his finger fiercely. Blood immediately welled up, but in the next second, before the wound could dry, tiny granulation tissues visibly grew rapidly, followed by swift epidermal cell division. A wound that had opened a second ago healed in the next instant. Holy crap. Awesome. Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed. Could he become a superhuman like those in stories? Ding. Skills will refresh in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ding. Refreshed. Activate all functions. As he spoke, the walls of the room in his vision became transparent, revealing Jimmy sleeping soundly with a pillow in his arms. Good night, little fatty. This time Zhang Xiaobei held nothing back. His first stop was City F. He raided all bank ATMs, underground vaults, and every supermarket and shopping mall along the way. Countless banknotes of various denominations, clothes, pre-packaged food, purified water, daily necessities, and electronic devices were all swept into his subspace. Even the gas stations he passed were not spared. In just 20 minutes, Zhang Xiaobei, now quantized, scoured the entire City F like a plow, making all supplies vanish from this dimension. The second stop, City H, was cleared in another 20 minutes. Glancing at the growing pile of supplies in his subspace, Zhang Xiaobei set his sights on the next target, Washington. Besides banks, ATMs, large malls, supermarkets, and roadside gas stations, Zhang Xiaobei spent an extra 5 minutes visiting the National Gallery of Art. All meticulously preserved artifacts and world-renowned paintings were swept away. Gazing at the stacked works of Da Vinci, Van Gogh, Monet, and other famous artists in his subspace, Zhang Xiaobei smirked eerily. These worthless trinkets can't compare to our Chinese artifacts that have endured millennia. A bunch of old paintings, perfect for kindling when the extreme cold arrives. Looking at the empty gallery, his gaze turned westward, and he set off once more. Third stop, City L, cleared in 12 minutes. Fourth stop, City N, cleared in 20 minutes. Fifth stop, City G, cleared in 20 minutes. In the government building, the conference room was as bright as daylight. Damn it, that ghost has struck again. CIA Director Reagan was roaring at a room full of high-ranking department heads. He doesn't give a damn about us. Yeah, fuck, that bastard. The reports from City G have come in. My God, how did he travel from City F to City G 800 kilometers away in just over an hour? And he looted every city along the way. Everyone stop. Shut your mouths. Jack, seated at the head, spoke up. He had just received warnings and protests from over there and had yet to respond when, at the same time, late at night, that damned pangolin struck again. The East has filed a protest and even plans to deploy military forces to protect their people. Come on, how do we respond to this? Jack's eyes were bloodshot, whether from exhaustion or anger at the pangolin. Mr. Jack, I think we shouldn't respond hastily. After all, as the world's largest economic and military power, a mere China. Before he could finish, Security Secretary Hasten was interrupted by CIA Director Reagan. Hasten, have you lost your mind? Why not respond? Do you want to see our country turned upside down while we provoke trouble internationally? Do you realize how much panic our citizens will wake up to tomorrow? They go to the supermarket to buy some damn steak for lunch, only to be told the supermarket is gone. Not just one store, The entire city is gone. Think about how you'll explain this to all citizens. After speaking, Reagan took a sip of water to moisten his throat, then addressed Jack again. Sir, after confirmation, this ghost is currently ravaging our people, which indirectly proves that the 63 individuals we detained have no motive. Instead of clashing with China, why not release the detainees and show goodwill to avoid conflict? Jack's face darkened. Reagan, your loyalty is wavering. No, Commander, you misunderstand my meaning. Reagan, listening to Jack, quickly explained, the people we captured are being held in a CIA detention center, which proves they are indeed innocent. It would be better to release them first to alleviate pressure from China. But we should focus all our efforts on the remaining 12 who have not been caught. I believe that among these 12 the ghost is definitely there. As long as we can root him out, what does it matter if we bow our heads to China for now? As long as we can uncover the mysterious ability he possesses, or even replicate it, what is this minor loss? As he spoke, a fervent gleam appeared in Reagan's eyes. With this power, I believe we will surely make America great again. Jack's eyes flickered as he pondered briefly. You are right. These 63 are worthless to us now. Go respond to them. Tell them we are willing to release the 63 captured individuals. But we have not caught the other 12. We can only release those we have. Those we haven't caught are not our concern. After speaking, he instructed CIA Director Reagan again, contact the State Department and get in touch with China. Ask them to cooperate and provide information on the remaining 12 so we can verify them. As long as there are no issues, we will clear their names and release them as soon as possible. Tell them this is for the good of both sides. Ask them to provide the information on the 12 as soon as possible. Also, I need you to have the FBI cooperate with you and dig out all 12 of them. Even if they are hiding 500 meters underground, I want these 12 rats found. I will personally participate in their interrogation. I will personally speak to these 63. At this moment, Foreign Minister Wang, he was on the phone with the Foreign Minister of the country. Good. No problem at all. We have already had friendly consultations with these 63 citizens. We will bear all the consequences and losses caused by this incident. I will arrange for them to speak with you shortly. Hearing the tone of submission on the other end of the line, Wang, he showed no mercy. Besides releasing them, I demand that you lift all travel restrictions on them. Allow them to leave country safely. The 63 are not a problem, but we have not verified the remaining 12, so they cannot be released yet. There is no other way. Please don't make things difficult for me. This is Mr. Jack's order. After all, we haven't found them yet. Wang Yi's expression turned cold on the other end of the line. While it was good to get the 63 home safely, he could not abandon the remaining 12. I hope you can find these 12 as soon as possible and repatriate them safely. Not one of our citizens will be left behind. After saying this, Wang Yi hung up the phone. Picking up another red phone on the desk, he spoke directly without dialing. Issue a public statement that the 63 detained by country have been successfully released under our pressure. 12 others remain unaccounted for, and authorities have not detained them. Ask their relatives and friends in the country to try to contact them. Once contacted, tell them to seek refuge at the embassy, and we will arrange for their return home promptly. Zhang Xiaobei, floating above City G, watched the police cars swarming through the city as if admiring his own masterpiece. With less than 10 minutes of quantized time remaining, Zhang Xiaobei chose to return. Although the zero-cost shopping was exhilarating, the time limit forced him to stop. Wait for me, it'll continue tonight. With that, he took off and flew towards New York. A minute later, back in his room at the Aman Hotel, Zhang Xiaobei intended to retrieve his luggage. But as he approached the hotel, he saw over 10 vehicles idling at every entrance and exit. Oh, still waiting for me. He controlled his descent back to his room and immediately spotted hidden cameras and listening devices in every corner. Glancing at the surrounding rooms, he saw FBI agents in uniform inside. Unconcerned, Zhang Xiaobei checked his suitcase and found a tracker hidden in the hollow tube of the handle. He nonchalantly picked it up and put it away. Talk to my subspace if you have anything to say. Just then, the sound of a door opening and a flurry of footsteps came from the adjacent room. The hotel door was kicked open, accompanied by a shout, FBI, hands up. Staring at the empty room before them, the agents who had just entered were incredulous. The tracking signal just vanished. Where's the suitcase? Where is it? Quick, find it. Watching them, Zhang Xiaobei sneered inwardly. Fine. Laying a trap for me, are you? They'll give you another big surprise. He then flew out of the hotel room, looked at the Statue of Liberty standing on the nearby coast, and smirked. Quite a unique piece, isn't it? Back at little fatty Jimmy's house, Zhang Xiaobei lay in bed, but felt no sleepiness at all. After this massive haul of supplies and long journey, he usually felt tired and drowsy, but today he was unusually alert and energetic. Probably because I broke through my genetic limits, he muttered. Lying in bed, he sank his consciousness into the subspace, gazing at the mountain of supplies, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Especially the Statue of Liberty, standing there. Zhang Xiaobei grinned widely. Wouldn't it be funny to send it to the government building? Looking at the pile of colorful cash, Zhang Xiaobei was also taken aback by the sheer volume. This time he didn't leave any cash in the ATM machines, but cleaned them all out. Since he was already exposed, what difference did it make whether he left some or not? He used his consciousness to sort and stack the cash, tallying the total 35278153082 currency. Robbing the vaults of various banks tonight really made a difference in the haul. Clicking his tongue, Zhang Xiaobei opened the system exchange shop again, skipped over items he couldn't afford due to insufficient level, and looked at the robot category. Solar-powered nanobot swarm drones, 50 units per pack, 50,000 points. System. Buy. Earthdigger robot, 1,000 points. System. Buy. Buy 10. Ding. Post purchase successful. Total consumption for these two items, 6,000 points. Remaining points, 597989263. 5 points. Ding. Consumption progress reached 2,000 points. Remaining points required for system upgrade, 8,000 points. Keep spending. Looking at the robots in his system inventory, Zhang Xiaobei examined them. The Earthdigger robot was a squat, sturdy track machine, only 5 meters tall, 2 meters wide, with a flat hexagonal structure. Yellow and black hazard stripes adorned its armored shell, and a rotatable alloy drill tower was mounted on its back. Its energy source was a micro-controlled nuclear fusion battery with a continuous operational lifespan of 100 Earth days. When the energy was depleted, the battery could be replaced for 3,000 points. Looks like a real workhorse, not bad. The solar nanobot swarm drones were the polar opposite, each only 1 centimeter in size, with an unremarkable appearance that was easy to overlook. The perfect tool for surveillance, and it can even charge itself. He casually released the drone swarm to patrol a 2-kilometer radius around him. A virtual screen appeared before him showing 50 different sets of night vision footage, some from tree branches, some from rooftops, and even from streetlight poles. The surveillance feeds from various angles gave Zhang Xiaobei a strong sense of security. The remaining items in the system exchange shop were either locked due to insufficient level or too conspicuous to use now. Zhang Xiaobei stretched lazily, pulled out his phone, and saw it was already 5:30 a.m. He sent a message to William, "I've got the money ready. Just waiting for your signal. Vivo Vivo." The morning in New York City was destined to be extraordinary, with police sirens blaring through the streets and alleys like headless flies darting about in chaos. The vanished Statue of Liberty had plunged the entire city into turmoil. It must be aliens, a luck will never favor him country again. The streets were filled with marching protesters and chaotic crowds, yet the same phrase spread unanimously among them. Zhang Xiaobei, awakened by William's phone call, sent him a location and instructed him to bring more transport vehicles. After all, 16 billion wasn't something that could be hauled away by just 10 or 20 trucks. Stepping out of his room, he knocked on the chubby kid's door. Jimmy, with a mop of messy hair, yawned as he opened it. "They'll have a friend coming over later to pick up something from the warehouse. Stay in your room and don't go out." "Okay, bro, no problem. I can read in my room." Zhang Xiaobei smiled and ruffled the chubby kid's head, then stepped out and opened the trunk of his SUV. From a spot out of the kid's sight, he retrieved a large bag of snacks, burgers, and fries from his space, along with a brand new unsealed tablet. "Here, take this. Play some games in your room, and I've got you some snacks too." Zhang Xiaobei shoved the snacks packed in a large plastic bag, and the tablet, all just taken from his space, into Jimmy's hands just as his phone rang again. Seeing William's name on the caller ID, Zhang Xiaobei made a shushing gesture to the chubby kid and answered the call. "Hey buddy, it'll be at the location you sent in about 10 minutes. The containers I arranged will follow shortly. I've brought some red wine. We can have a drink together first." William's voice on the phone was a bit rushed, as if he couldn't wait to see that 16 billion. "Haha, no problem. I just got here too. Everything's ready. Ooh, just come on over." After hanging up, he said a quick goodbye to the chubby kid, and seeing him lock his door obediently, Zhang Xiaobei headed out to the warehouse. He checked the warehouse, once more confirming there were no cameras. With a sweep of his hand, he retrieved $16 billion from his subspace, stacking the warehouse so full that only a narrow path remained for passage. Using his consciousness, he directed the drone swarm to expand its surveillance range from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. On one of the surveillance screens, he saw a Maybach speeding toward him. Zhang Xiaobei calmly closed the warehouse door, walked to his off-road vehicle, opened the door, and sat inside to wait for William's arrival. Beep beep. With a honk, a black and gold two-tone Maybach pulled up steadily beside the off-road vehicle. As Zhang Xiaobei opened his door, the Maybach's driver was also opening the door for William. The two strode quickly toward each other, exchanged a hug, and then engaged in polite pleasantries. "Oh, my brother. It's truly a joy to see you again. And who isn't? Come on, let me show you the money that's about to be yours." With that, Zhang Xiaobei and William, arms around each other's shoulders, headed toward the warehouse. "Have you heard? M country is being targeted by aliens." On the way to the warehouse, William blurted out nonsensically, "Oh, aliens. Are there really aliens in this world?" Zhang Xiaobei feigned ignorance, a puzzled look on his face, playing along. Just in the 2 days since you placed your order, all of M country, starting with the disappearance of containers from L port, then the vanishing of goods from various supermarkets, and last night the banks and ATMs in 5 cities were almost entirely cleaned out. Who else but aliens could pull that off? William's face was full of longing. If I had the chance, I'd really like to meet this alien. Zhang Xiaobei was baffled. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like an alien to you? Do you really think there are aliens in this world? Zhang Xiaobei joked casually, but William's response sent a chill down his spine. Why wouldn't there be? Some of the weapons projects that Area 51 collaborates with my family on, though they never say it outright, the key technologies provided have unknown origins. Definitely not from Blue Star. William emphasized the words unknown origins. Zhang Xiaobei's mind suddenly went blank. There really are aliens. All right, enough about that. Open the warehouse. I can't wait to smell that damn intoxicating scent of $. Standing before the warehouse door, William patted Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. A forced smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Right, none of that matters now. First, take a look at the 16 billion that's about to be yours. Creak. The bearings, unable to bear the weight of the iron door, let out a harsh metallic screech. As the door swung open, dust swirled wildly in the sunlight. Behold, brother. This is what's about to be yours. Even William, who had seen his share of grand spectacles, was momentarily stunned. After all, few people in a lifetime ever witnessed 16 billion piled up together. A warehouse half the size of a football field packed to the brim. Oh, my God, that damn intoxicating scent of ink. William picked up a stack of bills, flipping through them, pressing his nose close to savor the unique smell of money. Brother, no need for that. It's all yours. Once the deal is done, you could even make a bed out of these bills and sleep on it every night. Zhang Xiaobei teased, watching William's antics. Give me a location and he'll have everything you need ready within 3 hours. I can't wait to take what's mine. The mountain of $. Reflected in William's eyes. An abandoned farm in CR City spanning over 300 acres was now cordoned off. Countless container trucks and various fighter jets roaring through the sky were converging on the site. Zhang Xiaobei and William, shielding their hair, descended from the helicopter. Hey brother, look. All of this is yours. William smoothed his hair tousled by the rotor wash and gestured toward the dusty farm before them. Arms around each other's shoulders, the two climbed atop a tank and stood there watching the vehicles and aircraft coming and going. Thank you, William. They'll notify the organization tonight to pick up the goods they ordered. Zhang Xiaobei forced a calm smile, but William sneered inwardly at his words. Can you really take them away? When I applied for the flight routes to transport these fighters on such a large scale, both Congress and the military took notice. Customs enforcement is probably lurking nearby by now. William looked at the Eastern man beside him with a complex gaze, silently wishing him luck. Report. I think I've spotted that wanted Chinese man. A police officer was reporting to the precinct via radio. Over the past 2 days, they had memorized the names and photos of the 12 wanted Chinese nationals by heart. In the dragnet laid out across M Country, 11 had been captured, leaving only one, Zhang Xiaobei. The young officer, excited, reported into the radio, thinking this promotion is mine. Are there conditions for an arrest? What is he doing right now? Hearing the reply from the radio, the young officer replied helplessly, probably not. They're in the middle of a bunch of planes and tanks. It looks like an arms deal, but I'm not sure. It's a security detail arranged by Lockheed Martin through the military. As the young officer finished speaking, the command came from headquarters. Good work. Try to take some close-up photos and send them back. Keep tracking him, see where he goes. Remember to switch cars and keep your location sharing on. We'll have someone from the CIA contact you. Keep your line open. This is what you asked for. William mysteriously handed Zhang Xiaobei a USB drive. The specific location details are all inside. From this moment on, I will never admit this came from me, understand? Having said that, William no longer looked at Zhang Xiaobei and continued directing the scene. All right, everything you need is right here. William pointed at the torrent of metal before them and patted Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. The two exchanged a smile before boarding the helicopter, setting off, once more, toward the warehouse filled with cash. The police officer who had just been ordered to tail Zhang Xiaobei watched the helicopter ascend and then glanced at his own car. I'm supposed to chase a helicopter. The chubby Jimmy stared at the convoy of container trucks departing from his warehouse, 3 question marks popping up over his head. All right, Jimmy, no need to watch. I've finished my business here. The warehouse is still yours from now on. I hope your life keeps getting better. Zhang Xiaobei gave Jimmy a hug and ruffled his hair again. Oh, and I left a gift for you in the warehouse. Hope it helps. Go on, go check it out. Bro, are you leaving? The chubby boy's eyes dimmed slightly as he looked down at his shoes. Haha, everyone has to live their own life. Remember, stock up on some food at home. ITLL, do you good? With that, he urged the chubby boy to go see the gift. Watching Jimmy head toward the warehouse, Zhang Xiaobei let out a soft sigh. Take care. Satellite has locked on. William's helicopter finally landed in Fairview Town on the outskirts of New York, notifying nearby officers and the Bureau to move in for the arrest immediately. CIA agents are already en route. Remember, we need him alive. He must be hiding a huge secret. The order traveled from the government building to the street-level officers in just 3 minutes. The most efficient operation in M country's history. So many cop cars. Zhang Xiaobei watched the chubby boy enter the warehouse as the system alerted him drone swarm surveillance detected 15 police vehicles rapidly approaching. The police cars in the feed were speeding, kicking up clouds of dust on the gravel country road. They're fast. Zhang's obvious gaze turned cold as he strode toward the warehouse. Jimmy, he called out loudly but got no response, so he quickened his pace. Inside, the chubby boy stood dumbfounded, staring at the neatly stacked 1 million M currency. No time. Listen, I have to take the money. Someone's after me. From now on, you don't know me. They'll find a way to get the cash to your room tonight. Whatever those cops ask you later, say you don't know me, got it? Zhang Xiaobei shook Jimmy's shoulders, his firm grip sending a slight sting through the chubby boy. Okay, they'll do as you say. But bro, what's going on? Why are they after you? No time to explain. Go. Get back to your room. Zhang Xiaobei didn't answer Jimmy's question, instead pushing him toward his quarters. Whatever happens, stay inside, lock the door, and don't come out. Before he could finish, the urgent wail of sirens, Vivo Vivo, already echoed in the distance. Quick, get back. Zhang Xiaobei grabbed the chubby boy and sprinted toward the house in a flash. Without another word, he dashed back out, opened the car door, and started the engine just as police cars roared into view at the nearby intersection. FBI, put your hands up. Get out of the car. Before the cars had even fully stopped, an agent shouted from the window and fired 2 shots into the air. Zhang Xiaobei remained calm, unhurriedly lighting a cigarette. Then he opened the door and stepped out with his hands raised. Turn around. Put your hands on your head. Get down. 6 burly men in uniforms aimed their guns at Zhang Xiaobei. Yet he still took a calm drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. I'm right here, not going anywhere. No need to be nervous. Watch your trigger fingers. He shrugged his shoulders, signaling his surrender. As all 15 police cars emptied and the officers advanced slowly, Zhang Xiaobei remained utterly composed. Hey, all this fanfare just for little old me. I'm truly honored. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. In that split second, just as every officer and FBI agent let their guard down, convinced Zhang Xiaobei couldn't stir up any trouble. Everyone felt the sky suddenly darken. An officer at the rear looked up curiously and shouted, "Oh, shit, what is that?" The cry drew the attention of all agents, who looked up at the sky. Zhang Xiaobei, however, curled his lips into a smirk, tilting his head upward with the smile of a dragon king. Time to drop some containers from the sky. As the agents stood dumbfounded, a rain of shipping containers fell freely, as if they cost nothing. Oh my god. No. My leg. Help. Chaotic cries and wails erupted instantly. Behind the window, the chubby boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how baffling Zhang's obvious actions were, or where the containers materialized from, it simply didn't matter to him. As long as his brother could escape safely, the details were irrelevant. Awesome, bro. Smash those bastards trying to catch you. Hearing the chubby boy shout from inside, Zhang Xiaobei smiled and turned to signal him. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out abruptly. Zhang Xiaobei, who had just turned to nod at the chubby boy, felt his legs go weak and collapsed to his knees. Haha, try running now. The CIA will be here any second. An FBI agent, his lower body pinned under a container, propped himself up with one arm and raised his gun with the other, the barrel still smoking. Get down and surrender now. Don't think we want shoot to kill. The FBI agent barked again. Is that all you've got? As the words left his mouth, the salamander gene, head 1 from the lottery, began to repair itself automatically. A warm current flowed through his legs, and the numbness that had seized them faded rapidly. Within 3 seconds, Zhang Xiaobei felt as good as new. Aside from a lingering ache, there was no discomfort. Just as he was about to stand, a plump figure blocked his way. Bro, run. They'll hold them off. Go. Unaware of the situation, the chubby boy only knew Zhang Xiaobei had been shot and wanted to protect him. His clumsy frame perfectly shielded Zhang Xiaobei from further gunfire. I'm fine. Come on, get back inside. Be good. With that, Zhang Xiaobei stood up, gently pushed Jimmy aside, and pulled an M4 from his spatial storage, advancing toward the agent like a demon. Watching Zhang Xiaobei rise and walk toward him despite being shot in the legs, the FBI agent who had fired the shots was utterly incredulous. No, impossible. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out, and the FBI agent's gun clattered to the ground. You're not human. You're a devil. You dodged bullets. The terrified agent scrambled to pick up his gun and fired again in disbelief, emptying the magazine until the firing pin clicked hollowly. Only then did fear truly take hold. Every bullet he fired was perfectly evaded by Zhang Xiaobei's swift movements. Like pulling the trigger, huh? M4 in hand, Zhang Xiaobei flashed in front of the pinned agent, who had no escape. Humph. Just as Zhang Xiaobei was about to pull the trigger, a heavy thud sounded behind him. The sound of something, or someone, falling to the ground. Ah! A scream accompanied by the thud of a falling body came from behind. Zhang Xiaobei did not turn around immediately. Instead, he kicked the gun from the agent's hand in front of him, then fired 3 shots. 1 to the head, 2 symmetrically to the left, and right of the heart. After confirming the death, he slung the gun over his back, and immediately turned to run toward the chubby boy. The chubby boy clutching his chest lay on the ground with a pallid complexion. Brother, it hurts a bit, but I'm fine. They're all down. You should run, they're not good people. Even after being shot, the chubby boy still urged Zhang Xiaobei to flee. Trust me, you'll be fine. Zhang Xiaobei comforted Jimmy, whose lips were turning white from blood loss, while summoning the system. Exchange all recovery potions, low, mid, and high tier. Ding. According to system detection, the host's current condition is normal, no need to use them. Ding. System prompt, all potions provided by the system are for the host's personal use only and cannot be taken out for others, otherwise all potions will become ineffective. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, cutting off Zhang Xiaobei's thoughts. However, his 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, having witnessed life and death, made him exceptionally calm now. Here, eat this. Zhang Xiaobei took out a bottle of painkillers, shook out 2 pills, and put them into the chubby boy's mouth. Then he pulled out a bottle of water and fed it to him. Good boy. The pain will be gone soon. Zhang Xiaobei held the chubby boy in his arms, feeling the breathing gradually calm in his embrace. Brother, I'm much better. You should go, or it'll be too late. They said the CIA. Gulp. Are coming soon. The chubby boy spoke, weakly, blood beginning to trickle from his mouth. Zhang Xiaobei knew this was internal bleeding from ruptured organs. He had experienced it in his past life too. Alright, don't talk. Rest for a while, you'll be fine. He gently patted the back of the chubby boy Jimmy, but felt a warm dampness on his hand. Blood seeped through the pierced internal organs, oozing from the back. Do you think my parents are here to get me? Dad, Mom, this is Mr. Zhang, who helped me get the house back. Are you here to take me? Watching Jimmy, whose consciousness was fading, his hand unconsciously lifted toward the empty space on the right. It seemed as if Jimmy's parents were standing there silently gazing at their son. Brother, promise me. Those cops didn't care when my parents were shot. So they're all bad people. Leave now. Leave now. You're a good man. You can't die. You're very strong, I know. You're like a superhero. You'll make this world. Zhang Xiaobei never heard the chubby boy's last words. The raised arm fell heavily, and the violently trembling, gasping body in his arms grew still. Gently, he closed Jimmy's eyes, then carried him inside and laid him on his small bed. Looking at Jimmy lying quietly on the bed, as if asleep, scenes from the past few days flashed through his mind. This warehouse is a bit old, but the space is still large. I've never rented it out, so I don't know how much to charge you. They said it costs $2,700, but I can't afford it, otherwise I'd have to go to the orphanage. I'm like you, a child who lost his parents, but I believe yours are watching you grow up happily in heaven. I don't even know your name. I can't take 3000. Guarding the warehouse for you is my duty. How about dinner together? Oh, my potatoes. Looks like dinner is ruined again. Huh. Brother, slow down. Look at the oil on your lips. He took out chocolate chips, cream cake, and a large bag of snacks, placing them around the chubby boy's body, then retrieved an oversized stainless steel basin. After setting it by the bedside, Zhang Xiaobei took out 1,000,000 notes from his space and piled them on the ground. Ding! The sound of the lighter opening was crisp and bright. Lighting a stack of banknotes, Zhang Xiaobei tossed it into the stainless steel basin and watched it burn quietly. Jimmy, this is a tradition from our country. With that, he grabbed 2 more stacks and threw them in. The flames leaped up instantly. Over there, you can reunite with your parents properly. It's better this way. Oh, no more suffering in the apocalypse. He threw in another pile of banknotes, watching the rising flames and black smoke, his eyes stinging slightly red. Though we've only known each other for a couple of days, as your brother, I've failed you. You should have kept living happily, but because of my arrival, you got hurt. The flames blazed up again after adding more banknotes. I'm burning plenty of money for you. This isn't fake, it's real. Spend lavishly over there. If you need more, just appear in my dreams. I've got plenty. The flame flickered and the burned remnants at the bottom of the basin stirred without any wind. They swirled and spiraled, shooting straight up to the ceiling, as if trying to break through this realm. Vivo vivo, the sound of sirens gradually came from outside, but Zhang Xiaobei remained unmoved. I'm sorry. You called me brother, but I've harmed you. Go in peace. I promise you, those who hurt you, I'll make them pay. Vivo vivo, beep beep beep. What's this? My God, where did this container come from? Quick, save them. There are our people crushed under this container. Chaotic voices came from outside. Zhang Xiaobei placed the remaining banknotes into the fire basin. Little Jimmy, looks like we have more guests. Don't worry. He'll take good care of them. You said I'm a superhero? Then that's what I am. Just like the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. You'd support me, right? With that, Zhang Xiaobei stood up and strode out of the room without looking back. Inside the room, the fire basin stirred again, without wind, the swirling ash seeming to want to follow him out, but was blocked by the door. Hey, are you looking for me? Zhang Xiaobei emerged from the house fully armed. The tactical visor of his bulletproof helmet reflected a cold gleam. In each hand, he held an M60 heavy machine gun with grenades and magazines strapped around his waist. His entire being screamed 2 words: bring it on. The CIA agents, still struggling to move the container to rescue people, looked up at Zhang Xiaobei, emerging from the house. Their eyes narrowed, then they burst into laughter. Who's this fool? 2 M60s. Who does he think he is? Yeah, the recoil will probably send him flying. Ha ha ha, clueless fool. You're that damn Zhang Xiaobei, right? Put down your weapons. We've got over 100 people surrounding this place. Are you done? A voice from the depths of hell, like a death knell, echoing in the agent's ears. Done talking. Then died. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. To everyone's disbelief, Zhang Xiaobei attacked first. Quick. Counterattack. Damn. I'm hit. Cover me. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. 100 against 1. Advantage is ours. What are you afraid of? Fire. No. Can't aim. He's too fast. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Like cutting wheat, the 100-strong CIA team fell in droves under the relentless harvest of the M60s. You're not human. You're a demon. Sent by Satan. Quick. Hide behind the containers. My ear. My ear. Quick. Pick it up. Don't step on it. In the chaos, seeing their comrades fall, the remaining agents began to think of fleeing. Because the containers couldn't withstand Zhang Xiaobei's attacks. When they thought they were safe behind one, suddenly the container was gone. All that welcomed them was rat-a-tat-tat. Casually discarding the machine guns with red-hot barrels, the remaining 20-odd CIA agents' faces lit up. His guns are out of ammo. Quick. Open fire. But in the next second, 2 brand-new M60s appeared again in Zhang Xiaobei's hands. The acrid scent of gunpowder and blood hung thick in the air, refusing to dissipate. Gazing upon his handiwork, Zhang Xiaobei felt nothing, neither fear nor excitement, only an unnerving calm. Collect. He retrieved the shipping containers he had used for his initial ambush back into his spatial storage, then pulled out 2 cans of gasoline and circled the entire house. Click. The flickering flame of the lighter was casually tossed aside. With a roar, the fire spread rapidly, licking from the blood-soaked corpses and spent shell casings all the way to the once happy little home. Let them be buried with you. Zhang Xiaobei recalled his swarm of drones, cast one last glance at the Ford SUV, now riddled with bullets and barely recognizable, and strode towards the road without looking back. What? All dead. Bodies charred. Burned to a crisp. Fuck. You CIA bastards sent that many men and couldn't catch a single person. Inside the government building, Jack was roaring into the phone. That damned pangolin has vanished again. Issue a nationwide wanted notice to every agency. 10 million for his capture. No, 100 million. And I want him alive. After hanging up, Jack leaned back in his spacious, comfortable chair, closing his eyes in thought. The ability to retrieve objects and bypass vault defenses. A man like that either belongs to us under our control, or he goes to Area 51 for dissection. At the boardroom of Huaxia Security Group, an SS-level classified cable. The secretary knocked 3 times and, upon receiving permission, immediately handed over a file stamped with a red seal marked Top Secret SSS. Understood. You may go. A commanding voice emanated from behind the office chair. Its back turned to the secretary. Only after the office door clicked shut did the figure turn their gaze sweeping over the file before opening it with solemnity. A full 5 minutes passed after reading the document before the furrowed brow slowly began to smooth. Zhang Xiaobei. The stolen bulk supplies. Confirmed possession of supernatural abilities. A nationwide manhunt. A one-man breakout annihilating 135 CIA agents and FBI operatives. Fragments of information flashed through his mind. Our child may have erred, but that does not give you the right to bully him so. He picked up the desk phone and dialed a special sequence. The call connected after 5 seconds. Activate codename Peregrine Falcon. Protect Zhang Xiaobei at all costs in a critical situation. Arrange a special corridor to escort him home. I will have his files sent to you via paper documents. A soft click sounded as the car door yielded. Zhang Xiaobei put away the wire and stored it in his space. The lockpicking skills honed over 5 years in the apocalypse had finally come in handy. Sliding into the car, he pried open the panel under the steering wheel, pulled out the ignition wires and cut them. Sizzle. Snap. After a couple of short circuits, the engine roared to life. He shifted gears and sped away from the scene of trouble. On the road to G-City, Zhang Xiaobei switched cars once more. He made few stops, only pausing briefly to buy some food before continuing his journey. A glance at the dashboard clock showed it was only 6 p.m. Seeing a checkpoint ahead where vehicles were being thoroughly inspected, Zhang Xiaobei knew they were on the move. He wrenched the steering wheel to the right, turning onto a small road. After driving about 2 kilometers, he reached a suburban villa district. In a corner without surveillance cameras, he stored the car in his space. As dusk began to settle, Zhang Xiaobei pulled the brim of his cap down a little lower. He wove through the villa district, carefully observing his surroundings. After walking for about 10 minutes, a house with a mailbox stuffed full of letters caught his attention. Circling around to the back wall of the property, he bent his knees slightly and leaped straight up, easily clearing the 3-meter-high wall. Landing in the backyard, the overgrown, uneven lawn was a clear sign of prolonged neglect. Looks like no one's home. They'll stay here tonight. Muttering to himself, he pulled out the wire again and picked the lock without leaving a trace. After a quick check to confirm the house was empty, he found a room with a shower and washed up. Changing into clean clothes and storing his blood-stained ones in his space, he casually turned on the room's computer. Inserting the USB drive William had given him, he meticulously committed every military base's location and description to memory. This information cost me a pretty penny. Thinking this, Zhang Xiaobei shut down the computer, removed the USB drive, and stored it away. He then lay down on the soft bed, closing his eyes in a light doze. This is Zhang's IOBS file. The organization has activated you this time to provide him with protection. Inside a cinema, a couple sat nestled together. After speaking, the man gently tapped her on the nose while his other hand, hidden from view, passed over an envelope folded smaller than a palm. The woman coquettishly whispered to the man, "I know. He'll do whatever you say tonight." To any observer, this scene was simply a normal couple's behavior. But the woman was a hidden agent personally activated by the chairman. No one would ever suspect that her true identity was the deputy director of the CIA's Special Operations Division. In the 1980s, her parents had fled here after embezzling funds, claiming persecution, while providing some genuine commercial intelligence to secure green cards. She was born here in the 1990s. From the moment she could remember, her parents had told her the truth. They put her through rigorous counter-surveillance and combat training. By age 12, she was proficient with various firearms. At 15, under orders from above, she secretly returned to China and was personally received by the chairman. It was that day she learned the weight of the mission she carried. You may never be activated in your lifetime. You just need to live your life, grow up happy and carefree like any ordinary girl. But if the day comes when the people need you, it will also be the time you are most likely to sacrifice yourself. Those words echoed in her ears, refusing to fade. Before, she hadn't quite understood why her parents would bear a tarnished reputation and come here under such a disgraceful pretext. But when she inherited her parents' mission and shouldered the burden herself, she entered a world she had never known. She once thought her parents had simply received a task in order to come here and live in obscurity. But when she finally returned to Huaxia, she learned the stories of those people in those years. The year the iron heel of the invader trampled the land, smoke of war blotted out the sun, and the people were plunged into misery. The year hundreds of millions of compatriots shared a common hatred for the enemy, from the elderly to the young, all taking up arms, building an unyielding great wall with their flesh and blood. The year the newborn Huaxia was a wasteland awaiting reconstruction. Sons and daughters overseas resolutely abandoned comfort, journeyed back to their homeland, and poured their passion into rebuilding their country. The year a thunderclap startled the desert. Those who had hidden their names moved the cosmos with abacus beads, forging the nuclear shield that would safeguard peace. The year hunger loomed over the land. A great master bent over the rice paddies, making the grains full and heavy, turning famine into a fading echo of history. The year a blazing flame pierced the sky, rockets carrying dreams soared, embarking on a journey to the sea of stars. The year the spring breeze of reform blew, the tide of openings surged, and the ancient nation was imbued with new vitality. The year the Bauhinia bloomed on the southern sea, the oriental pearl returned home, washing away a century of humiliation. The year the 5 rings shone upon the ancient capital, the sacred flame ignited the world's gaze, fully displaying the bearing of a great nation. The year the Fuxing bullet train sped across the land, 5G connected the future, and the engine of innovation illuminated the era. Every single that year is engraved with the journey from suffering to glory. Millions of hands have jointly forged an Eastern legend that shakes the ages. Every step of the rise is soaked with sweat and glory, an unceasing march toward the nation's rejuvenation, a boundless sea of stars. System. Daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Awarded 100 points. Current balance, 597989363 points. Completed today's mandatory training. 2 obsidian black eyes snapped open. Ha. Then let today's despair begin. Activate X-ray vision. Activate quantum phase shifting. Ding. Activation successful. Above a suburban farm, Zhang Xiaobei swept his X-ray gaze across the silent expanse. Beneath its tranquil surface lurked seething unrest. The supposedly deserted farm teemed with hidden figures. Ha. How thoughtful of you to wait for me so long. Were it not for my concern over damaging the gear I'd purchased, I'd have served you a few Hellfire missiles on the spot. With that, Zhang Xiaobei sprang into motion, darting across the ground at blinding speed. Tanks vanished. Fighter jets disappeared. Crates of ammunition dissolved into nothingness. On several occasions, he passed within inches of concealed U.S. Marines, face to face, yet undetected. In under a minute, the farm, once brimming with military hardware, stood utterly barren, leaving only bewildered, shrieking soldiers in its wake. Fort Detrick, Texas, a major active duty U.S. Army armored base home to multiple heavy brigade combat teams. Under Zhang Xiaobei's X-ray vision, no secret endured. He headed straight for his target, the ammunition depot. Within 60 seconds, the vast warehouse, capable of supplying 5 brigades with arms and ordnance, stood completely empty. Even the 3-centimeter-thick steel plates embedded within the concrete walls had been stripped away. Next came the fuel depot, rows of green drums, labeled with serial numbers, containing gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuel alike. All were swallowed whole into his spatial domain. Not even lubricants for maintenance were spared. Any oil, regardless of type, was seized without hesitation. As before, the drums vanished, and so did the steel lining the walls. His next objective, the base hospital. Deep underground lay its pharmaceutical storage vault, stocked with emergency medical supplies and equipment sufficient for 50,000 people. Zhang Xiaobei absorbed entire shelving units along with their medicines, down to the cryogenic pharmacy freezer, which he lifted intact contents and all into his spatial realm. Next stopped the transport and equipment division. Tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers. Even engineering machinery, such as bulldozers, excavators, and cranes, none escaped his grasp. Generators of every wattage sealed in plastic film were swept away in a single glance. With a satisfied click of his tongue, he also claimed dozens of Black Hawk helicopters and transport aircraft. Indeed, nothing beats zero-cost acquisition for sheer efficiency. Having secured all this equipment, Zhang Xiaobei flickered, once more reappearing like a phantom at his final destination, the integrated supply depot. Before him rose mountains of military-grade cold-weather parkas, individual combat rations, flour tents, hardware tools, vehicle and tank spare parts, office supplies. Every imaginable logistical necessity. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei surged forward. 1 minute later, the once mountainous supply depot stood utterly vacant. His gaze swept onward and settled upon a massive cold storage facility behind the depot. Inside, neatly stacked cuts of frozen pork, beef, and mutton exuded an icy, biting chill. Gratitude to nature's bounty. Reappearing high above the base, Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the hollow shell of what had once been a formidable U.S. Army installation, then soared skyward, once more vanishing toward his next target, leaving neither trace nor name behind. California U.S. Marine Corps Base. Enemies meet, and enmity flares. So you've been lying in wait for me at the farm. How could I possibly neglect paying you a visit? No sooner had the words left his lips than he materialized inside the ammunition depot. 1 minute, battle concluded. Next, the fuel depot. That night, 6 major U.S. military installations fell victim to his incursion. Smaller outposts along the way suffered the same fate, casually dismantled in passing. Even naval bases were not spared. Nuclear-powered submarines, 4 aircraft carriers docked at port, and 7 destroyers. All vanished without warning. Marines sleeping or standing watch aboard those vessels plummeted from the sky the instant their ships dissolved into thin air, plunging into the sea, their fates unknown. Zhang Xiaobei chuckled softly midair. I dubbed this Operation Unarm. Ignoring the pandemonium below, the roaring alarms, the frantic shouts, he launched himself, once more arriving almost instantly at his final objective, Area 51. Groom Lake, a long-dried lakebed nestled in the southern Nevada desert, known worldwide, yet shrouded in rumor and skepticism. A small civilian jet descended onto the desiccated lakebed, whose flat, hardened surface provided an ideal natural runway and buffer zone. Massive hangars and radar installations built along the ancient riverbed appeared indistinguishable from ordinary U.S. military facilities. Unassuming office buildings, warehouses, and maintenance sheds bustled with activity, staff moving in and out even at this hour. Mr. Jack, General MacArthur, a formation of generals, each adorned with 3 or 4 stars, stood rigidly beneath the Janet passenger jet, voices unified and precise. Jack descended the boarding stairs with solemn gravity, offering a curt wave to the assembled officers. All 6 major U.S. military bases have now reported incidents, each struck by an unidentified spectral assailant. The modus operandi matches exactly that of the El Harbor incident. Though his speed grows ever greater, his execution ever more flawless. General MacArthur, 5 stars gleaming on his shoulders, listened, his expression darkening until it seemed to weep cold fury. MacArthur clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Let's go inside the base first. At present, this is the sole fully armed and operational military installation remaining in the United States. The Pentagon is no longer secure. Without another word, the two hurried forward, surrounded by aides, toward an unremarkable white hangar. High above, Zhang Xiaobei watched their retreating figures, then dove without hesitation. He pierced the closing elevator doors of reinforced alloy, slipping silently inside alongside them. We've locked down every base. This information must never leak. Inside the elevator, General MacArthur's voice resonated low and grave. Director, for your safety, and to prevent any harm from this spectral threat, you must not leave the base under any circumstances. His shadowed gaze swept the group before he spoke again, voice edged with steel, and the same applies to all of you. For the sake of secrecy, you will remain here until this specter is neutralized. Jack's expression tightened. After a moment's grim composure, he spoke, voice glacial. There is another matter I must disclose. 3 days ago, the Federal Reserve Vault was breached. 6,755 metric tons of gold, deposited by nations worldwide, vanished without a trace. This intelligence has been sealed, known only to 3 individuals. Now regrettably it must be shared. Every general present stiffened breath, catching in unison. One further update for the Joint Chiefs: congressional verification confirms the perpetrator is Chinese. His identity is confirmed. Zhang Xiaobei, age 26, native of W City, S Province, China. We have activated all domestic special operations assets to investigate his immediate family. We pray this effort yields favorable results. God bless the United States of America. A confidential conversation seemed utterly meaningless before Zhang Xiaobei. Didn't expect this, did you? Go on, I'm listening. Are you going to capture my family? Really, 6. If you can find it, I'll admit defeat. Zhang Xiaobei mockingly watched the performance of the crowd, reflecting inwardly. The sound of the elevator arriving echoed, and Zhang Xiaobei followed the crowd out. Watching the group enter the biological disinfection chamber, and then passing through 3 layers of security checks before being released, Zhang Xiaobei felt an endless curiosity arise within him about this mysterious Area 51. Continuing to follow the group into a conference room, listening to them start formulating various defense plans and arrangements, Zhang Xiaobei instantly lost interest. Looking at the countdown of the system skill, there were still 45 minutes remaining. Zhang Xiaobei didn't want to waste time directly activating his X-ray vision and began wandering around Area 51. This floor had little worth Zhang Xiaobei's attention, with only 3 zones that were clear at a glance: the Administrative Management Area, the Security Command Center, and the Life Support Area. The place where the high-level meeting had just taken place was the conference room in the Administrative Management Area. Watching the bustling crowd and the constantly swiping access cards to open and close the airlock doors, Zhang Xiaobei went straight downwards. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the interest in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes began to rise. In the pitch-black 6th-generation Fighter Development Center, the busy researchers paid no attention to Zhang Xiaobei, who was like a ghost passing by. After observing closely, he found it to be merely a semi-finished product, instantly losing interest. He passed through the wall and headed towards the adjacent laboratory, separated by 5-centimeter thick tempered glass, his gaze turning somewhat cold. Because this place was constantly conducting various experiments. The lab rats and primates were continuously emitting various cries of anguish. These were not the reasons for Zhang Xiaobei's emotional turmoil, but rather the sight of a man, a woman, and a child of Huaxia descent in a glass cage that caught his attention. The woman cradled a child with tear-streaked cheeks, gently stroking his back, her disheveled hair and body filled with various tubes, exposed directly in the glass cage. The man beside her was now gasping shallowly. The bulging veins and dark purple lips made Zhang Xiaobei feel a pang of compassion. Watching the woman's lips moving, Zhang Xiaobei could not hear clearly through the glass, so he directly penetrated the glass, wanting to understand what she was saying. Is this the freedom you spoke of? We traveled over mountains and rivers following you, eating nothing but scraps all the way here. Upon arriving in the so-called beautiful country of freedom, we haven't even had a full meal before being captured here. Daily subjected to blood draws and injections of various drugs. The child can't take it anymore. I want to go back. I want to go home. Mom, don't cry. Dad promised us that we would leave that filthy Huaxiao, and that here we would have sweet free air. The child looked at his tearful mother and spoke softly to comfort her. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei frowned and left the glass cage. Damn it, those 3 banana people deserve to die. It's already 2025, and you're still talking about sweet free air. Spitting in disgust, Zhang Xiaobei ignored the 3 banana people and continued to weave through the 2nd level of the base. Looking at the thick airlock door with biological markings in front of him, Zhang Xiaobei spoke hesitantly in his mind. System Daddy, are you sure my body, which surpasses human limits, can be immune to the viruses inside? Ding. Please rest assured, host, you are now in a quantum state and will not be affected. Ding. Only after the quantum state is lifted will viruses not from the blue star have any effect on the host. Ding. System detection shows that there are a large number of non-blue star products within this space. Please leave before the quantum state ends. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Zhang Xiaobei recalled William's words, Area 51, key technology unknown origin. It seems there is indeed something here. Saying this, Zhang Xiaobei directly passed through the airlock and began to scan with his X-ray vision. What? What is this? Zhang's Iobius eyes widened in shock as he quickly moved into a glass laboratory. T29 failed experiment, T30 failed experiment, T31 incomplete experiment. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Xiaobei saw something familiar: zombies. The zombie virus previously named T35 in his last life. So this is where it originated. No, it's clear that only those who have consumed snow water would mutate. But snow water falls from the sky. Zhang Xiaobei felt as if he had stumbled upon a shocking conspiracy. While Zhang Xiaobei was in a daze, the T31 incomplete experiment that was originally in the cage became restless. It was frantically roaring in Zhang's Iobius direction as if it could see him. Quickly, experiment no. 31 has reacted. A large group of experts in protective suits heard this and quickly gathered around the glass cage. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobei began to step back, but the T31 zombie, surrounded by the experts for observation, was now staring fixedly at him. Damn it, that damn thing can sense me. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobei immediately left the scene, and just after leaving, something strange happened. The previously restless T31 incomplete experiment suddenly became quiet. It seemed that as long as it discovered Zhang Xiaobei, it would become agitated. The experts on site were oblivious, only feeling that the experiment had undergone some strange sensory change. Rubbing his hazy head, Zhang Xiaobei felt an itch as if he were about to grow a brain. This is definitely a zombie. It just hasn't fully evolved into a zombie, yet its hair is still intact, not completely shed. It seems this base has significant issues. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobei looked around. On this level, there was nothing that could pique his interest any further, just some electromagnetic weapon research. Continuing to descend, Zhang Xiaobei began to explore downwards, but unexpectedly, the previously unfailing X-ray vision was now blocked by a layer of unknown material. System, what's going on? Why can't I see what's below? Ding. Due to the influence of unknown alien coding technology, the X-ray skill is temporarily unable to penetrate this area. The system's cold prompt echoed in Zhang's Iobius mind, causing a slight chill to run down his back. Alien coding technology. Testing it, he found that his finger could penetrate the coding, but he could not see what was inside. Zhang Xiaobei slightly eased his anxious heart, and without hesitation controlled his quantum body to penetrate the coding, entering a fully metallic constructed space. What the hell? Is this real? Zhang Xiaobei looked at the place visible to the naked eye, constantly exclaiming. No wonder it couldn't be seen through. Inside was a... Organizing his thoughts, Zhang Xiaobei tentatively spoke, a spaceship. Before him lay a twisted lead-gray disc-shaped wreckage secured within a reinforced glass dome by alloy supports. The spaceship's exterior was dim, the iridescent glow almost vanished. The broken areas exposed the intertwining veins of flesh and machinery, with translucent tubes showing a pale blue viscous fluid still flowing extremely slowly. On the purple copper foil covering the interfaces, bizarre geometric symbols were engraved, appearing to writhe under the light. When Zhang Xiaobei focused closely, he saw that the broken spaceship interface was slowly growing metallic flesh. A faint metallic ion smell lingered in the air, and as Zhang Xiaobei slowly approached the chamber, the surrounding air began to ripple subtly. Zhang Xiaobei was startled. This spaceship could sense him. This wasn't an exhibit, but a captive, incomprehensible living being. The spaceship has experienced strange fluctuations. This is the first time it's happened since it was transported here. A researcher in a white lab coat wearing thick glasses reminiscent of bottle bottoms spoke with a hint of panic. Hastily operating the buttons on the instrument in front of him, he urged his companion, quick, activate the Sierra device and check the cosmic radiation dosage. Hearing this, the companion immediately twisted a knob on his right to the maximum. A line graph shot up into the sky on the screen. Oh, my God. It's exceeded the limit by 300 times. I feel like it has been activated. Listening to his companion's trembling voice, filled with panic, the researcher in the white coat frowned tightly. Quick, report to the base and initiate red alert. There are a large number of biological electromagnetic waves coming from the spaceship's cabin. It seems like someone is inside. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei was completely unaware of everything happening at the base. He was inside the spaceship's cabin, surrounded by a dense network of pipes that intertwined like blood vessels within the metallic ship. The constantly writhing metallic flesh was growing at an astonishing speed. The previously broken spaceship was healing at a visible rate. Ding. Detecting a living metal form spaceship. The current self-repair program is activating. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The cold voice of the system echoed in his mind, causing Zhang Xiaobei to shiver, cold sweat trickling down from the back of his neck to his heels, followed by a wave of chill rising from below. This spaceship is alive. Living metal form. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei quickly controlled himself to leave the spaceship's cabin. When he reappeared outside the spaceship, the previously intense rising data immediately returned to normal. Damn it, that scared me. The data has returned to normal. What exactly happened just now? What caused it? The two scientists looked at the lines of data returning to normal with a bewildered expression, as if they were dreaming. Notify the base's armed department not to lift the red alert. What if it comes to life again? Looking at the previously broken spaceship, a third of it had already healed. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his eyes again. System, what exactly is this? Ding. This question exceeds the current system's authority. You can spend 100 million points to reverse engineer the spaceship for an answer. Ding. Does the host need it? Zhang Xiaobei's face darkened. One question costs 100 million points. You're really extorting me. Muttering in dissatisfaction, Zhang Xiaobei hesitated about whether to spend 100 million points to answer this question. Ding. The Doomsday countdown has been updated. Please check it in time. What? Countdown updated. Zhang Xiaobei could no longer remain calm and hurriedly opened the system panel. Doomsday countdown 122 days on 9 hours, 18 minutes. Looking at the countdown that had shrunk by a third, Zhang Xiaobei understood clearly. It's related to the third of the spaceship that just repaired. System, tell me what this spaceship is. 100 million points is worth it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei could no longer be stingy. 5 years of the apocalypse had made him develop a habit of saving good things, otherwise he wouldn't have survived for 5 years. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 100 million points. This consumption does not count towards the system upgrade requirement. Remaining 497989363. 5 points. Looking at the sudden decrease of 100 million points, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't care less about the pain in his heart and quickly called for the system to answer. Ding. The system is hacking into the spaceship's control mainframe. Ding. Hacking successful. The following content is from the spaceship's control mainframe's navigation diary. Please review. This is the navigation diary of the mainframe of the Pioneer spaceship from the Zeta Galaxy. Coordinates RA 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 34. 3's December 16th, 5312. My master, the Reaper civilization, is located 23 light-years away. In the year 1947, I infiltrated lunar orbit to conduct reconnaissance. To my surprise, my appearance awakened a certain force sleeping deep within the moon. An annihilating energy beam instantly destroyed my main propulsion system and long-range communication array. I became a floating wreckage, ultimately captured by Earth's gravity and crashing into a desert known as Roswell. They discovered me and dragged me into a secret base called Area 51, trying to dismantle my secrets. How pitiful and laughable. They opened my wounds and saw the ominous liquid seeping from the damaged pipes. That was my seed. It can tear apart your carbon-based life's genetic chain, performing uncontrollable catastrophic recombination. The monsters produced after the genetic recombination will help the master clear all carbon-based life on Earth in advance. But those humans, they mistakenly believed this was the key to evolution. So ridiculous. Even better, my biological metal body is slowly self-healing. Originally, it would take 169 Earth days to recover, but an accident occurred. A strange energy from quantum state life interfered with me, accelerating my recovery process. In 122 days, I will be fully repaired. At that time, the dormant seeder system within me will automatically activate. It will sow the seeds into Earth's atmosphere, accompanied by global ice crystal deposition caused by weather weapons, leaving no carbon-based life unscathed. The repaired communication array will immediately send the precise coordinates of Earth back to the Zeta Galaxy. My master, the Reaper. Their fleet can travel at 4 times the speed of light. After receiving the signal 5 years, just 5 years, their massive shadow will envelop the solar system. I have recorded clearly in my database, after they arrive, they will execute a thorough cleanup, indiscriminate and efficient slaughter of all remaining carbon-based life on Earth. Then they will devour every available resource in the solar system like locusts in a wheat field. Finally, they will turn to the next target, repeating this eternal cycle of harvesting, completing the great leap of our Reaper civilization. 122 days. The countdown to Earth's doom has begun, and I am about to become the prelude to this extinction. After reading all this, Zhang Xiaobei fully understood where the apocalypse was coming from. This 100 million points was well spent. But damn it, did you finish your repairs early because of me? Zhang Xiaobei wanted to slap himself. He had no business getting involved in the research, acting as if he could understand the structure of the spaceship. System, if I blow it up again, want to be unable to send signals. Ding. No weapon in Blue Star can cause any damage to this spaceship. Hearing the cold response from the system, Zhang Xiaobei felt a sense of despair. Then, if I put it into space, can I cut off the signal transmission and this apocalypse will not come again? Ding. This spaceship is a living metal form and cannot be stored in space. After being rejected, a hint of despair rose in Zhang Xiaobei's heart. It is metal, high-level living metal. System, Exchange it for points. Zhang Xiaobi's somewhat broken voice echoed in his mind, met with a colder response from the system. Ding. Cannot exchange this type of metal. Listening to the cold response from the system, Zhang Xiaobi's despair deepened once more. So I can do nothing. Just watch the apocalypse happen again. I can't damage it, can't steal it. And it's all because of me that it happened early. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobi's spirits had plummeted to the nadir of despair. So even after being reborn this time, I still cannot escape the fate of facing death. The remaining time for his skills was almost depleted, and Zhang Xiaobai no longer had the mood for any more zero-yuan shopping. He rose directly and returned to the villa he had temporarily commandeered. Lying on the bed, he gazed at the countless weapons, aircraft, and cannons, along with the immeasurable food resources stored within his spatial dimension. Yet his heart remained utterly unruffled. What use is it all? It's merely a desperate struggle to prolong my existence. An alien civilization traveling at 4 times the speed of light. How can I possibly fight that with my life? Zhang Xiaobai pouted, staring at his own statistics on the panel. Life, 26242. Strength, 202100. Speed, 202100. I can still live for 242 years, but what difference does it make? Ding. As the host has spent 100 million points today, although this does not count towards the upgrade consumption quota, out of humanitarian considerations, the system specially awards 10 surprise lottery tickets valid for 10 minutes. The surprise lottery mall is temporarily open for 10 minutes. Just as Zhang Xiaobi's spirits were sinking low, the system's voice, cold yet tinged with warmth, echoed in his mind. Another gift. My dear dad. Daddy system. Let me pull. Give me something good so I can go crush that Reaper. System. Ding. Never mind. Commencing the lottery. A golden roulette wheel appeared on the virtual projection, then slowly began to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won another thank you for your patronage. Stop. Daddy system, don't mess with me. Zhang Xiaobai, both amused and exasperated, halted the lottery. Then he earnestly sat up on the bed and began a superstitious ritual. I, Zhang Xiaobai, swear. If Daddy system can give me something good, I will definitely work hard. They'll fight all the way to the Reaper's home planet and earn you more points. Having said this, Zhang Xiaobai bowed reverently to the void screen, once more his expression utterly devout. Begin to draw. The golden wheel began to spin slowly again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained intermediate X-ray vision. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained advanced X-ray vision. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained intermediate body quantization. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained advanced body quantization. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a perfect gene potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete formula compendium for basic, intermediate, and advanced gene potions. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a KFC Crazy Friday coupon for 100-99. It has been issued to the reader's WeChat card voucher pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special mysterious item reward. It has been issued to the system backpack. Ding. This lottery draw has concluded. Thank you for your patronage. Please take care and welcome your next visit. Zhang Xiaobai was somewhat speechless. What was that KFC coupon supposed to mean? He had to admit, after that superstitious bow to the system, the gold items really did drop. Upgrade, intermediate, and advanced X-ray vision. In the system backpack, 2 golden cards imprinted with eyes silently vanished. Zhang Xiaobai only felt a tingling numbness in his eyes surging straight into his brainstem. Ding. Congratulations, host, your basic X-ray vision has been upgraded to intermediate. Duration increased from 2 hours to 4 hours. Cooldown time correspondingly reduced to 20 hours. X-ray vision range upgraded to 50 meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, your intermediate X-ray vision has been upgraded to advanced. Duration increased from 4 hours to 8 hours. Cooldown time correspondingly reduced to 16 hours. X-ray vision range upgraded to 100 meters. As the system's notification ended in the dark room, Zhang Xiaobai opened his eyes. A streak of dark golden light flashed across the corners of his vision. Ding. Due to the upgrade, the previous cooldown period has been reset. The host can use the skill again. The cooldown will commence anew upon deactivation. Continue upgrading intermediate and advanced body quantization. 2 more golden cards vanished from the system space. Zhang Xiaobai watched as his own body began to flicker, alternating between visibility and transparency. Ding. Congratulations, host, your basic body quantization has been upgraded to intermediate. Duration increased from 2 hours to 4 hours. Cooldown time correspondingly reduced to 20 hours. Quantization movement speed doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, your intermediate body quantization has been upgraded to advanced. Duration increased from 4 hours to 8 hours. Cooldown time correspondingly reduced to 16 hours. Quantization movement speed doubled. Ding. Due to the upgrade, the previous cooldown period has been reset. The host can use the skill again. The cooldown will commence anew upon deactivation. The flickering of his body ceased. Looking at the reset cooldown time, Zhang Xiaobei nodded with satisfaction. Daddy's system still loves me. Use the perfect gene potion. The moment Zhang Xiaobei finished speaking, he prepared to once again await the warmth spreading through his limbs, but things did not go as expected. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Xiaobei's throat. Unlike the previous soothing sensation, this time it felt like needles piercing from his head down his back, penetrating his body straight to his heart. Cold sweat had drenched his entire body. The pain continuously assaulted Zhang Xiaobei, who was on the verge of fainting. Hey! You're not following the script. For a full 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaobei lay limp on the bed, his body covered in sweat and grime. A powerful stench invaded his nostrils, and at that moment he wished he could just jump into the yellow river. Damn system, couldn't you have given me a heads up so I could prepare? The veins bulging on Zhang Xiaobei's neck betrayed his current rage and helplessness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the perfect gene potion. Go check your panel data now. With that, ignoring Zhang Xiaobei's complaints, the voice faded away. When Zhang Xiaobei saw the data on the system panel, he was completely stunned, just like the day he first encountered the system. Life 262420, Strength 202, 0100, Speed 202, 0100. So this is the perfect gene potion. It just adds a 0 to everything. A tenfold overall increase. Zhang Xiaobei abruptly bounced up from the bed. Before his body could even stabilize, he heard the bed frame groan under the unbearable strain. Crack. Boom. The entire bed disintegrated beneath him, sending wood chips flying everywhere. What the hell? He sat dumbfounded in a pile of shattered planks. Even beds have started doing insurance fraud these days. Looking down at his own grime-covered body, he grumbled as he got up. Every barefoot step across the messy floor caused the wooden planks to groan under the strain. He casually pulled the bathroom door shut, and the handle creaked, deforming in his fingers. Damn it. The moment he turned on the faucet, a loud bang echoed as the metal fitting exploded like shrapnel. A high-pressure jet of water blasted him directly in the face. Is this what 10 times the strength does? Does it just defy all logic? Wiping the water from his face, he raised his middle finger at the air. Damn you, system. As the cold water cascaded over him, Zhang Xiaobei muttered to the broken pipe while scrubbing himself. Sorry about this, landlord. He'll pay you back with a golden faucet later. After cleaning the grime off his body, Zhang Xiaobei casually pinched the broken water pipe between his fingers. The torrent of water, which had been gushing like a waterfall, instantly stopped spraying everywhere as the pipe was sealed shut. While drying his wet hair with a towel, he examined the parchment recipes in his spatial dimension. So these are the formulas for basic, intermediate, and advanced gene potions. Does that mean I can make them myself and give them to others? Then he looked at the KFC coupon for 100-99. Zhang Xiaobei, when one is speechless, one really does just laugh. So what's this last mysterious item? Mysterious item. In Zhang Xiaobei's mind, an image emerged of a pink bouncing little dolphin humming and buzzing. It couldn't be a 100-off-99 McDonald's coupon, could it? Zhang Xiaobei shuddered with lingering fear as he stared at the mysterious black gilded gift box in his system backpack. Dad, don't mess with me. Open it. As the words left his mouth, the black gilded box erupted in a dazzling white light. When everything returned to normal, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary prize. Ark Interstellar Survival Ship Youth Edition. Just as he was about to complain about the Youth Edition label, a holographic projection exploded across his retina, revealing a sleek dark silver colossal ship, slowly rotating amidst a nebula. Liquid metallic ripples flowed across the ship's surface as if it were breathing with life. A mountain-sized vessel broke through the clouds, its anti-gravity array casting spiderweb-like blue light patterns on the ground below. This is what they call Youth Edition. Zhang Xiaobei's jaw dropped, unable to close. Ding. Ark Interstellar Mothership Youth Edition has been delivered to the system backpack. Please retrieve and deploy it as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobei was speechless. An interstellar ship that huge. You want me to take it out now? The whole blue planet would go crazy. Ding. Ark is equipped with an optical camouflage system that can distort the trajectory of photons around the hull, causing controlled refraction in the visible light spectrum to achieve optical invisibility. Ding. Host's DNA has been input into the Ark's main control system. Host can command it to remain hidden. Please feel free to use it. After hearing the introduction, Zhang Xiaobei could barely contain his excitement. System Dad, let it out for a spin. Ding. It has been placed directly above your head. Optical camouflage system activated automatically. Leaping from the villa window, the night wind howled past his ears. He looked up, his pupils reflecting a patch of distorted stars. The arc, visible only to him, was synchronizing its optical parameters. As his retinal authentication passed, the quantum mist veiling the ship dissipated. Suspended 300 meters above the colossal vessel resembled a metallic life form born from the cosmos. The streamlined main hull stretched 800 meters, its dark silver armor shimmering with a liquid mercury-like sheen. 6 radially arranged warp engine nozzles lay dormant, their edges glowing with a breathing blue luminescence. The most striking feature was the slowly opening docking bay door beneath the ship's belly, its inner white light carving a tilted staircase of radiance across the night sky. This size. Is it an aircraft carrier? Stood on end. Zhang Xiaobia's sarcasm was interrupted by a suddenly descending tractor beam. His body, enveloped in a gentle force field, rose toward the hatch, the hem of his jacket flapping in the updraft. As he crossed the threshold, an electronic voice echoed from all directions, detecting Captain's entry. Deactivating combat readiness. Current stellar energy reserve 78. Once inside, Zhang Xiaobai was astonished to find that the 8-ton Dreadmeter vessel contained a space equivalent to 5 football fields. A translucent holographic star map projected from the floor to the 30-meter-high dome, with hundreds of data windows floating in the air. The soles of Zhang Xiaobia's shoes pressed against the active metal floor, each step creating tiny ripples of light that instantly dissolved the dirt from his soles. A stereoscopic projection suddenly unfolded before him, revealing a liquid metal silver sphere. Respected Captain, I am the Ark's steward. Allow me to introduce your new home. This vessel is equipped with a Dyson 7 stellar energy absorption system, the steward explained. Near sun-like stars, it can achieve a 15 charge rate per hour. At full operational capacity. Speak human language. Zhang Xiaobai slapped at the virtual silver sphere, but hit nothing. Bask in the sun, and it flies. The steward swiftly adjusted its explanation. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please follow me. The steward quickly transformed from a sphere into an arrow-shaped guide, leading Zhang Xiaobai to familiarize himself with the Ark's internal structure. Along the circular corridor, the steward's voice chimed in. This is the ecological chamber. Simulated Earth's ecological environment under daylight, constant 26°C, freely adjustable. Contains a 300-square-meter swimming pool and a simulated beach for the captain's leisure. Following the indicator, Zhang Xiaobai saw a simulated grassland ecosystem with artificial sunlight spilling over gently swaying grass, a perfect spot to bask in during harsh winters. This is the armory, equipped with 10 laser electromagnetic railguns. Each salvo consumes one of stellar energy reserves. One salvo can annihilate the entire cherry blossom nation on Earth. That's a very apt metaphor. As the introduction continued, Zhang Xiaobai glimpsed the menacing outlines of the gun barrels behind a quantum seal. What else? That's all. The Ark is merely a residential vessel providing only basic defensive capabilities. Well, that's enough for Earth. This is the medical bay equipped with nanorepair technology for all surgical procedures. This is the sports and entertainment bay containing various exercise equipment, a cinema, and a karaoke system, along with a holographic gaming system that has extracted all known games from Earth for the captain's amusement. This is the living quarters, offering a master suite of 200 square meters and 20 guest rooms of 50 square meters, each complete with a lounge bathroom, multi-scenario balcony, and bedroom. This is the culinary bay, which can perfectly prepare nutritious meals based on the captain's provided ingredients or follow recipes extracted from Earth to create various dishes. All operations are handled by robots. The captain only needs to give commands to enjoy desired cuisine. This is the Ark's core, the warp drive engine room. The propulsion system offers multiple modes for the captain's selection. 1. Stationary residence mode, hover at a designated location. 2. Interstellar cruise mode, travel speed up to 0. 5 times the speed of light. 3. Emergency escape mode, minimal energy consumption, travel speed up to 2 times the speed of light. So if I really can't win in the end, I can just make a run for it. Find a deserted corner of the universe and live out my 2,000 years. It's the perfect tool for home travel and escape. Introduction complete. Please give your orders. Listening to the synthetic voice and looking at the sphere, Zhang Xiaobai still felt a bit uncomfortable. Can you change your form and voice? Yes, Captain. Based on preferences extracted from the captain's DNA, the steward is changing its appearance. 3 seconds later, a BYD cute girl with twin ponytails wearing a black-and-red plaid JK uniform and black knee-high socks appeared before Zhang Xiaobai. Master, this appearance is based on the information analyzed from your DNA. A saccharine voice came from all directions, and Zhang Xiaobai shuddered violently. You're slandering me. Zhang Xiaobai, with a clear conscience, typed 666 to participate in the lucky draw, prize 1 Ark. To conserve energy, Zhang Xiaobai stored the Ark back into the system space, then recalled the surreal events as if in a dream. System Dad, you're truly my dear dad. You've gone to great lengths to help me survive. I will earn lots of money, no points, to repay your kindness. Activate X-ray vision. Activate quantization. System Dad, I'm off to earn points for you. 8 hours of skill duration. Looks like it's going to be quite a ride. Zhang Xiaobai hovered in the center of the mall, watching the ever-increasing point tally on his system panel, a wild grin spreading across his face. Ding! Recycled car 1, earned 5 points. Ding. Recycled bicycle 3, earned 1. 5 points. Ding. Recycled metal shelves 5, earned 2. 5 points. Sweet, better than anything. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, scanning his surroundings for the next target. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the escalator at the mall's center. That thing was pure metal structure. As his hand touched the escalator, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Recyclable metal material detected, 20 points. Redeem. Redeem. Absolutely. Ding. Recycled large metal escalator structure 1, earned 20 points. He grinned and ventured deeper into the mall. On the supermarket shelves, cans, bottled water, and snacks were casually swept into his space, but Zhang Xiaobia's target was far more ambitious. He had his eyes on the freezers in the frozen section. Touching a freezer with one hand, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding. Metal refrigeration equipment detected. Redeemable for 80 points. Redeem. Redeem. In the next instant, the entire row of freezers vanished without a trace, leaving only puddles of melted ice water. Zhang Xiaobei swept through the area, not sparing even the metal drawers of the cash registers, the support rods of the shelves, or the fire hydrants. The entire mall looked as if a plague of locusts had passed through. Anything with a hint of metal was stripped clean. Ding. Current points accumulated 1420. Continue redeeming. Continue. If I don't strip this city bare, my name's not Zhang Xiaobei. He flew out of the mall, casually redeeming several cargo trucks and streetlights by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the distant subway station entrance. A veritable goldmine of metal. Hee subway tracks, carriages, signal lights. All points. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands together and sprinted toward the subway station. An hour later, hovering above the city, listening to the wail of sirens and the chaotic clamor of voices, Zhang Xiaobei chuckled to himself. Ding. Redeemed points earned 5799381. 5. Balance 603788745 points. He glanced at the pale light dawning on the horizon and checked his remaining skill duration, 6 hours and 58 minutes. Time to go. See you in the next city. Beneath Area 51, Jack and the military personnel were in a state of utter panic. 3 cities have already slipped out of our control. The populace has gone mad, taking to the streets, burning, looting, and killing. Why? He's already taken 6 of our military bases, and he won't even spare the metal objects in the cities. Get me China on the line. I demand an explanation. Chairman, there's an international call for you. Late into the night, in the office of the chairman of the security conglomerate, he was about to retire for the night. Frowning slightly, he instructed the call to be put through. Is there an emergency that warrants a call at this hour? As he answered, his voice traveled across the globe to Jack's ear on the other side. You must compensate for our losses. That damned agent, the pangolin, he's already hollowed out 3 of our country cities. I'm going to seek asylum from the United Conglomerate. Hearing the voice on the phone, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Since when did you need asylum? Before he could finish, Jack's voice came through again. No. 4 cities have been stripped clean. This madman of yours. If you don't stop him now, he'll use a nuclear bomb. No one's having fun anymore. Hearing the dial tone, still not fully grasping the situation, he instructed his secretary to look into the matter. 10 minutes later, reading the file word by word, he seemed to behold the most absurd thing in the world. Haha, are you sure this is Zhang Xiaobia's doing? Confirmed. Intelligence from the Peregrine. Footage captured during the CIA's arrest attempt shows the container falling from the sky and the weapons appearing out of thin air. It can all be attributed to Zhang Xiaobei. This kid. Can you still reach his phone? Patch me through. I want to speak with him personally. Hovering above the city, Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the 5th city he had stripped bare, listening to the endless ding-ding-ding of his growing point balance, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. System dad check balance. Ding. Host current balance 745136593 points. 5 cities. Finally made back the 100 million points I spent, and then some. My love was too foolish, too naive to mistake your loneliness for a kindred soul. Just as Zhang Xiaobei was about to set off for the next city, his long silent phone suddenly rang. Huh. Who else could be calling me besides Tong Tong? He glanced at the caller ID with slight confusion. It only showed unknown encrypted call, not even a number. Are scammers this sophisticated now? He hung up casually and was about to move on. The phone rang again. Growing impatient, Zhang Xiaobei hung up once more. On the other end of the line, the secretary's face darkened. He won't answer. He hung up twice in a row. Huh. Seems this young comrade has a good sense of caution. No matter. Keep calling. Hearing the phone ring yet again, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't take it anymore. Without a second thought, he hung up and tried to block the number. But after fiddling with the settings, he found it impossible to add to the blacklist. Just then the phone rang once more. At his wits' end, Zhang Xiaobei answered and snapped, Come on, tell me where you are. I'm coming over right now to demolish your house. The secretary who had just answered looked helplessly at the chairman. After relaying the situation, the other party took the phone with a smile and said, Hello. Comrade Zhang Xiaobei. It's me. I heard you want to demolish my house. Zhang Xiaobei heard a vaguely familiar voice on the other end, but too eager to get to the next city and cause trouble, he retorted, "Who are you?" "In the Jade Emperor." With that, he hung up again. A vein throbbing on his forehead, the chairman fell silent for a moment, took a couple of deep breaths, and dialed again. Seeing the number flash on his screen, once more a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Zhang Xiaobei's mind. He abruptly paused and answered the call. Are you really who I think you are?" Zhang Xiaobei ventured hesitantly. "No, I'm the Jade Emperor." The stern, serious tone on the other end made Zhang Xiaobei's scalp crawl. "No, I'm sorry. I honestly didn't recognize you. How could I have imagined you'd call me?" Hearing the slight tension in the young man's voice, the chairman's expression softened. "Xiaobei, I hear you're in country." "Huh. Oh, yes. I'm here on vacation." Zhang Xiaobei quickly replied. Quite the grand vacation you're having." Jack is called to complain. "Oh, he dares to call and tattle. Wait, I know he's at Area 51. I'm going there right now to have a word with him." With that, Zhang Xiaobei's gaze darkened as he looked toward the distant Area 51. Deep in the underground administrative zone, Jack felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if a redan black symbol of danger was faintly looming over him. "Child, come home." The chairman's voice on the phone was filled with affection. "I know everything you've done in Country M. Whatever reason you had for taking so much from them, let's talk it over when you get back." Zhang Xiaobei felt a warmth in his heart, then replied, "All right, I'll pack up and prepare to return. I've arranged for someone to pick you up. She'll take you back through a special channel." His tone suddenly turned serious. "Stay safe. They're preparing to use weapons over there. When you're back safely, we'll meet and discuss in detail." After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei hovered in midair, stunned for a long moment. A nuclear bomb. Targeting me. If they hadn't called me back, I would have confiscated that nuke just to see how arrogant they'd be. But leaving like this isn't my style. He summoned the Ark on the spot, walked into the vessel, and deactivated his quantum state. "Butler. Master, I'm here." A coquettish female voice came from the side as a holographic projection lit up, revealing a curvaceous JK girl with twin tails who appeared instantly. "Let's go pay a visit to this never-met-before friend at Area 51. As he spoke, a wicked grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Jack was munching on a burger in the dining area of Area 51's underground administrative zone when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. "Achoo! Damn it, is the AC too high?" he muttered, rubbing his nose. At that moment, the sky above Area 51, once bright with daylight, suddenly darkened in a patch. Zhang Xiaobei, piloting the Ark with optical camouflage activated, hovered directly above Area 51. Master target coordinates detected. Area 51 Underground Command Center. The butler's coquettish voice carried a hint of mockery. "Shall we drop straight in or go through the front door?" Friendly reminder, taking the front door requires neutralizing the 300 troops stationed on the surface first. Zhang Xiaobei grinned widely. "I'll choose C. Tear off the ceiling." Meanwhile, Jack was still munching on his burger, grumbling, "This time the East must give us an explanation. Their pangolins dismantled our..." Boom! A massive hole burst open in the base's ceiling, and the wig on his head was blown off by the air current, revealing a shiny bald head. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaobei descended slowly on a silver staircase, holding a coffee cup he had somehow taken from the government building. "I heard you complained to my family about me." Zhang Xiaobei set the coffee cup down on the dining table, bent over to pick up the wig, and gently placed it back on Jack's head. "Come on, let's have a private chat." Under the horrified stares of the generals and high-ranking officials, Zhang Xiaobei carried the blonde by the collar into the adjacent meeting room. Only the half-eaten burger left on the table bore witness that all this was real. The meeting room door clicked shut automatically, and the glass instantly turned opaque. From outside, the military officials heard the two arguing inside. "That's our aircraft carrier. It's mine now. The CIA will catch you. The steel in their headquarters building is quite valuable." Sweat beaded on Jack's forehead. He loosened his tie, his voice carrying a hint of plea. "Mr. Zhang, what will it take for you to let us go?" Zhang Xiaobei lounged comfortably on the leather sofa. "I've had my fun." A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "But I have some little trinkets I no longer need. Would you still be interested?" "You mean..." Jack suppressed his anger, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to the sky-obscuring arc outside the broken ceiling. "I like talking to smart people." Zhang Xiaobei snapped his fingers, and a holographic projection immediately displayed rows of brand-new weapons and equipment. "Sure, I did take a tiny bit of your belongings, but now I find them too space-consuming. How about lending you a batch?" Jack's expression shifted. He understood perfectly. Country M, stripped of its military advantage, was now like a piece of fat coveted by countless hungry wolves. Those forces they had once suppressed were surely already sharpening their claws. "What are your conditions?" Jack's voice involuntarily dropped a notch. Zhang Xiaobei stood up, walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window of the meeting room, and gazed down at the interior structure of Area 51. "I could dismantle all of Country M without leaving a trace, but suddenly I feel..." He turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Mr. Jack, you wouldn't want to be the first monarch to lose your kingdom, would you? Now I'm willing to lend you enough equipment to maintain your hegemony. But you'll need to do this. Zhang Ziobi's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, so only Jack could hear the rest. 10 minutes later, the meeting room door slowly opened. To everyone's shock, the gentleman emerged with a beaming smile, supporting Zhang Xiaobei by the arm, and spoke in an ingratiating tone. Mr. Zhang, you must visit us often. By the way, the roof of our government building is made of pure gold. If you're interested. Zhang Xiaobei raised a hand to stop Jack's flattery, looked around at the assembled officials, and said, "We've crossed swords and become friends. I believe Mr. Jack is a qualified leader. In country's hour of crisis, it was his sincerity that convinced me." He paused, then dropped the bombshell. "Now rejoice, everyone. I will leave country M." The assembled high officials and military members collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. "As a friend, I'm willing to lend out some equipment for free, and I hope you'll all support his work." Zhang Xiaobei patted Jack on the shoulder, his tone carrying a threat. "You have my number. If anyone opposes you, tell me, and he'll personally send them to see God via my spaceship." These words instantly tensed the entire room. Everyone's gaze darted to the arc suspended in midair, its 10 charging cannon ports seeming ready to spew devastating energy at any moment. "We promise to follow orders and fully cooperate with Mr. Jack's work." Watching the high officials and military members rush to pledge their allegiance, Zhang Xiaobei nodded with a faint smile. "Come on up, I'll wait for you on the base's surface." He turned and stepped onto the silver staircase, ascending slowly to the ground amid a beam of light. In less than 5 minutes, all the top brass of the underground base had gathered on the surface. The crowd was deathly silent, like students waiting for their teacher to speak. Everyone watched closely. As he spoke, his consciousness stirred in the subspace, and 2/3 of the arsenal, jets, tanks, firearms, shells, and more, materialized instantly in the open desert, along with 3/4 of the pretty currency from the space casually tossed aside. Even with prior preparation, Jack and all the officials and generals present were deeply shaken by this display of power. "Remember, I'm lending this to you." Leaving these words behind, Zhang Xiaobei turned and stepped onto the arc. Whispers arose from below as someone speculated in a low voice, "Is he really an alien?" "Keep your voice down. Be grateful we got the equipment back." Just then a portly minister muttered, "But what about our material losses and economic deficit?" Treasury Minister Xavier slapped him on the back of the head. "Idiot. With this equipment, why not go rob the Indians? There's an ancient saying in China, when the neighbor stocks food, you stock guns, the neighbor becomes your pantry. If not the Indians, there's the maple leafs, the 2 hares, and those rich lords in Europe. With the weapons and gear Mr. Zhang gave us, just go loot and be done with it." Listening to the chatter below, a smile crept across Zhang Ziobi's face. Under everyone's gaze, the arc activated its optical camouflage, and the colossal vessel vanished without a trace in an instant. This departing figure would be forever etched into the memories of country M's high officials, never to be erased for the rest of their lives. Having finished the official affairs of country M, it was already past 11 p.m. Hovering in the air over country M, Zhang Xiaobei was busy stuffing various ingredients into the cold storage of the food warehouse: beef, lamb, Sichuan pepper star, anise, garlic, cinnamon, bay leaf, salt. After arranging the materials, Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands and sighed. "Alas, I'm destined to toil for a living." He instructed the chef robot to prepare a lamb hot pot, casually thinking it would suffice for the night. The butler nearby coquettishly said, "Master, I'm hungry too." Zhang Xiaobei felt a wave of annoyance. "You better pray that you don't have a physical form, or you might get into trouble." The butler replied, "I'm really hungry. The stellar energy reserves are only at 76 now." "Oh, so you really are hungry." Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Indeed, what malicious thoughts could an artificial intelligence possess? "It feels strange to keep calling you butler. Shall we give you a name?" "That would be great, master. You must give me a nice name." Zhang Xiaobei stroked his chin, staring at the flickering virtual interface of the butler, and suddenly grinned. "How about I call you Air Guzzi? It's relatable and easy to take care of." The butler reacted with a dismayed emoticon. "Master, I'm a high-level AI, not the village's big yellow dog." "Haha, just kidding." Zhang Xiaobei quickly waved his hand. "On a serious note, how about the name Stardust? It's definitely not like Big Yellow. It suits your status." The butler softly repeated Stardust as the virtual interface radiated a gentle blue light. "Sounds good. Thank you, master. All right, from now on you'll be called Stardust." Zhang Xiaobei nodded in satisfaction and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, weren't you hungry? Now that it's dark, where will you go to bask in the sun?" The butler replied, "I can activate the interstellar roaming mode." Zhang Xiaobei asked, "Where will you go? Could it be?" The butler replied, "Yes, truly basking in the sun." Zhang Xiaobei was left speechless. With the hum of the warp engine, the arc transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the sun. Outside the porthole, countless stars formed a thin line as Zhang Xiaobei slouched in the command chair, nibbling on an apple. "Master, we've arrived." After 16 minutes, Stardust's voice rang out announcing their arrival. The spaceship hovered at the edge of the solar corona as a massive energy collector slowly unfolded, resembling silver petals bathing in the light of the star. Zhang Xiaobei squinted at the blazing white sun outside the window and suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, I forgot to put on sunscreen. Forget it, being a man, a little tan is healthy. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand. Quick, eat your food. Hey, where's my lamb hot pot? Energy replenishing, current progress 77. 79. Stardust's reminder had a satisfied tremor in its tone. By the way, Master, can I be renamed Galaxy's #1 beauty next time? Zhang Xiaobei replied, get lost. One person and one arc shared a meal for the first time near the sun. This was probably the most absurd picnic in human history. Zhang Xiaobei was staring blankly at the energy replenishment progress bar when suddenly a slender black shadow zipped past outside the porthole. What the hell? He suddenly lunged toward the observation window. Stardust, what was that thing just now? An unidentified object detected. Stardust's girlish voice suddenly turned serious. It has a cigar-like shape, approximately 400 meters long, and is leaving the solar system at a speed of 26 kilometers. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened. Wait, isn't that Oumuamua, the interstellar visitor discovered in 2017? Database comparison in progress. 99. 9 match. Master, according to records, it should have left the solar system back in 2018. Interesting. Zhang Xiaobei stroked his chin and suddenly grinned. Let's chase it and take a look. Warning. Energy replenishing only 83 complete. Don't eat yet. Activate the warp engine. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands excitedly. This is humanity's first chance to observe an interstellar object up close. As soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship executed a beautiful tailspin, chasing after the mysterious elongated object. As they drew nearer, more details were displayed on the observation screen. The dark red surface was covered in strange indentations, presenting an unnatural geometric shape. Master, this is definitely not a naturally formed meteorite. Stardust continued speaking. The surface has patterns that appear to be artificially carved. Zhang Xiaobei felt a cold sweat break out as he thought of the spacecraft beneath Area 51, which was said to have been destroyed by some mysterious force deep within the moon. At that moment, Oumuamua suddenly changed its trajectory, without warning, accelerating with an acute angle that defied the laws of physics, instantly disappearing into deep space. The command cabin fell into silence. Should we chase it? Zhang Xiaobei remained silent for a long time, then suddenly turned and walked toward the kitchen. Forget it, I haven't eaten my hot pot yet. Such troublesome matters should be left for scientists to worry about. Stardust protested, but Master. By the way, Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand without looking back. What did you say you wanted to be renamed? Galaxy's #1 beauty. Did Master agree? Zhang Xiaobei replied, not a chance. They'll call you Oumuamua Observer instead. Charging complete. Current stellar energy reserves at 100. Stardust's reminder echoed in the cabin. Zhang Xiaobei let out a satisfied belch while the chef robot tirelessly tidied up the leftovers. Just as he was about to order a return, he suddenly spoke on a whim. Stardust, how about checking near the moon? 10 minutes later, the Ark hovered in lunar orbit. Master, deep scans reveal anomalies in the moon's internal structure. Stardust's girlish voice was unusually hesitant. Based on the density calculations, the moon is hollow. Zhang Xiaobei's joy drink fell to the ground with a thud. Are you sure? The holographic projection unfolded, revealing a perfect spherical cavity beneath the moon's shell, with the inner walls covered in regular geometric patterns. Even more astonishing was the detection of an unknown device approximately 50 kilometers in diameter at the core of the moon, pulsing at a frequency of 0.001 hertz. Energy readings are equivalent to. Stardust paused slightly, as if calculating an explanation Zhang Xiaobei could understand. 100 million hydrogen bombs exploding simultaneously. Cold sweat instantly soaked Zhang Xiaobei's back. He stared at the projection, his throat tightening. This is... Stardust continued, according to pattern comparisons, it absolutely does not belong to any records of Blue Star civilization. The device's energy characteristics indicate. Zhang Xiaobei interrupted. What does it show? Who taught you? Speak clearly. It is continuously counteracting some kind of shockwave from outside the solar system. Stardust displayed a simulated scene of shockwaves on the Milky Way star map for Zhang Xiaobei. If it weren't for this device, Blue Star would endure 30 cosmic ray bursts each year that could destroy the ecosystem. Zhang Xiaobei's legs went weak as he slumped into the chair. In the projection, those circular mountains he had once thought were meteorite craters now clearly displayed a precise arrangement. This was obviously an energy node meticulously designed by some advanced civilization. Immediately shut down all active scans. Exit detection mode. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly lowered his voice and shouted. Quick! As the Ark silently retreated to the Earth-Moon Lagrange point, Zhang Xiaobei's hands were still trembling slightly. He gazed at the distant silver moon, feeling a fear that struck deep into his bones for the first time. Return home. His voice sounded dry, almost unrecognizable. Delete all the data seen today. Master does not intend. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly laughed, but his eyes were icy. What am I even? Even you were a gift from the system lottery. How dare I explore a civilization capable of transforming celestial bodies? He turned and walked toward the living quarters, his shadow stretching long against the wall. Isn't living good, eh? Outside the porthole, the moon continued to gently reflect the sunlight, just as it had for the past 4 billion years. In a safe house in Country M, Falcon stared at her phone screen, her delicate brows tightly knitted together. Where on earth has this guy gone? Since 11 p.m. She had been incessantly dialing Zhang Xiaobei's number, yet each call was met with the cold, mechanical tone of the voice prompt. The subscriber you are dialing is not in the service area. Not in the service area. Falcon was so furious she nearly hurled her phone. Is there even a place without service nowadays? Did he run off to the moon or something? Her mission from above was simple: find Zhang Xiaobei, activate the special channel, and bring him back to China safely. But now she couldn't reach him. She even began to suspect Zhang Xiaobei might have been captured. No, I need to try a different approach. Taking a deep breath, Falcon opened her encrypted communicator and entered a string of code. Initiate base station signal query, locate Zhang Xiaobei's last known position. Seconds later, the system fed back the location. Target's last signal disappeared in low Earth orbit. Falcon. Meanwhile, near low Earth orbit, Zhang Xiaobei was leisurely seated in the command pod of the Ark, munching on an apple while admiring the blue arc of the planet. His phone suddenly picked up a signal, and an incoming call notification popped up immediately. He answered, and Falcon's voice crackled with suppressed fury. Zhang Xiaobei, where have you been? Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Xiaobei hung up, directly muttering, what a temper. When Falcon called again, she barely restrained her homicidal urge, her voice icy and sharp. Falcon, sent by the chairman to pick you up. Where are you now? I just went to the sun for a recharge and took a little trip to the moon. The signal's been a bit spotty. Falcon was speechless. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Listen, I'm responsible for getting you back safely. All right, where are you? I've sent you the coordinates. Okay, be right there. 5 minutes later, at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York City. The moment Zhang Xiaobei pushed open the rusted iron door, a dark shadow lunged at him with the whistling sound of wind. Chief, it's me. Don't shoot. He dodged hastily, and Falcon's sweeping kick smashed heavily into a wooden crate beside him, sending splinters flying. Not in the service area, huh? Kept me calling all night, huh? Hung up on me, huh? Went to the sun for a recharge, did you? Huh? Took a trip to the moon, huh? Falcon's voice was as cold as ice. Her tall, lithe figure moved like a panther in the dim warehouse. She shed her cumbersome leather jacket, revealing a tight tactical vest that accentuated the perfect curves of her chest. Her winered hair traced a sharp arc in the sunlight. Before Zhang Xiaobei could explain, he was slammed towards the ground with a shoulder throw. Just before impact, he planted one hand on the floor, flipping nimbly to regain his footing. Huh? Falcon's pupils contracted slightly. Zhang Xiaobei gave an awkward smile, raising his hands, then suddenly caught her wrist as she attacked again. Falcon was shocked to find her arm immobilized, as if clamped by a hydraulic press. Sorry, you're one of us, but you're way too impulsive. With a slight exertion of force, Zhang Xiaobei pressed Falcon down heavily onto the ground. Wide-eyed, she watched this grinning rogue pick up a seamless steel pipe and walk towards her with a lecherous smile. He bent the seamless steel pipe straight, and then back again, as if it were made of Play-Doh. What the hell are you? Falcon's voice carried a rare tremor. A patriotic Chinese guy. Zhang Xiaobei clattered the pipe to the ground and scratched his head. Let's not dwell on that. How are you planning to get me back? Falcon steadied her breath, reached into her chest, and pulled out a waterproof map. First we drive to Brew Wharf, then. Her finger traced a route on the map. It'll get you into the freezer hold of an ocean freighter. In 72 hours. Matt, wait. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened. You want me to squeeze in with the codfish in a freezer at -20 degrees for 3 days? It's the safest route available. Even though I've received word that your departure restriction has been lifted, who knows if this isn't a trap set by Country M. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei really wanted to whip out his phone and call Jack to prove his capabilities, but he held back. Follow me. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly grabbed her hand and ran outside. Let go. My heels. Hey. 5 minutes later, Falcon was utterly stunned as she watched the Ark deactivate its optical camouflage. Under the sunlight, the sleek spaceship shimmered with a faint blue halo, yet it reflected no sunlight at all. Her toes unconsciously curled in her high heels, sweating from nervousness. What is this? My stowaway ride. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand triumphantly, and the hatch opened automatically, a silver ramp extending downwards. Isn't this way more comfortable than a freezer hold? Plus there's Wi-Fi. Falcon mechanically followed him into the cabin. When her high heels left muddy prints on the gleaming floor, she felt a rare moment of awkwardness. But unbeknownst to her, a faint blue glow on the floor had already auto-cleaned the mud stains. Seeing the stardust in the cabin's holographic projection and the chef robot walking over with snacks, this elite agent's worldview completely shattered. Brace yourself. Zhang Xiaobei cheerfully handed her a bag of chips. I could circle the globe and get back to China in 2 minutes, but I'm worried your body can't handle it. Better take it slow. We'll arrive in J City in an hour. Cola or orange juice? Falcon opened her mouth and finally squeezed out, got any red wine? Falcon sat by the porthole holding a glass of red wine, gazing at the sea of clouds and the city below in a daze. Where did you get this spaceship? Picked it up at a second-hand market. Zhang Xiaobei shrugged. Falcon was speechless. She decided not to press further. Such classified matters were best left unquestioned for her own good. Zhang Xiaobei smiled and handed her a warm towel. Relax, let's fly slowly and enjoy the view of the planet. Falcon sighed. The higher-ups want us to hurry. Don't worry, we'll be there in an hour. An hour later in J City, China. The Ark hovered silently above the headquarters of the China Security Group. Falcon looked down at the familiar building and finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. Zhang Xiaobei stretched lazily. See, much better than stowing away, right? Falcon gave a helpless smile, looking at this unfathomable man with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It certainly is more comfortable, but can you give a heads up next time? Parking right above the group headquarters like this, won't it? Zhang Xiaobei blinked. So what? Should I park on the rooftop instead? Falcon was speechless. A steady voice came through Falcon's special communicator. Confirm the target has arrived safely. Yes. Falcon glanced at Zhang Xiaobei, who was lounging with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette and drinking cola. However, his method of returning was somewhat unique. The voice on the other end carried a hint of confusion. He's nearly 80 hours ahead of the planned route. What route did you take? Falcon took a deep breath. Reporting in, we returned via a private spaceship. There was a sudden 2-second silence on the communicator. A private spaceship? The voice on the phone was tinged with surprise and uncertainty. You mean right now you are hovering directly above the headquarters at an altitude of 300 meters? The Peregrine reported truthfully, requesting landing coordinates. After another moment of silence, the voice on the phone regained its composure. Immediately seal off the surrounding airspace, guide it to the parking lot. No, wait. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, his voice rising slightly. Peregrine, you said. A spaceship. How big exactly? The Peregrine looked out the porthole at the Ark, which nearly blotted out half the sky. Probably, maybe, possibly the size of 3 main headquarters buildings. A sharp intake of breath was audible over the communicator. Before he could speak again, the office window suddenly went dark. The group's alarm system remained eerily silent. The man hurried to the window. An 800-meter-long silver, liquid metal spaceship hovered silently above the group's headquarters, its streamlined hull gleaming with a faint blue luster under the sunlight. What was most chilling was that such a behemoth had triggered no air defense alarms. His voice over the phone was unusually trembling. This is what you call a means of transportation. A cheerful voice came from the communicator. Hello, old timer. Mind if I park my boat here? He took a deep breath over the phone, years of composure, allowing him to steady his emotions quickly. Activate the Celestial Shield Defense System immediately. Claim it's an electromagnetic test. He spoke sharply to the arriving head of security, not a lockdown of the airspace. I want you to lock down the entire cloud. When he personally witnessed the Ark descending vertically onto the group's plaza, defying the laws of physics, the old man, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but curse. Damn it. This thing is 3 times bigger than the Shandong aircraft carrier. The spaceship came to a steady halt. The hatch opened, and a silver light cascaded down. Countless nanobots wove through the air like living things, instantly forming a gangway. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and stepped onto the gangway, descending. His steps were hurried but slowed abruptly on the last 3 steps, as if suddenly remembering something. He instinctively straightened his collar, which was not actually disheveled. When he stood on the ground of the group's plaza, Zhang Xiaobei's atoms apple bobbed noticeably. He stopped 3 meters away from the man, a distance neither offensive nor lacking in respect. Hello. His voice was an octave higher than usual, and he quickly cleared his throat. Zhang Xiaobei, the one who was picking through trash in the U.S. His right hand was already raised to his chest for a salute, but froze mid-motion. In an instant, he seemed to recall at least 3 different forms of etiquette. Finally, he chose to extend his right hand, bow slightly, and clasp the man's hand firmly in a 2-handed handshake. After the handshake, as he was about to step forward, the security chief moved to block him. This spaceship. Stand aside. The man gently patted the security chief on the shoulder. If Comrade Xiaobei truly wished me harm, dropping a screw from the sky would have sufficed. He turned to Zhang Xiaobei with a smile. Want you invite me up for a look? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped aside to lead the way. Please. I've got some freshly brewed Biluacan tea inside. As the 3 ascended the gangway, he suddenly stopped, reaching out to touch the streamlined metal shell of the hatch. His fingers trembled slightly as they stroked the cold metal. This material? Our lab can't even produce a sample with a tenth of its strength. Upon entering the bridge, his shock deepened. A holographic projection interface, anti-gravity floating seats, and a robot brewing tea beside a coffee table. His gaze lingered on every detail for a long time. Sit here. Zhang Xiaobei pulled out a seat eagerly. This chair has a massage function, specially treats herniated discs. He had just sat down when he jumped up in surprise. This is zero-gravity cushioning. He then shook his head with a wry smile. Xiaobei, this one ship of yours is enough for us aerospace engineers to chase for 50 years. Actually, this ship. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly lowered his voice. I found it. The Peregrine, listening to Zhang's obvious nonsense, couldn't help but interject. Earlier you said you bought it at a second-hand market in the US. You've got some nerve bringing that up. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly jumped up, rolling up his sleeve to show off. Look at this bruise. Your agent here gave me a shoulder throw the moment we met. If I weren't so thick-skinned. Haha, you two young people. The man laughed heartily at their antics. It's normal for young folks to horse around. The man suddenly changed the subject. But Xiaobei, about your 0 yuan shopping in the US, don't you owe me an explanation? And nothing much, just a habit. I help myself to a few things. No worries. The old lady already paid for them. Hearing Zhang Xiaobei's flippant words, he laughed even more heartily. You? Let's not have a next time. He took the teacup handed to him by a nearby robot, blew on it, and took a sip. Zhang Xiaobei dropped his playful demeanor. Stardust, take Miss Peregrine to the guest quarters to rest. She didn't sleep well last night. Make sure the room is soundproofed. Let her get some good rest. As soon as Zhang Xiaobei finished speaking, a little girl in a JK uniform appeared before everyone. All right, master. I will arrange a suitable resting environment for Miss Peregrine. Zhang Xiaobei was covered in black lines, wanting to shout his innocence. My reputation. However, the man's attention was caught by Stardust. This is artificial intelligence, with self-awareness, and a 3D holographic projection. The man was somewhat astonished. You already have mature technology like this. Zhang Xiaobei remained silent, waiting until the Peregrine, guided by Stardust's projection, had walked away toward the living quarters before speaking again. Stardust, create a duplicate. All right, master. Introduce yourself. Before I introduce myself, please allow me to briefly learn about our guest. 2 seconds later. Hello, Chairman. I am Master's AI butler. It's a pleasure to have you visiting. I am the AI of the Ark. Converted to Earth's AI iteration standards, I should be the 23rd generation. Currently, Earth's AI development is in its 3rd generation. Hearing this little girl-shaped AI communicate with him so fluently, he was now visibly unsettled. This, Xiaobei, do you have the complete set of this technology? The company can buy it. Name your price, or ask for anything you want. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the excited man and quickly helped him sit down again. Now is not the time to discuss this. What I'm about to say you might not believe, but I swear I'm not lying. I was a child raised in an orphanage. Without the company, there would be no me today. So please trust me. The reason I did all those things in the US was to get a chance to meet you. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobei took a light sip of his tea to moisten his throat. This story begins 5 years from now, or perhaps 5 years ago. 5 years ago. 5 years later. His brows knitted slightly, the teacup pausing midair. Zhang Xiaobei's words stirred confusion within him, yet he did not interrupt. Instead, he took a gentle sip of tea, signaling for the other to continue. The me from 5 years ago is dead, and the me from 5 years later is dead too. Zhang Xiaobei's voice cut, like a blade slowly slicing through memories. Both perished in that apocalypse. The teacup trembled faintly in his hand, a few drops of tea splattering onto the alloy table. He tightened his fingers imperceptibly, his expression betraying a hint of tension. It all begins with the apocalypse 120 days from now at noon on August 8th. Zhang Xiaobei's gaze pierced through the flickering shadows, landing on his face. Seeing that the other had no intention of interrupting, he took a deep breath and continued. That day was supposed to be my business trip to City S. Since my flight was in the afternoon, I allowed myself the rare luxury of sleeping in. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes were vacant, as though submerged in recollection. This accidental lien spared me from the first wave of disaster. His voice suddenly turned bitter, as if he had been transported back to that moment. At noon that day, hail suddenly fell from the sky. It wasn't ordinary hail. They were ice balls the size of an infant's fist, striking the glass with a thunderous roar. I stood by the window of my apartment, watching the street below transform into a living hell. The windshield of a bus cracked into a web of fissures, and pedestrians fled in all directions, clutching their heads. I saw a woman in a red dress stumble just 2 steps before an ice ball from the sky struck her back, sending her sprawling onto the road like a broken doll. The air in the meeting room seemed to congeal. His breathing began to change. The wail of ambulances, the explosions of colliding cars, the cries of people. All these sounds wove in and out of the hail's roar. The most terrifying part was that the hail lasted a full 12 hours. By midnight, the streets were piled with hail like white tombs, concealing countless bodies beneath. The sunlight streaming through the spacecraft's porthole was suddenly veiled by clouds plunging the cabin into shadow. The lighting system flickered on automatically casting a glow over the tea table between them. We all thought the disaster was over. Zhang Ziobius' lips curled into a faint bitter smile. But at midnight on August 9th, the moment the hail stopped, snow began to fall. At first it was just fine flakes beginning to clear the streets. The bloodstains on the hail were slowly buried. But that snow, it fell for 3 whole months. Zhang Ziobius' voice suddenly rose, trembling with agitation. The temperature plummeted to freezing, and the city was like a freezer. Looking into Zhang Ziobius' eyes, he knew the man's thoughts had returned to that desperate summer. At first the military cleared the streets and distributed relief supplies, but later the snow fell harder, burying even the snowplows. Eventually we were told to fend for ourselves. The residents of the entire building gathered in a few central apartments, piling all the bedding and clothes together for warmth. His narration suddenly halted as his right hand instinctively reached for his pocket. Do you mind if I smoke? The health officer isn't here today. The man unexpectedly extended his hand. Give me one too. Pale blue smoke curled between them. Zhang Xiaobei inhaled deeply, letting the nicotine soothe his trembling nerves. Then in a voice eerily calm, he continued his tale. People dying in the extreme cold, bloody clashes over supplies, a deadly virus from the melting snow, and pale monsters roaming in 70-degree heat. The cigarette butts gradually piled up in the ashtray as the sun slanted outside the window. His brow furrowed deeper, as if witnessing those hellish scenes unfolding before his eyes. Later I was surrounded by those disgusting zombies. I had grown weary of this apocalypse, and in hunger and despair I chose to end my life. Then, Zhang Xiaobei crushed the cigarette, but into the ashtray, exhaling deeply. I came back. Back to now, which is 5 years ago. Don't ask me how I returned. I don't know either. With that, Zhang Ziobius' bloodshot eyes glistened. I'm just an ordinary person trying to live a better life. I discovered that after coming back, I had something different. He casually pulled a bottle of cola from a spatial void, followed by a pack of dried fruit. I've gained a strange space, enormous in size. Watching Zhang Xiaobei conjure these items from thin air like a magician, even the seasoned man could no longer remain composed. Is this magic? Not quite magic. Call it mystical technology. Right now my space holds enough supplies for me to live freely in the future. That's why I went scavenging in Country M. Hearing this, the man burst into laughter. It's only human. After experiencing all that, now that you have a chance to start over, I'd do the same. At this acknowledgement, Zhang Xiaobei felt a sense of relief. But Zhang Ziobius' tone shifted abruptly. This time I visited Area 51 in Country M, and I think I've figured out the origin of this apocalypse. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Xiaobei projected the log of the Reaper civilization's pioneer mainframe from his consciousness onto the 3D display before them. After reading it, all the silence between them grew oppressive. So it's an alien civilization, one capable of traveling at 4 times the speed of light. Zhang Xiaobei nodded helplessly. Huh. Xiaobei, give me some time. I need to process this. With that, he reclined in the zero-gravity chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Zhang Xiaobei didn't interrupt. He twisted open the cola, took a sip, and waited quietly. He also took a moment to check in with the system, which he had yet to do today. Ding. Congratulations, host, for a successful check-in. You've earned 100 points. Balance, 745136693 points. He glanced at the gene potion formulas for beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels gifted from a lottery in the system backpack. With a thought, he chose to retrieve them. A USB drive instantly appeared in Zhang Ziobius' hand. He quietly rose and walked to the ship's console, inserting the USB drive. Make a copy of this. Okay, master. Copy complete. Zhang Xiaobei unplugged the USB drive and turned to walk back to the man. Just then the man slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his reverie. Thank you, Xiaobei, for bringing back this intelligence. He let out a long sigh, and his entire demeanor suddenly sharpened. We should not give up like this. Then he slowly rose and walked to the porthole, as if gazing over all of China. Xiaobei, do you know what China was like 100 years ago? His voice was deep and resonant. Back then, during the 8-Nation Alliance, our ancestors didn't even have decent weapons. In 37, when foreign invaders boasted they'd conquer our land in 3 months, they had planes and tanks, while we could only resist with our flesh and blood. He turned around, his eyes gleaming. Yet under such circumstances, we drove the invaders out of our country in 14 years. In the 60s, when foreign experts left, they took all the blueprints and mocked us, saying we couldn't build an atomic bomb in 20 years. And what happened? For years. We calculated with abacuses for 4 years. 4 years later, the thunderous roar at Lop Ner made the whole world hear China's answer. In 08, we built a disaster relief settlement in 10 days. In 20, we built the Hushan Hospital in 10 days. His voice grew increasingly powerful. Which time wasn't a life or death test? Which time didn't we pull through? Xiaobei, the news you brought back is indeed heavy. His hands pressed on Zhang Ziobius' shoulders. But remember, our company's specialty is turning impossible into possible. 120 days. That's enough time to rally all of China's strength to build an underground city and develop an antiviral vaccine. If we could build a nuclear submarine from scratch back, then there's no hurdle we can't overcome today. Listening to him, Zhang Xiaobei was already in tears. All right, Xiaobei, it's okay. Then, as if embracing his own child, he held the much taller Zhang Xiaobei in his arms, unhesitatingly wiping his tears with his own sleeve. Though you possess technology beyond our understanding and are fully capable of surviving alone. His voice was gentle yet firm. But you've already endured too much. Those 5 harrowing years should no longer be a burden on you. He gently patted Zhang Xiaobei on the back. The company won't ask anything of you. In the days ahead, go and enjoy life. Bringing back this crucial information is already your greatest contribution to China. Then he released the embrace and adjusted the creases on his uniform. As he stood up, the cabin's lights cast a warm glow on his silver temples. I should be going too. His gaze swept over the blinking indicators on the console, a determined smile curving at the corners of his mouth. The next 120 days will be busy. As he turned, Zhang Xiaobei's voice called out from behind. Wait, take this with you. Saying this, Zhang Xiaobei shoved a prepared USB drive into his hand without explanation. These are 3 physique enhancement potion formulas, basic, intermediate, and advanced. Take them in order. They can unlock human potential. Zhang Xiaobei then pulled a steel pipe from his spatial storage and effortlessly bent it before the chairman. Of course, the effect won't be as exaggerated as mine. But after taking all 3, your lifespan will extend to 120 years and your physical condition will greatly improve. It will certainly aid the later anti-cold efforts. With that, he produced another USB drive and pressed it into the old man's hands. This is the antiviral serum formula. Administer it intravenously. Once used, it can effectively resist viral infections. Don't leave yet to let me see if there's anything else useful. The old man's hands trembled slightly as he took the drive. Xiaobei, why would you? Because I too am a child of China. Zhang Xiaobei met his gaze directly. His eyes were glistening. Xiaobei, thank you. Call out Peregrine. He steadied his emotions and suddenly spoke. Received. Shortly after, Stardust's voice sounded. Peregrine hurriedly emerged from the restroom. Your identity abroad has been compromised. You don't need to return. From now on, you're responsible for protecting Comrade Xiao's safety. But, Peregrine protested. My mission. This is an order. Your priority now is to ensure this kid's safety. If he loses even a single hair. Mission guaranteed. Peregrine snapped to attention and saluted, but overheard Zhang Xiaobei muttering. I'm afraid she's more dangerous than the mission target. Everyone burst into laughter, echoing through the cabin. Come on, let's go down and sit for a while. Then the cabin door opened, and the 3 stepped out of the spaceship. As he descended the gangway, the setting sun stretched his shadow long. The 2 young people behind him engaged in a silent standoff with their eyes. Lin Weidong, head of the security department, and the guards waiting at the foot of the gangway all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the chairman leading the way. Relax. Clear this area from now on. This will be Xiaobei's exclusive landing spot. And Lin Weidong, you'll be the liaison with Zhang Xiaobei from now on. Follow all his instructions. Notify immediately. First, within 20 minutes. All the company's academicians must report. Not a second late. Second, his voice suddenly rose an octave. Within 1 hour, all 12 directors of Huaxia Security Group must be present in the conference hall, without exception. Tell them this is an emergency meeting concerning the very survival of the company. Every word shot out like a bullet. By the fastest means possible now. Immediately. Right now. 20 minutes later, amidst the hushed murmurs of the academicians, Lin Weidong walked toward the podium with firm, heavy steps. His eyes swept the room, and the seated academicians instantly fell silent. Greetings, pillars of China. After saying this, he nodded to the secretary beside him. Sign this confidentiality agreement first. As the secretary began distributing the agreements to the top experts and scholars from various fields, everyone's expressions grew solemn. The only sound in the room was the rustling of pens as everyone solemnly signed their names. Watching the pillars of China before him, Lin Weidong's voice slowly rose. Next, the company and the people will entrust you with a daunting yet glorious mission. In 3 days. I appreciate your hard work. Produce the samples. Dismissed. At that moment, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, holding 2 newly copied USB drives, wore an expression of utmost gravity. 60 minutes later, in the same conference hall, the air was almost frozen. 12 directors in formal attire sat upright, each resolute face etched with solemnity. No one whispered, not even the rustle of papers was heard. All maintained a soldier-like silence. When they received the emergency summons personally issued by the group's chairman, these battle-hardened directors all changed expression in unison. An emergency meeting concerning the company's survival. These 12 words carried a weight of 1,000 pounds. It was the first time this level of emergency protocol had been activated. As the conference hall's doors slid open silently, two figures entered the venue one after another. The chairman leading the way had silver hair like frost, yet walked with the resolute, forceful steps of a soldier. The young man following closely stood tall and straight as a pine, but his eyes held a weariness beyond his years. The young man stood slightly hesitantly behind the chairman. His gaze swept over the 12 directors present, and he unconsciously swallowed. The chairman of Huaxia Security Group strode directly toward the main seat, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the silent conference hall. After taking his seat, he surveyed the room and slowly began to speak. Comrades, I have convened this meeting today because we face the most severe challenge in history. According to reliable intelligence, in 120 days, that is on June 28th, the world will be struck by an unprecedented catastrophe. The air in the conference hall seemed to freeze instantly. The 12 individuals present wore grim expressions, yet no one interrupted. For the specifics, please let Comrade Zhang Xiaobei explain. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. Hello everyone, I am a survivor from 5 years in the future. Zhang Xiaobei's voice was somewhat tense, but quickly steadied. The catastrophe I experienced lasted only 5 years. I will now report to you all that I know about those 5 years. Over the next half hour, Zhang Xiaobei detailed the progression of disasters, extreme cold, viruses, extreme heat. When Zhang Xiaobei finished recounting his experiences, the meeting hall was enveloped in deathly silence. So you're saying that after enduring 5 years you chose to commit suicide, yet somehow ended up back in the present? Yes. Zhang Xiaobei nodded firmly, but did not mention the system as it was his last resort. Having said this, Zhang Xiaobei bowed slightly and retreated to stand behind the chairman. I know it's difficult for everyone to accept this immediately. He surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. But the recent mysterious evacuation of Country M must still be fresh in your memories, right? The perpetrator is right here, it is him. With that, he pointed at Zhang Xiaobei. The fact that one man evacuated Country M is plain to see. As for the prophecy of Doomsday, I choose to believe. Saying this, he was the first to raise his right hand. The 12 board members exchanged glances, then one by one raised their hands to vote. Excellent. The man nodded with satisfaction. Next, please let Xiaobei share his insights. After listening, I need each of you to formulate a unified response plan. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and slowly walked to the podium. Before I begin, allow me to demonstrate 2 small tricks to prove that I am not lying. He gave a slight smile and waved his right hand gently. Before everyone's eyes, the solid wood conference table weighing several tons vanished into thin air. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the conference table reappeared intact. Did you really do that? Someone couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaobei nodded slightly. Now please move to the windows. He led the way to the floor-to-ceiling windows and opened the double-layered bulletproof glass. A blast of frigid wind immediately rushed into the hall. The crowd looked out the window in confusion. Zhang Xiaobei beckoned to the void, and a strange distortion appeared in the air. To everyone's shock, an 800-meter-long streamlined silver spaceship slowly materialized, hovering 100 meters outside the window. Oldly pinch me, murmured one board member. Does it hurt? Hiss. You old fool. Why couldn't you pinch lighter? Zhang Xiaobei watched their reactions with satisfaction, then ordered the Ark to re-enter optical stealth. Now do you all believe my words? The hall was dead silent, everyone still immersed in the shock. So, the apocalypse is really coming. An elderly man spoke with some hesitation. Zhang Xiaobei nodded solemnly. And now please prepare yourselves mentally for what I am about to say. He then recounted his experiences at Area 51 and the truth about the Reaper civilization. When the story concluded, the faces of the 12 board members were grim. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow. Pull yourselves together. Xiaobei has already provided us with gene modification serums and virus antidotes. Though the apocalypse is imminent, we must fulfill our mission as a security company. With Xiaobei's help, we will not repeat the mistakes he endured. He then fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaobei. Xiaobei, speak your mind without any reservations. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath, his eyes determined as he surveyed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak frankly. After careful consideration, I have several suggestions. First, immediately launch a universal immunization plan. We must complete serum inoculation for 1.5 billion people within 120 days. Second, implement a nationwide physical enhancement program. Although our enemies are far among the stars, we still have 5 years to prepare. I believe with our wisdom, we can find a way to resist. The top priority is to improve the physical fitness of the entire population, ensuring maximum preservation of life under extreme cold and heat. I have already handed over the genetic formula to him. Now it's up to the Shaka Academy to perform. Third, launch the Underground City Project. Divide the nation into 5 strategic zones and construct an underground survival network. Connect the 5 underground city zones with light rail lines for transit. In temperatures of -30 degrees, these underground cities will be sanctuaries for 5 billion compatriots. His gaze turned to the 12 people present. This requires the military to take the lead. Zhang Xiaobei then continued. I propose forming 3 strategic echelons. First echelon elite assault teams aged 1825. Second echelon breakthrough forces aged 2635. Third echelon logistical support units aged 3650. Total strength 200 million people. Seeing some hesitant expressions, Zhang Xiaobei's gaze sharpened. Is mobilizing 200 million out of 5 billion to defend our homeland too high a ratio? Remember, we are not only fighting natural disasters, but also the Reaper civilization that will arrive in 5 years. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. Suddenly one person slammed the table and stood up. I support it. The military should fight for the people. This statement ignited the room, and the others voiced their support one by one. Finally, I propose a complete lockdown. 30 days before the apocalypse, seal the national borders completely. Seeing the others recall a historical event, Zhang Xiaobei quickly explained. This is not a retreat into conservatism, but a strategic choice. We must concentrate all resources to ensure the survival of 5 billion compatriots. Merely stockpiling food for at least 5 years is an astronomical figure. We must make trade-offs. Zhang Xiaobei's voice choked with emotion. The world can do without many nations, but it must never do without Huaxia. As long as the red flag still flies, human civilization will always have hope. The chairman stood up, his gaze sweeping over each person. Every word Xiaobei has spoken is a lesson bought with blood. Now let's vote by a show of hands. 12 arms shot up in unison like a forest of steel. As he watched the assembled crowd raise their hands in approval, Zhang Xiaobei's chest suddenly swelled with an indescribable weight. It was the heavy burden of 1.5 billion compatriots' lives slowly pressing down upon his shoulders. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobei respectfully stepped aside. His brows were furrowed, his gaze fixed on the distance. The entire conference hall fell into a dead silence. The 12 people held their breath, waiting without a hint of impatience. Outside the window, the moonlight had long since climbed the treetops. From 3 in the afternoon until now, 6 full hours had passed, and none had taken a sip of water. Due to the meeting's top-secret nature, even service personnel were forbidden from entering. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobei quietly retrieved a case of bottled water from his spatial storage and gently placed a bottle before each person. The faint sound of plastic bottles meeting the tabletop was unusually distinct in the silent conference room. The silence was broken when that person stood up. The others immediately straightened their backs, their eyes gleaming with sharp anticipation as they awaited the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment of life or death for our company. One could even say for this world. Now I announce the board of directors' decree. Including Zhang Xiaobei, everyone instantly rose and stood at attention. Wartime Emergency Order No. 1. Article 1. From the moment this order is issued, all state-owned and private enterprises, including foreign-invested enterprises within Huaxia, shall be immediately placed under the ownership of the security group. Article 2. All enterprises must complete asset inventory and handover within 72 hours. Article 3. This order shall be fully implemented by the security group, and all relevant local departments must cooperate unconditionally. When the first order was announced, everyone present drew in a sharp breath of cold air, but soon after they felt a sense of relief. If no action was taken, Blue Star would be finished. Wartime Emergency Order No. 2. Article 1. All national factories and enterprises must immediately adjust their production lines to operate 24 hours a day non-stop, to fully produce grain reserves and cold-resistant materials, prioritizing basic livelihood needs. Article 2. Effective, immediately activate the company's strategic reserve treasury to acquire grain, medicine, and other strategic materials globally at any cost, ensuring a strategic reserve of over 5 years. Article 3. All military enterprises shall immediately transition to a wartime production state, prioritizing the completion of the following tasks: accelerate production of individual cold weather gear and special combat suits, produce engineering machinery needed for underground city construction, research and develop special equipment suitable for extreme environments, ensure the construction and maintenance of antiviral serum production lines. Article 4. This order takes effect immediately upon issuance to be fully supervised by the Central Government Affairs Council, with all local governments and relevant departments required to cooperate unconditionally. Wartime Emergency Order No. 3. Article 1. The group's 3 departments, Army, Navy, and Air Force, shall be reorganized into the Huaxiao Army, effective immediately implementing a unified command system and abolishing the existing branch structure. Article 2. Launch a nationwide plan for the return of veterans. All security personnel who have retired within the last 5 years must report to the local branch's Armed Forces Department within 24 hours, complete the return to their original units within 72 hours. Retired military personnel with special skills may be promoted and appointed beyond the usual criteria. Article 3 immediately initiate a national conscription campaign to defend the nation. 3 million new recruits are to be conscripted in the first wave with priority given to personnel specializing in medicine, engineering, and telecommunications. Basic training has been compressed to 30 days conducted under realistic combat-oriented conditions. Article 4 this decree takes immediate effect upon issuance of violations shall be prosecuted as treason punishable by death. Emergency War Decree No. 4. Article 1 Citizen Recall Order. Effective immediately a public announcement shall be issued across all media platforms. All corporate employees must return to national territory within 30 days. Employees failing to return within the stipulated period shall automatically forfeit their employment status. Article 2 Specialized Talent Acquisition Program. A targeted recruitment initiative is hereby launched prioritizing experts in civil engineering and underground construction. Dedicated channels are opened for urgently needed professionals, including nuclear protection and environmental engineering specialists, offering permanent residency and exceptional benefits. Each candidate shall receive an individualized recruitment plan. Article 3 Regulation of Foreign Nationals. All non-Chinese nationals must depart the country within 30 days. The following individuals may apply for special residence permits: experts currently engaged in state key projects, immediate family members of Chinese citizens. Those remaining beyond the deadline shall be subject to lawful compulsory repatriation. Article 4 This decree enters into force upon promulgation and shall be jointly implemented by Huaxia Security Group and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Effective immediately full activation of Level 1 combat readiness. Upon delivering the final clause, the conference room fell into a brief, heavy silence. Zhang Xiaobei instantly grasped the intent and assumed the role of official recorder. Moments later, he handed over the freshly drafted document. Taking it, the recipient narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing each word with meticulous care before giving a slight solemn nod. Excellent. He rose to his feet and swept his gaze across the assembled group. Gentlemen, this is no time for hesitation. The company demands your immediate action. Adjourned. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 12 attendees rose as one. Not a whisper passed between them. No one lingered or hesitated. Each strode out with unwavering resolve, hastening to execute their urgent assignments. Zhang Xiaobei noticed that several directors overseeing armed divisions practically sprinted from the room. Outside, twilight had already draped the city, but across the vast expanse of Huaxia, an unprecedented emergency mobilization was unfolding in full force. After confirming all other directors had departed, Zhang Xiaobei quickly approached, lowering his voice. Regarding the underground city project, I have a proposal. Please follow me. The two traversed a brilliantly lit corridor and arrived at the spacecraft parking zone reserved earlier that day. Distant city lights still shimmered resplendently, as though the apocalyptic crisis remained distant and unreal. Standing at the center of the open area, Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and traced a graceful arc with his right hand through the air. With a low mechanical hum, 10 uniquely designed tracked robots emerged in perfect formation onto the ground. Their metallic carapaces gleamed with a cold cerulean luster under the moonlight. Each landing sent a muffled thud reverberating through the earth, causing the ground to tremble faintly. He instinctively narrowed his eyes, studying the assembly before him. Standing only 5 meters tall, yet spanning 2 meters wide, these machines bore sharp, hexagonal flattened fuselages adorned with intricate heat dissipation vents. Their composite treads were thick and rugged, each segment embedded with anti-slip grooves. At their 4 rotating drill bits glinted with lethal chill, the serrated cutting edges flashing dangerously in the lunar light. These are subterranean engineer robots. Each unit can operate continuously for 100 days without recharging, achieving excavation efficiency 20 times greater than conventional tunnel boring machines. Moreover, they autonomously adapt to diverse geological strata. Zhang Xiaobei stepped beside one robot and lightly tapped its armored hull. The machine emitted a resonant hum. Its front-mounted drill began turning slowly, stirring a delicate current of air. If the company requires them. Zhang Xiaobei clenched his jaw as if steeling himself for a profound decision. I can provide 2,000 units. Deploying them as vanguard units would accelerate the initial excavation phase of the underground city by at least 5-fold. He keenly observed the fleeting pang of sorrow flicker across Zhang Xiaobei's face. He understood instantly that these robots had exacted a tremendous personal cost from Zhang Xiaobei. Though well aware the young man harbored deeper secrets, still such sincerity was profoundly moving. A night breeze stirred, lifting the hems of their coats. He stepped forward slowly, his calloused palm gliding over the robot's frigid shell, sensing the subtle vibration humming through the metal. He recalled the first domestically manufactured excavator he'd seen upon enlisting, a time when Huaxia still relied on imported heavy machinery for even basic engineering tasks. A fine young man. He clapped Zhang Xiaobei firmly on the shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. On behalf of the entire company, thank you. for this extraordinary gift. Beneath the moonlight, glistening moisture seemed to catch in the fine lines around his eyes. In the dead of night, a certain military base in City J was enveloped in solemn silence as the Ark spacecraft pierced the darkness, descending slowly onto the designated landing zone. As the hatch opened, Zhang Xiaobei and Peregrine escorted the chairman down the gangway. The base commander, who had been waiting on the tarmac for some time, immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Chairman, everything is ready." Led by the commander, the group traversed a heavily guarded corridor and arrived before a cavernous, empty warehouse as vast as a football field. After the commander entered the code, the heavy metal doors slowly slid open. "Does this warehouse meet your requirements?" Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. The chairman understood immediately and gestured. "Everyone out of the warehouse. No one enters without my command." Once everyone had left, Zhang Xiaobei stood alone in the immense warehouse. "System check-in." "Ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have received 100 points. Current points balance, 745036793 points." Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath. System exchange for 790 excavator worker robots. This number was meticulously calculated, perfectly positioned to hit a critical system upgrade threshold. Ding. Exchange successful. Consumed 790 points. Received 790 excavator worker robots. Current points balance, 666036793 points. The count of excavator worker robots in the system backpack instantly became 800. Zhang Xiaobei didn't hesitate and chose to withdraw them all. With a burst of dazzling light, 800 brand new robots stood in neat rows within the warehouse, their metallic shells gleaming with a cold luster under the lights. Having accomplished this, Zhang Xiaobei strode out of the warehouse without looking back, leaving only the ready phalanx of robots behind. The warehouse doors closed slowly behind him as if nothing had happened. Outside the warehouse, the chairman and his team were waiting with eager anticipation. "I've placed 800 for now. The remaining 120 will need a couple of days." Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding passed through the chairman's eyes, but he tactfully refrained from asking for details. "Xiaobei, this nation remembers your kindness. If there's anything you need, just say the word." "There is actually." Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head. "I want gold." Zhang Xiaobei then looked at the chairman with an expectant gaze. "Just this request?" "Yes. I need a lot of gold, the more the better. That way I can get more and better things to help Huaxia face the disaster." Zhang Xiaobei felt a bit embarrassed as he said this, knowing he had selfish motives too. "All right, give the company some time." He turned to his secretary and instructed, "Immediately activate the company's gold reserve allocation plan. Also buy back civilian gold at the highest price. Prioritize meeting Ziobius needs." In City W, inside Zhang Ziobius' apartment. "Comrade Peregrine." Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head, pointing helplessly at his tiny 50-square-meter apartment. "Look at this cramped space, there's just one bed." Peregrine, the personal bodyguard personally assigned by the chairman, stood by the window with her arms crossed, her slender silhouette casting a sharp shadow in the moonlight. She raised an eyebrow at his words, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. "What? Dissatisfied with the chairman's arrangements?" "Wouldn't dare." Zhang Xiaobei raised his hands in surrender, though his eyes involuntarily drifted towards her long legs. "I just feel it's not right for an elite like you to sleep on the floor, you know." Before he could finish, Peregrine had already deftly picked up his blanket and spread it on the floor with a crisp snap. "During a mission, we keep things simple." She knelt on one knee to arrange the bedding, her high ponytail swaying with her movements. "You take the bed. He'll stand guard." Zhang Xiaobei stared at the suddenly empty bed, his mouth opening and closing. Did this girl have some misunderstanding about personal protection? It was already 4 a.m. And Zhang Xiaobei still couldn't sleep. System. Ding. How long will this upgrade take? Ding. Detected that the host's points consumption has met the threshold. Upgrade is available. Ding. Estimated upgrade time, 12 hours. Phew. That's not bad. Zhang Xiaobei let out a breath, relieved it wasn't several days. Start the upgrade. Ding. The system is about to begin upgrading. Skill usage will be retained during the upgrade. Ignoring the system upgrade, Zhang Xiaobei lay on his side, looking at the figure on the floor wrapped up like a dumpling. "Peregrine, are you asleep?" Zhang Xiaobei asked softly. "I'm asleep." The figure on the floor replied grumpily, pulling the blanket tighter. Zhang Xiaobei didn't give up. He turned over and propped his head up to look at her. "I can't keep calling you Peregrine forever. What's your real name?" "Cindy." A muffled voice came from under the blanket. "I mean your Chinese name." Zhang Xiaobei sighed helplessly. The room fell silent. After a long while, Peregrine spoke softly. "My Chinese name. No one has called me that for over a decade." She slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, moonlight illuminating her somewhat melancholic profile. "In the files of the Chinese Special Service System, I only have the codename Peregrine." Zhang Xiaobei noticed her fingers unconsciously stroking the pendant hanging around her neck as she spoke. "When my parents were still here." Her voice suddenly became very soft, as if telling a distant dream. They called me Wen Jixia. In the moonlight, Zhang Xiaobei saw her blink rapidly, then bury her face back into the blanket. Zhang Xiaobei was silent for a moment before asking softly, "How did they pass away?" When Zixia's shoulders trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. 20 years ago, they died in a car accident while on a mission in City Inn. Her voice was eerily calm. The official report said it was a drunk driver, but the scene investigation showed their brake lines had been tampered with. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on Wen Zixia's face. Zhang Xiaobei noticed her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. From the age of 6, instead of going to the playground after school, I went to the underground shooting range. She let out a soft laugh, a sound filled with indescribable bitterness. While other kids had bedtime stories with fairy tales, mine were about the organizational structures of various intelligence agencies. Zhang Xiaobei found himself holding his breath. When Jixia turned over, lying on her back, staring at the ceiling. At 12, I shot a moving target with a real gun for the first time. My father said it was a basic survival skill. Her fingers gently traced the pendant on her neck. At 18, I was recruited by the CIA as a prodigy of Chinese descent. My parents spent a full 10 years preparing for that identity. The room was so quiet you could hear the ticking of the clock. When Jixia suddenly sat up, the moonlight shining on her delicate collarbone, where a fierce scar was visible. During the graduation assessment at the training camp, I personally shot 3 terrorists. The corner of her mouth twisted into a cynical smirk. Ironically, all 3 of them were sleeper agents, just like me. Zhang Xiaobei felt his throat tighten. But when Jixia suddenly turned to look at him, her gaze sharp as a blade. Until a week ago, the chairman personally activated my dormant protocol. Want to know what my new mission is? She leaned in and gently patted Zhang Xiaobei's cheek. To protect a silly kid who thinks he can save the world. Having said that, she lay back down and pulled the blanket over her head. But Zhang Xiaobei clearly saw in the moment she turned a single drop of water fall onto the pillow. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warmth upon Zhang Xiaobei's eyelids. He groggily rose, intending to head to the bathroom, only to stumble over something at his feet. Before Zhang Xiaobei could see what it was, a fragrant breeze swept over him. To be precise, he was caught in a headlock, arms wrapped around him from behind. "What are you doing?" "Ouch." Zhang Xiaobei sighed in resignation, now firmly in the headlock of the overly vigilant Wen Jixia. Though he had a myriad of ways to subdue her in an instant, he chose to yield. "Sorry, it's a habit," she said, about to release him from her grasp. "Don't, it's quite soft," he quipped. Seizing the moment while Wen Jixia was distracted, Zhang Xiaobei darted into the bathroom. "Zhang Xiaobei," came her furious roar from outside the door. "Want to take a shower and change?" "The headlock just now, let me smell your sweat," he teased. Wen Jixia, standing by the window gazing at the street, turned back with annoyance. But as she turned, her pupils contracted at the sight before her. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows across Zhang Xiaobei's form. His genetically enhanced physique appeared exceptionally perfect under the soft light. His skin glowed like polished jade, with water droplets tracing down his collarbone, winding over his chiseled 8-pack abs, and vanishing at the edge of the loosely tied bath towel around his waist. "Had your fill of looking?" Zhang Xiaobei asked with a knowing smirk, shaking the towel in his hand. Wen Jixia quickly averted her gaze, but the tips of her ears flushed a telltale red. "Don't flatter yourself. I left him country in such a hurry, I have no change of clothes." At this, Zhang Xiaobei snapped his fingers. "That's simple." In an instant, a set of clothes appeared on the bed from his spatial storage. It included a dark gray cashmere coat, a black high-neck sweater, a pair of tight jeans, and some pink fluffy slippers. Hidden within the coat was a little surprise he had carefully chosen. "Here, take these. Go shower and change. They'll whip up some breakfast." With that, Zhang Xiaobei turned and left the bedroom as if avoiding something. After drying off, Wen Jixia was about to change into the new clothes when she felt a delicate package inside the coat. Upon opening it, her face flushed crimson to her ears. "You bastard," she hissed, glaring at the items in her hands. Besides a perfectly sized light purple lace lingerie set, the package also contained a pair of glossy black stockings shimmering ambiguously under the bathroom light. When Zixia's fingers creaked as she clenched them. As a seasoned internet surfer, she knew exactly what the stockings under jeans meme implied. Wear them inside the jeans. She held them up to the mirror, then startled herself at the thought. Her reflection showed cheeks flushed, even her neck tinged with a delicate pink. In the end, she gritted her teeth and put on the entire ensemble except for those damn stockings. She viciously stuffed the stockings into the coat pocket, vowing to make Zhang Xiaobei properly appreciate her gratitude later. When the bathroom door opened, Zhang Xiaobei was in the living room, his back to her, placing prepared congee and buns on the table. Seizing the moment he was off guard, she looped the stockings around his neck. As he turned around in confusion, he was met with her deceptively sweet smile. "Explain yourself." After breakfast, they sat on the sofa, and Zhang Xiaobei looked at her. "I have great taste." "What did you say?" Before Wen Jixia could continue, he quickly changed the subject. "I need to go see some old friends. You can hang out at home, right?" I've finally returned to China. I want to go out and explore. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobi's heart sank. He knew that news would soon spread nationwide, and once it did, her freedom to wander would be gone. Fine. Do as you please. I really have things to do. He pulled out a long and used wallet from his spatial storage and extracted a bank card. There should be about 100,000 yuan left in this card. Consider it this month's allowance. Go spend it. Before she could erupt in anger, he dashed out the door. Just as he was about to close it, he remembered he hadn't told her the pin. He turned back, but was immediately caught in another headlock. Familiar softness, he murmured. When Zhixiao, frustrated and helpless, released him, knowing she couldn't beat him, and even if she couldn't defy orders. Seeing her let go, Zhang Xiaobei grinned. Pin 188199. Same for both the card and the door lock. See you tonight. He strode toward the elevator without looking back. When he arrived at his old company building, everything felt different. He greeted familiar colleagues and headed straight for his former boss Daniel's office. He knocked, but there was no answer. Zhang Xiaobei turned to the secretary's office next door. Nico, long time no see. I'm here to see Daniel. Xiaobei, long time. Go on in and wait. He should be here soon. With her permission, he entered the familiar office, picked up a magazine, and settled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Li Tong arrived at the company and overheard the department whispering. What's everyone gossiping about? She asked curiously. The answer unsettled her. Manager Zhang Xiaobei is back. He's in the CEO's office. Hey, Daniel. Zhang Xiaobei rose to greet his old friend as the door opened. It's been too long. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xiaobei got to the point. Have you received any official notice from China? Oh, Xiaobei, I have. I was planning to wrap up my handover in a couple of days and head back. Zhang Xiaobei frowned. Daniel, I won't lie to you. Extreme weather is coming soon. Oh, where did you hear that? I initially thought the Chinese officials had gone mad, Daniel said with a shrug, turning to pour 2 cups of coffee. He handed one to Zhang Xiaobei. I'm serious. I advise against you going back because you might never be seen again. Zhang Xiaobei hinted, subtly unwilling to spread panic before an official announcement. Daniel took a deep inhale of the coffee's aroma, then set down his cup. I heard too that while you were in M country, the entire place was ransacked by aliens. It's not the end of the world, is it? He joked, patting Zhang Xiaobi's shoulder. Zhang Xiaobei remained silent. How, my friend, why so serious? Zhang Xiaobei stayed quiet. You're joking, right? Still silence. When Daniel's expression grew tense. I can't reveal too much yet, but I can say this: within a month, get Chinese citizenship as soon as possible. With your medical background, it'll be no problem. You can even bring your wife and kids to China. Zhang Xiaobei took a sip of coffee, his gaze firm as he looked at Daniel. The empty office was left with only the faint whisper of the air conditioner's airflow. As Zhang Xiaobei pushed open the glass door, he saw a girl standing in the shadow of the stairwell, her pale cheeks still marked with traces of tears. It was Li Tong. Tong. He strode forward quickly, his voice laced with tension. You're back. I thought you might have forgotten about me. The girl lifted her reddened eyes, her voice still choked with sobs. Zhang Xiaobei hurriedly pulled a pack of tissues from his subspace and handed it to her, his gaze brushing over the Patek Philippe on his wrist, which he had somehow acquired without notice. How could I? He gently wiped the tears from her cheek. I've just been really busy lately. He took the opportunity to take her hand. It's past 11. You must be hungry. Let me take you out for something good. Okay. Li Tong immediately broke into a smile through her tears, allowing him to lead her through the office area. Faint murmurs of discussion arose around them, but neither paid any attention as they walked straight into the elevator. The coffee shop after lunch was filled with a sweet aroma. Zhang Xiaobei pulled a gift box from his pocket. Actually, another item acquired through zero-cost shopping from some jewelry store. He placed it on the table and slid it toward Li Tong. A gift for you. Open it. Wow. Li Tong covered her mouth in surprise, then planted a crisp kiss on his cheek. Thank you, darling. She carefully untied the bow. Inside the box, a diamond necklace glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. 2 office workers typing at a nearby table couldn't help but glance over. Oh my god, that diamond is huge. It looks incredibly expensive. Do you like it, eh? Zhang Xiaobei looked into her sparkling eyes and said with a smile. I absolutely love it. Li Tong cradled the necklace in her hands, her voice brimming with excitement. Can you put it on for me? Zhang Xiaobei stood up and moved behind her. When his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her delicate neck, Li Tong flinched slightly, her face flushing crimson. He watched the diamond shimmer at her collarbone before returning to his seat. Li Tong toyed with the necklace around her neck and suddenly looked up. Have you been on Douyin? Lots of official accounts are saying Huaxia has entered a first-level wartime state. I saw comments guessing if war is coming. I'm so worried. Zhang Xiaobei paused briefly but quickly regained his composure. He leaned in close to Li Tong and spoke in a voice only she could hear. Don't worry. There won't be a war. Seeing her nod earnestly, he continued in a low tone. First, as long as I'm here, you're absolutely safe. Second, don't overthink the official propaganda. I just got back from the capital yesterday. His voice dropped even lower. There's a lot I can't go into yet, but what I can tell you is this. Huaxia is about to enter a new era of nationwide mobilization and construction. After agreeing to have dinner together in the evening, Zhang Xiaobei watched Li Tong walk into the office building, then pulled out his phone to contact Wen Jixia. Come on, let's head to the company. Okay. They'll return the clothes I tried on. Where are you? When Zixia's voice suddenly turned serious over the phone. No need. Tell me where you are, and I'll pick you up. And just buy the clothes you tried on if they fit. Don't skimp on such small change. 10 minutes later, the two were back at the company's exclusive docking bay. The guard on duty upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei immediately stood at attention and saluted. He then led them toward the chairman's office. Good afternoon. Zhang Xiaobei spoke first. Oh, Xiaobei, come in and have a seat. When Jixiao wisely stepped back to the doorway without entering. I've prepared the remaining 1200 digger worker robots. They're ready for delivery at any time. Haha, thoughtful of you, Xiaobei. By the way, the gold you need was counted out this morning. Currently, the vault holds 2300 tons, plus an emergency collection of 1750 tons from major bank reserves. In total, I can provide you with 4050 tons. Tell me honestly, Xiaobei, is it true that with more gold we can get more of those formulas and robots you provided to the company before? Hearing the probing tone in his voice, Zhang Xiaobei chose to be straightforward. Yes, with more gold I can find a way to get more and better things. I understand. He rubbed his brow, then continued. Erase the plan, take 300 tons for now. The rest is needed for essential industrial raw materials. They'll find ways to acquire more from the private sector as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the man before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. He had shouldered so much for the survival of this company. Oh, it's nothing. Listen to me. I managed to empty the Federal Reserve Bank, so I can go after others. You emptied the Federal Reserve Bank. Before he could finish, the man's exclamation cut him off. I just did it on a whim, just a whim. They're really good at keeping secrets over in M country. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. No wonder they've been frantically buying up assets worldwide with M currency since yesterday. So they're exploiting the gold standard advantage of the M currency to make a killing before the bubble bursts. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, I had Jack do it. So you've basically turned M country into your own personal stash. Even Jack answers to you. I told him to print more money and spend it everywhere. I just haven't told him about the apocalypse yet because that country's leadership leaks like a sieve. Zhang Xiaobei finished speaking and looked at him with some embarrassment. So you're just spending paper everywhere. The man shook his head helplessly. Come on, let me take you to get the gold. With that, he stood up and pushed open the door with Zhang Xiaobei quickly following. Amid the turning of multiple combination locks and mechanical keys, the 3-meter-thick alloy door slowly swung open. This is all prepared for you. He then moved to leave with the others. But before he could turn, he saw Zhang Xiaobei place his hand on the wall stacked with gold bricks. The next second, the space before him was completely empty. Everyone. Zhang Xiaobei grinned. Let's go. My stuff is ready too. Arriving at the warehouse where the 800 digger worker robots had been stored yesterday, Zhang Xiaobei walked in to find it completely empty. Huh. Seeing Zhang's obvious puzzled look, the man smiled knowingly. They were shipped out overnight by the military district. They should be fully deployed in a few hours. The 800 units are being allocated first to start the work. After all, time waits for no one. With that, he led the others away. When the warehouse was left with only Zhang Xiaobei, he sank his consciousness into the system and began to communicate. System Daddy. Is the update done? Ding. Update complete. Ding. After this system update, we have fully entered version 3.0. Ding. Update details are as follows. 1. Surprise Mall Points Lottery Mode activated, granting random rewards. 2. System Exchange Mall updated with a large number of technical items. Some low-level items have been removed. 3. Points exchange channels upgraded, no longer limited to metal-based items. 4. Next system upgrade requires a spending quota of 10 billion points. 5. Daily check-in points adjusted to 100 points each time. Listening to the system notifications in his mind, Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of excitement. Suppressing his curiosity about the lottery, he prioritized his daily routine. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. Acquired 10000 points. Current balance 666046793 points. Exchange the 300 tons of gold in the space for points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Current balance 966046793 points. Watching the points rise again, Zhang Xiaobei felt a slight sense of relief. Open the exchange mall. Exchange for 1200 excavator worker robots. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 1200 excavator worker robots. Spent 1200 points. Current balance 846046793 points. Taking out the 1200 excavator worker robots from the space, Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand and in an instant the warehouse the size of a football field was filled with a formidable army of gleaming machines. Looking at the dwindling balance again, Zhang Xiaobei felt helpless. The points were never enough. He checked the time. Only 2 minutes had passed. Taking advantage of the empty warehouse, Zhang Xiaobei browsed the exchange mall once more. Air starch synthesis technology, a mature technology that synthesizes starch from carbon dioxide and hydrogen in the air, using electrical energy, banishing hunger, restoring your true self. 100,000 points. Complete nano-titanium steel alloy technology, ultra-high-strength steel for spacecraft structures, lightweight, yet robust. 15,000 points. Complete 3D holographic real-time projection technology can be used in conjunction with AI for convenient operation and management of various machinery. 2,000 points. Complete controlled nuclear fusion technology and energy technology 200 years ahead of Earth, capable of producing small, medium, and large reactors for different scenarios. 3,000 points. Complete superconducting ion electric propulsion system technology capable of reaching near light speed, though greater speed entails greater energy consumption. 5,000 points. Complete data center for AI intelligent entity large model, a level 15 AI intelligent entity suitable for civilizations below level 2, a complete data center brand new and unopened. 6,666,000 points. Plasma force field shield technology suitable for various scenarios under near light speed conditions, an essential item for home and travel. 8,800 points. Human gene lock breakthrough potion formula. After breaking through the limits of human genes, the body will no longer be frail and can withstand cosmic acceleration gravity. 1,000 points. Zhang Xiaobei shuddered at the overwhelming array of zeros before him. The last time he saw so many zeros was in Chengdu. Is this pushing blue star towards interstellar civilization? I just want to survive this apocalypse, but you want me to be a civilizational pioneer. After some thought, he realized these were indeed things they could use right now. Zhang Xiaobei steeled himself, gritting his teeth. System dad, exchange all of these for me. Can I get a discount? Ding. Total items to exchange 8 types requiring a total of 3805400 points. Confirm exchange. Seeing that the system wouldn't even waive the small change, Zhang Xiaobei could only grit his teeth in resentment. Who else but the system had the exclusive rights to sell these? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Items have been delivered to the system backpack. This transaction cost 3805400 points. Balance 465506,793 points. Ding. Cumulative spending 554 million points. Need to spend another 9499. 46 million points to level up. Watching his balance shrink dramatically, Zhang Xiaobei felt a pang of helpless regret, but then he thought it was all worth it. Taken from their people, used for our own. It seemed he'd have to go out on another raid to boost his points. The warehouse's metal door closed slowly behind him, and the fervent gazes of everyone present instantly focused on him. Everything is settled. The progress of the underground city depends entirely on your supervision. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobei leaned in mysteriously and whispered, I have something I need to give you. He immediately understood and followed Zhang Xiaobei back onto the ark. The cabin lights illuminated Zhang Xiaobei's open palm, where a silver-gray U-disc no larger than a thumb lay quietly. This is a 64 yottabyte storage device. The unit is a yottabyte. You must keep it safe. A yottabyte. His pupils contracted, his voice rising several pitches. Isn't that a storage unit that only exists in theory? 64 yottabytes. That capacity could rival the data centers of an entire nation. He carefully took the U-disc, his fingertips trembling slightly. Such an important device must be incredibly valuable, right? This thing isn't valuable. As Zhang Xiaobei spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just thinking about the 500 million points he had spent made his heart ache. What's valuable is the data inside. He paused, beginning to enumerate the stored content. The man who had been sitting abruptly sprang up from his seat upon hearing the list, staring intently at Zhang Xiaobei. What did you say? Air starch synthesis technology, and the complete manufacturing process for nano-titanium steel alloy. With each technology name Zhang Xiaobei listed, the chairman's breathing grew heavier, his face flushed crimson. When he heard complete controlled nuclear fusion technology, his entire body trembled violently, as if all his strength had been drained. His body swayed, and he collapsed toward the spaceship's floor. Chairman! 2 cries of alarm rang out simultaneously. Zhang Xiaobei was half a beat faster than when Jishao beside him. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, firmly catching the chairman's head just before it hit the metal floor. Master heart rate has exceeded 190 beats a minute. Insufficient intracranial oxygen supply, cerebral vascular pressure surging. Body functions are rapidly declining. Stardust's electronic voice rang out urgently, and a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Xiaobei's back in an instant. Damn, he really got too excited and passed out. Recommend immediate transfer to the medical pod for treatment. Stardust's prompt snapped him back to reality. Half carrying, half supporting the chairman, he dashed toward the medical pod in the cabin with a blur of speed. Master treatment completed. This treatment took 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Lipid peroxides and free radicals on the inner walls of blood vessels have been cleared. Cerebrovascular blockages have been cleared. Diagnosis: transient cerebral ischemia, induced by excessive excitement accompanied by vasospasm. The medical pod's hatch slowly opened, and the man who had been pale-faced was now breathing steadily. It had only been 5 minutes, but it felt like a brush with death. His eyelashes fluttered as he slowly regained consciousness. His first words were choked with tears, yet laced with laughter. Our Huaxia has hope. Huh? Hearing his still excited tone, Zhang Xiaobei quickly leaned in, his voice urgent and fearful. Please don't scare me like that. You almost scared the soul out of me just now. The man blinked, still dazed. What happened to me? You collapsed on the floor. Zhang Xiaobei helped him sit up, still shaken. Luckily I caught you in time and got you into the medical pod immediately. Otherwise my guilt would be immense. Would be a sinner of the Republic. Haha, nonsense. The man patted Zhang Xiaobei's arm, tears glistening in his eyes. Xiaobei, you are 100 times more important to Huaxiao than I am. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling with emotion as he spoke. With these technologies, the food problems, energy problems, material problems for our 1.5 billion people all have hope. Oh master, the electronic voice of Xingchen rang out, breaking the silence within the medical pod. After comprehensive repair by nanobots, his bodily functions have been restored to the state of a 50-year-old. However, it is recommended to administer gene potions as soon as possible to further stabilize physical strength and extend lifespan. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei immediately turned to look at the man who had just sat up and asked hastily, "How is the production progress of the gene potions?" Just regaining his senses, he could only force a smile and say, "A message came this morning. The formula for the initial grade potion is complete and mass production has already begun successfully. However, the purification process for the mid-grade and high-grade potions is quite complex and will require some more time to overcome." That's good. Half of Zhang Xiaobei's anxiety eased as he let out a long, relieved sigh. Helping him stand up, Wen Jixia also hurried forward to lend a hand. The three of them walked out of the medical pod together and sat down on the sofa in the spaceship's living room. Oh, there's one more thing I haven't given you yet. A glint of amusement flashed in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes as he swiped his hand through the air. That artificial intelligence you've always wanted? I've got it for you. Oh, his spirits lifted and he leaned forward slightly. Is it the same as Xingchen? No, it's level 15. It's an order of magnitude more powerful than the highest grade level 3 AI on the market. He called up a holographic projection, and with a light tap of his finger, a silver-white mainframe's three-dimensional model materialized in midair. This is the complete mainframe setup. It needs to be installed in an absolutely secure location, preferably in the core underground area. A bar chart suddenly popped up on the virtual screen. The blue bars represented the existing computational power, while the red bars represented the level 15 AI's power. The difference in height was staggering. Look, compared to our current supercomputing power, this is a full 200 times greater. With this, whether it's for scientific research, calculations, resource allocation, or defense system, response times efficiency will skyrocket. We can save at least 30% on resource consumption. He stared at the comparison chart, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He exclaimed, "Good, good, good," 3 times in a row. With this, the construction progress of the underground city can be accelerated by at least a month. Xiaobei, you are a godsend. Looking at the underground nuclear base before them, it was now completely vacant. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand, and a futuristic-looking silver cubic object measuring over 10 cubic meters in volume materialized on the reserved moisture-proof foundation. "Quick, get people to connect the mainframe and start the test," he said excitedly into the walkie-talkie in his hand. In the constant 22°C temperature of the underground nuclear base, over a dozen researchers in anti-static protective suits gathered around the moisture-proof foundation. On the side interface panel of the 10 cubic meter silver mainframe, dozens of data ports awaited connection. High-voltage cables connected. Independent power supply system activated. Diesel generator backup mode enabled. Team leader Professor Wang, wearing white gloves, checked the terminals one by one. High-performance fiber optic cable test normal. Connected to the National Backbone Data Network. Latency is 0.001 milliseconds. Standing behind the safety line, he turned to look at Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes filled with anticipation. Can this thing really match our existing 2,000 supercomputers? Zhang Xiaobei nodded, his gaze fixed on the mainframe's start button. Professor Wang prepared to start it up. Professor Wang took a deep breath and pressed the red start button on the mainframe's side. Instantly, a faint hum of operation came from within the mainframe. On the monitoring screens around the base, parameters like voltage, current, and temperature began to fluctuate before stabilizing within the standard range. Beep. Physical connection detected. Initiating hardware module self-check. A clear electronic voice suddenly emanated from the mainframe's speakers devoid of any mechanical stutter. Starting network connection procedure. Accessing National Scientific Research Data Sharing Platform. The progress bar on the operation screen scrolled rapidly, going from 1 to 100 in just 2 seconds. Following this, the projection module on top of the mainframe slowly rose, and a pale blue holographic phantom unfurled in midair. It had no specific form, only an abstract outline composed of countless flowing data streams. Smart mainframe activation successful. Verifying access permissions. The electronic voice sounded again, and the datastream phantom turned towards the crowd. Authorized personnel detected Zhang Xiaobei owner privileges. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei immediately spoke up to stop it. Delete my permissions. Command received. Owner privileges deleted. Reassigning authorized personnel chairman owner privileges Wang Zhengwo operational privileges. Set successfully. Can you process data autonomously? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Yes. Based on the existing algorithm framework, I possess real-time data processing capabilities. The projection interface suddenly switched to a 3D map, marking hundreds of construction sites for the nationwide underground city project. Connected to underground city construction database. Detected 47 instances of suboptimal resource allocation. For example, the concrete transport route for the southwest sector, due to detouring around mountainous terrain, increases the average daily transport time by 2 hours. It is recommended to reroute via the newly constructed temporary cargo passage. This can reduce transport costs by 18 and save 23 tons of diesel fuel per week. Professor Wang immediately called up the original transport plan for comparison. On the screen, the new route marked by the AI not only avoided geologically complex mountainous areas, but also precisely calculated traffic peak hours for each segment, even optimizing the locations of refueling stations. Our planning team worked through the entire night without sleep just to produce a first draft, and it optimized everything in just 3 minutes after startup. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with disbelief. The phantom turned towards Professor Wang, and the projection interface suddenly displayed a material testing report. For China's 6th-generation fighter jet, the RD process was halted due to material strength issues. An optimal solution is now provided. A molecular dynamics simulation animation played smoothly on the screen, every rearrangement of atoms clearly visible. Professor Wang stared at the animation, his fingers swiping quickly across the screen to cross-reference the data, growing more astonished by the moment. This is a problem we've been stuck on for a year. How did you calculate it instantly? Based on training from 1 to 0 sample sets in the existing materials database, combined with real-time thermodynamic simulation, the optimization calculation took 0.3 seconds. The electronic voice was calm and flat, yet it radiated immense computational confidence. I have already connected to the databases of 32 key national laboratories. 896 pending technical challenges have been detected and prioritized. Do you require a display of the optimization plans? A light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised a hand to signal. Hold on. This smart mainframe doesn't have a name yet. He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the Huaxia slogan on the base wall, and said with solemnity, "From today you shall be called Huaxia Jinao, China's brain, symbolizing the use of wisdom to support China's development." Naming command received. Huaxia Jinao is now officially active. Naming record saved to system log. On Huaxia Zeno's projection interface, optimized plans for the national energy grid were refreshing in real time, each suggestion accompanied by detailed data analysis. A profound silence fell over the base, broken only by the software of the mainframe's cooling fans and the electronic beeps of data refreshing. The researchers stared at the densely packed optimization data on the screen, suddenly grasping the true meaning of immense computational power. It wasn't just about raw speed, it was the ability to pinpoint the core of a problem within a sea of data and deliver a solution using the most optimal logic, a level of intelligence far beyond the reach of current supercomputers. He walked up to the mainframe, his voice filled with hope. Huaxia Jinao, from today onwards, the nation's scientific research, collaboration, and resource allocation will rely on you. Command received. Huaxia Jinao will continuously optimize its operational models to provide support for the underground city construction. The electronic voice echoed through the base, carrying the warmth of technology, quietly propelling China's intelligent revolution forward. Supporting the chairman as they walked out of the underground nuclear base, the heavy steel gate slowly descended behind them with a muffled clang. On the distant flat ground, several excavation engineering robots had just leveled a foundation. The slogan "Underground City Phase 1" on the blue construction hoarding still gleamed with fresh paint. Everything here had only just begun, not even the first steel bar had been laid. Gazing at the empty construction site, the chairman's murky eyes blazed with an astonishing light as he let out a soft sigh. Xiao Bei, if it weren't for you showing up with all these things, this underground city plan would probably still be stuck on the blueprints, delayed indefinitely. The think tank simulated it before. Without key technological support, just the hurdles of materials and energy alone would stall the project for over a year. But now it's different. The excavation engineering robots, you brought those technologies, that Huaxiao brain. They've given us wings. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes brimming with gratitude he could barely contain, even carrying a hint of an elder's fondness for a junior. Child, you never say much, yet you've given up your most precious possessions. The highest authority has instructed that once this busy period is over, you will be awarded the Republic Medal of Honor. Though the medal is light, it represents the hearts of 1.5 billion people. The 3,000 tons of gold given to you may seem like a lot, but compared to what you've given the nation, it's a drop in the ocean. The chairman declared with firm resolve. I've already had them draft a plan. When we get back, we'll launch a nationwide gold recovery program. Collect all the gold jewelry and ornaments we can from the public. I don't know where you got it from, and I want to ask. All I know is you're a true son and daughter of Huaxia. For that very reason, you shouldn't have to bear all this alone. Don't trouble yourself. Zhang Xiaobei helped him sit on a stone by the roadside. A recovery program takes too much time and could easily cause panic. Actually, I already have a plan. In a couple of days, he'll go out and make a run. Make a run? Where? The chairman was taken aback. I should take a trip to Europe. They have many old nobles there hiding heirloom gold artifacts. The temples of the three-character kingdom have always been rich in gold decorations. The chaebols of the stick kingdom are surely hoarding plenty of gold bars. The museums and wealthy families of the cherry blossom kingdom must also have a good number of gold collections. And the big bear kingdom, their gold reserves have always been substantial. There will be opportunities. Zhang Xiaobei spoke casually, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. They'll go acquire some back. It'll be much faster than our own piecemeal recovery. Once I bring this gold back, I can exchange it for even better things. Seeing the certainty in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes, the chairman felt both warmth and a pang of sorrow. He knew what Zhang Xiaobei meant by acquire. It was bound to involve countless risks. Yet he also understood that in the current situation, without enough gold to provide Zhang Xiaobei, where would the blueprints for so much technology come from? He patted Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder heavily, his voice choked with emotion. Remember, safety comes first. We need the gold, but we need you to return safely even more. The mountain wind swept across the construction site, stirring up fine dust. Returning to W City, the sun was already setting behind the western hills. Oh, I promised to have dinner with someone tonight. You go ahead and eat. He'll tag along. It's with a girl. I don't care. The chairman said I have to provide close protection. He even authorized me to carry a firearm. With that, when Jixia pulled a gun from her waistband, the higher-ups said that if I judge anything poses a threat to you, I can shoot on sight. Zhang Xiaobei shook his head helplessly. Fine, tag along if you must. When Zhang Xiaobei walked into the western restaurant with Wen Jixiao, Li Tong was already waiting by the window. Wen Jixiao wore a black fitted leather jacket that day with a low-cut camisole underneath that just covered the scar beneath her delicate collarbone. Her tight jeans hugged her long legs, exuding a mature, assertive aura that clashed with the restaurant's elegant ambience. Xiaobei, who is this? Li Tong's eyes swept over Wen Jixiao, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Wen Jixiao, she's my bodyguard. Before Zhang Xiaobei could even pull out a chair and sit down, Wen Jixiao had already plopped down opposite them, crossed her legs, and started flipping through the menu. A tomahawk steak medium well with black truffle sauce and a whiskey on the rocks. She closed the menu and handed it to the waiter, her gaze sweeping over Li Tong. Don't mind me. You two talk. After the waiter served the food, the atmosphere at the table instantly froze. Li Tong nibbled at her salad, occasionally glancing at Wen Jixiao. Zhang Xiaobei chewed on his steak, trying to make conversation, but was stifled by Wen Jixia's eating style. She held her whiskey in her left hand and cut large chunks of meat with her knife and fork in her right, her movements efficient and wild, completely unconcerned with appearances. The steak's not bad, Wen Jixiao smacked her lips, commenting as she ate. Tong Tong, don't mind her. Zhang Xiaobei put down his cutlery and explained. She's a guard assigned by the chairman. The situation is special lately, so she has to stay close. Does close protection include following you to dinner? She doesn't listen to me. I can't control her. Show Tong Tong your credentials. Wen Jixiao pulled a black ID card from her leather jacket's inner pocket and tossed it over. The words National Security Special Guard were clearly visible on the card. Li Tong looked at it and silently pushed it back. Though she didn't ask further, she had clearly put up a distance. After dinner, Li Tong blushed and whispered in Zhang Xiaobei's ear, I want to talk to you. Zhang Xiaobei immediately understood and went to the front desk to book a room. Wen Jixiao followed, immediately booked 2 rooms with a good view. Zhang Xiaobei swiped his card helplessly. Can you stop being so clingy? Chairman's orders. If something happens, will you take responsibility? Wen Jixiao raised an eyebrow, her hand under her leather jacket resting on the holster at her waist. Entering the room, Zhang Xiaobei apologized softly to Li Tong. Let this pass and shall be gone. Don't be angry. Li Tong said nothing, just took his hand and led him into the room. When Jixia swiped her card to open the door of the adjacent room and waved at Zhang Xiaobei. Call me if anything comes up. Don't have too much fun. At 11 o'clock at night when Jixia had just finished showering, wrapped in a bathrobe, she leaned against the headboard scrolling on her phone. Suddenly, she heard faint noises from next door. At first there were low giggles, then suppressed gasps. Before long, ambiguous moans drifted through the wall, lingering and entangled like hooks scratching at her heart. When Zixia's face flushed bright red. Though she appeared bold and carefree, her long-term work had left her inexperienced with such matters. Listening to the faint seductive sounds from next door, her heartbeat instantly lost its rhythm, and even her fingers holding the phone trembled slightly. She quickly turned up the TV volume, but those sounds always managed to seep through the noise. Her mind uncontrollably wandered. Zhang Xiaobei usually seemed so steady, she never expected him to be so. Li Tong, who seemed so gentle and delicate, had quite an enticing voice. No, I'm here for work. Why am I thinking about this? When Jixia irritably grabbed her damp hair and walked to the window. The cool night breeze blew in but couldn't dispel the heat on her face. She leaned against the windowsill gazing at the traffic below, but her ears were full of the sounds from next door. Those soft moans and whispers seemed to carry a magic, making her involuntarily imagine the scene in the room, her heart racing, as if it would burst from her chest. Damn it, Zhang Xiaobei, can't you be more restrained? She muttered under her breath, pounded the wall with her fists twice, then turned and threw herself onto the bed, burying her head under the pillow. But the more she tried to ignore it, the clearer the sounds became, leaving her burning hot and completely unable to sleep. After who knows how long, the noises from next door gradually subsided. Yet when Jixia stared at the ceiling, her mind in turmoil. For the first time, she felt that this close protection duty was more agonizing than carrying out a high-risk mission. In the darkness, she touched her burning cheeks, cursing Zhang Xiaobei 1,000 times in her heart until the sky began to lighten, and she finally drifted into a restless sleep. The morning sunlight crept through the gaps in the hotel curtains. When Zhang Xiaobei opened his eyes, Li Tong was still curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. He gently withdrew his arm. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for a successful check-in. You have received 100,000 points. Current balance, 465516793 points. After completing his daily routine, he leaned down and gently pinched Li Tong's cheek. Little sleepyhead, time to get up. Li Tong opened her eyes groggily and wrapped her arms around his neck. Hold me a little longer, it's barely dawn. No, I have to tell you something. He stroked her forehead, his tone serious. I have to go abroad again today. I'll be visiting several places this time, so I might be gone for a while. Li Tong's smile immediately faded and the rims of her eyes reddened. Leaving again? Can't you not go? I have to go. What I'm about to tell you involves classified information, but it might be known all over Huaxia in a few days. Zhang Xiaobei, holding Li Tong in his arms, briefly explained the matter of the apocalypse to her. When I get back, I'll take you to see the construction of the underground city, all right? Li Tong bit her lip and nodded, her voice laced with grievance. Then you must be careful and message me every day. As she got up to dress, her movements were slow. With every button she fastened, she turned back to look at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. When he saw her off at the hotel entrance, Li Tong suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, then ran into the taxi with red-rimmed eyes. Remember to miss me. Zhang Xiaobei stood there waving until the taxi disappeared around the corner before turning back into the hotel. He walked to the door of the adjacent room. 1. Xia. Time. 2. Get. Up. The door opened. When Jixia stood at the doorway with disheveled hair, her face pale and dark circles under her eyes as prominent as a panda's. Coming. Her voice was terribly hoarse, a far cry from her usual clear, queenly tone. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep last night? Zhang Xiaobei frowned, noticing the bloodshot veins in her eyes. When Jixia stepped aside to let him in and rolled her eyes in exasperation. And you have the nerve to ask? She flopped onto the bed, sprawling out. Some people didn't know when to stop last night, making such a racket. Oh baby, change positions, a little higher. Damn it, I could still hear everything even with my earphones on. It kept me up all night. Zhang Xiaobei finally understood, his face flushing slightly. He cleared his throat twice to change the subject. Ahem, hurry up and pack. We need to leave after breakfast. Got it. When Jixia got up grumpily to wash up, slamming the bathroom door with a deliberate bang. They had a simple breakfast in the hotel restaurant. When Jixia had little appetite, putting down her glass after only half a cup of milk. First stop, Old Delhi in the Ryn-animation. Zhang Xiaobei said, looking at Wen Jixia, who was slumped in the zero-gravity seat. There are many temples there, so there should be plenty of gold reserves. Let's go check it out first. With her eyes closed, Wen Jixia explained clearly. While you were busy last night, I couldn't sleep, so I already looked up the information. The Shiva Temple and the Golden Temple in the Ryn-animation both have a lot of gold decorations, but security is very tight, especially at the Golden Temple. It's said to be guarded by armed soldiers 24 hours a day. The tighter the security, the more valuable it must be. Zhang Xiaobei started the engine. The arc rose slowly, then accelerated westward after breaking through the clouds. Don't worry, I have a way. Hearing this, when Jixia yawned, her dark circles seeming even deeper. Call me when we get there. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I was tormented too much by someone last night. Hey girl, did I torment you? Zhang Xiaobei shook his head helplessly and didn't respond. He silently resolved, next time I stay at a hotel, I must choose one with good soundproofing. As Zhang Xiaobei and the others were on their way to the Ryn-animation, an emergency live broadcast from the Huaxia News Channel was fed into all media platforms. The anchor sat before the camera with a red headline reading, Huaxia Wartime Emergency Decree, scrolling on the background screen. Dear viewers, we now interrupt this broadcast for an emergency news report. The anchor's voice spread across Huaxia through televisions, phones, and subway screens. Huaxia Wartime Emergency Decrees No. 1 to 4 were officially issued this morning. The full text is as follows. All domestic enterprises must complete nationalization handover within 72 hours. All factories nationwide are to immediately convert to producing food cold-resistant materials and special equipment, initiating a 5-year strategic reserve global acquisition. The 3 armed forces are to be reorganized into the Huaxiao Army with an initial conscription of 30 million new soldiers. Veterans discharged in the last 5 years must report to their local People's Armed Forces Department within 24 hours. Overseas citizens must return within 30 days or lose their nationality. Simultaneously initiate targeted recruitment for talent in scarce fields such as civil engineering and nuclear protection. The decrees take effect immediately upon issuance. Violators will be severely punished according to law. The news footage alternated between close-ups of the decree text and expert analysis. Even the advertising screens in residential elevators were temporarily replaced with key points of the decree. All of Huaxia was awakened by this sudden mobilization signal in the morning light. When Meng Daqiang boarded the rush hour bus with a fried dough stick in his mouth, the sun had just climbed over the tops of the office buildings. At 36, his belly was already slightly paunchy, and the cuffs of his faded work uniform were frayed. This was his 5th year as a mechanic at an auto repair shop. His days were as flat and unremarkable as the smell of motor oil in the workshop. Daqiang, is the transmission on that Passat from yesterday fixed? The boss called to him from the office doorway holding the attendance sheet. Almost done, brother Zhang. It'll be ready by afternoon. Meng Daqiang wiped his mouth, tossed the soy milk bag into the trash, and turned back into the grease-stained workshop. The clinking of wrenches on bolts, the hiss of the air pump mixed with the chatter of co-workers formed the entire background soundtrack of his life. While dozing off on the toolbox after finishing up, he dreamed of tuning up an old Jetta. The days in the dream were as predictable as reality, stretching out to an unchanging horizon. Suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. Thinking it was a customer asking about a car repair, Meng Daqiang wiped his greasy hands and pulled it out. A text message popped up on the screen. The sender was marked People's Armed Forces Department. Comrade Meng Daqiang, according to the stipulations of Huaxia Wartime Emergency Decree No. 3, the Veterans Return to Duty Plan is now being activated. You served in an Army unit from December 2010 to December 2015, categorizing you as a discharged veteran. Please report to the People's Armed Forces Department at your registered permanent residence within 24 hours, carrying your discharge certificate and ID card to complete the procedures for returning to your original unit. The nation needs you, the people need you. People's Armed Forces Department. The message was not long, but Meng Daqiang read it word for word 3 times, his fingers trembling slightly on the screen. The noise of the workshop seemed to vanish instantly. Before his eyes flashed scenes from 12 years ago in the military camp, the goose-stepping under the scorching sun, tactical training in the snow, and the tearful embraces with comrades upon discharge. These memories, dulled by the grind of daily life, now shone brightly in his heart, like a newly polished rifle. He felt for the crumpled discharge certificate in his pocket, a treasure he kept in the deepest layer of his wallet, one he rarely even let his wife see. Over the years, to support his family, he had sheathed his soldier's pride, learned to smile at customers, speak softly to his boss, and even got used to walking with a stoop. But at this moment it felt as if his spine was being forcefully straightened by something. Meng Daqiang took off his oil-stained work coat, revealing a faded old t-shirt underneath, and strode purposefully towards the boss office. Brother Zhang, I quit. His voice was strained, but incredibly firm. The boss, frowning over some reports, was taken aback. Why quit all of a sudden? Is the pay not enough? No. Meng Daqiang pulled out his phone and handed it over. The nation is recalling me. I have to report to the People's Armed Forces Department. The boss read the message, was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up and gave Meng Daqiang a clumsy military salute. His elbow wasn't tucked in and his palm wasn't flat, but his eyes were full of respect. Go on, Daqiang. His voice was a little choked. Veteran, give it your all. When you get back, your spot in the workshop will still be here. Meng Daqiang returned a crisp, standard military salute, turned, and walked out of the office. He straightened his back, his steps long and steady. It was as if the young man who had first donned his military uniform 15 years ago was walking towards his own battlefield. As the news circulated and the recall messages for veterans spread across society, the top 20 spots on Douyin's trending list were dominated by topics related to wartime orders. Various topics skyrocketed in views, and the comment section was instantly flooded with passionate messages. A netizen from Northeast China was the first to speak up. "That's not how it is. I just finished watching the news and called my dad. The old man served in the army for 5 years, and on the phone, he shouted, 'Wait, I'm heading to the armed forces to report in.' Now he's rummaging through to find his military medals, saying the country needs us, we can't back down." A netizen from Province C quickly joined in. "Did you know? Our factory boss just sent a voice message in the work group, and Trump said it will stop slacking off. Adjust the production line, we're not making clothes anymore, we're fully focused on winter gear. Anyone who slacks off will have their bonuses deducted." All the employees were replying sure, and it was hilarious. A netizen from Province G also chimed in with a distinctive Cantonese accent. "Yeah, big brother. My dad is a retired veteran. After watching the news, he pulled out his old military uniform and said if the country needs us, we must go. I got first place in marksmanship back in the day, while my mom laughed at him, saying, 'Don't throw your back out, old man,' and then went to iron his uniform." In the WeChat group, it was even more lively, with someone posting a photo of the entrance to the recruitment office, captioning it, "The line at the J City's Western District recruitment point wraps around from the alley to the curb. I arrived at 6 and had to wait 50 meters away. The guy in front of me, holding his household registration book, said, 'Little brother, my family has served in the army for 3 generations. You must reserve a spot for me.'" However, amidst the excitement, there were a few discordant voices. Or are they planning something big? 30 million new soldiers. Are they going to mine coal on the moon? Private enterprises can hire when they want, ignoring property rights. This comment was quickly shot down by a netizen from Northeast China. "Oh, come on. Talking about property rights during a national crisis. When masks were in short supply a few years ago, where were you saying business freedom? If a war breaks out, you'll be the first to run." A netizen from Province C also added, "Exactly. The bosses are voluntarily shifting production, and here you are being sarcastic. Did you receive money from abroad? I see your IP is in country M. Why don't you roll back and enjoy your life?" Soon a netizen uncovered the details of this account. "Lao, who looks at the world, isn't this the one who always praises the sweet air abroad? A few days ago you said Huaxiao enterprises lack vitality, and now you're in a panic. And then there's study abroad Xiao, one with an IP in Maple Leaf Country, who always posts abroad benefits are amazing, now jumping out saying why come back home. So when the country is in trouble, you just hide." Within 2 hours, these accounts were banned, and the comment section was filled with praises like "well done" and "clean up the house." The mockery from foreign netizens made domestic netizens laugh out loud. Someone posted on a foreign site, "Huaxia is recruiting 30 million. Are they planning to practice attacking the moon? Our country needs to recruit 0 and still has to provide money and benefits. They would be lucky to recruit 3 million. This comment was brought back, and a netizen from Province G directly retorted, "Hey, you take half a year to promote 0 while we rely on self-discipline to recruit 30 million. That's the difference. Next batch, we might recruit 50 million. Are you ready for some good news?" A netizen from Northeast China added, "What do you know? We Huaxia people believe in when the country calls, we do not hesitate to lay down our lives. Don't say 30 million. If needed, we can line up for another 30 million. Unlike some countries that rely entirely on mercenaries, even if they spend money, no one is willing to fight." The overseas Chinese community was also in an uproar. An exchange student Xiao Zhou posted on social media, "I bought a ticket for next week. My parents said come back if the country needs you. My luggage is all packed. Those saying I want return must have forgotten their last names." Someone commented below, "Support. I'm in Sydney. I've already taken leave and booked my ticket. My ancestors are here and my roots are here." However, there were also discordant voices. A Chinese person in New York posted, 30 days to return. "My company just signed a big deal. Come back to drink the northwest wind. If I lose my nationality, so be it. Aren't the benefits abroad worse than at home?" Domestic netizens saw the screenshots, and someone commented, "All right, you better not come back. We don't lack people like you. Just wait and see what happens next." The most dramatic scenes were at the recruitment site. At the recruitment point in H City, someone posted a video of 2 young men arguing fiercely over cutting in line, and in the end, the armed forces personnel said, "Stop arguing, go to the playground, and do push-ups. Whoever wins gets to fill out first." As a result, the 2 managed to do over 50. At a certain university in Province G, recent graduates formed a group to sign up with their counselor, taking names one by one. At 9:58 a.m., the recruitment system popped up a message: "The quota for 30 million new soldiers has been filled." Those not selected lamented in the comments, "I was just 0.5 points away. When does the next batch start? I'll be here every day to stake my claim." My dad just messaged me saying he felt so bad about not being selected that he couldn't eat, telling me to hurry and sign him up for a fitness class for the next batch. This news reached abroad, and the foreign internet suddenly fell silent. Those who previously said that 300 million couldn't be recruited deleted their posts and ran away while the rest were commenting how is this possible. Filled 30 million in 1 hour. Are they serious? Domestic netizens then showcase their unique style in the comments. Basic skills are not to be trifled with. That's how we Huaxiao people are. When the country needs it, we step up without hesitation. Brothers who weren't selected, don't panic. I heard the next batch will recruit 50 million, just go practice your sit-ups. The sunlight filtered through the screen, illuminating the comments filled with passion and a hint of teasing. Amid the text filled with accents lies the deep-seated sense of patriotism ingrained in Huaxia people. The electronic voice of Stardust echoed in the cockpit. Master, we have entered the concealed airspace near Old Delhi. Current temperature in the country of A is 39 C, humidity 25. The data stream on the holographic projection rapidly refreshed, and Stardust continued to report, detected a 30 increase in visa approval rates for foreign tourists. It is advisable to disguise as a couple tourists to infiltrate. Zhang Xiaobei. When Ji Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaobei maintained the optical invisibility and maneuvered the spaceship to descend into the depths of the jungle. Let's do as Stardust suggested and pretend to be tourists. He changed into a casual t-shirt in front of Wen Jixia, causing her to glance at him repeatedly. Have you looked enough? Change if you've looked enough. Then she ran to her room and changed into a light floral long dress. Her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, losing some of the sharpness of a powerful woman, gaining a softer aura. After the spaceship stabilized, Wen Jixia suddenly linked her arm with her fingertips brushing against his wrist. Couples must look like couples. She looked up at him, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous smile. Don't give yourself away, Zhang the tourist. Zhang's Iobius arm was wrapped by her soft fingers, his heart inexplicably racing. Understood, Miss Wen. He cleared his throat and spoke. As soon as they stepped out of the jungle, a wave of heat mixed with the scent of spices hit them. The tricycle by the roadside sputtered, and the driver called out in broken English to attract business. The stalls of street vendors were filled with colorful handicrafts. This way, the Golden Temple is in the center of the old town. When Jixia held on to him as they weaved through the crowd, occasionally tightening her grip to remind him to avoid oncoming pedestrians. As they passed a stall selling fresh juice, she looked up at him and asked, "Do you want to drink mango juice? It is said that the mangoes here are the sweetest in the world." "You pay." Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow, teasing her intentionally. When Jixia shot him a glare, but still stepped forward to buy 2 cups. When she handed it to him, her fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of his hand, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtly romantic. As they walked through the bustling market, the distant golden dome of the temple shone brilliantly in the sunset. The pure gold tower reflected dazzling light. Outside the temple walls, armed guards were patrolling back and forth. When Jixia leaned closer with her arm around his, her voice lowered, "Pretend to take pictures and pay attention to their shift patterns." Zhang Xiaobei helplessly complied, thinking it was too complicated for a straightforward task at night. When Jixia snuggled beside him, expressing awe at the golden dome, perfectly playing the curious tourist. He had planned to wander around and enjoy some local delicacies, but in the end he rushed back to the dense forest and boarded the ark. As soon as the hatch closed, Zhang Xiaobei shouted to the kitchen robot, "Quick stir-fry, 2 home-style, dishes, the lighter the better." When Jixia also slipped off her sandals, stepping barefoot onto the cold metal floor with a long sigh of relief. That curry flavor almost took me out, so spicy and pungent with some indescribable, fishy smell mixed in. The kitchen robot moved swiftly, soon serving up a plate of tomato scrambled eggs and a stir-fry of seasonal greens. The two sat at the dining table picking at warm rice, finally reclaiming a hint of familiar taste. "Did you try that naan bread?" Zhang Xiaobei complained while shoveling rice. "Hard as a shoe sole. I nearly chipped a tooth biting into it. And that so-called specialty milk tea, sickeningly sweet, and they even added pepper powder to it." When Jixia drank warm water to soothe herself, her mouth twitching. "I remember reading in a magazine that the local cuisine had terrible ratings. This isn't gourmet food, it's an assault on the taste buds." After eating, when Jixia leaned back on the sofa, swinging her legs as she asked, "What's the plan next? We can't just hide in the spaceship forever, can we? Security at the Golden Temple will loosen up at night. We'll move at midnight. You go back to your room and rest first, recharge your energy." With that, Zhang Xiaobei grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. But when Jixia suddenly stood up and walked step by step toward him, her fingers lightly traced his shoulder, her voice lowering with a hint of laziness. "Resting is so boring." She looked up at him, a mischievous glint shimmering in her eyes. "Aren't we supposed to pretend to be lovers? Now that we're alone on the spaceship, shouldn't we build some chemistry?" Her hair brushed against his neck, and Zhang's Iobia's heartbeat inexplicably lost its rhythm. Just as he was about to speak, when Jixia suddenly rose on her tiptoes, almost whispering against his ear, "What's the matter, tourist Zhang, getting shy?" Zhang's Iobia's ears flushed instantly. He was about to reach for her waist, but when Jixia abruptly stepped back. "I told you it's just pretend. Why are you taking it seriously?" Little boy, your self-control is lacking. With that, she slammed her door shut with a bang, leaving Zhang Xiaobei frozen in place as he roared, "Damn it!" Back in his room, Zhang Xiaobei flopped onto the bed, but his mind was filled with the image of Wen Zhixia leaning in, especially that teasing remark, "Little boy." He ran his hands through his hair in frustration, knowing full well it was just a tease, yet his heart refused to calm down. Meanwhile, in the next room, Wen Zhixia was propped against the headboard. After that playful spirit faded, her cheeks secretly burned. She had only meant to tease him, but when she saw him reach for her waist, her heart inexplicably fluttered with panic. Who am I kidding? It's clearly his lack of self-control, she muttered under her breath, but she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Silently cursing herself, "Wen Zhixia, have you lost your mind?" In the darkness, a pair of eyes glinting with cold light snapped open. "System, it's time. Stardust, seal the hatch. Don't let Wen Zhixia out without my permission. Women just get in the way. Of staying on the ship is the safest." "All right, Master, action. I'm enough on my own. Women will only slow down my blade. On my speed at collecting gold. X-ray vision. Quantum state. Activate." By 1030 p.m. in the country of A, the city was like a dark room with the lights off. Except for a few elite districts with sparse streetlights, most areas were plunged into thick darkness. The brand of the caste system made even the distribution of light painfully clear. Hovering above the golden temple, Zhang Xiaobei surveyed this theocratic stronghold. The pure gold roof shimmered with an eerie glow in the night, and under his X-ray vision it blazed even more dazzlingly. Zhang Xiaobei phased through the walls, and everywhere he looked was gold. The 30-meter-high spire, crafted from solid gold, each tile engraved with intricate patterns. The main hall's 5-meter golden Buddha was wrapped in gold leaf robes, the gem in its palm gleaming brilliantly against the gold backdrop. The 4 walls were plastered with gold foil, and even the pillars were sheathed in gold. In the side hall, gold vessels were piled into small mountains. Incense burners, candlesticks, offering plates, all made of pure gold, and even the priest's scepter was studded with gold beads. What a waste of treasure. Zhang Xiaobei controlled his body and moved swiftly. The gold tiles on the roof vanished in sheets, revealing the dull brick beneath. In an instant, the golden Buddha was stripped down to its clay core. The gold foil walls faded at a visible pace, exposing the mottled structure. The vessels and scepter vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only scattered dust on the side hall's floor. In just half an hour, this once gleaming temple had become dilapidated. Outside the temple, low-caste devotees were still prostrating in the mud, oblivious that the idols they worshipped had been thoroughly looted. Leaving the golden temple, Zhang Xiaobei headed straight for the royal palace. His quantum state body allowed him to easily pass through layers of guards and palace walls. In his sight, the palace's extravagance was even more staggering. The king's bedchamber walls were painted with gold dust, the ceiling hung with golden chandeliers, and the bed frame was intricately carved from gold. In the queen's dressing room, gold jewelry boxes stacked to the ceiling with gold mirrors, gold combs, and gold rouge cases in dazzling array. In the treasury's vault, gold bars were piled into towering walls, and gold-cast Buddha statues and vessels rose above the knees. Zhang Xiaobei spared nothing. From chandeliers to gold bars, from jewelry boxes to golden Buddha statues, not even the scattered little gold nuggets in the corners. An hour later, this palace, once a symbol of royal authority, had completely lost its golden halo, revealing its decaying core. At 1 a.m., Zhang Xiaobei turned toward the city's commoner districts. In his X-ray vision, the sellers of high-caste merchants hid crates of gold bars, while the gold owned by low-caste families was pitifully scarce. He had intended to spare these meager possessions, but he caught sight of several high-caste youths roaming outside the slums with thugs, their eyes greedily scanning the low shanties. Without the high-caste gold, they'll soon rob the low-caste. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes turned cold as his body moved swiftly again. The scattered bits of gold among the commoners vanished instantly, from merchants' gold bars to the poor's rings, all swept into his storage space. As time ticked by, when Zhang Xiaobei collected the last gold cash, the eastern sky was already showing pale light. He checked the time, only 4 a.m. He flew back to the dense forest with a slightly weary body, his space filled with heavy gold. Meanwhile, in the Ark's bedroom, Wen Zhixia stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She got up to get some water, but found the hatch tightly locked with the electronic lock flashing a red level 1 lockdown. Zhang Xiaobei. What the hell? She slapped the hatch, her voice raspy with sleep. Sister, Wen Zhixia, Master has set permission lock. Stardust's electronic voice suddenly echoed in the room. What right does he have to lock me up? Wen Zhixia snapped, fully awake, her tone laced with anger. Master said it's too dangerous outside. There are armed patrols and many hidden dangers in Country A at night. Master locked you in the ship to keep you safe. It's the safest place here. Wen Zhixia paused, her anger mostly dissipating. He's worried he'll get hurt. Yes, Master checked the ship's defense systems before leaving and asked me to monitor your vital signs. Stardust grew more elaborate, even adding embellishments. He said women just get in the way of staying on the ship is the safest But Stardust thinks Master was just being stubborn because he was afraid you'd get hurt when Jixia couldn't help, but smiles slightly, her lingering displeasure completely vanishing. She leaned against the hatch, gazing at the brightening sky outside the window. At least he has some conscience. Though being locked in was a bit annoying, the concern hidden behind his stubborn words warmed her heart. She touched her burning earlobe, asking no further questions, quietly waiting for his return. Suddenly a voice rose unbidden in her heart. He loves me so much. Directly penetrating the arc, Zhang Xiaobei arrived straight in the living room of the cabin. Few Stardust, get me a glass of water. All right, welcome home, Master. Why can't I sense your presence? As soon as the greeting was uttered, the door of the adjacent room slid open automatically. When Jixia stepped out quickly in her slippers. Stardust, is Zhang Xiaobei back? Where is he? She scanned the cockpit, seeing only the empty seat and flickering projection. Don't lie to me, where is he? Just as Stardust was about to answer, a warm voice suddenly sounded behind her ear. Right here. When Jixia trembled in fright, spinning around only to grasp at air. As she looked around in slight panic, Zhang Xiaobei's form gradually solidified from transparency. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Scared you? That's quantization. You. When Jixia patted her chest and took a step back. Not only do you walk without a sound, but you also turn invisible, trying to scare me to death. Yet curiosity quickly flickered in her eyes, and she instinctively leaned in closer. Stardust said, you completed the mission. You really brought back the gold all by yourself. What else? With this ability, bringing someone along or not makes no difference. Can quantization make you invisible and phase through walls? When Zixia's gaze soft as water fixed on him before hastily looking away. Any other tricks? Zhang Xiaobei was about to say no, but his gaze inadvertently swept over her nightgown. The X-ray vision hadn't been turned off. The outline of the pink lace underwear beneath the cotton fabric was clearly visible, even the faint marks the straps left on her skin. Zhang Xiaobei abruptly turned his face away and coughed lightly. There's also X-ray vision. So stay away. You're bluffing. When Jixia raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, deliberately puffing out her chest. X-ray vision. What do you see? Zhang Xiaobei, caught off guard, stared at the storage cabinet in the room behind her and forced himself to speak. On the second shelf of your cabinet is a Glock with a black holster and 3 spare magazines beside it, loaded with 9mm rounds. When Zixia's eyes widened instantly, she turned and went to her room, opening the cabinet. It was exactly as he said. She walked quickly back to Zhang Xiaobei, standing so close she could smell the faint scent of sweat on him. Then tell me, what color am I wearing today? Before she could finish, she saw Zhang Xiaobei's gaze dart nervously toward her chest, his Adam's apple bobbing constantly. When Jixia understood immediately, instead of backing away, she reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Why aren't you saying it? Did you get a good look? The warm touch sent Zhang Xiaobei's heart pounding. He could clearly see her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths and the 2 soft curves. He couldn't help but reach out to steady her waist, but when Jixia gently slapped his hand away. Enough. She stepped back, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, yet her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. You still have Li Tong. Keep it in check. Those words were like a bucket of cold water dousing the heated atmosphere. Zhang Xiaobei snapped back to reality and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm going to rest for a bit. You. Eat something and go back to your room. When Jixia watched his slightly flustered retreating figure, then turned and went into her own room. The moment the door closed, she slid down against it, sitting on the floor, her hand touching her flushed cheek. Having grown up in the States, she was open-minded by nature, yet the thrill from moments ago still lingered. Actually, this flustered, heart-racing feeling wasn't so bad. She pursed her lips at her own rosy-cheeked reflection in the mirror. Maybe giving it a try isn't such a bad idea. Meanwhile, in his room, Zhang Xiaobei checked his space, with his mind instantly casting aside all those tender thoughts. The golden temple roof, countless golden Buddha statues, mountains of gold foil walls, and rows upon rows of royal gold bars were piled up. Indeed, it wasn't all for nothing. He turned off the X-ray vision, watching the skill enter cooldown. System daddy. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Received 10000 points. Balance 465526793 points. Exchange the gold in the space for points. Ding. Detected 200 tons of gold exchangeable for 2 billion points. Does the host wish to exchange? Zhang Xiaobei. How much? 200 tons. Exchange. Do it. Must exchange. Though shocked inwardly, it was within his expectations. Because in this caste system nation, both royalty and clergy worshipped the goddess of wealth. With such a vast quantity of gold, Zhang Xiaobei felt it made sense. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful exchange. Received 2 billion points. Balance 24655267993 points. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei's grin stretched from ear to ear. I'm rich. When you're rich, you spend lavishly. The 2 free 10 draws the system had given him earlier had already launched him to new heights. Gazing at the now available surprise shop, Zhang Xiaobi's heart raced. Come on, open the surprise shop. Ding. Surprise shop is open. Please select a prize pool. Bronze prize pool. Each draw costs 100 points. Items are common, and ordinary maximum prize value does not exceed 100 points. Silver prize pool. Each draw costs 100 points. Items are general maximum prize value does not exceed 10 million points. Gold prize pool. Each draw costs 1 million points. Items are high-grade maximum prize value does not exceed 1 billion points. Diamond prize pool. Each draw costs 100 million points. Items are super-grade maximum prize value does not exceed 100 billion points. Legendary prize pool. Each draw costs 10 billion points. Items are legendary maximum prize value unknown. System level insufficient, cannot draw. Mystery prize pool. Each draw costs 1 trillion points. Item types unknown, maximum prize value unknown. System level insufficient, cannot draw. Staring at the long string of zeros and the 6 prize pool categories, Zhang Xiaobai felt a bit overwhelmed. The diamond prize pool costing 100 million points per draw left him feeling like he was gazing at a vast ocean. He knew the items had to be good, but his hard-earned points could only afford 2 10 draws from it. Thinking it over, he decided against it. System Daddy, let's start with the bronze prize pool to test the waters. A 10 draw. Ding. Obtain bronze 10 draw coupon consuming 1000 points. Balance 24655257993 points. With the system's voice, a bronze-colored, ancient-looking roulette wheel appeared on the virtual screen before Zhang Xiaobai. Start the draw. As the wheel spun rapidly, Zhang Xiaobai felt a thrill of excitement, wondering what rewards he would get. Ding. Congratulations, host received thickening and enlargement pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received thickening and enlargement pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received thickening and enlargement pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received thickening and enlargement pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received super delay oil X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received super delay oil X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received super delay oil X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received an ordinary Jispin X1 inch. Ding. Congratulations, host received an ordinary Durex X1. Ding. Congratulations, host received a weird little dolphin X1 inch. Ding. This draw is complete. The drop rate is really high. Are you serious? Huh. What are you doing? Oh, staring at the pile of bizarre items in his system inventory, Zhang Xiaobai let out a helpless sigh. Forget it, your bronze, I won't hold it against you. But bring on more thickening and enlargement pills. I don't need this stuff, but the readers, the handsome Yenzus, do. As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobi's vision went black, and only 3 words from the draw interface appeared before him. Give a good review. I can't believe this. Silver roulette. 10 draws. Let's try again. Ding. Obtained silver 10 draw coupon. 1000 points deducted. Remaining balance 24654257993 points. Then before Zhang Xiaobi's eyes, the bronze roulette on the virtual screen vanished, replaced by a shimmering silver one. Start the draw. As his words fell, the roulette began to spin slowly, leaving a trail of dazzling afterimages. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained exoskeleton armor blueprint fragment X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained exoskeleton armor blueprint fragment X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained exoskeleton armor blueprint fragment X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained detection glasses X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained exoskeleton armor blueprint fragment X1. Ding. This draw is over. 5 fragments are needed to assemble the exoskeleton armor blueprint. Staring at the results, Zhang Xiaobai could only sigh in silence. You damn system. Give it or don't. Why leave one out? Ding. Would the host like to draw again? Perhaps the last fragment will appear next time. I can't take this. Another 10 draws. Ding. Obtained silver 10 draw coupon. 1000 points deducted. Remaining balance 24653257993 points. As the points were spent, the roulette spun once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won. Thanks for playing. 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 Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained Exoskeleton Armor Blueprint Fragment X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've collected all Exoskeleton Armor Blueprint Fragments. They have been sent to your system inventory. Zhang Xiaobei felt like cursing, but words failed him. You know what? You really do. This feels like Ma Huateng style. Zhang Xiaobei muttered to himself as he inspected his haul. Exoskeleton Armor Blueprint powered by a nuclear fusion reactor providing full body protection and enhancing the user's strength and speed. Can also be used as a space suit. Not bad, I suppose. Could be worse. Detection glasses analyze the composition and content of materials and mineral veins. Just wear them, and finding gold mines is a breeze. It's not entirely useless, but it's practically worthless. Tossing it casually into his inventory, Zhang Xiaobei turned his attention to the golden roulette. Is this the golden roulette from the free draw the system gave me earlier? 1 million per draw. That doesn't seem too bad. The free draw gave me great stuff before. Now that I'm spending points, it can't be that bad, right? Come on, let's do 10 draws and see how it goes. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands together, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Ding. Obtained golden 10 draw coupon. 1000 points deducted. Remaining balance, 245532579 points. Watching 10 million points vanish in an instant, Zhang Xiaobei felt a pang of pain. But recalling the skills he had obtained before, a spark of hope reignited within him. Start the draw. The familiar golden roulette appeared. As it slowly gained speed until the afterimages blurred, Zhang Xiaobei hurriedly bowed to the air. Big bro, bless me. System daddy, give me a miracle in these 10 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won, thanks for playing. 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 No. System daddy, don't do this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won, thanks for playing. Zhang Xiaobei. So the hope I held on to is finally dead. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the skill flame. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained perfect gene serum. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained perfect gene serum. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained perfect gene serum. As the roulette came to a halt, Zhang Xiaobei let out a long sigh of relief. At least I got a skill. Not a total loss. Opening his inventory to inspect, he felt a bit speechless. Skill flame, generate fire anytime, anywhere with no cooldown. The perfect skill for camping and barbecuing on trips. So I've been turned into a human lighter. He glanced at the perfect gene serum again, reading the instructions. Only 1 dose per person. A second dose loses its effect. However, this one could be extracted for others to use. So today's draws were a total flop. A miserable one at that. Zhang Xiaobei felt a sense of frustration welling up inside him, but there was nothing he could do. He had already drawn, he couldn't exactly get a refund, could he? At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei was disheartened. After spending 1000 points, it felt like he had gained something, yet nothing at all. Then a reckless impulse seized Zhang Xiaobei, and his gaze fell upon the diamond jackpot. A draw costing 100 million points, something he had never dared to imagine before. Now with a fortune of 2 billion points, the diamond jackpot began to tempt him. Should I give it a try? Why not? Let's do it. What if I hit the jackpot and get it all back? Without further hesitation. System daddy. 1 for 100 million. Just a test. His heart racing with excitement, Zhang Xiaobei could barely contain himself. After all, a single draw cost the equivalent of 1000 tons of gold. If he succeeded this time, it would wipe away all his past humiliations. Zhang Xiaobei looked again at the diamond jackpot announcement. Diamond jackpot, each draw costs 100 million points. Items are super tier with the top prize valued at up to 100 billion points. The top prize could be worth 100 billion points. Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of hope and anticipation. What if he won? System daddy. I won't say much, but this draw costs 100 million points. Please don't let it be a total waste. Exchange for 1 diamond draw. Ding. Obtain diamond draw coupon. 1000 points deducted. Remaining balance, 235532579 points. Start the draw. As Zhang Xiaobei's words echoed, the crystal clear diamond roulette began to spin slowly. Each revolution tugged at his nerves. Win, win, win. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won, thanks for playing. No way, no way. Watching 100 million points vanish into thin air, Zhang Xiaobei felt a wave of panic. Today really was a total disaster. Struggling to compose himself, Zhang Xiaobei was on the verge of tears. Really? Daddy, stop messing with me. But deep down, a burning sense of defiance grew. Should I try one last time? The thought sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain overwhelming him. That's how people are. After a loss, they always believe they'll win next time. Right now, Zhang Xiaobei had fallen into that very paradox. It's just 100 million points. One last try. Really the last one. If I don't win, I'll never draw again. Ding. Obtain diamond draw coupon. 1,000,000 points deducted. Remaining balance 2,255,325,793 points. He made a quick prayer. Start the draw. The crystal clear diamond roulette began to spin slowly once more on the virtual screen before Zhang Xiaobei. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a mysterious artifact reward. It has been sent to your system inventory. A racing heart and trembling hands. Zhang Xiaobei clenched his fists, his voice quivering. Open! Open! The backpack. The system backpack interface unfolded in response, revealing a pitch-black gift box silently floating within its surface adorned with dazzling golden patterns. He bowed reverently 3 times to the gift box. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Open for me. No sooner had he spoken than the black gift box began to shake violently, its golden patterns illuminating instantly. In the next moment, the brilliant golden light from within the gift box illuminated the virtual screen before Zhang Xiaobei. Wow! Golden legend! His eyes widened at the sight before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Amidst the radiance, a diamond-shaped crystal slowly rose, shimmering with a diamond-like brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mysterious reward. The Star Core Key. Zhang Xiaobei was taken aback, pointing at the crystal with a puzzled expression. Star Core Key. What is this thing? He stared at the diamond-shaped crystal floating quietly in the system backpack, his brows knitting tighter. Wouldn't it be better to get a spaceship? Or at least a set of high-tech armor? This key looks impressive, but what is it really for? As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily shifted back to the crystal. Opening the system description, he was even more bewildered. A relic from an ancient super-civilization, the only proof needed to unlock the ruins of civilization. Wait, what civilization? Where are the ruins? But the system in his mind seemed to fall silent, offering no further response. As he took the diamond-shaped crystal from the system backpack, the first sensation was warmth. A peculiar feeling coursed through his body. It felt as if this crystal was happy. Although it seemed strange, Zhang Xiaobei didn't dwell on it. Maybe there really is an ancient ruin, and this key can indeed unlock it, but where could it be? Zhang Xiaobei mumbled, intending to toss it into space, only to find he couldn't. Huh, it won't go in. Could it be alive? His curiosity piqued. Zhang Xiaobei bit it first, then rubbed it with his hand. The diamond-shaped crystal gave no reaction. Forget it, I'll just toss it back in the system backpack. As expected, the next moment, the diamond-shaped crystal disappeared from his hand. Hey system, after spending so much this time, you don't even tell me where to claim my prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 2,102,010,000 points. Remaining balance 2,255,325,793 points. Ding! Accumulated spent points 7,107,410,000 points. You need to spend an additional 9,289,259,000 points for an upgrade. Yet what followed was still the system's cold consumption notification. Forget it, where there's a will, there's a way. Not bothering with the diamond-shaped crystal anymore, Zhang Xiaobei turned his attention to the exoskeleton armor blueprint he had just obtained. Now this is a bit interesting. Looking at the exoskeleton resembling Iron Man's armor from the movie, Zhang Xiaobei felt a sense of yearning. After all, which man doesn't dream of having a mech? I'll hand it over to the Grand Elder later, let's get a set made. Looking cool is all that matters. Another beautiful day, time for sleep. Outside the window, the sun had risen, and the glaring sunlight streamed in through the spaceship's porthole. Stardust sensed it and adjusted the color of the light-sensitive glass to a darker hue, maintaining silent mode. 3 types of gene serums have begun mass production. Finished products are stored directly in the National Treasury. Antivirus serum has begun transportation to provincial units and will soon be widely distributed to the public. His furrowed brows finally relaxed. Huaxiao brain, you did well. Thank you. This is just within my capabilities. The nuclear fusion reactor, based on current progress, is expected to successfully ignite in 2 hours. The experiment with nano-titanium alloy materials has entered the final stages. Listening to the stream of good news, joy appeared on his face. Sir, the elite talent classification has been carried out as you requested. The golden-haired man listened to his secretary's report, feeling a sense of relief. Although he didn't know why Zhang Xiaobei wanted him to do this, he could clearly sense the crisis from Waxia's current movements. Let me see the list. As he picked up the list, he frowned in anger. The more he looked, the angrier he became. This is what you consider elite talent. You included all those old money from Wall Street. The secretary could only speak defensively, but these are indeed top financial elite talents from our beautiful country. He sprayed a mouthful of cola at his assistant, leaving her hair sticky against her forehead. What I want is technology. Technical expertise. My golden Buddha. My golden throne. Who stole them? The high priest was currently shouting loudly while holding the Buddha platform. The monk responsible for guarding the artifacts knelt on the ground, trembling. Great priest, I clearly locked the temple door last night. Not even a fly could enter. Outside the temple, the followers erupted in chaos. The gold foil on the shrine is gone. Even the offering plate has turned to clay. Has the deity become angry? I touched the golden Buddha to pray yesterday. How did it turn to a clay statue today? What about my wish? It's over. Even the gods have abandoned us. In the palace, the king slammed his crown to the ground. My golden bed. My treasury. It all vanished overnight. You bunch of useless fools, are you blind? The finance minister wiped the sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, the treasury's lock is intact, and the guards haven't left their posts. This is simply a miracle. God, my foot. The king kicked the finance minister over. It must have been the low-caste scum who did this. Arrest all the low-caste scum in the city and interrogate them. Your Majesty, we've searched the slums. Even the gold from the people has vanished without a trace. The finance minister struggled to rise just as a guard rushed in urgently. Your Majesty, the gold trim from the toilet has been scraped off. In the commoner area, the low-caste people gathered in their shanties sighing. The gold pendant passed down from my grandmother is gone. That was my only keepsake. A woman cried, tears streaming down her face. A man squatted on the ground smoking a cigarette, speaking with a look of relief. It's better this way. The high-caste thugs came to search earlier. If they had seen us, we would have ended up in jail. But why would they suspect us? A little girl nearby pouted in defiance. The distant sound of temple bells rang out, yet no one went to worship. The high priest knelt in the empty temple praying, God, if you truly take away the gold, at least leave us a token of remembrance. The king raged in the palace, smashing things and shouting, investigate. Even if we have to search the entire country, we must find the gold. Meanwhile, the people in the slums silently began to tidy up the items thrown on the ground by the high-caste thugs. For them, no matter who holds the gold, life remains difficult. In the kitchen of the Ark, when Jixia tied on an apron and served scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto a plate. Stardust, can you check if the ribs are cooked? Sister, Wen's cooking is amazing. The ribs have reached the Falling Gothbone state, and the host will surely love it. The host worked hard all night last night. It's just the right time for your loving lunch to replenish energy. When Zixia's ears turned slightly red, yet she stubbornly denied it. Who made him a loving lunch? I just happened to be hungry and made it for myself. He didn't take me out yesterday. It serves him right to be hungry. The host will be sad to hear that. Stardust deliberately elongated its tones, then continued to embellish. But he repeatedly confirmed your safety yesterday. He even asked if you went to bed on time. When Zhixiao emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of food only to bump into Zhang Xiaobei as he stepped out of his room, she handed him the tray, her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting away. Eat quickly, it won't taste good once it's cold. Zhang Xiaobei, still groggy from sleep, took the tray and sat down to eat without a word of thanks. Today's dishes are decent, a bit better than what that robot made last time, he mumbled through a mouthful of rice. He picked up a piece of tomato and egg stir-fry, his brow slightly furrowing. The eggs are a bit overcooked and there's too much salt. Stardust, make a note to adjust the salt ratio in the robot settings. When Jixia stood by, the smile on her lips gradually fading. Zhang Xiaobei took another sip of the pork rib soup, smacking his lips. The ribs are stewed decently, but the pepper was added too early. The freshness is all gone. Stardust, next time reprogram the robot and swap in a new recipe library. Master, this wasn't made by the robot sister. When cooked it herself. Zhang Xiaobei's chopsticks clattered onto the table. The disdain on his face instantly morphed into a stiff smile as he slowly turned his head toward Wen Jixia. Ahem. No wonder it's so delicious. It's because you made it. The tomato and egg stir-fry has perfect heat and seasoning, and the ribs are so tender they practically melt in your mouth. Damn, it's incredible. When Jixia crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, who was it that just mentioned reprogramming? Want me to reprogram you now? When Jixia gathered the dishes and placed them in the sink to wash. Where to next? We've cleaned out the third world countries. We can't just stay here forever. Zhang Xiaobei leaned against the console, staring at the projected world map. I think we need to find a cost-effective place. We caused such a stir in the third world this time, other countries are probably on guard now. What about Africa? I hear there's plenty of gold there. When Jixia finished washing the dishes and dried her hands, then tapped on the African continent. But Zhang Xiaobei frowned. Most of it's still buried underground, not mined yet. What's there to fear about it being buried? Don't you have X-ray vision and quantumization? Just penetrate the ground, see exactly where the gold is, and dig it out in your quantum state. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she quickly covered her chest with her hand, looking at Zhang Xiaobei with an odd expression. He immediately understood and gave a helpless smile. What are you thinking? It's not like I keep my X-ray vision on all day. Hearing this, Wen Jixia breathed a sigh of relief. True. Africa has many poor countries with lousy infrastructure. It's not worth it. Zhang Xiaobei stared at the map of South America and spoke softly. Brazil, eh? Forget it. When Jixia rolled her eyes. The gangs in South America are worse than the police. Do you want to get chased by AKs? Besides, the gold there is mostly in mines. It's a hassle. The two fell silent for a moment, then when Jixia suddenly tapped on the European continent. What about here? Zhang Xiaobei leaned in, and his eyes lit up. Europe. Those small countries are indeed rich. Exactly. When Zhixia circled a few countries with her finger, small area wealth concentrated in the capitals, gold artifacts in churches and museums. Using your abilities to take them would be both convenient and discreet. It's settled. Time to help those old European relics take stock of their treasures. After all, the old empress already paid them, taking back a bit is only right. At the main control hall of the China Fusion Research Center, the massive ring-shaped tokamak device, Hualong-1, hovered in the central experimental chamber. Beside the control panel, over 30 researchers held their breath, awaiting a historic moment. All systems are ready. Project Director Li turned and bowed deeply to the person standing in the observation area. The commander of City J stared intently at Hualong-1 and nodded slightly. Let's begin. Let China's journey to the stars set sail from here. Initiating Fusion Ignition Sequence Phase 1 Vacuum Chamber Evacuation. The electronic voice of China's AI echoed through the hall as the vacuum level on the main screen began to flash rapidly. Vacuum level reached 1.310 Pa, meeting deuterium-tritium fuel injection standards. Young researcher Lin Wei took a deep breath and pressed the fuel injection button. Deuterium-tritium mixed gas injection started. Flow rate 0.8 liters per minute. Purity 99.999. In the transparent fuel lines, a pale blue gas flowed slowly. Fuel density gradient detected as stable. Phase 2 magnetic confinement initiated. Toroidal field coil current ramped to 15 Ka. Poloidal field coils synchronized to form a helical magnetic confinement channel. The coils around the tokamak device lit up one by one, enveloping it in a pale purple magnetic glow. The chairman's eyes were fixed on the plasma parameters on the screen. In the observation gallery behind, several elderly academicians stared intently at the screen. This research had spanned 3 generations, from the initial concept of an artificial sun to the complete technology provided by Zhang Xiaobei. They had waited far too long. Phase 3 auxiliary heating initiated. The AI's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Electron cyclotron heating system output at 5 megawatts. Neutral beam injection system ready. Target plasma temperature 10 million degrees Celsius. A flash of white light burst from the experimental chamber, and a wispy plasma cloud appeared at the center of the tokamak. Ion temperature climbing to 8 million degrees. Lin Weiss' voice trembled. Confinement time reached 30 seconds. Magnetic field stability at 98.7. Warning, diverter thermal load exceeded limits. Cooling flow automatically adjusted. The AI suddenly issued a warning, and the thermal load curve on the screen turned red in an instant. Reduce neutral beam injection power by 10. Maintain magnetic field strength. Professor Li commanded calmly. The indicator lights on the control panel flashed frantically, and everyone's heartbeat raced with the fluctuating parameters. The man slowly raised his hand, but stopped midair. He knew any interference at this moment was unnecessary. The researchers needed absolute focus. Thermal load returned to safe threshold. Preparing for ignition phase. Target temperature 150 million degrees Celsius. Confinement time sustained for 100 seconds. Fusion gain factor Q1. 2. Professor Li looked at the chairman and, receiving a firm nod, solemnly pressed the red ignition button. Final heating initiated. Ignition countdown 10, 9, 8. The entire hall was filled with nothing but the sound of the countdown. The plasma cloud shifted from pale purple to brilliant white. The temperature value skyrocketed before their eyes. 50 million, 80 million, 120 million. Ion temperature exceeds 150 million degrees Celsius. Fusion reaction initiated. Neutron flux detected as normal. Energy output stable. Q value 1.25. Confinement time 50 seconds. No anomalies in parameters. Lin Weiss' voice was choked with emotion. Inside the experimental chamber, the plasma burned steadily within the magnetic field like the core of a true star, emitting a brilliant yet gentle light. 100 seconds. Time's up. Maintain current state. Enter steady state operation. Professor Li's voice was hoarse and dry. Fusion ignition successful. Steady state operation initiated. All parameters meet design standards. The AI's voice echoed through the hall with unprecedented clarity and fervor. Hualong-1 has achieved sustained controlled nuclear fusion. Congratulations. China has officially entered the era of fusion energy. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the hall. Researchers embraced each other, some shattered their water glasses in excitement, others collapsed onto the control panels weeping. 70 years of perseverance, 3 generations passing the torch. Today, China has not only ignited an artificial sun, but also lit the spark of the interstellar age. From this moment on, we are coming for the sea of stars. The chairman's voice, hoarse but resolute, reverberated through the hall. The plasma at the center of the tokamak device continued to burn steadily. That warm white light shone through the experimental chamber, illuminating the tear-streaked, smiling faces of everyone present and lighting the way for Chinese civilization to sail into the depths of space. Master, great news. Great news. According to the message relayed by the Huaxiao Intelligence Corps, Wuxia's controlled nuclear fusion ignition has succeeded. Zhang Xiaobei heard the prompt from Stardust, but remained utterly unruffled. After all, with so many points spent and the data following the standards, there was no reason for failure. When Ji Xiao, on the other hand, was trembling with excitement, she suddenly threw her arms around Zhang Xiaobei. Her embrace was abrupt and forceful. Zhang Xiaobei could even feel the slight tremor of her shoulders and the warmth of her body. This sudden hug left him stunned for a moment, before he could react when Ji Xiao sprang back several meters as if shocked. Sorry, I was just too excited. She nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. The success of fusion is incredibly important, it means. It means Huaxia has a ticket to the interstellar age. Zhang Xiaobei finished her sentence reminiscing about the soft touch he had just felt. What's the big deal? Why get so worked up? How can you say that? When Ji Xiao looked up and glared at him. Do you know what this means for the apocalypse? With limitless energy, the ecological cycles of the underground city, the power for interstellar travel. Her voice trailed off as she realized her earlier actions had been too intimate. Anyway, it's just very important. Zhang Xiaobei looked at her flustered state, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Master, urgent broadcast. We have arrived over Europe. Current coordinates Paris, France, hovering 300 meters directly above the Eiffel Tower. How do you like the spot I chose? Stardust, having witnessed the whole scene, deliberately interjected. 5 minutes later, the Ark silently landed on the outskirts of Paris. The two stepped out of the spaceship, and when Ji Xia naturally linked her arm through Zhang's Iobius. Tourist Zhang. Remember the persona were a Chinese couple on our honeymoon. Got it, Miss One. Zhang Xiaobei cooperatively wrapped his arm around her waist, his fingertips touching the softness, there his mind drifting back to the sensation of her hug. When Ji Xiao blushed and nodded, the two walked along the edge of the forest towards the roadside. The streets of Paris were filled with the aroma of bread and coffee, and a street musician played a melodious tune on the violin. A gentleman in a suit walked slowly, holding the hand of a noble woman. It was a picture of serene tranquility. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, swaying gently with their steps, making them look like a truly leisurely couple in love. These people seemed very relaxed. When Ji Xia scanned the surveillance cameras on the street corner with her peripheral vision, as they walked, they used affectionate gestures between lovers to disguise their conversation. They crossed the Champs-Élysées and finally arrived at the foot of the Eiffel Tower. The setting sun just touched the tip of the tower, dyeing the steel structure a warm gold. The square at the base was packed with tourists. People taking photos, kissing, playing guitar, and singing, a lively scene. When Ji Xia leaned into Zhang's Iobius arms, pretending to admire the view, and spoke softly. The tower is said to use a lot of gold for decoration, especially the beacon at the top and the royal box. Just as Zhang Xiaobei was about to respond, he was distracted by a burst of cheers. Nearby by the fountain, a man in a suit knelt on one knee. Holding a diamond ring, he was making a heartfelt confession to the girl in front of him. Tourists around stopped to cheer, chanting, "Marry him." The girl, tears of joy streaming down her face, nodded vigorously and threw herself into the man's arms. The watching crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Watching the couple embrace and kiss tightly, a complex wave of emotion suddenly surged within Zhang Xiaobei. He looked up at the Eiffel Tower against the sunset, then swept his gaze over the other couples cuddling nearby and let out a soft sigh. How much longer could such beautiful times last? Soon the ice apocalypse would freeze all of this. These sweet embraces and happy smiles would be replaced by the struggle for survival. How romantic. When Zixia's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible envy. Her gaze grew distant and dreamy. The atmosphere in the square was completely ignited as several nearby couples infected by the mood couldn't help but embrace and kiss. Zhang Xiaobei felt when Zixia's gaze fall upon his face. He turned his head and met her clear, bright eyes. Her eyes shimmered in the sunset, reflecting the tower's silhouette and his face. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats. Look at them, isn't it beautiful? When Zixia's voice was very soft. Zhang's Iobius Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. He saw her gaze slowly travel upwards, settling on his lips. Her eyes were hazy yet held a trace of hesitation. When Zixia's face slowly drew closer. Her eyelashes were long and quivered slightly. Zhang Xiaobei watched the scene. Though he felt a stir of excitement, this woman had played the game of teasing him twice before, and he was ready for her to play a trick on him again. But then she suddenly rose on her tiptoes and her soft lips gently pressed against his. In that instant, Zhang's Iobius mind went completely blank. Her lips were very soft, as warm as he had imagined. The cheers and music around them seemed to dissolve into a blurry background noise. All that remained was the warm sensation on his lips and when Zixia's trembling body. He instinctively reached out, wrapped his arm around her waist, and deepened the unexpected kiss. When Ji Xia seemed surprised by his passionate response, her body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, and she gently looped her arms around his neck. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them, merging their shadows with those of the other couples nearby. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted foreheads, touching both, breathing a little raggedly. When Zixia's cheeks were flushed crimson and she averted her gaze, not daring to look at him. She started to say something, but Zhang Xiaobei interrupted her. Don't worry, I know Miss One. We have to play the part of the couple. When Zhixiao found this both annoying and amusing. Come on, let's go to the next spot. Zhang Xiaobei was the first to break the silence, naturally taking Wen Zixia's hand. This time his movement was without any hesitation. The warmth of his palm transmitted through his fingers, causing her heart to skip another beat. Hand in hand they walked across the square, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. Next stop, Notre Dame. When Zhixia asked softly, trying to make her voice sound natural. Sure, anything. I heard the frames of the rose windows there are made of pure gold, and there's also the Pope's golden scepter. We'll come back tonight and dismantle it. Zhang Xiaobei said this while looking at a restaurant by the roadside. He took Wen Zixia's hand and pushed open the door. A man is iron and food is steel. Let's eat something to fuel the work ahead. Let's eat first. Without further ado, he pulled out a chair for Wen Zhixia and gestured for her to sit. See what you'd like to eat. Don't be shy, this one's on me. Wen Zhixia opened the menu without any hesitation. They'll have the pan-seared foie gras with fig jam and a cream of mushroom soup. What about you? What will you have? Me. He'll have 3 sirloin steaks and a bottle of burgundy red wine decanted for 10 minutes. Aren't we working tonight? Drinking will slow us down. Wen Zhixia complained, but took a sneaky sip of the wine when the waiter poured it. Relax, a little drink won't hurt. Zhang Xiaobei raised his glass and gently clinked it against hers. A slight buzz makes the thinking clearer. Wen Zhixia covered her mouth and chuckled. They chatted while they ate, discussing everything from Parisian architecture to the significance of the successful nuclear fusion. Occasionally their eyes would meet and both would recall the unexpected kiss under the Eiffel Tower. 2 men in suits at the next table were talking in low voices. A fragment of their conversation drifted into Zhang Xiaobei's ears. You must go see the special exhibition at the Louvre tomorrow. I heard they've taken out a batch of Chinese artifacts from the vault, bronzeware from the Shang and Zhou dynasties and paintings from the Jin dynasty. The security level is terrifyingly high. The other man sneered, these things are the spoils of war from our ancestors. The knife and fork in Zhang Xiaobei's hand clattered against the plate. When Zhixiao immediately sensed something was wrong. She followed his gaze to the next table. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaobei didn't answer, just refilled her wine glass. Hear that? Chinese artifacts being boasted about as war trophies. I was planning to take the gold rose windows, but it seems there's something more important to retrieve. Let's eat first. Finish up and go rest for a while. We'll need our strength for tonight. For the rest of the meal they didn't say much, but both tacitly quickened their pace. Upon returning to the Ark, Zhang Xiaobei helped the slightly tipsy Wen Zhixia settle onto the sofa. Stardust considerately dimmed the cabin lights, leaving only a few warm amber wall sconces aglow. Still dizzy, he poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. As their fingertips brushed, inadvertently both of them paused slightly. When Zhixia took the cup, and when its rim touched her lips, she raised her eyes to look at Zhang Xiaobei. The mild intoxication of the red wine gradually melted the usual aloofness between them, and the air was thick with a delicate tension. The words overheard at the restaurant, the kiss beneath the iron tower, and the tranquil atmosphere of this moment intertwined like invisible threads. He reached out to brush a stray strand of hair from her cheek, and when Zhixia gently closed her eyes. Without any superfluous words, he slowly leaned closer, their breaths mingling together. When Zixia's eyelashes fluttered softly as she leaned forward to meet his lips. This kiss was no longer as hurried as the one in the square. It carried the mellow fragrance of red wine and the tender gentleness of the night breeze. Zhang Xiaobei drew her into his embrace. Her body stiffened slightly before relaxing and resting against his chest. Stardust, taking the hint, muted the control panel's alert sounds. After an unknown passage of time, the two slowly parted. When Zhixia buried her face in his chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. When will you go? Soon. Zhang Xiaobei gently stroked her hair, his voice deep and tender. Get some good rest. When you wake up, we'll be back. He lifted her and placed her on the bed in the rest area, covering her with a thin blanket. When Zhixia held onto his hand, unwilling to let go, gazing at him with hazy eyes. Zhang Xiaobei sat by the bedside until she drifted off to sleep, then withdrew his hand and turned to leave. 12 Yahon. 3,000 meters above Switzerland. System. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. You have received 10000 points. Balance 2255335793 points. Quantum state activated. X-ray vision activated. In the pitch-black darkness 100 meters underground, Zhang Xiaobei, freed from gravity's constraints, activated his X-ray vision to its fullest. Rock layers, soil, and underground pipes became transparent in his field of vision. He swiftly moved along the fissures in the strata, pausing for half a second every 100 meters, scanning his surroundings like a radar. Found it. In his X-ray vision, a dense cluster of golden light spots suddenly flared up beneath a granite layer 100 meters away. It was a vast space tightly encased in reinforced concrete, clearly a vault structure with top-tier security. In his quantum state, he effortlessly passed through 3 layers of security doors. The moment he entered the vault, even Zhang Xiaobei, who had seen much, couldn't help but hold his breath. Countless gold bars were stacked into neat rectangular blocks, rising from the floor to the 3-meter-high ceiling. Each gold bar bore the cross emblem of the Swiss bank with the inscription 1000 G 999, 9-inch engraved on its side. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands, and the dimensional portal opened wide. The mountain of gold bars vanished in an instant. He moved swiftly through the vault, his X-ray eyes continuously locking onto new areas. To the left was a private storage area where dozens of metal cabinets were filled with gold vessels, and even a pistol made of pure gold. A capitalist's eccentricity. He let out a scornful laugh. With a touch of his hand, the metal cabinets were emptied instantly. The bank's reserve area on the right was even more astonishing, with crates of gold coins stacked to the ceiling. Each crate bore a label: South Africa Rand Gold Mine 1985, Australia Kalgoorlie 2003. These gold reserves from around the world had all converged in this underground fortress. Zhang Xiaobei moved at lightning speed, precisely targeting the gold in every corner. Passing through a narrow corridor, his X-ray vision swept into a deeper secret chamber. The gold bars here bore no bank logos, but instead displayed the emblems of various national central banks. He even spotted rows of gold bars inscribed with Chinese characters. The words, "Made in the Guangxu era," were worn faint, clearly national treasures that had been lost a century ago. They even dared to hide our ancestors' belongings. His gaze turned cold, and these gold bars marked by history vanished in an instant. Leaving this main vault, he moved through the underground like a fish in water. He continuously searched for new areas, locking onto new targets every few minutes. Some vaults were hidden beside the underground wine cellars of ancient castles where gold bars stood side by side with oak barrels, the air filled with a blend of wine and metallic scents. Others were disguised as ordinary underground parking lots with gold cleverly concealed within the hollow cores of concrete pillars, impossible to find without the precise targeting of X-ray vision. In the underground vault of a private bank, he witnessed an even more extravagant scene: a massive glass cabinet where gold was piled into a small mountain. Upon it sat a miniature gold castle complete with towers, gates, and a moat. Even the soldiers on the walls were crafted from pure gold, extraordinarily lifelike. A placard beside it read, "A gift for Queen Elizabeth," clearly an auction item from some wealthy magnate. Quite a waste. He casually stored the gold castle into his hold, and as his X-ray vision swept across a corner, he discovered something far more valuable. Several sealed metal boxes contained bundles of gold coins, their faces stamped with the Chinese dragon motif, and the rim inscribed with Xiantong Yuanbao. He carefully stored the boxes into his space, the fire of indignation burning hotter in his heart. These treasures, which rightfully belonged to China, had become nothing more than collectibles in someone else's secret chamber. He sped through the underground, his X-ray vision fully extended, not missing a single corner. No sooner had he emptied one vault than the golden glow of the next target appeared on the edge of his vision. On the 3rd underground level of Zurich's largest joint bank, he found the most massive gold reserve of his expedition. This vault was the size of a football field, surrounded by dozens of rows of metal racks, each stacked with standard gold bars. Cold fluorescent lights shone from the ceiling, making the entire space dazzlingly bright. Zhang Xiaobei moved like a whirlwind between the metal racks. Gold bars, gold coins, gold ornaments. Every item containing gold was swept clean. When the last row of gold bars vanished, Zhang Xiaobei stopped in the center of the vault. Gazing at the empty metal racks and scattered labels, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up within him. These riches, monopolized by a select few, were about to serve a true purpose in his hands. He looked up at the concrete ceiling above, his X-ray vision piercing through 100 meters of rock to faintly see the lights of Zurich on the surface. He continued upward, passing through layers of rock, soil, and underground pipelines, finally materializing in a dense forest. He glanced back toward the city, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Next stop, London. Zhang Xiaobei muttered to himself, then turned and flew toward the underground vaults beneath the city of London's financial district. His X-ray vision locked onto the target. The gold reserves on the 3rd level beneath the Bank of England shone as bright as day in his sight. Rows upon rows of gold ingots were stacked to the vaulted ceiling, the royal insignia gleaming faintly under the cold light. He moved like a phantom, and tons of gold bars continuously filled his dimensional space. Gold statues and gilded thrones from private vaults vanished one after another. As the night fog once again shrouded Paris, Zhang Xiaobei had already infiltrated the Louvre. His X-ray vision pierced through the security systems, locking directly onto the Eastern Antiquities Hall. Inside the glass display cases, Shang and Zhou dynasty bronze Ju vessels bore a verdant patina, ancient calligraphy scrolls lay quietly displayed, and Ming dynasty blue and white vases glowed with a warm luster. He phased through the bulletproof glass in his quantum state, his fingertips extremely careful as they touched the artifacts. The cloud and thunder patterns on the bronze Ju, the ink fragrance of the ancient scrolls, and the crackle patterns on the porcelain all whispered stories spanning millennia. As the artifacts before him were stored into his space, he locked onto a Dunhuang fresco reproduction and a Tang dynasty tricolored glazed horse in the corner. You've been abroad for so many years. It's time to come home with me. The sky was barely light when Zhang Xiaobei returned to the Ark weary. Taking the milk and breakfast prepared by Xingqian, he wolfed them down ravenously. After eating, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he entered the bedroom. The wildness of the previous night had left when Zhixia still sleeping in a daze. He climbed onto the bed softly, and in her haze when Zhixia instantly opened her eyes. All done. When Zhixia relaxed immediately upon seeing it was Zhang Xiaobei. I finished that business. Now there's another matter to attend to. With that under Xingqian's control, the spaceship gradually dimmed, all the scenic windows shrouding them in darkness. The iron gates of the Provincial Center for Disease Control slowly opened, and dozens of military trucks filed out their sides emblazoned with stark yellow biohazard symbols. All units on alert, the serum transport convoy has entered the city. The commanding officer issued orders through the walkie-talkie, while Dr. Qin in the passenger seat kept a close eye on the vehicle's refrigeration monitor. Orders from above distribution must be completed within 4 hours. No mistakes. Blue tents had already been set up in the community square where medical staff in protective suits were calibrating equipment. Long queues had already formed at the vaccination points, winding like a great dragon under the morning sun. Aunt Zhang, look at those serum trucks. Armed police escorting them with live ammunition. Sister Wang in line stood on tiptoe to peer, clutching the community-issued vaccination notice. Now that's what I call reliable. Our country sure knows how to put people at ease. I heard this serum was developed just 2 days ago, and it's already at our doorstep. A young person in the queue held up a phone to film. Let me post this on Moments and show my friends abroad what Chinese speed really means. At the arrival hall of the capital airport, a temporary vaccination point with a red sign was particularly eye-catching. Please show your ID. Volunteers guided the disembarking passengers as a businessperson hurried over. I have a high-speed train this afternoon. Can you expedite? The medical worker swiftly drew the serum into a disposable syringe and replied with a smile. Don't worry, the vaccination takes just 2 minutes. It won't delay your trip. Beside them, an electronic screen scrolled through the vaccination procedure, and a foreign tourist raised a camera to capture the scene. Oh, look at that, China is at it again. On a remote mountain road, military trucks rumbled slowly over gravel. 3 households left unvaccinated. Let's push through. Village Dr. Old Joe wiped his sweat and followed the soldiers into the last villager's home. Uncle Lee, time for your serum shot. Old Joe held up the syringe, and the old man's grandson watched curiously. Uncle, if I get this shot, I won't get sick. The soldier smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. That's right, after this shot you won't have to fear the virus. The old man extended his arm shakily. The country hasn't forgotten us common folk. On a foreign forum, a video titled, China's Nationwide Vaccination Scene, had garnered over 100 million views. The comments section was a chaotic battleground. How did they manage to roll out nationwide vaccination in a single day? It's definitely a scam. Everything's fine now, why take an antiviral serum? Is this what Chinese efficiency looks like? These doubts were quickly screenshotted and shared on Chinese domestic forums where netizens immediately launched into a collective mockery, a scam. We didn't pay a single cent, and the community even gave out free eggs. We got free rice for queuing up for the serum. Jealous much? I suggest our foreign friends take a look at the banner in the video, free nationwide vaccination, building a safety barrier together. They fight viruses with hot air, we fight them with real guns and serum deliveries. The holographic projection of the Chinese AI appeared in the elder's office. National anti-zombie virus serum vaccination rate has reached 72. The AI displayed a dynamic map where green safe zones were rapidly expanding. Average wait time at community vaccination points is 18 minutes. Remote areas have completed 59. Full coverage is expected by tomorrow. The elder watched the flickering dots on the map, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. When Zhang Xiaobei opened his eyes when Zhixiao was still curled up in his arms like a little cat. Lazybones, time to get up. Xingqian, prepare some nourishing soup. Gently stroking her hair, Zhang Xiaobei gave the order. All right, Master, I'll be ready in about 16 minutes. Humph. You rascal. The woman in his arms pouted playfully. Zhang Xiaobei kissed her forehead. He'll take a shower first. He rose and walked into the bathroom, where the warm water invigorated him, leaving him refreshed. System exchanged the gold in the space. Zhang Xiaobei hummed a tune as he showered, communicating with the system through his mind. Ding. Detected 4200 tons of gold artifacts. Can be exchanged for 4200 points. Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully exchanged for 42,000 points. Balance 645533579 points. Watching the skyrocketing points, Zhang Xiaobei smiled knowingly. This is the way to do it, fast and easy. Drying himself with a towel, he stepped out of the bathroom. When Ji Xiao was now sitting up on the bed, go wash up and we'll have something to eat together. I want you to carry me there. With a playful shriek from the woman, a pair of strong arms scooped her up and carried her princess style to the bathroom. After the meal, the two lounged on the sofa, idly watching a movie. Why do I feel like we're on vacation? When Ji Xiao nuzzled her head against Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder. Well, since you mentioned a vacation, where to next? After some discussion, they decided on their next vacation spot, or victim, the Bear Country, Russia. We've got time. Ready? Can you handle it? I'm like Red Bull. My energy is beyond your imagination. Emergency meetings across European nations convened almost simultaneously. The governor of the Bank of Paris slammed his coffee cup onto the conference table, his roar shaking the chandeliers. 860 tons of gold vanished into thin air overnight. The vault's alloy doors are intact, and the cameras didn't even catch a fly. What the hell have you idiots been doing? Sir, we checked every system, even the bedrock. No signs of excavation. It's as if it evaporated. The security chief's face turned a shade paler. At the meeting room on Downing Street in London, chaos reigned. The Chancellor of the Exchequer slammed the theft report onto the Prime Minister's desk. The gold reserves in the royal vault have vanished without a trace. Even the Queen's coronation crown is gone. The public has started a run on the banks. If we don't find that gold, the entire financial system will collapse. The Prime Minister clutched his forehead, utterly helpless. The agents we sent to investigate can't even get near the site. All evidence points to supernatural phenomena. When the first wave of tourists arrived at the Eiffel Tower, they found only an empty plaza littered with personal belongings. Where's the tower? Where did that huge tower go? A girl in a red dress screamed, pointing at the sky, and the surrounding crowd erupted into pandemonium. First, the Statue of Liberty disappeared, and now the Eiffel Tower is gone. It's aliens. Aliens are invading. Panic spread like a plague. People on the streets ran for cover, clutching their heads while sirens blared incessantly. Blondie was watching the news on television. His secretary burst in frantically, "Sir, Europe's gold has been stolen, and the Eiffel Tower is gone. I told you that Zhang Xiaobei is not to be trifled with. Good thing we surrendered early and played along." Inside the government command center, the AI's holographic projection displayed scenes of chaos in Europe. Total gold reserves across European nations have decreased by 42,000 tons. The main structure of the Eiffel Tower appears to have been removed in its entirety. The elder watched the chaotic scenes from the Parisian plaza on the screen, then glanced at the gold theft data. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That rascal still so reckless with his actions. The secretary beside him asked, puzzled, "You mean?" The elder waved a hand to cut him off and said softly, "Let him have his fun. It's better that gold be put to some real use than left to gather dust in a vault." As the spaceship emerged from the clouds, Zhang Xiaobei was pulled into memories by the sight outside the window. Feather-like snowflakes were falling from the gray sky, blanketing the rooftops, streets, and trees of City M in a thick layer of snow. The white expanse resembled a blizzard heralding the apocalypse, giving Zhang Xiaobei a sense of returning to the end times. "Master, the current air temperature in City M is 2°C, humidity 65, wind force level 3. The electronic voice of Xingchen interrupted his thoughts as real-time weather data popped up on the main control screen. "Got it." Zhang Xiaobei snapped back to reality, sweeping his consciousness through the subspace to find 2 thick winter coats. Try this one. It was bought through zero-cost purchase in Country M. It's windproof, waterproof, and warm. When Ji Xiao took the clothes and checked the label, her mouth twitching slightly. A limited edition from North Face. She put on the jacket and zipped it up the fur on the hood, making her cheeks appear even paler. The spaceship descended over a pine forest in the suburbs, and the moment the hatch opened, the wind and snow were kept out by an energy shield. Stepping off the spaceship, Zhang Xiaobei wrapped his coat tighter and stepped into the snow, which crunched underfoot. When Ji Xiao jumped down right after him, her eyelashes instantly covered with a layer of white frost. This damn weather. Amid complaints, the two walked cautiously to the roadside, waiting for about 10 minutes before hailing an old taxi. The driver was a heavy-set man with a beard who paused upon seeing their East Asian features and spoke in broken East Asian language to the city center. "Red Square. Yes, the livelier the place, the better." Zhang Xiaobei climbed into the back seat and brushed off the snow from his clothes. "Driver, can you recommend some local restaurants that people usually go to?" "Of course. The Red Borscht at the Kiev restaurant and the rye bread with caviar. I guarantee you will love it." The driver laughed heartily, stepping on the gas and turning onto the main road. The car jolted along the snowy road, and the scenery outside changed from woods to low wooden houses, gradually giving way to tall buildings. Pedestrians wrapped in fur coats hurried by in the falling snow while vendors on the roadside were selling steaming roasted sweet potatoes. Upon reaching the city center, the two first strolled around near Red Square. The red walls of the Kremlin stood out strikingly against the white snow with guards in sharp military coats standing at attention. When Zhixiao linked her arm with Zhang Xiaobi's to take a photo, her breath fogging up the lens. It's even prettier than in the books, but it's too cold, my hands are frozen stiff. Zhang Xiaobi tucked her hands into his pockets to warm them, but his gaze froze as it swept to the end of the street. Dozens of military green trucks were speeding by, their cargo beds covered with thick tarpaulins, and two police cars escorting them in front and behind. The front military vehicle had a graffiti of a crooked bear's head painted on its door, looking particularly conspicuous. What's with this big show? When Zhixiao followed his gaze, squinting curiously. Is it not peaceful in bear country lately? There are more soldiers than tourists on the streets. Who knows? Zhang Xiaobi withdrew his gaze, pulling her into a food street. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's eat something to warm ourselves up. The food street was filled with the aromas of various dishes dissipating the chill. The two bought a large skewer wrapped in bacon, taking a bite that oozed with grease. When Zhixiao held a cup of hot mulled wine, sipping it slowly, the warmth of the drink flowing from her throat to her stomach. Indeed, good food can cure everything, even this damn weather seems cuter now. They followed the crowd into a department store where the winter clothing section was filled with fur coats and down jackets. Zhang Xiaobi, however, paused in the outdoor section, pointing at the map on the wall and smiling. Look, Lake Baikal is actually this huge. Its water storage is enough for the entire world to drink for decades. How about we go visit it tomorrow after you finish your work tonight? When Zhixiao leaned closer to the map, her gaze resting on the blue lake. I heard the ice there can support cars, and in winter there's a spectacle of blue ice. By evening, the two sat down at the Kiev restaurant recommended by the driver. When the red borscht was served steaming hot, it paired perfectly with the freshly baked rye bread. Simply delightful. The main dish, braised beef stew, was tender, and the broth was a perfect match for soaking rice. When paying the bill, the landlady gifted them 2 small bottles of vodka, smiling as she said, "Friends from East Asia, drink this to warm yourselves. In Moscow, there's no cold that vodka can't solve." After dark, the snowy scene of City M transformed into a different look. Snowflakes danced in the glow of the streetlights, and neon lights cast colorful spots on the snow-covered ground. The two returned to the area near the spaceship in the suburbs, confirming no one was around before re-entering the spaceship. At midnight, City M was eerily quiet. Sign in. Activate X-ray vision and quantization. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in. You have earned 10000 points. Balance 6455345793 points. Zhang Xiaobi shot out from the spaceship, heading straight for the banking district in the center of City M. Passing through the glass doors of the bank, Zhang Xiaobi's X-ray vision immediately scanned the underground vault. However, the expected mountain of gold was nowhere to be found. Only empty metal racks and scattered dust covers greeted him. What's going on? He frowned, penetrating the walls into a deeper vault only to find it utterly empty. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaobi flew towards the location of the national treasury. This vault, hidden beneath the Kremlin, was supposed to be the core of Bear Country's wealth. But after penetrating through layers of security doors, he still saw an empty storeroom. This is strange. Zhang Xiaobi gritted his teeth and turned towards the military base in the suburbs. In a state of invisibility, he avoided patrolling soldiers and penetrated the walls of an underground warehouse where weapons, ammunition, and military supplies were piled up, yet there was not a trace of gold. Where has all the gold in Bear Country gone? Has it vanished into thin air? Surely there can't be competitors. For the next few hours, Zhang Xiaobi scoured all the large and small vaults in City M. From private banks to museums, treasure rooms, he even checked the basement of the Orthodox Church. But there were no gold bars or bricks to be found, not even a few gilded crosses. Zhang Xiaobi's face grew increasingly gloomy as he surveyed the entire City M area. Apart from buildings and snow, there was nothing else in sight. Bear Country covers nearly 20 million square kilometers. I have searched through various districts in just a few hours, yet I haven't seen a hint of gold. Zhang Xiaobi stared at the countdown for his skill, with less than 2 hours remaining. Let's go to Petersburg. We can't miss the East Asian artifacts in the museum. He immediately turned northwest, heading straight to the Winter Palace in Petersburg. The security here was much tighter than at the bank, but against quantization these defenses were as good as nothing. Zhang Xiaobi arrived at the Eastern Art Museum, scanning the display cases with his X-ray vision. Artworks from the Jin Dynasty, terracotta figures from the Tang Dynasty, and blue and white porcelain from the Ming Dynasty. Each piece was a familiar treasure of East Asia. Without hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered through the bulletproof display cases, making various artifacts vanish in an instant, leaving only empty glass covers behind. Where the hell has all the gold gone? With just 40 minutes left on the skill countdown, Zhang Xiaobi felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, if I can't find gold, I should at least take something else. Let's go to Lake Baikal. 2 minutes later, Zhang Xiaobei appeared above Lake Baikal thousands of kilometers away. The lake's surface had frozen into a massive sheet of blue ice glimmering under the moonlight. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured. All I can say is I curse my way across the world. This lake, damn, it's huge. Zhang Xiaobei's X-ray vision penetrated the ice layer, revealing schools of fish swimming beneath. It holds 1/5 of the world's fresh water. I might as well collect some to prevent pollution later. Passing through the ice layer, Zhang Xiaobei, now quantized, looked at the surrounding lake water, silently thinking about gathering it. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed on the ice surface, and the ice layer cracked at a visible speed. The lake water seemed to be sucked away by an invisible funnel, exposing the mud and gravel at the lake bottom. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, even drawing in the surrounding snowflakes. On the shore, a drunken man was swaying with a bottle of vodka. He caught sight of the enormous whirlpool on the ice surface and rubbed his eyes. Raising the bottle to his lips, he took a big swig. Damn, even vodka is making me hallucinate. He staggered as he turned around and wobbled home, still mumbling. I'll go back and tell my wife that I saw the lake being drunk by the heavens. Just as the lake's surface was nearly drained, a piercing alarm suddenly blared in the distance. He looked up to see a cluster of lights illuminating the forest on the opposite shore, with searchlight beams sweeping across the sky. A military base. Zhang Xiaobei paused, his curiosity piqued. Glancing at the remaining few meters of lake water and the freshwater fish flopping on the lakebed, he flew directly toward the base. Andre, look at Lake Baikal. It's gone. Patrol soldier Andrei's hand gripping his rifle was numb from the cold when his earpiece suddenly erupted with his comrade's frantic shout. He spun his head toward the lake, where once there had been a vast expanse of ice. Now only the lakebed and scattered ice fragments remained. My God, what sorcery is this? Andrei's rifle clattered onto the snow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Report to the commander immediately. The lake water has been drained. His comrades' panicked cries echoed through the radio, and the entire base erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Zhang Xiaobei hovered above the base, observing the frantic soldiers, when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a military vehicle in the parking lot. The crooked bear head graffiti on the door was glaringly conspicuous under the searchlights, identical to the escort vehicle he had seen on the streets of Moscow earlier that day. Something's off. Zhang Xiaobei frowned. Why would it be here? His eyes traced the vehicle's position downward, noticing extremely faint seam lines in the concrete ground. Activating his X-ray vision, he saw a slanted passageway faintly emerging below. Curiosity piqued, he passed through the ground, finding 2 armed guards at the entrance. The combination lock on the steel door flashed red, and a warning sign reading "Nuclear Radiation Hazard" was posted nearby. Ignoring the heavy security, Zhang Xiaobei easily passed through the steel door, where sub-zero temperatures made the air condense into white mist. Cameras and infrared sensors were positioned every 10 meters, with armed soldiers stationed at every 3rd step and every 5th post. Holding his breath, Zhang Xiaobei moved swiftly, his X-ray vision penetrating layer after layer of protection, until at a depth of 100 meters, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. It was an underground chamber the size of a football field, the climate control system keeping it as warm as spring. Thousands of nuclear warheads were neatly stacked on metal racks, their silver bodies gleaming with a cold light. The Red Star emblem on the warheads was striking under the emergency lights. A nuclear weapons depot. Zhang Xiaobei gasped, his pulse quickening. Wasn't this a bit too radioactive? His gaze swept past the nuclear arsenal, landing on a 3-meter-thick alloy door at the far end. The door gleamed with metallic luster, and the combination lock and a dozen keyholes caught his attention. The moment Zhang Xiaobei passed through the alloy door, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. The warehouse was dimly lit, yet the gold reflected the light as if it were daylight. Countless gold bars were stacked into walls 10 meters high. At the center, on a raised platform, stood a half-human-tall golden statue, its base engraved with the Soviet hammer and sickle emblem. Glass cabinets displayed golden tableware, the intricate carvings on knives, forks, and spoons adorned with rubies, and even the chandelier on the ceiling was gilded. The air carried the cold metallic scent, and the sheer density of gold in the space was dizzying. I've been searching all night, and it's all here. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaobei began to collect. The moment the golden wall vanished, a piercing alarm shrieked through the warehouse. A Russian voice blared from the wall speakers. Gravity anomaly. Vault breach. Repeat, vault breach. Zhang Xiaobei's heart skipped a beat. The vault even had a gravity sensing system. The change in the gold's weight had triggered the highest alert. A violent tremor shook the ground, and the corridors echoed with the rapid footsteps and Russian shouts of soldiers. Zhang Xiaobei glanced at the countdown, which showed just over 10 minutes remaining, and quickened his collection pace. He swept all the gold in sight into his space at lightning speed, then surveyed the now empty vault with a grin. Time to go. As he emerged from the vault door, his gaze fell on the nearby nuclear warhead racks, and a mischievous idea struck him. He waved his hand at the nearest stack, and hundreds of warheads vanished in an instant. Hiding gold and making me run all night. This little interest isn't too much, is it? The warehouse door blasted open amid an explosion, and as soldiers rushed in with rifles raised, they found only the empty warehouse and the flashing alarm lights. Zhang Ziobia's form had already passed through the rock walls. He glanced back at the base from above. The military base below was in chaos, the alarm of missing nuclear weapons drowning out the clamor of the vanished gold. The snow column over Lake Baikal gradually dissipated, leaving behind only the vast dried-up lake bed and the unsolvable mystery of the missing nuclear weapons and gold within the base. Back aboard the Ark, Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands together. This damn weather. If I hadn't experienced it in my past life, I wouldn't be able to handle it. When Zhixia heard his return and came over with a cup of hot water. You worked hard. How was today's haul? Don't even mention it. Almost a total waste. Zhang Xiaobei took the cup and took a sip, warmth spreading through his body. A waste? When Zhixia asked as she leaned into his embrace. Remember those military vehicles we saw in Moscow yesterday? They'd already moved all the gold. Oh no. So it was all for nothing. Zhang Xiaobei pulled her closer, speaking with pride. You think that could stop me? I found it in the end. You're amazing. When Zhixia said, then rose and planted a kiss on Zhang Ziobia's cheek. Wiping the moisture from his face, Zhang Xiaobei added, since it almost made me run for nothing, I took Lake Baikal as a bonus. Good, now we won't have to worry about water resources. I also grabbed a few nuclear warheads. When Zhixia, BR, what do you need those for? Might as well take them. Who knows, they might come in handy someday. Zhang Xiaobei muttered, draining the last of the hot water from his cup. Let's get some food and rest. This bear country is freezing, probably minus 30 degrees Celsius tonight. In the Kremlin's emergency meeting room. Say that again. The great leader's voice was low enough to drip with ice. Lake Baikal military base, 760 nuclear warheads missing. And the gold in the underground vault. All of it. The defense minister, pale-faced, kept his head down, not daring to meet the furious man's gaze. Yes, great leader. The surveillance footage only shows the lake water drying up abnormally. Then the alarms went off at the nuclear weapons depot and gold vault 1 meters underground. By the time we assembled and opened the doors, the gold had vanished completely. We verified the serial numbers of the warheads and confirmed 760 were missing. Vanished completely. The great leader stood abruptly, grabbed a bottle from the table, and hurled it at the defense minister. The minister, seeing the leader's expression, chose to stand still and endure the blow rather than dodge. Half a century of our country's gold reserves, and you tell me it vanished into thin air. Were those armed guards just for show? Trillions in gold and nuclear weapons gone from 100 meters underground. The security director, trembling, handed over a file. Preliminary investigation shows the gravity sensing system only recorded an instantaneous weight loss with no intrusion signals. This is identical to the gold that disappeared in Europe. The biggest rumor is that aliens did it. But our intelligence in M country reports something different. There are rumors among the M country high command that the missing supplies and equipment were the work of a human with superpowers. Investigate. Scour every inch of ground. Whether it's a superpowered human or an alien. Even if it's aliens, well, tear apart their spaceship for souvenirs. The great leader took a deep breath, his voice laced with gritted teeth coldness. Order all military districts to enter level 1 combat readiness. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on the bear's turf. All the gold in the 3 kingdoms vanished mysteriously. The vaults of the European Central Bank were emptied overnight. The nuclear weapon depots of the bear country remained intact, yet their gold reserves were completely gone. Analysis reports from intelligence agencies across the Blue Star began converging on the same vague direction. This global wave of mysterious thefts, like a boulder dropped into stagnant waters, started to ripple outward. The emergency meeting of European nations lasted throughout the night without rest. Analysts spread the timeline of thefts from each country across the entire wall. Notice this detail. An expert with glasses used a laser pointer to circle the date of the disappearance of the Statue of Liberty in M country, and a complex energy spectrum immediately popped up on the projection screen. From that day onward, similar energy residue characteristics appeared at all theft sites. Although we cannot trace the specific source, spectrum analysis shows a high degree of consistency with quantum entanglement states. He paused and brought up a list of recent quantum physics research papers from Huaxia. More notably, these papers published by Huaxia experts indicate their deepening research into quantum physics. Gasps echoed in the meeting room, and someone immediately retorted, perhaps it's just a coincidence. Huaxia isn't the only country in the world researching quantum physics. But more fell into silence as the projector continued playing the spliced chain of evidence. The scene of Huaxia's nationwide military consignment was packed with people. Huaxia suddenly nationalized all enterprises. Huaxia decided to expand its military to 200 million. The test data of the new propulsion system published by Huaxia's aerospace department. Records of energy field fluctuations captured by spy satellites at a laboratory in western Huaxia. All of this was forcibly linked to the thefts. No one cared what these data represented, nor did anyone question the logical gap between quantum research and the gold thefts. For once the seed of suspicion is sown, it grows wildly. As the crowd hesitated, the president of the surrender country slammed a yellowed list of cultural relics onto the table. Over 200 pieces of Huaxia's cultural relics have been stolen, from the copy of A Thousand Li of Rivers and Mountains at LF Palace to the Dunhuang scriptures at the Grand Y Museum. All gone without a trace. Don't you find it strange? Why did Huaxia's lost artifacts disappear first? The chancellor of the little mustache country heard this and adjusted the microphone in front of him to speak. Does everyone remember the massive disappearance of supplies from many large supermarkets in M country? Later, their FBI directly restricted some Huaxia people's exit permits. Although it ended without evidence, combined with these events, many questions arise. Evidence. The prime minister of Y country sneered and pulled up satellite images of the desert in western Huaxia. Their base in Lop Nur expanded 3 times in 3 days, and within a day of each expansion, a new theft occurred. Can anyone tell me this is just a coincidence? Even more suspicious, Huaxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has never proactively offered investigative assistance. That itself is the biggest flaw. Ambassadors from various countries began submitting meeting requests, attempting to contact Jack for an alliance. In his office, he was lounging with his legs crossed, drinking cola. His fingers swiped across the tablet, laughing heartily at the angry news reports from various countries. Let them pressure me. Have these fools forgotten how our 5th fleet was wiped out in one go? He turned the tablet toward his minister, the screen playing footage from the naval base not long ago. Dozens of warships suddenly vanished one after another. Who was it that told me not to mess with Huaxia back then? Now they know the consequences. They want me to be the scapegoat. Ask them if they'd like to taste the disappearance of all their military facilities. The minister cautiously handed over the draft of the joint declaration from various countries. Sir, 27 nations await your response. They promise that if we take the lead, they will jointly impose sanctions on Huaxia. Sanctions? Jack crushed the cola can, the crisp sound of aluminum deformation echoing in the office. Last year when we sanctioned Huaxia's chips, what happened? They mass-produced their own chips. These idiots think Huaxia is still the Huaxia of 10 years ago. Tell them M country is busy rebuilding its military and has no time for such trivial matters. Oh, and don't forget to add good luck to them. After the minister left, he muttered to the empty office. A bunch of clueless fools. Do they really think Huaxia is a soft target? Mr. Zhang is such an extraordinary person. Meanwhile, at Huaxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference, the scene was already packed. Journalists from various countries crowded the podium with their cameras and microphones. Minister Wang Reuters has received news that the Bear country detected unique Huaxia rare earth residues at the theft site. What is your response? Anonymous intelligence suggests Huaxia is building a giant gold vault in the northwestern desert. Is it related to the stolen gold? Experts from Y country claim quantum stealth technology originated from Huaxia's military. Can you disclose relevant research progress? Minister Wang maintained a calm smile amidst the barrage of questions. He raised his hand to quiet the room, his voice carrying through the microphone. Huaxia is a nation of propriety, and since ancient times we have upheld the virtue of a gentleman's openness. We deeply regret and sympathize with the recent thefts in various countries and understand the urgency to solve these cases. He paused, scanning the room. But baseless suspicion and slander cannot solve the problem. As of now, there is no substantive evidence linking Huaxia to these events. The so-called rare earth residues and academic research are nothing but far-fetched conjectures. He picked up a document, his tone growing firmer. The United Nations Charter clearly stipulates that no country shall accuse or sanction another without evidence. We recommend that all countries remain calm and conduct investigations through proper channels like Interpol rather than spreading unfounded rumors. Huaxia is willing to provide necessary assistance if evidence is confirmed, but we will never tolerate any form of stigmatization. After the press conference, Wang immediately headed to the secret base in the Western Mountains. The chairman stood before a massive holographic map, his fingers gently sliding across it. Green dots on the map represented the underground city bases under construction. These countries can't find the real culprit, so they want to pin the blame on us. Should we release some evidence to clarify? He shook his head with a long sigh. It's useless. They don't want the truth, they want a scapegoat. Faced with such mysterious disappearances, all nations are anxious and looking for an outlet. The more we explain now, the more they'll think we're guilty. He picked up the encrypted phone and dialed Zhang Xiaobi's number. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei and Wen Jixia had just woken up 900 meters above Miz City in the Bear country. It's the company calling. Wen Jixia handed Zhang Xiaobei his phone. Oh, calling me at this hour. Is there something wrong with the technology one provided? Zhang Xiaobei pressed the answer button, and before he could speak the chairman's slightly weary voice came through. Xiaobei, you need to lay low lately. Now every country's satellites are monitoring our airspace daily. You've been making too much noise. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaobei was lying in bed, forcing himself awake to answer the call. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. After a pause, Zhang Xiaobei retorted defiantly, if they can't guard their own treasures and blame others for their losses, how is that my concern? Besides, letting them squander this gold is far worse than me using it for something meaningful. This isn't the time for tantrums. The chairman's tone carried a hint of helplessness. I know you feel wronged, but the bigger picture matters. Intelligence suggests multiple nations are planning joint exercises aimed directly at the South. The Doomsday countdown draws nearer. Our priority must be reinforcing underground bunkers, stockpiling supplies, and perfecting the ecological circulation system. The safety of 1.5 billion people outweighs everything else. Zhang Xiaobei fell silent for a moment. Understood. After hanging up, he rose, walked to the hall, poured a glass of water, and sat down on the sofa. He summoned Stardust to display the latest global news. A virtual screen broadcast the European Parliament's unanimous passage of the resolution of scrutiny against Xia. In the footage, lawmakers from various nations held placards chanting "Investigate Xia Nation." He gazed at those indignant faces, at the trending #Xia Nation threat theory beneath the news, and the fury within him spread like wildfire. I did all that myself. Why blame Xia Nation? The more Zhang Xiaobei thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. It was like a kid who, after an exhausting fight at school, managed to win, only to come home and find the teacher visiting his parents, recounting everything he'd done. Keep a low profile. He let out a cold laugh, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Since you're all so desperate to know who did it'll stop pretending. That afternoon, every operational satellite across the globe suddenly captured a set of shocking images. Above City M in the Bear Country, an unidentified flying object stretching 800 meters materialized out of thin air. After satellites snapped a clear photo of the massive vessel, it vanished instantly. 1 second later, above Tokyo Bay in Sakura Country, ripples shimmered across the previously empty midair. A silver spaceship slowly revealed itself, its hull flowing with azure energy patterns. On the sleek side of the ship, inscribed in Xia Dynasty seal script, were the words ARC. Satellite imagery captured it all with crystal clarity. The radar screens at Sakura Country's Defense Department were instantly flooded with red, and shrill alarms blared throughout the command center. Self-Defense Force F-35 fighters scrambled urgently, missiles beneath their wings locking onto the target. One after another air-to-air missiles streaked toward the Ark. Yet the next second of sight left everyone stunned. The missiles, which should have exploded, simply dissolved upon contact with the ship. Yes, dissolved. Without a trace. Ground-based anti-air missile silos opened, launching missiles as if they cost nothing, yet none of them detonated. The Ark merely hovered in midair, a silent colossus asserting its existence through absolute power. Zhang Xiaobei stood before the panoramic window on the bridge, gazing down at the panicked city below. He spoke to Stardust, broadcast what I'm about to say worldwide. Everyone, you wanted evidence. Here it is. I'm right here. If you disagree, come and fight. At that moment, command centers across the globe had the Ark's image frozen on their screens. Inside the Northern Joint Command Center, the defense minister of the surrender country stared intently at the Ark on the screen. Those are Han characters. Definitely Xia script. Beside him, the intelligence chief suddenly slumped into his chair, muttering to himself. No wonder all the theft sites showed no traces, quantum stealth energy shields. This is nowhere near current technological capabilities. That 800-meter ship over City M. The time it vanished matches perfectly with this one's appearance over Tokyo Bay. It's the same ship. At the emergency session of the International Security Council, chaos erupted instantly. When did Great Xia acquire such technology? Their level was supposed to be similar to ours. The representative from Y country slammed the table and stood, his usual gentlemanly demeanor completely gone. This is definitely alien technology. Great Xia must have struck a deal with an extraterrestrial civilization, trading gold for the ship. The remark sparked immediate uproar, but someone countered, holding up satellite photos. But the script on it is seal script. Would aliens use a global language? At the Federal Defense Command of the Mustache Country, analysts were frantically comparing data. The energy shield's defense mechanism is beyond analysis. Missiles disintegrate at the molecular level upon contact. Our air defense systems are like paper against it. In the Bear Country's emergency meeting room, the atmosphere was so heavy it could be wrung dry. The Emperor stared at the 3 characters on the screen. Ark. Call the experts. Translate these characters immediately. When the translation appeared on screen, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ark? What's this? Are they building a Noah's Ark? Is the apocalypse coming? How ridiculous. Your Majesty, RS 400 missiles compared to their ship. Shut up. Activate the permafrost plan immediately. Divert all resources to the anti-missile system. Even if it's a divine vessel, it'll shoot it down. In M country at the government building, Jack watched with glee. What did I tell you? He pointed at the screen, laughing heartily. Now that's real power. Those fools were still doubting, and they just sailed a ship right into Tokyo Bay. The Secretary of State spoke with concern. Xia is displaying this force openly. Should we respond? Respond, my ass. Jack crossed his legs. Let them shout. Our priority is to learn from Great Xia. Remember, don't provoke the people on that ship, or our Fifth Fleet will go missing again. Activate optical stealth. Find a place to land. Zhang Xiaobei instructed Stardust. Yes, master, since we're here. Today you'll give this world a little Xia-style shock using these little suns. In a taxi on the outskirts of Tokyo, Zhang Xiaobei relied entirely on Wen Jixia beside him for translation, as he didn't understand Sakura script. By the great sun goddess. Did you hear? Aliens came over our Tokyo today. Are you tourists from Xia? You Xia people really have no backbone. Every year tons of you rush to throw money at our tourism industry, ha. Hearing Wen Jixia's translation, Zhang Xiaobei's expression turned icy. He initially didn't want to argue with the driver, but upon hearing the next sentence, a surge of murderous intent engulfed him. The air in the taxi instantly thickened. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobei's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Wen Jixia had just relayed the message to the driver when laughter erupted from the front seat. Stop. Even if you get out now, you won't pay a penny less for the fare. It's best to earn money from these people. If you don't earn it, it's a waste. As the car came to a halt by the roadside, the driver suddenly turned around, his greasy fingers waving in front of Wen Jixia. But when he saw Wen Jixia's face, his triangular eyes instantly squinted, and a lewd grin dripped from his lips. Yo, this flower girl looks pretty good. Why not come with me to the izakaya for a drink? Tonight I'll show you my prowess. Wen Jixia firmly pushed his bony hand, which reeked of smoke, away. Get your filthy hands off me. This flower girl is quite fiery. The driver chuckled creepily, rubbing his hands together as filthy words spewed forth like spittle. The fiercer the better, tonight. Bang! Zhang Xiaobei slammed his palm against the back of the seat, the steel frame groaning under the pressure. The entire car shook violently, and the driver trembled in fear, then roared back in fury. Baka, dare to make a move in the land of cherry blossoms. The police will let you. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei's hand shot out from the back seat, striking the driver's head fiercely. A faint sound of bones cracking could be heard as the driver's head tilted to one side like a puppet with its strings cut. His forehead struck heavily against the steering wheel, honking loudly. Zhang Xiaobei kicked open the car door, pulling Wen Jixia's hand as they strode confidently into the crowd. Inside the taxi, the driver lay motionless against the steering wheel, blood slowly dripping from the back of his head through the seat seams. The image of the Ark appearing and disappearing in Tokyo Bay had already gone viral on the global network. Comments from netizens around the world on Twitter were flying fast. Suck my dick, this is definitely an alien spacecraft. An 800-meter-long spaceship just vanished. Humanity can't possibly create such a thing. Mike, the technology to melt missiles with an energy shield is at least 50 years ahead of Earth. Alien civilization has been confirmed. Want travel to Huaxiao? Wait. Those 3 characters on the ship's body are in the script of the Dragon Kingdom. Translated, its Ark. This is definitely not a coincidence. Purple secret. No wonder gold has been stolen in various countries. The Dragon Kingdom must have made a deal with aliens to exchange gold for technology. The discussion section on Facebook was even louder. Someone posted a comparison image of the spaceship over Moscow, proving that the 2 ships had identical features. As the Dragon Kingdom netizens began to explain the meaning of Ark, the topic of Dragon Kingdom and alien cooperation quickly rose to trending. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's Douyin and Tushio were already boiling. Duan, you said, my god. This must be our country's secret weapon. So cool. I love a piece of firewood. Do you think our country is up to something behind the moon? Suddenly making such a big fuss. Jiangnin's most affectionate. I suggest we fly directly over the imperial palace of the cherry blossom country and let them see who is the true master. I love sister you very much. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this is an apocalypse escape ship. The country has been preparing for a long time. Wang Zidaqiao, didn't you see the ship's name? Ark. We must have burned the aliens, butts with cigarette butts on the far side of the moon. The topic of Dragon Kingdom Ark on Weibo broke 100 million views in half an hour. Netizens played various meme images, with someone photoshopping the Ark over the Great Wall. Caption: the National Guardian Beast is online. Someone made a funny video simulating the Ark taking away the Cherry Blossom Country's shrine with comments in the barrage, like suggest mass production and request the country to publicly open a reservation for the Experience channel. Mocking. At the command center in City J, looking at the rolling netizen comments on the holographic projection, the chairman shook his head helplessly. Beside him, Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh. This kid really can't stand losing even a bit. Just as various countries pointed their guns at us, he directly flew the spaceship to their doorstep to demonstrate. Well, it's good to let the whole world see our confidence. The man smiled, his eyes softened as he pointed at the netizens' comments. Look, the confidence of the people is more important than anything else. Now international public opinion is starting to shift, although some still doubt. More countries are beginning to fear our strength. Just now the ambassador from the bear country came to inquire, wanting to know if we really have cooperation with alien civilizations. Let them guess. Put away the smile, the chairman's tone became serious. Let Xiaobei play for a while. Our main focus should still be on Doomsday preparations. At this time on the streets of Tokyo, the long honking of the taxi continued. Zhang Xiaobei held Wen Zixia's hand as they weaved through the crowd, and his phone in his pocket vibrated. Hurry back when you're done playing, it don't stir up too much trouble. Zhang Xiaobei pouted and smiled at Wen Zixia. Looks like the old man is going to lecture me again. Wen Zixia rolled her eyes at him. Just indulge you, huh? What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaobei tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze sharpening. Only with strength can one have a voice. Let's go, I'll take you to see the fireworks. The two arrived at Yasukuni Shrine. Zhang Xiaobei pulled the hood of his windbreaker low and held up his phone, pretending to be a tourist taking pictures. The camera, however, discreetly scanned the red lacquered gate of Yasukuni Shrine. The weathered plaque above the gate emitted an eerie glow under the overcast sky, while several elderly men in kimonos bowed before a stone lantern, their bony fingers clutching white slips of paper filled with kana. Zixia, watch out for the man in the black suit on the left. Zhang Xiaobei whispered, directing the camera at a man with a communicator clipped behind his ear. He has a holster at his waist. He should be an undercover security guard. When Zixia raised her camera to frame the shot. Got it. This year's number of visitors has increased by 30% compared to last year. A man wearing glasses spoke, proudly pointing to an old military sword in the display case. It looks like everyone hasn't forgotten the achievements of our ancestors. It was their pioneering efforts that led to the present-day cherry blossom country. A bearded man beside him nodded, repeatedly marveling at the yellowing military map on the wall. Unfortunately, today's youth are becoming increasingly weak. If only they still had the spirit of the samurai from back, then how could we let our neighbors economically suppress us? Zhang Xiaobei turned his phone's camera towards the main hall, where several students in uniforms gathered around a guide. The guide exaggeratedly narrated while pointing at the old military uniforms in the glass case. These are the relics of imperial soldiers who crossed oceans for the glory of their country, bringing the seeds of civilization to East Asia. The book says they killed many people. A girl with a ponytail timidly spoke. The guide's expression darkened. Those were necessary sacrifices to establish the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. There will always be those who do not understand. You must remember, these soldiers are heroes of Yamato. When Zixia discreetly nudged Zhang Xiaobei's arm, her eyes signaling towards the small grove on the east side. The two pretended to be lost tourists, slowly walking along the cobblestone path. Passing by a souvenir shop, they saw shelves filled with keychains and postcards featuring old military flags, with several foreign tourists taking pictures with them. Walking through a moon gate, the small grove suddenly fell silent. Zhang Xiaobei confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras around, took a deep breath, and began to scan the space, quickly preparing for something. When Zixia leaned against a tree trunk, pretending to adjust her clothes to find a pose for a photo. I just heard the guards talking. This afternoon a cabinet member will come to pay respects and security will be heightened. The altars being honored should all be in the main hall. Zhang Xiaobei crouched down to tie his shoelaces, taking the opportunity to attach a miniature bomb to a concealed tree root. Let them see that the so-called heroic altars are nothing in the face of absolute power. He brushed the dirt off his hands and raised his phone again to take a picture of the sky, capturing several circling crows in the frame. Make your move. When the afternoon worship ceremony begins, the bigger the commotion, the better. In the distance, the guide's voice could be heard calling out as a group of tourists approached. The two immediately put away their serious expressions, and when Zixia smiled as she linked her arm with Zhang Xiaobei's. The scenery here isn't that great, why not go check out the main hall? In the main hall of the Yasukuni Shrine, Zhang Xiaobei raised his phone, feigning photography, yet the lens swiftly swept across the layout surrounding the main hall. The two mingled within the stream of tourists moving slowly. As they passed a row of stone lanterns, Zhang Xiaobei casually reached out and steadied the base of one. The instant his fingertip touched it, a micro bomb the size of a fingernail adhered to the shadowed inner side of the lantern. Zhang Xiaobei even snapped a photo of the lantern, a tourist smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The architectural style here is rather unique, he murmured to Wen Zixia, his peripheral vision catching a guard nearby, eyeing the crowd of visitors. Just the smell of incense is too strong. As he spoke, he pretended to adjust his backpack strap, his other hand brushing stealthily against the wooden railing beside him. Another bomb silently attached itself to the joint of the railing. When Zixia, understanding his intent, pointed at the guide map. Up ahead seems to be the wishing wall. Shall we go take a look? The two quickly crossed the stone path and halted before the wishing wall, which was adorned with countless wooden plaques. Zhang Xiaobei raised his phone and took several shots in succession. Utilizing his subspace ability, micro-bombs precisely materialized within the gaps of the wooden grid of the wishing wall wherever his gaze fell. When they reached a trash bin beside the main hall, Zhang Xiaobei pretended to drop a tissue. As he bent to pick it up, his gaze swept over the bin's interior, and a palm-sized glass bottle suddenly appeared amidst the debris at the bottom. Inside was high-grade gasoline with a fuse as thin as a hair connected to the bottle's mouth. "This trash bin is way too dirty," Zhang Xiaobei remarked with a tone of disdain after completing the deed. Then he led Wen Jixia onward toward the corridor ahead. At the rest area at the end of the corridor stood several wooden benches where a few elderly Sakura people sat resting. Feigning fatigue, Zhang Xiaobei pulled Wen Jixia to sit down, his gaze swiftly traversing the crevices between the bench slats where yet another bomb was silently and expertly placed. He even took a water bottle from his backpack and drank a couple of sips, his eyes naturally observing the positions of the surveillance cameras around. "That incense burner up ahead sure has a crowd." Wen Jixia gestured with her chin toward the massive incense burner before the main hall, where numerous worshippers were gathered. "Want to take a picture?" Zhang Xiaobei shook his head, his gaze fixed on the metal trash bins surrounding the incense burner. "Too many people over there. Let's go check that side." The two circled to the side of the incense burner. While Wen Jixia chatted with a tourist asking for directions, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly slipped a bottle of gasoline into each of 3 trash bins. Each bottle was disguised as a different beverage container, a cola bottle, a juice bottle, blending seamlessly among the genuine trash. As they reached the edge of a small grove behind the main hall, they encountered a patrolling guard. "Please do not go that way, the area ahead is off-limits," the guard warned in stiff Chinese. "Sorry, we took a wrong turn," Zhang Xiaobei said with an apologetic smile, quickly turning to leave. Before turning, his eyes flickered to the metal doorframe of the guard booth, and another bomb silently materialized in the crevice of the frame. Wen Jixia pulled out her phone to check the time. Almost time. Less than 20 minutes until the worship ceremony. Zhang Xiaobei took a final photo of the main hall's direction, the eaves in the lens glinting harshly under the sunlight. "That's enough. Let's give them a real celebration later." Yellow caution tape was strung around the perimeter of the Yasukuni Shrine, security personnel in black suits resting their hands on their holstered pistols. 3 black sedans slowly pulled up at the entrance of the approach path. As the doors opened, several cabinet members in dark kimonos alighted, bowing slightly. The white-haired elder at the forefront was Chief Cabinet Secretary Matsumoto Ichiro. "The weather today is perfect for paying respects to the spirits," Matsumoto remarked to the young Assemblyman Sato behind him. Sato quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lord Matsumoto. With the spirits' blessings, our policies will surely advance smoothly." The two proceeded along the gravel-strewn approach, their wooden clogs crunching with each step. Before the main hall, the incense burner billowed blue smoke. Shinto priests were already waiting at the foot of the steps, bowing deeply upon Matsumoto's arrival. "Lord Matsumoto, Lord Sato, the spirits are especially serene today." Matsumoto accepted a white omamori charm from the priest, holding it reverently in his palms. "Tell the spirits that we have not forgotten their sacrifices and will continue to uphold the glory of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere." These words drew nods of approval from several elderly visitors who appeared to be veterans. Once the worship ceremony began, Matsumoto led the group in 3 bows toward the main hall, then presented offerings. He turned to face the accompanying media, and cameras immediately focused on him. "The Yasukuni Shrine is our spiritual pillar. Every spirit enshrined here is a pride of our great Sakura. We will forever remember their contributions and will never allow anyone to defile this sacredness." Meanwhile, on the periphery of the approach path, Zhang Xiaobei and Wen Jixia sat at an outdoor table of a ramen shop with freshly packed sushi before them. "They sure know how to gild themselves," Zhang Xiaobei sneered, picking up a piece of salmon sushi and watching the group bowing before the main hall. 7 news vans have arrived. All major media should be here. She looked up. NHK's broadcast van had its camera aimed at the main hall, reporters holding microphones awaiting interviews. Matsumoto's interview was only halfway through when he suddenly raised his voice to the camera. "I want to warn those forces attempting to sabotage the shrine. The wrath of the spirits will never forgive you." No sooner had he spoken than a muffled explosion erupted from behind the main hall. Boom! Thick smoke instantly gushed from the roof of the main hall, the once graceful incense smoke swallowed by a black column. Immediately after, the gasoline bottles hidden in the trash bins were detonated. Flames licked along the wooden structure, spreading rapidly, the crackling sound of combustion exploding in the air. Priests and security personnel rushing to fight the fire were driven back by the flames. In the chaos, someone grabbed a fire extinguisher, but the white powder was nothing more than a futile gesture against the premeditated sea of fire. "Quick, put out the fire." Matsumoto dropped his microphone, oblivious to the sparks singeing the hem of his kimono. He watched helplessly as the wooden beams of the main hall fractured in the flames, the direction where the revered spirit tablets were kept now ablaze with towering fire. The veteran who had just been speaking of the spirit's manifestation collapsed to the ground, pointing at the inferno, babbling incoherently. The spirits. Are the spirits angered? Sato's face was flushed red by the firelight. He tried to rush forward, but was firmly held back by security. My lord, it's dangerous. The structure could collapse at any moment. Watching the spreading flames, the arrogance in his eyes was instantly replaced by despair. How could this happen? With the spirit's protection. At the ramen shop table, Zhang Xiaobei swallowed the last bite of sushi and clapped his hands. The first act is about done. Time to add another scene. With a thought, 10 tons of high-purity aviation fuel materialized from his subspace, cascading down like a golden waterfall into the fire zone. Whoosh! The moment the fuel touched the flames, the entire Yasukuni shrine seemed to ignite like a giant torch. A wall of fire shot up dozens of meters, the heat forcing even the reporters 100 meters away to retreat. Firefighters using high-pressure water hoses watched the water level in their tanks drain rapidly, their hands on the hoses beginning to tremble. It's useless. We can't put it out. Someone collapsed inside the fire truck, staring at the buildings gradually collapsing in the sea of fire, their eyes filled with helplessness. Matsumoto slumped against the caution tape, his kimono soaked with sweat. Staring at the main hall completely consumed by flames, the emperor's entrustment and the people's expectations flashed through his mind. Now only a charred ruin remained. It's over. Everything is over. His mental defenses shattered completely, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and he fainted. Sato crouched on the ground, holding his head, the pillar of his faith collapsing. Watching the wooden structures twist in the fire, he felt for the first time how fragile this so-called spiritual pillar truly was. This shocking scene was captured in its entirety by NHK's cameras. From the initial explosion and the spread of flames to the aviation fuel pouring from the sky, igniting a massive blaze. And the despairing expressions of the cabinet members were transmitted via satellite signals across the entire globe. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the utterly unsalvageable wreck, a wave of indescribable relief washing over him. Blissful. More blissful than anything else. Let's go. Time to head back. With that, he took Wen Zhixiao by the hand and strode away from the scene of his handiwork. As the blazing inferno was broadcast across the globe via satellite, the Chinese internet erupted. Jubilation echoed everywhere. From afternoon till late into the night, notifications from major news outlets never ceased. The top 10 trending topics on social media were firmly dominated by related hashtags. Even the speakers at the Square Dancers gathering played an adapted song titled "The Flame of Justice Illuminates." The Dragon Country Daily reported history is clear, justice never sleeps. The destruction of XXX has sparked profound reflection within the international community. This building, which enshrines Class A war criminals from World War II, has long been a scar on the feelings of the Asian people. The cause of today's fire at XXX is yet to be determined, but it has undoubtedly refocused global attention on historical justice, reminding XXX that only by confronting the past can they face the future. A breaking news alert on Douyin was shared over 50 million times. A massive fire has broken out at XXX, completely destroying its main hall. Live footage shows the core area housing the war criminal tablets has been reduced to ashes. After the blaze was contained, only crumbling walls remained. Chinese historians have stated that this is a powerful rebuttal to their distorted version of history. Weibo launched a special feature titled "From Anger to Calm: Why Dragon Country Citizens Reacted So Strongly to the Burning of XXX," listing years of protests by Dragon Country citizens against country excess political interference. Fire may destroy the physical structure of XXX, but it cannot burn away the truth of history. True reconciliation begins with facing the truth, not worshipping war criminals. The top trending topic on Tushio was directly XXX deserve to burn, with the topic's readership exceeding 8 billion in half a day. The platform's homepage looped the on-site video set to the background music of The Light of Justice. Thousands of new comments poured in every second, netizens reveling in a frenzy. My grandfather lost a leg in the battle back then. Seeing this fire today, he lay in his hospital bed and laughed until he cried. This fire is cathartic. Satisfying. Just saw the live footage. The flames shot higher than XRB's ambitions. I suggest we give the arsonist an award and ask if they need legal aid. I looked it up. This place wasn't completely destroyed by the atomic bomb back then, so today's fire made up for it. Good riddance to those war criminal tablets. No more annual pilgrimages to defile the earth. Our square dance team added an extra practice session of broadsword march today. The sisters danced with extra vigor. We even pooled money for firecrackers and set them off at the neighborhood entrance. I screamed when I saw the live stream. My parents thought I'd won the lottery. Now the whole family is gathered around the TV, watching the news replay. My dad says this is the best thing all year bar none. I saw the news on the streets of London and got so excited that I explained this history to my foreign classmates. They all said it was a good burn. Now the whole dorm knows. I've been teaching history for 40 years, and I still can't hold back tears every time I talk about the 3 victims in Nanjing. Seeing the fire at XXX today, I suddenly feel lighter. My appetite is back, and I can climb 20 flights of stairs without getting winded. I suggest packaging the ashes as history textbooks and sending them as gifts to XRB politicians. Also, are the firefighters getting overtime pay today? Emoji packs flooded the comment sections. Stickers of tears of joy setting off firecrackers and the light of justice were used over 200 million times. Netizens also photoshopped funny images of Ultraman casually passing by to extinguish the fire. XRB netizens were impotent with rage, and their comment sections became a dumping ground for blame. In stark contrast to the domestic jubilation, XRB cyberspace was filled with furious outcries. News comment sections on XRB sites were flooded with angry posts mostly filled with helpless complaints. This is too much. It must be the neighbors. They're jealous of our historical culture. We demand government sanctions. Someone replied below, first figure out if that place enshrines were criminals, not culture. The sacred XXX has been burned. This is a desecration of Yamato. We must protest. March. Why are the XX so happy? It's just a building. They have no sympathy. The RB leadership must answer to the people. The truth must be found. But don't provoke them if our fighters couldn't even beat their spaceship last time. Now the price of rice in the supermarket has gone up again. Instead of worrying about people's livelihoods, they're busy worshipping at XXX. Good that it burned down, saves taxpayer money. When netizens screenshot and reposted these impotent rage comments, it sparked another round of joyful mockery. I suggest XRB netizens grab the chance to set off some firecrackers while the fire is still hot. Instead of roaring, reflect on history. The fire was good, just didn't burn long enough. Various comments were wildly upvoted, pushing the nationwide celebration to new heights. As night fell, countless fireworks blossomed in the skies over China. Someone projected footage of the burning XXX in a square, and the gathered crowd spontaneously sang Ode to the Motherland. 1,000 miles away, before the smoldering ruins of XXX, the forlorn figure of an XRB cabinet member became the most ironic image of the night. Phones rang incessantly within the company. Ryn-animation, head of the security department, had just hung up from a briefing when his secretary hurried in with a tablet. The screen showed the fiery scene at XXX. A smile previously suppressed by solemnity suddenly spread across his face. He used his fingers to zoom in on the flames. Good. Excellent. This smile was different from his usual ones, carrying a long-suppressed sense of relief. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepened. That kid, he actually dared to do it. Ryn-animation shook his head with a smile, picked up his teacup, but forgot to drink, his eyes never leaving the screen. Let them worship those war criminal tablets every day. Now it's all burned clean. Saves us the annual aggravation. He then spoke to his AI, compile the online comments. I want to see what everyone is saying. With that, he grabbed the tea canister and scooped 5 or 6 heaping spoonfuls into his cup without stopping. His usual dignified composure was utterly swept away by this sudden joyous news. Watching the scrolling comments of public elation on the tablet, Ryn-animation's smile grew even wider. He stood up, paced a few steps, then suddenly stopped and instructed his secretary issue a notice. The company will be closed tomorrow, including the underground city construction. Shut it down for a day too. The secretary was stunned for a moment, then caught on. He laughed heartily. With such great news, everyone deserves a good time. Immediately, arrange for fireworks. Set them off right in TAM Square. The pent-up frustration the people have felt all these years needs an outlet through this event. Consider it a small perk for everyone. The tense atmosphere of late has finally found a breakthrough for relief. He walked to the window, gazing at the red flag fluttering outside, his eyes bright with conviction. The ashes of the shrine had not yet settled, but another flame had already ignited on the streets of XRB. Within Tokyo, thousands of agitators gathered before the National Diet building, waving the rising sun flag. Loudspeakers roared with inflammatory slogans, stones and Molotov cocktails arcing toward the police station gates. The riot police's shield wall wavered precariously under the assault. At an emergency press conference convened by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the Superintendent General, his face ashen, displayed blurry surveillance footage. 1 hour before the shrine was burned down, the cameras captured this suspicious couple. They loitered in the restricted area for a long time, behaving strangely. On the screen, the fleeting figures of Zhang Xiaobei and Wen Jian instantly ignited public fury. Even more shocking, we checked all entry and exit records. These two have no record of entering the country. NHK's Evening News immediately spliced the surveillance footage with images of the Ark, the anchor, shouting in a hoarse voice, a mysterious couple with no entry records plus a Chinese spacecraft over Tokyo Bay. The truth is obvious. This is a premeditated act of desecration. The television cut to street interviews. A tear-streaked housewife sobbed into the camera. They infiltrated our country using stealth means, destroyed our spiritual sanctuary. The government must seek revenge. In a small apartment in Tokyo's Bunkyo Ward, Sato Ichiro stared at the ruins of the shrine on the television screen. His hand unconsciously traced the old military medal left by his grandfather. He was an ordinary convenience store clerk whose biggest daily worry was the crowded train after his shift, until today's great fire shattered his peaceful life. Ichiro, look. The police have found the suspects. His wife Miho rushed over with a tablet, the screen showing the blurry silhouettes of Zhang Xiaobei and Wen Jian. Sato squinted, then suddenly slammed the table and stood up. I've seen these two. They bought rice balls at the convenience store near the shrine today. I thought their way of looking at the shelves was suspicious. He had never actually seen the couple. It was only the impassioned commentary on television that had ignited a nameless rage within him. The Prime Minister's official residence was ablaze with lights as representatives from the military government and underworld held an emergency consultation. The Minister of the Army slammed his pointer against the map with a sharp crack. China must pay. The surveillance footage and the Ark are ironclad proof. I recommend immediately calling up reserves to expand our forces. Let our self-defense forces take action. A man in a black kimono, the head of the Black Dragon Society, smirked while puffing on a cigarette. The people on the streets can no longer be restrained. If we don't deploy troops, our prestige will be utterly destroyed. Sato's phone began receiving notifications. Can the glory won with the blood of our grandfathers be defiled by foreigners? He pulled up a photo of his grandfather in military uniform. The old man had served in the Guangdong army and left a dying wish: be loyal to the emperor. He had always found those words heavy, but now his chest felt ablaze. At dusk in Yokosuka Naval Base, the sirens of warships pierced the night sky. The aircraft carrier Izumo was fully dressed with flags. Sailors urgently assembled on the deck. Forklifts carrying ammunition shuttled back and forth. The Minister of the Navy roared from the bridge of the flagship. First escort flotilla set sail immediately. Seal off the Ryukyu waters. Let HX know the price of defiling a sacred site. On social media, topics like mysterious couple HX agents and the Ark is an accomplice dominated the trending list. Long lines formed before hastily set up recruitment stations with young people holding signs, expel the Chinese invaders. Militarist symbols that had once vanished reappeared on the streets. Sato was now standing in line at a recruitment station. He saw an HX flag burning in the square, people holding signs that read, "The shrine will not be extinguished, revenge will not cease." Soon it was his turn. An old veteran trembling tied a sash reading, "Inevitable victory," around him. The task we couldn't finish back, then we leave to you. Remember, dying for the emperor is the greatest honor. Sato straightened his back and joined the crowd in 3 cheers of banzai. His voice was so loud it felt alien to him. At the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister, his face grim, issued orders. The Foreign Ministry will deliver an ultimatum to HX demanding the surrender of the arsonists and compensation for damages. The self-defense forces are to be placed on level 1 combat readiness. The fleet will arrive in the East China Sea by tomorrow morning. Notify the munitions factories to work through the night. Missiles are to lock onto coastal targets. Late at night, a phantom hovered over Tokyo, observing the bright lights below. He had received a call from home. The usual words telling Zhang Xiaobei to restrain himself were absent. There was only one final firm and cold instruction: go ahead and do it. At Yokosuka Naval Base, Zhang Xiaobei hovered over the port. Dense formations of warships were massing. A dragon-like smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and his figure vanished in an instant. The ammunition crates piled high on the decks were suddenly swallowed as if by an invisible black hole. 127mm naval gun shells, anti-ship missile launch tubes, all disappearing one after another. The accumulated points grew slowly, but Zhang Xiaobei remained unmoved, muttering 2 words: "This isn't enough." The carrier-based aircraft on the Izumo, before they could even take off, evaporated one by one, leaving only the neat traces of their landing gear on the deck. More horrifyingly, the main gun at the bow along with its mount vanished completely, revealing a gaping hole. Seawater gushed into the compartments through the breach. What's happening? The ammunition hold is empty. The terrified shouts of the self-defense force sailors were drowned out by even greater chaos. The entire island superstructure of the Izumo suddenly split in the middle and vanished. The navigation system and radar screens went black instantly. The massive hull began to list under its own inertia. Then the propellers of the destroyers, the vertical launch systems of the frigates, the fuel tanks of the supply ships. All metal components turned into points absorbed into Zhang Xiaobei's pocket. All that remained were wooden lifeboats floating on the sea and panicked soldiers. The shipyards along Tokyo Bay were not spared either. The steel framework of the gantry cranes was severed as if by a blade, section by section, disappearing into the air. Steel plates, pipes, and mechanical parts in the warehouses along with their wooden crates evaporated, leaving bare concrete floors. A new submarine under construction had just had its keel laid when the entire titanium alloy hull vanished into thin air. The chaos in the city was even more shocking. The The skyscrapers in Ginza began to deconstruct from the ground up. The walls were erased like by an invisible eraser, revealing the tangled steel reinforcement inside. Then even the steel bars began to disappear inch by inch, and the entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar. The steel rails and power cables in the subway tunnels suddenly vanished. A speeding train carried by inertia derailed and crashed into the exposed concrete walls. Street lamps, traffic signals, even the metal parts inside vending machines were all swept away, leaving only shattered glass and panicked crowds fleeing in all directions. Time to test out the new skill the system just gave me. Fire. Activate. Wherever Zhang Xiaobi's figure passed, ethereal blue flames spontaneously ignited. The skeletal remains of buildings stripped of their steel were consumed by the flames. At the headquarters of a right-wing organization, Zhang Xiaobi cleared out all the gold and metal items. Flames flickering from his fingertips spread along the wooden staircases, reducing the entire building to a skeleton within 10 minutes. At the naval base's fuel depot, with the metal tanks gone, the leaking fuel was ignited by the flames, raising a wall of fire dozens of meters high on the sea surface. As the numbers on the points panel surpassed 10 after another, Tokyo Bay had become a living hell. Burning ships, collapsing buildings, fleeing crowds. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Those who had been clamoring for war just moments ago were now kneeling in open spaces, praying to the heavens. The war machine they had placed their faith in was completely dismantled, their fanatical ambitions ground to dust before absolute power. Zhang Xiaobi hovered above the thick smoke, gazing down at the chaotic scene below, his eyes devoid of any emotion. This was merely an appetizer for them. Above the Prime Minister's residence in Kyoto, Zhang Xiaobi gazed down with a shadowed expression. Inside the conference room, the cabinet members who were in urgent discussions suddenly looked in horror as the gilded emblem on the table vanished into thin air. The Emperor's bestowed sword hanging on the wall, along with its scabbard, transformed into specks of light, while the score panel on Zhang Xiaobi's display fluctuated wildly. Protect the Prime Minister. The guards raised their guns to shoot, only to find their weapons had suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only empty hands. Prime Minister Sato Yasuhiro was surrounded by guards as they fled towards the underground bunker. Behind them, the mahogany desk, leather sofa, and even the copper pipes within the walls were swiftly vanishing. His cherished golden medals, gifted by world leaders, and the confidential documents in the safe, along with the safe itself, disappeared without a trace. The vermilion doors of the Imperial Palace suddenly dissolved into nothingness. The bronze lampposts and the white marble railings in the Imperial Garden vanished in succession, leaving only an endless darkness. Emperor Naruhito was in the study reviewing documents when he suddenly saw his rosewood desk and the imperial seal above it levitate and disappear, causing him to collapse in shock. "Quick move, His Majesty." The head attendant screamed as he rushed over, only to find the wooden floor beneath him beginning to crumble, the beams supporting the ceiling vanishing inch by inch. The emperor was carried through the corridor by guards as valuable calligraphy and paintings, antique vases, and even the gold foil decorations on the walls rapidly peeled away, exposing the mottled earthen walls. The treasury housing artifacts from past emperors also suffered, as golden vessels, diamond crowns, and bronze ritual vessels were swallowed by an invisible black hole. Even the rosewood cabinet containing them was not spared. During the escape, Emperor Naruhito felt as if something was following him, glancing around in uncertainty. Suddenly he watched in horror as his gilded belt vanished into thin air, and the jade pendant he wore also went missing. Zhang Xiaobi hovered above the ruined Kyoto, looking down at the shattered remnants of buildings. The numbers on the score panel surged wildly, each pulse representing the deconstruction of a structure. At that moment, several orbiting satellites above him were recording everything. In the next second, he appeared at Osaka Port. As the largest trading port in Sakura country, countless massive ships and towering stacks of containers were docked here. Once the lifeblood of the economy, it now became Zhang Xiaobi's private property. Diving down, the car parts, electronic devices, and precision instruments inside the containers vanished along with their metallic casings. The cargo ships docked at the pier seemed to be dismantled by an invisible giant hand as the steel hulls peeled away layer by layer, and the propellers, engines, and navigation equipment evaporated instantly, leaving behind only floating rubber lifebuoys and crew members jumping into the sea in panic. The giant crane at the port broke and vanished with a creaking sound, while the metal tanks in the oil storage area, along with the crude oil inside, were also absorbed, leaving only a small amount of oil stains on the ground, which were consumed by the subsequently ignited blue flames. The once bustling commercial district of Osaka, with Hankyu department stores, gold and silver jewelry, the electronic stores, digital products, and the drugstore's metal shelves, even the steel supports in the underground shopping street, all disappeared. All that remained were shards of glass scattered on the ground, and citizens crying out in panic. In Nagoya, home to Sakura country's automobile factories and precision machine tool factories, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly swept past the Toyota automobile factory. The robotic arms on the assembly line stamping machines and steel raw materials vanished in an instant. The freshly assembled cars and the production line were absorbed, and the massive factory collapsed with a thunderous crash due to the loss of support. In Mitsubishi Heavy Industries' military factory, tank turrets, missile launchers, and engine parts being assembled evaporated into thin air. The ammunition, steel, and precision instruments in the warehouse, along with the metal pipes on the ground, vanished without a trace. In the research center outside the factory, experimental equipment worth billions, servers containing core data, and even the copper pipes within the walls were swept away. Researchers stared at the empty laboratory collapsing to the ground in tears. Once the industrial heart sustaining Sakura country's manufacturing sector, it had now become a wasteland filled with concrete debris. Hiroshima's Peace Memorial Park was originally a symbol of anti-war, yet due to the infiltration of right-wing forces in recent years, it had become a base for militarism propaganda. After Zhang Xiaobei arrived here, the metal statues in the memorial park, the bronze monument engraved with names, and even the war artifacts in the exhibition hall were all removed. The war criminal tablets secretly worshipped by right-wing elements, and the metal display boards glorifying the war turned to ashes in the blue flames. In the military museum outside the park, exhibits such as the Zero fighter, the Yamato battleship model, and rifle shells vanished along with their display cases. All that remained were blank marks on the walls, as if that history had never existed. Local residents watched in panic as peace symbols vanished one after another, a mix of fear and confusion. The once incited frenzy of revenge shattered into bubbles before absolute power. The military base in Hokkaido is the Northern Defense Corps of Sakura Country. Here, elite ground self-defense forces are stationed, storing vast amounts of ammunition and heavy equipment. Zhang Xiaobei's figure pierced through the base's defense network as shells, missiles, and explosives in the ammunition depot were swallowed by an invisible black hole. Tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters disintegrated and vanished, with even the ground's tracks, the metal tanks in the oil depot, and the steel frames of the communication towers not spared. Soldiers ran in panic with their empty rifles as their helmets, bayonets, and belt buckles disappeared one after another. In the base's command center, radar screens, communication equipment, and encrypted servers evaporated in an instant. The commander looked at the empty control panel, screaming into the microphone, but producing no sound. The entire base had become a hollow city devoid of weapons, communication, and supplies. As the last city's metal resources were completely absorbed, the four main islands of the Sakura country lay in ruins. Once prosperous cities had become mere remnants. Military bases were left as empty shells, and industrial zones turned to wastelands. Even the iron pots, kitchen knives, and metal hangers in the people's homes vanished without a trace. Satellites around the world broadcasted this in real time, leaving command centers in various countries in complete silence. No one could comprehend the source of this sudden plundering power, only knowing that the master of the ark appearing over Tokyo Bay was rewriting the rules of war in the most brutal way. In an emergency meeting at the country government building, the Secretary of State pointed at the satellite images and shouted, "What the hell is this? Warships disappearing, cities turning into ruins. What have our satellites captured? My God, this is scarier than an alien invasion." Jack calmly took a sip of cola. "Fortunately, I invested quickly." In the office on Downing Street, the Prime Minister of Y country clenched his fist. Sakura country is being dismantled by an invisible force. Surveillance shows no weapon attacks. All metal has inexplicably vanished. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. Quickly activate all defense forces. In the meeting room of the Kremlin, the Tsar stared nervously at the screen. That kind of power, capable of making matter disappear, can destroy any fleet. I suddenly feel like losing a few nuclear bombs and gold isn't a big deal. Notify the Ministry of Defense to immediately withdraw all military deployments against HX. At the Élysée Palace, the president of F country trembled into the microphone. The entire Kyoto has turned to ruins under satellite view, without explosions or gunfire, as if it was erased by an eraser. This is a mockery of modern defense. We must unite to confront this unknown threat. In J City Command Center, looking at the video sent by the Chinese intelligence brain, the chairman was also somewhat helpless. Let the outskirts make a statement, maintaining a neutral stance. Remember, we have never acknowledged any connection to these events. Let them guess. The general beside him whispered, "The commotion this kid has stirred up has made the entire world restless." Zhang Xiaobei hovered in the sky above Honshu Island, looking down at the giant volcano that was snow-covered all year round. It was starkly different from the fiery cities, now eerily quiet, with the snow on the peak shimmering in the golden light of the rising sun. "Aren't you usually inactive? Today it's time to wake you up." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xiaobei's mouth as several treasures suddenly appeared in his hand. With a movement, he flew towards the crater of Mount Fuji, disappearing into the swirling clouds. Penetrating the snowcap atop Mount Fuji, the three nuclear warheads in his hand gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster amidst the volcanic heat. The sulfurous steam swirling from the crater had no effect on him. The exposed rock walls glowed an eerie dark red under the searing heat, while beneath his feet a bubbling pool of magma churned. Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up. I've come to see you. Zhang Xiaobei gazed down at the surging lava lake a kilometer below, then flicked his wrist, tossing the warheads into the depths. A gift for you, no need to thank me. The fuse ignited the instant it touched the magma. Zhang Xiaobei spun around and shot upward. Just as he burst through the layers of volcanic rock, a thunderous boom erupted behind him. An earth-shattering roar. The nuclear bomb detonated 30 kilometers underground within the magma. The billion-degree heat instantly vaporized the surrounding molten rock, and a colossal shockwave surged upward through the volcanic conduit. A massive bulge suddenly swelled atop Mount Fuji. The snowcap shattered and vaporized in an instant. A towering blaze pierced the clouds, staining the morning sky a bloody crimson. Then the entire mountain trembled violently. The summit crater burst open as if blasted apart, spewing a column of magma tens of thousands of meters high. Volcanic ash reeking of sulfur formed a mushroom cloud that spread across the sky like an obscuring gray curtain. The underground magma was fully detonated. Countless torrents of molten rock surged down the mountain's fissures. Wherever they passed, forests turned into seas of fire, and towns were instantly devoured. Scorching volcanic rocks rained down like a storm upon the city at the mountain's base, igniting wooden structures the moment they touched. The seismic waves from the eruption radiated outward. 100 kilometers away in Tokyo, skyscrapers already reduced to scorched earth swayed violently once more. Debris mixed with sparks cascaded to the ground. The roads above subway tunnels began to crack and collapse. Panicked crowds flooded the streets, choking on the volcanic ash that fell from the sky. Even more terrifying were the pyroclastic flows, superheated gas currents carrying rock fragments rushing down the slopes at supersonic speeds. All life in their path was instantly carbonized. Giant fissures split the surface of Honshu Island. The crustal plates fractured and shifted violently. Along the coast, tsunamis tens of meters high surged, their colossal waves battering the shore and engulfing the broken remnants of the harbor. The tremors even crossed the East China Sea, reaching China. Residents of the eastern region clearly felt the ground shaking. High-rise buildings in cities like H-City and N-City swayed unceasingly. The needles on the Seismological Bureau's monitors jumped wildly as a tsunami warning was urgently issued. Satellites in orbit captured the shocking image of Mount Fuji's eruption, a colossal column of ash piercing the heavens with magma coiling around the mountain like a fiery dragon. The entire sky was dyed an eerie orange-red as if Doomsday had arrived. The eruption of Mount Fuji continued unabated, and the ash began to spread with the atmospheric currents. Airports in neighboring countries were urgently closed and flights were massively canceled. When the first rays of sunlight struggled through the ash clouds, the once perpetually snow-capped Mount Fuji had become an erupting inferno. Torrents of magma and ash continued to spew forth, turning the central and southern regions of Japan's Honshu Island into an impassable wasteland. When satellite images of Mount Fuji's eruption spread through global command centers, the reactions of world leaders ignited a new wave of panic. In the U.S. government building at the National Security Meeting, Jack had urgently convened. Representatives looked grim. The ashes spread into the stratosphere. All Pacific routes are cut off. Half of the U.S. bases in Japan are covered in pyroclastic debris. We must evacuate immediately. At 10 Downing Street, the British Prime Minister roared at a geological expert. A volcano dormant for 300 years suddenly erupts. And right after their entire nation was plundered. This is no coincidence. The Foreign Ministry urgently contacted the Chinese ambassador only to receive the reply, natural disasters are force majeure. Then fell silent. At the press conference, they could only feign calm, calling for international aid. The lights in the Kremlin never went out all night. The Tsar sneered as he looked at the seismic monitoring charts. Let them bluster about militarism, now even the volcano can't stand it. He immediately ordered the Black Sea Fleet to be on high alert. Close all shipping lanes to Japan to prevent ash contamination and refugee influx. This is a natural disaster, but also a man-made calamity. At the UN Security Council's emergency meeting, representatives from various nations argued endlessly. The Japanese ambassador to the UN wept uncontrollably. This is a deliberate attack by China. They used an unknown weapon to trigger the volcanic eruption. We request the Security Council to initiate emergency sanctions. The Chinese representative calmly displayed geological monitoring data, then spoke flatly. The magma beneath Mount Fuji has been accumulating energy for a century. The eruption is a natural phenomenon. Instead of blaming others, you should organize disaster relief as soon as possible. The German chancellor declared a state of emergency in a televised address. Volcanic ash will reach Europe within 72 hours. Close all schools and open-air venues, and stockpile anti-particulate masks. France activated its highest level of environmental alert. The Meteorological Bureau updated the ash dispersion path every hour. The Australian Prime Minister ostentatiously signed a refugee acceptance order. We can take in a maximum of 5,000 people. We cannot let volcanic refugees overwhelm our healthcare system. New Zealand closed all its ports with the Coast Guard on high alert. The reactions of various nations were a mix of fear and calculation, with aid promises and border closures happening simultaneously. No one dared to publicly question the oddity of this natural disaster, yet all were secretly accelerating their military deployments. As global weather satellites showed the massive ash cloud encircling the Earth, leaders understood that a world order rewritten by unknown forces had quietly begun amidst the smoke of the volcanic eruption. I was too foolish and love too naive. Zhang Xiaobei answered the phone, hearing a concerned voice. Xiaobei, report your location immediately. Are you safe? Zhang Xiaobei hovered in midair, smugly admiring his handiwork. Don't worry, I've evacuated to a safe zone. Not a scratch. The chairman's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Then he said, the scale of Mount Fuji's eruption has exceeded expectations. The meteorological department has detected that the ash will affect China's eastern coast, potentially causing acid rain and air quality issues. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head awkwardly, his initial exuberance fading. I didn't think it would cause such a big stir. Don't worry, you'll handle it. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei called upon the system. System daddy, I've messed up big time. What do I do now? Ding. System suggests you can directly dispose of the remaining living beings on the Japanese island. Without any living creatures, you can store the entire island in your space, preventing any impact on China. Zhang Xiaobei's face darkened. Dispose of them. Kill them all. Pondering the impact on China, it took him just 1 second to make a decision that would delight his ancestors. Since it's already come to this, he'll just toss another batch of nukes and wipe them all out. The nuclear warheads in the space gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Zhang Xiaobei hovered above the nation of Sakura, gazing down at the land plunged into chaos by the volcanic eruption. Since we're cleaning up, let's be thorough. But this is my first time doing this. How many should I use? Forget it, I'll drop 100 first, and if that's not enough, well, see. Above Tokyo Bay, the first nuclear warhead descended with a piercing shriek. The crowd fleeing amidst the volcanic ash looked up to see the glowing point, but before they could even gasp, a blinding white light devoured everything. The million-degree-Celsius heat instantly vaporized the concrete buildings, and the bustling Ginza district vanished without a trace at the epicenter of the nuclear blast. A massive shockwave sent a surge of air hundreds of meters high, hurling the wreckage of ships in Yokohama port into the sky. A mushroom cloud slowly rose. This is retribution. An elderly survivor kneeling amidst the ruins bowed towards the center of the nuclear explosion. He had once shouted for revenge on the streets, but now his skin was blistering from radiation burns. We shouldn't have provoked Hua. Before he could finish, a second nuclear warhead arrived, and the shockwave vaporized him and everything around him. Zhang Xiaobei watched the second mushroom cloud rise with an expressionless face, then immediately turned and rushed towards Hiroshima. This city, which had experienced a nuclear blast before, was once again engulfed in flames, with survivors running amidst the radioactive dust. We were wrong. Please spare us. But radiation showed no mercy. Their skin rapidly ulcerated, turning them into charred remains amidst screams of agony. The Peace Memorial Museum, which once recorded the history of nuclear bombings, was now melted by the intense heat along with its exhibits, leaving only twisted metal debris. When the nuclear warhead detonated at Osaka port, the seawater instantly evaporated, revealing a dry seabed. The fleeing refugee fleet was reduced to ashes by the shockwave, and the oil storage area at the port triggered secondary explosions. Flames spread along the oil pipelines, turning the entire city into a colossal crematorium. A mother shielded her child tightly beneath her, murmuring before her death, "If only I had known. I should never have supported the war." But the violent shockwave had already reduced them to dust, leaving not even bones behind. Nagasaki was engulfed in a sea of fire from the nuclear explosion. Right-wing extremists hiding in bomb shelters prayed frantically. The more fiercely they had once clamored, the more miserably they now suffered from radiation sickness. The government deceived us. HX, have mercy. Desperate cries were drowned out by the roar of the nuclear blast. The concrete roof of the bomb shelter collapsed under the shockwave, burying all the suffering. In just 3 minutes, Zhang Xiaobei had delivered bombs to every location. Seeing that he had used only 30 instead of the planned 100, he clicked his tongue. Practice makes perfect after all. The Sakura archipelago was now a continuous chain of mushroom clouds. A massive radioactive meltdown zone appeared in central Honshu. Half of Kyushu's land had sunk into the sea. Hokkaido was shrouded in nuclear radiation, becoming a lifeless zone. Cities, forests, and rivers were vaporized in the nuclear flames. No organic life form was spared. Ding. System notification. Target area life signals have completely disappeared. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Xiaobei lowered his head, looking towards the coastal direction of Huaxia. A tsunami several meters high was surging along the Pacific current, and radioactive airflow from the nuclear explosions was drifting towards the continent. His eyes narrowed, and with a flash he appeared before the tsunami. With a wave of his hand, the surging tsunami vanished instantly. The scattered radioactive dust and harmful gases were also completely absorbed into his space. The sea, once churning from the nuclear blasts, suddenly calmed the coastline as clean as if cut by a knife. Since I've done it, I'll clean it up thoroughly. With a flash he appeared above the Sakura Island, looking down at the destroyed land. The former outlines of cities had been replaced by massive craters, and the scorched earth still held unextinguished nuclear flames. With a thought from Zhang Xiaobei, this area, tens of kilometers in diameter, began to ripple. The charred land vanished in an instant like pudding scooped up by a spoon. The once boiling ground immediately collapsed, exposing the deeper rock layers beneath, and the radiation dosimeter readings began to plummet. The cleanup of Hokkaido was even more challenging. It had become a lifeless zone shrouded in nuclear radiation, with snow already stained a gray-black by radioactive dust. Wherever Zhang Xiaobei's hands passed, charred trees, frozen riverbeds, and layers of ice covered with radioactive dust disappeared in patches. Kyushu Island was unrecognizable, having sunk directly into the sea. Zhang Xiaobei dove into the water, and then a massive whirlpool suddenly formed in the entire sea area. The black seawater, along with the radioactive contaminants and sunken shipwrecks, swirled and then vanished. Even the remnants of cities that had sunk to the seabed were absorbed. As the cleanup of the Sakura Island neared its end, Zhang Xiaobei turned his attention to the coastal waters. The coastline after the nuclear blast was now even more distinct, with charred reefs and exposed seabed forming a bizarre boundary. He flew rapidly along this boundary like a scalpel, cleanly slicing away the radioactive dust and residual building fragments attached to the reefs, making them disappear. The once dangerously glowing rocks gradually returned to a grayish-white color, and the radiation finally fell to safe levels. Zhang Xiaobei once again dived deep into the Earth's crust, locking onto the island's geological structure. With a burst of his will, the undersea rock layers supporting the Sakura archipelago began to peel away from the plate boundaries. The charred main body of the island disappeared, as if cut from a cake. Where the Sakura Islands once stood, there was now only an empty expanse of sea. The seabed lay exposed, the marks of seawater immersion clearly visible, as if no island had ever existed. Zhang Xiaobei did not stop. He proceeded to clean up the residual matter in the surrounding waters. The radioactive seawater from the blasts, floating pollutants, and even the lingering radiation particles in the air were all drawn into his space one by one. The once gray-black seawater became clear, the radioactive substances completely gone. Zhang Xiaobei hovered above the empty sea, clapped his hands, and said with satisfaction, "I really had to treat this like a proper task. I'm exhausted. Time to go to bed." He looked towards the coastal direction of Huaxia, where the sky remained azure blue and the sea breeze blew clean waves, as if the entire operation had never happened. Only the satellites from various nations hanging high in the sky had recorded it all. From the charred archipelago covered in mushroom clouds to the eerie process of the islands disappearing piece by piece, and finally, to the vast empty sea. The monitoring center of the M-Nation was dead silent. The giant screen was broadcasting the final images of the Sakura Islands in real time. Countless mushroom clouds rose and fell over this small island. "My God, Mr. Zhang really dropped nuclear bombs," the intelligence director murmured. The image suddenly fluctuated violently, and the charred islands began to disappear in patches like pencil marks erased by a rubber. The Secretary of Defense stood up abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "This is impossible. Geological structures cannot simply vanish into thin air." In the emergency meeting room at Downing Street, satellite images were projected onto the entire wall. The Prime Minister of the Y-Nation watched as the Sakura Islands were erased from the map, his hand holding the coffee cup, trembling incessantly. They not only triggered Mount Fuji, but also nuked the entire island. Our previous protests and sanction proposals have become a joke. How can we fight against something like this? When the last reef disappeared from the sea surface, the screen showed only a vast blue ocean. "Immediately cease all statements targeting Huaxia. Just pretend. Just pretend nothing ever happened." Inside the command center of the Kremlin, the great emperor stared at the screen showing the now clear sea. "Do you see? This is absolute power." He turned to the Minister of Defense, his tone icy. "Destroy all the documents I previously proposed for joint pressure. Notify the Pacific Fleet to maintain distance. Stay away from that sea area for now." The emergency meeting of the UN Security Council fell into an eerie silence. The representative of Sakura had already collapsed in his seat, tears streaming down his face. My country is gone. The ambassadors of various nations stared at the calm sea on the screen, their previously prepared drafts of condemnation scattered on the floor. When the representative of Huaxiao stood up to leave, no one in the room tried to stop him. All the long-nurtured clamor, accusations, and threats had become empty, powerless words in the face of a completely vanished territory. Only the azure blue ocean remained in the satellite image. While nations fell silent over the matter of Sakura country, Zhang Xiaobei had already returned to his home in W City. System Daddy. Time to check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. You have received 100,000 points. Current balance 83583555995 points. Staring at Sakura country, which had been emptied last night, he had only gained a paltry less than 2 billion points. Such a small nation didn't earn many points either. Ding. Detected 23,000 tons of gold stored in the host's subspace, which can be exchanged for 2.3 billion points. Would you like to exchange? Reminded by the system, Zhang Xiaobei remembered he had also snatched 230 tons from Big Brother's place before. Almost forgot. Let's not exchange them for now, keep them as backup. With that, he scooped up the beauty beside him in a princess carry. Let's take a shower together, then head to J City. In the bathroom, moments of bliss were worth 1,000 gold. Today, everyone had stopped work and school, granted a national holiday by the country. With nothing to do, the internet exploded into a frenzy. Major platforms urgently added servers. The discussion topics were too hot. Weibo's top 10 trending topics were dominated by where did Sakura go? Sakura country moved overnight. Geography textbooks need revision. This cleanup was thorough, turning comment sections into massive carnival scenes. I just watched the live stream. That island vanished into thin air like it was in incognito mode. Such an epic move. I suggest applying for the 8th wonder of the world, the art of instant disappearance. They were jumping around the most before, now there's not even ash left. I give this karmic retribution a perfect score. The internet was flooded with panda head memes captioned, "Well done," and "Leave no trace." A barrage of nuclear bombs plus a mysterious force absorbing the tsunami and radiation. More efficient than any demolition crew. Come on, tell me, are you all cultivating immortality? Exactly what the guy above said. Don't let it be that you're all flying on swords while I'm left chasing you on a rusty bicycle. I'm taking disciples to teach immortality. Only those with fate. Master, how much fate? VME 50 fate. They were talking about sending an aircraft carrier fleet right to our doorstep, and now they don't even have a place to protest. Awkward, isn't it? Now that's what I call a physical deletion. No more of that country on the map. Peace at last. On short video platforms, netizens went all out with creative edits. Some used animations to show the entire process of Sakura country's disappearance set to the BGM. Cleaning up trash is everyone's responsibility. Others compared satellite images before and after the nuclear strike, joking about the unprecedented level of environmental cleanup, even turning over the topsoil. Meanwhile, the foreign internet atmosphere was like being doused with ice water. On M Nation's Facebook, the post "Sakura country vanished into thin air" was filled with terrified comments. That was an entire nation. Gone just like that. Who's next? Our aircraft carriers are still in the Pacific. This technology could make a fleet vanish in an instant. Terrifying. We were talking about sanctioning this and that. Seems laughable now. Netizens in Kimchi country were trembling. They're so close to us. What if they decide to do the same to us one day? Better cling to Great Hua's thigh right now. Stop playing petty games. We were arguing about history and culture. Now just surviving seems like a blessing. Exactly. The Dragon Boat Festival has always been Huaxia's. Immediately remove all controversial monuments, rewrite the textbooks overnight. European netizens flooded Twitter with the hashtag #WorldPanic. This is beyond the scope of war. It's a god-tier operation. The high officials of various countries better watch their mouths, or you might be the next ones physically deleted. Suddenly Earth feels very dangerous. We need an interstellar migration plan. The accounts of politicians who once pointed fingers at Huaxia were all silent now. Most unexpectedly at that moment, the southern branch also erupted with an unprecedented surge of fervor. We're all from the same company. I've always believed we are one family. Now that's real power. They talk about cleaning up and they do it. We're still stuck in internal strife. Hurry home and stay safe. Look at HQ's operation. The neighbor next door is gone. Can our small scale afford to mess around? Come back quickly. Only with Huaxia can we feel secure. From now on, geography textbooks should just print the provincial names. Stop being special. Idiot'll FCK your mom. Go to the head office and admit your mistake. Exactly. A bunch of troublemakers. Doing nothing right. We've always been Huaxia people. Others posted photos of the Huaxia aircraft carrier fleet. This is a real backer. What use was it when M Nation's warships came to loiter before? Now they're scared shitless themselves. Exactly. I'm hanging a red flag at home tomorrow. Fighting to be among the first batch of residents. I want to be the first to get my ID card. The entire forum's atmosphere had shifted. The once controversial remarks had vanished. The screen was filled with calls for reunification and a fervent desire for unity. J City, the designated berth for the head office. Zhang Xiaobei stepped down from the ark, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly. Ryn-animation, the head of the security department, stood there with a vigorous spirit, sizing him up. Good thing you're all right. Hee, don't worry. I'm so cautious what could happen. Hearing this, Lin patted his shoulder, his smile radiant and affectionate. Come, let's talk in my office. I happen to have something to tell you too. This time Zhang Xiaobei was interrupted before he could finish. Xiaobei, let me speak first. With that, Minister Ryn-animation's expression turned very serious as he took a dark red gift box from his drawer. He opened the box solemnly, revealing a medal of pure gold lying quietly on a velvet lining. The engraved patterns of the Great Wall and the 5 stars shone brilliantly. See this medal? This is the reward from the company. Since 37, our forefathers built the Great Wall with their flesh and blood. Back then, their ideal was simple: to ensure the children of Huaxia would never be bullied again. Generations rebuilt cities from the ruins, cultivated fertile fields in the deserts, and overcame challenges in the labs, all to fulfill the ideals of those martyrs who shed their blood. His voice choked with emotion. Now the nation is prosperous and the people are at peace. High-speed rails traverse the mountains and rivers. This flourishing age is as they wished. He suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze becoming profound. Although the shadow of the apocalypse is upon us, with you, our underground city project can help preserve the flame of Huaxia. What you did in Sakura country, though it seemed like a personal action, fulfilled the last wishes of our forefathers. He took out the medal and solemnly handed it to Zhang Xiaobei. The humiliations of those years of invasion, the souls of our fallen compatriots, have all been avenged in this reckoning. You showed the world the power of Huaxia, making those petty villains dare not act rashly. With you alone, Huaxia is at peace. This Guardian of Huaxia medal is never awarded to reckless warriors, but to the true heroes who protect our homeland. Holding back Zhang Xiaobei, who wanted to decline, his gaze was firm. You protected this land in your own way, allowing the flame of Huaxia to continue rising within the underground city. You deserve this medal. The medal was cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a burning warmth. Looking at the patterns on the medal, Zhang Xiaobei suddenly understood. This was not just an honor, it was a weighty legacy. Please don't say that. Zhang Xiaobei's hand trembled slightly as he held the medal, a hint of redness welling in his eyes. I grew up in an orphanage raised by our nation. Without the care of the orphanage and the nurturing of our country, I would not be who I am today. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying the warmth of memory. The headmistress always told me, when you drink water, remember who dug the well. It was our nation that gave us a stable home. The stories of our predecessors' resistance in textbooks, the heroes who sacrificed for our homeland. I've read them since childhood, and they've long been etched into my bones. On my 18th birthday, I saved up for a long time to travel to NJ City, and I specifically visited the memorial hall. Zhang Xiaobei's voice dropped low. Seeing those photographs on the walls, hearing the guide recount the suffering of 3 Rewrote compatriots, I stood before the monument for an entire afternoon. Back then, I vowed to ensure such tragedy would never happen again. He raised the medal in his hand, his gaze unwavering. So what I've done truly amounts to nothing. Protecting our homeland and honoring our ancestors. This is a duty etched into the blood of every child of Huaxia. Any Huaxia person with passion, given the ability, would make the same choice I did. This medal is too heavy, it belongs to everyone who guards our homeland. Zhang Xiaobei tried to hand the medal back, but his hands were gently pressed down. The man looked at his reddened eyes, his own gaze filled with deep pride. Good child, remember, your nation will always be your support. Your heart holds your compatriots and your homeland. You are worthy of this medal. Zhang Xiaobei wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand and solemnly stored the weighty medal into his space. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure Huaxia stands eternal in this world. Good. With your words, even this old bones of mine would. Don't say such things. The gene serums should be ready for mass production by now, right? Hearing his words, Zhang Xiaobei quickly interrupted. The basic, intermediate, and advanced tiers are all ready for mass production, but the gene lock-breaking serum has a very low yield for now. Have you taken it? Zhang Xiaobei asked hastily. I'm old and gray, let's prioritize equipping the newly formed Huaxia army first. He waved his hand. No, have someone bring a few doses over right now. I have a crucial use for them. Watching him pick up the office phone and dial the office door soon echoed with a knock. The secretary entered carrying a silver insulated briefcase. Leave it here. You may go now. After the secretary quietly closed the office door, he explained, Xiaobei, this case contains 10 doses of each gene serum type, but only 5 doses of the gene lock-breaking serum. The entire Huaxiao Academy of Sciences is working day and night to overcome the mass production challenge. Zhang Xiaobei took the insulated briefcase, opened it, and retrieved 1 dose of each gene serum marked with different labels. Please take these 4 doses first. I have another grand gift for you. When he emerged from the restroom behind the office after showering, his entire demeanor was distinctly different. Xiaobei, this serum is truly miraculous. I feel like I'm back to 40 years old. He gently clenched his fists, a long-lost sense of power surging through his chest. At 75 years old, his complexion was now ruddy, and even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes had miraculously faded. Your bodily functions have now reached the peak of human potential. Next, I'm going to have you take 2 serums obtained through special channels. After using them, you will no longer be an ordinary human. Seeing Zhang Xiaobi's solemn expression, the chairman of J City straightened his demeanor. They must have been hard to come by, right? Don't worry about that. The urgent matter now is to let you join the glorious evolution. Haha, Xiaobei, you've made me quite curious. He laughed heartily. Zhang Xiaobei solemnly placed a super gene serum, which he had exchanged long ago, into his hand. Please take this one first. Looking at the iridescent blue serum in his hand, an intense wave of longing surged inexplicably within him. All right, I'll follow your advice. 2 minutes later, he let out a long breath, barely containing his excitement at the sensation of transcending his life form. Xiaobei, why do I feel so much younger? This is just the beginning. Your lifespan has now surpassed 200 years. He was stunned. What did you say? Over 200 years. Yes, so you can witness with your own eyes the day Huaxia sets sail for the stars. Haha, then I'll be looking forward to it. But you still need to take this last one. Zhang Xiaobei handed over the final perfect gene serum, its color noticeably deeper. He took it with a deep gaze, knowing it was a treasure Zhang Xiaobei had obtained at great cost, and thus treated it with exceptional reverence. 5 minutes later, staring at himself in the mirror, he was speechless with shock. Is this real? His once graying temples were now covered in thick black hair, and the wrinkles carved by time around his eyes had been smoothed away. The person in the mirror was the exact image of himself from 40 years ago. How do you feel? Friendly reminder, handle everything with care. Having said that, Zhang Xiaobei stood guard, playfully ready to prevent any accidents from his sudden increase in strength. Xiaobei, I feel like I could shatter a building with one punch. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within his tone, filled with wonder. The key point isn't that, it's that your life form is now entirely different. Barring accidents, your lifespan should now be no less than 2000 years. At these words, the hand that had been caressing the mirror stopped abruptly, and the force from his fingertip shattered the entire mirror with a crack. How much did you say? He looked at Zhang Xiaobei in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. You heard right. Over 2000 years. Zhang Xiaobei nodded solemnly. If you can't trust others, can you trust me? At Zhang Xiaobi's words, the chairman's face stiffened, then broke into an excited smile. Does this mean I can live to see the year 4025? Even longer if you take good care of yourself. Zhang Xiaobei teased. In the future, Huaxia's journey to the stars will still need you to steer the ship. And with the looming apocalypse crisis, we'll need your help more than ever. Now that you're in your prime, you must worry a bit more for the people of Huaxia. You rascals, so you boosted my power just to put me to work. He laughed and scolded, but his eyes were full of approval. But you're right. In times like these, we can't afford to slack off. With this new body, I can indeed do more for Huaxia. As the two were joking, the office phone suddenly rang urgently. He dropped his smile, straightened his expression, and picked up the phone. Go ahead. A respectful voice came from the other end. It's Shaolin here. After internal discussions, we've decided to visit you soon to report on our work. We wish to discuss the formal name change and the related matters of returning home. We hope for your approval. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His tone was steady, but barely concealed a smile. You are most welcome. We await your arrival to discuss everything together. After hanging up, he couldn't help but slap the desk, which instantly shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Hearing the crash, the secretary anxiously called from outside. What happened there? Nothing. Don't come in. After saying this, the old man and the young man stared at each other in silence. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Didn't I tell you to watch your strength? Look, such a fine table is gone. Zhang Xiaobei, while teasing, gathered the shattered fragments of the table into his storage space. After tidying up the phone and the documents scattered across the floor, he spoke again. We'll have to get you a table made of nano-titanium steel alloy to smash next time. Haha. Their hearty laughter echoed from the office, leaving the secretary at the door utterly bewildered. Xiaobei, do you know who just called? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobei to answer, he excitedly recounted the contents of the phone call. Excellent. Wonderful. I never expected such rapid progress. Zhang Xiaobi's face lit up with joy, then he spoke with a tone of mock disappointment. I was thinking of stirring up some trouble, but it seems they know how to play along. Xiaobei, without everything you've done, how could we have such surprises? As his words faded, the office's holographic projection suddenly flickered to life. The virtual avatar of the Chinese supercomputer appeared before them, greeting respectfully, Mr. Zhang Xiaobei, supercomputer, has something happened? His expression turned serious as he asked. Reporting to you both on the latest construction progress of the underground city. With the full-effort operation of the excavation robots, the underground city's excavation progress has far exceeded expectations. The main structures of the 5 major underground cities are now largely formed. The remaining initial excavation work is expected to be fully completed within 5 days. The supercomputer brought up a holographic engineering diagram clearly displaying the layout of the underground city. Next, we will comprehensively commence the construction of civilian infrastructure, including water and power supply systems, network communication base stations, and a recycling ecological system. Simultaneously, the construction of the maglev train line connecting the 5 underground cities has also been initiated utilizing magnetic levitation vacuum tube technology. The design speed can reach 800 kilometers per hour. Once completed, it will allow direct travel between any 2 underground cities within 1 hour. The modular construction of internal residential units is also progressing concurrently. The first batch of 100 housing components has been produced. They can be rapidly assembled once the excavation is complete. Additionally, core equipment for food synthesis workshops, medical centers, and educational bases has been installed and debugged, ensuring basic civilian needs can be met when the underground city is activated. He nodded with satisfaction, looking at the dents. Very good. The progress is far faster than anticipated. We must ensure the quality of the project. All facilities must withstand the tests of an apocalyptic environment. Rest assured, a dual quality inspection mechanism is set up for all engineering nodes. The operational precision error of the excavation robots is controlled within 0.1 millimeter. Key structures utilize high-strength alloy materials capable of withstanding magnitude 8 earthquakes and external impacts. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the magnificent blueprint of the underground city on the holographic map and sighed. With these underground cities coupled with gene potions to enhance the people's physique, even if the apocalypse comes, the flame of Chinese civilization can be safely sustained. Indeed, with the technological support you've provided and the united efforts of the entire nation, we can overcome any great difficulty. Once the matter of the Phoenix is settled, we can fully dedicate ourselves to the preparations for the apocalypse. The Chinese supercomputer waited silently for them to finish their conversation before speaking again. According to priority ranking, I report 3 key developments to you. First, nano-titanium steel alloy has achieved industrial mass production. The tensile strength of this new alloy reaches 8.2 GPa with a density only 1/4 that of traditional steel. It maintains stable performance within a temperature range of 269 C to 1500 C. Currently, 3 mass production lines have a total daily output of 200 tons. The 800 tons of alloy already stockpiled can meet the construction needs for the underground city's core structures and the first batch of spacecraft. His eyes lit up upon hearing the report. With this material, the protective capabilities of the underground city and the structural strength of the spacecraft can be greatly enhanced. Second, regarding the development of the propulsion system. The superconducting ion electric propulsion system, supported by energy from controlled nuclear fusion, has completed core parameter testing. The system utilizes magnetic field confinement plasma acceleration technology. In continuous output mode, the thrust can reach 120 kilonewtons, with a maximum projected speed approaching sublight speed. The final assembly of the first prototype is in its finishing stages and is expected to be completed within 3 days, after which it can undergo vacuum environment power testing. Zhang Xiaobei was not surprised at all. He had known about the sublight speed from the system introduction long ago. However, the other man was excited and exclaimed, "Sublight speed. This means our spacecraft can freely navigate the solar system and even possess the basic conditions for interstellar travel. With such a propulsion system, migrating to space or exploring deep space in the future is no longer a fantasy." After he finished speaking, the Chinese supercomputer proceeded to report the third matter. The third item requires your decision. Through computational resource monitoring, an unauthorized user was found to be occupying 12.7 of the distributed computing power for private research calculations. The duration has already reached 4 hours. Should we immediately restrict their access rights? He frowned slightly. Who was using the supercomputer's computing power without authorization? Have you identified the specific purpose? Initiating trace query. User identity confirmed as Dr. Lin Yu, a researcher from the subordinate laboratory of the National Space Administration. Analysis of his computational model shows he is conducting feasibility tests on using nano-titanium steel alloy as cables for a space elevator. He has currently completed simulations on material fatigue strength, orbital mechanics calculations, and meteorological impact assessments. He is in the final stage of cable dynamics simulation with a model accuracy rate of 98.3. A space elevator. The two looked at each other, and then both showed expressions of pleasant surprise. He immediately shook his head with a smile. Restrict his access? Of course not. How could we restrict the research of such a genius? Immediately upgrade Dr. Lin Yu's computing power access rights, open up high-level resource access channels for him, and back up all simulation data synchronously to the core database. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobei quickly added, also equip him with the best experimental team and provide full support for any equipment or materials he needs. Confirm the upgrade of access rights. His research project has not yet been included in the official plan. Continuous occupation of high-level computing power may affect other tasks. Execute the order. His tone was firm and resolute. The space elevator is a key project connecting us to cosmic exploration, and its initiation is at least 2 years ahead of our original schedule. Dr. Ryn-Yes's keenness to grasp the properties of nano-titanium steel alloy and initiate this research is precisely the kind of foresight we need. Not only should we upgrade his access, but we must also arrange a meeting between him and me as soon as possible. I want to see how this fellow managed to create such a stir right under our noses. Perhaps the space elevator can be combined with the superconducting electric propulsion system, becoming the dual engine propelling us towards the sea of stars. After a second of silence, the supercomputer responded. Access rights upgrade has been executed. A meeting invitation has been sent to Dr. Lin. National security has been dispatched to escort him. He will be brought before you within 1 hour. Simultaneously, a dedicated channel has been created for his research project marked as a priority. 4 hours earlier at the National Space Administration Laboratory, Lin secretly logged into his mentor's authorized account, integrating the distributed computing power of the Huaxia brain into his own research model. He stared intently at the dynamic simulation curve of the space elevator cable, his heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The final set of fatigue test data has finished loading. Lin muttered to himself, watching the nano-titanium steel alloy cable in the model operate continuously under simulated intense radiation and extreme temperature variations, with all parameters remaining steadily within the safety threshold. When the system flashed the notification, feasibility verification passed, accuracy rate 98.3, he was so thrilled he almost cried out. This was a problem that had plagued the global aerospace community. He stroked his chin in self-satisfaction, beginning to outline his next steps in a memo. Should he first request material samples from his mentor for physical testing, or optimize the stress distribution on the cable nodes first? He pondered while twirling a pen in his hand. He completely failed to notice the Huaxia brain message box that had popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. It was an invitation for a meeting from the Central Command. The laboratory door crashed open. 2 national security officers in black uniforms stood at the entrance, sunlight reflecting a cold glint off their shoulder badges. Dr. Lin, come with us. Someone wants to see you. The lead officer's tone was flat, yet carried an indisputable authority. Lin was frozen in place, his blood seemingly turning to ice. See me? For what? He instinctively blocked the computer, his mind going completely blank. Had his unauthorized use of his mentor's account been discovered? Or had his research data been leaked? Countless conjectures exploded in his mind. You'll know when we get there. The security officer stepped forward, maintaining his distance. Lin began to stammer an explanation. I am not a spy. My research is all legitimate. All the data is backed up on the internal servers, you can check. He rambled, trying to prove his innocence, cold sweat beading on his palms. As he was led out of the lab, Lin-Yes's gaze was fixed on the closed computer screen, his heart burning with anxiety. What had gone wrong? He suddenly recalled his mentor's repeated warnings about the new materials confidentiality protocols, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to read something from the security officer's expressions, but saw only professional composure. He frantically began reviewing every detail of his research. The material parameters were from public literature. The simulation model was his own creation, and he had used his mentor's account for the Huaxia brain. Or had he violated the rules? Sitting in the car, Lin watched the cityscape whiz by outside the window, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He didn't know where he was being taken, nor whether he faced a reprimand or something far more severe. Would the design's head stayed up all night, drawing the formula's head recalculated countless times, and the feasibility conclusion had so painstakingly reached, all come to nothing? The black sedan had just left the Space Administration lab when Lin noticed something was wrong. The traffic light at the intersection ahead had switched to a flashing yellow. A traffic officer who had been on duty was now waving for other vehicles to stop, clearing a path specifically for them. He pressed against the window, looking out. At every intersection along the way, traffic police were temporarily closing roads, and even the barriers on the main thoroughfare were being swiftly moved aside. This spectacle intensified his unease. Where the hell are they taking me? Lin swallowed hard, watching the driver run a red light without a flicker of emotion. He saw police cars constantly appearing ahead and behind, providing an escort that kept all other vehicles at a distance. The black sedan sped down the unobstructed road, the street scenes blurring past, but Lin-Yes's heart was racing faster and faster. They're not even following traffic rules anymore. He clenched his clothes. In his understanding, this level of treatment was only given to high-risk criminals or for the urgent transfer of VIPs. VIP? Probably not me. That just leaves a serious criminal, right? Had his actions violated national security laws? Or had something truly gone wrong with the research data? Countless terrifying conjectures swirled in his mind. He even began to recall if his mentor had ever taught him how to handle an interrogation. The car drove into the city center. Lin Yu watched the familiar buildings outside the window transform into the unfamiliar streetscape of the command center, his heart feeling like it would leap out of his throat. When the vehicle passed through layers of checkpoints and came to a stop before the solemn and imposing gates of the command center, his last shred of hope died. Have I broken the highest law? Lin Yu slumped in his seat, his hands and feet icy cold, nearly losing the strength to get out. The two security officers opened the door and helped him stumble out of the car. He looked up at the building before him, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Entering the command center building, the polished marble floor reflected his pale face. The lights in the corridor were bright and glaring. Staff members hurried past, none paying any attention to the young man being escorted by security. Lin Yu mechanically followed along, his mind a complete blank, with only the word finished echoing in his head. When he was led into a spacious office and saw the person sitting on the sofa, he was instantly stunned. Wasn't this? With a thud, Lin Yu's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Ignoring the pain in his knees, he quickly began to explain. I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Please give me another chance. As for what he had done wrong, he couldn't even articulate it himself, only offering a rambling confession. I shouldn't have messed around with research, shouldn't have wasted public resources. He'll never do it again. This outburst left the chairman and Zhang Xiaobei beside him utterly bewildered. Just as they were about to speak, the Huaxia Brain's virtual avatar suddenly lit up. Dr. Lin Yu, you were invited here to discuss the space elevator research project, not for an interrogation. The AI called up Lin Yu's research data, and the meeting invitation record finally clearing up the comical misunderstanding for all three of them. Lin Yu stood frozen, looking up at the chairman's gentle gaze, and hesitantly asked, so, am not being arrested? The two men were amused and gestured for him to stand. Have a seat. We're here to give you a pleasant surprise. Seeing Lin Yu was still a bit tense, he continued. Your research on the space elevator is very valuable. I wanted to see you to support you in continuing it. The Huaxia Brain has already granted you advanced clearance. You can freely use its computing power from now on. The nation will provide you with a top-tier experimental team and equipment. Just apply for whatever resources you need. My only request is that you put this research into practice as soon as possible. Lin Yu was completely stunned, his eyes instantly reddening. He had never imagined that his covert research would not only escape punishment, but receive such tremendous support. The feeling of going from hell to heaven sent a warm current surging through him. He nodded vigorously. I will give it my all. I guarantee I will complete the research. Just then Zhang Xiaobei spoke up with a smile. Don't rush to promise. I have a little something I need you to take a look at first. Lin Yu looked at this young man a bit at a loss. He couldn't recall any such young expert in the country. And casually interrupting in front of that man. Who was this leader? Shaolin, this is Zhang Xiaobei. The nano-titanium steel alloy you used for your research was provided by him. Lin Yu snapped his head up to look at Zhang Xiaobei, his expression instantly shifting. He had always wondered about the source of this superalloy, never expecting it to come from this young man before him. Shock, admiration, disbelief. A myriad of emotions swirled in his eyes. The earlier fear and anxiety had vanished, replaced by the thrill of meeting a kindred spirit. This little thing, can you handle it? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobei conjured a USB drive like a magician, and the Huaxia AI promptly projected a 3D interface. Plugging the drive into the office computer, the Huaxia AI automatically read it and displayed a complex, complete battle armor design on the virtual screen. This is an exoskeleton. No, this can't be called an exoskeleton. This is Iron Man. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Xiaobei fell silent. What an Iron Man indeed. May I use your AI here to run some calculations? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before asking the man. Haha, Shaolin, go ahead, use it as you wish. With the man's affirmative response, Zhang Xiaobei and Lin Yu immediately huddled before the keyboard. One was obsessed with research, the other with the allure of mecha. 10 minutes later. This is a complete design plan. It even includes the blueprints for the reactor that powers the system. We can use the newly mass-produced nano-titanium steel alloy. Each unit would require about 1.5 tons of raw material. If one were to don this complete mecha, preliminary estimates suggest it could operate freely in outer space. The integrated oxygen supply and power assist systems alone would allow an ordinary person to move freely in space for over 20 hours. I think this is too extravagant. If we streamline it, keep only the power system to reduce energy consumption, and make it into an auxiliary exoskeleton using standard alloys, we could equip the entire military. Zhang Xiaobei, seeing the excitement on Lin Yu's face, could only chime in. So can I have a complete set first just to play with? This. Hearing Zhang Xiaobei's request, Lin Yu hesitated and looked toward the man. No problem. If Xiaobei wants it prioritized, making him a set, he provided the technology. Hearing the man's words, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head sheepishly. See if the military can use this later. I just want one set. No 3 sets. The man's gaze turned emotional as he patted Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder. Haha, you think of Dongdao whenever you get something good. Xiaobei Dongdao thanks you for your contribution. After saying this, his expression suddenly turned serious. Xiaolin, I'm entrusting this to you. Spare no expense on materials, make 3 sets for Xiaobei first. As for your idea of a streamlined version for the whole army, how feasible is it? Lin, you worked on the AI again before concluding. It can be made with ordinary alloys. Equipping the entire army is possible, but mass production is a challenge. No rush on that. First get Xiaobei his 3 sets. Zhang Xiaobei quickly chimed in. 1 set in matte black with red accents. The other 2 in white with pink accents. After he spoke, the other 2 looked at him with strange expressions. What pink fists? How is our underground city coming along? Jack stood before a construction site cordoned off and guarded, watching the soldiers dig with fervor as he asked. Commander, we estimate the main structure will be completed in another year. What? A year? Jack's brow furrowed instantly, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. No, we must speed up. As he spoke, the scene of Zhang Xiaobei warning him at Area 51 flashed in his mind. Stop researching the crashed Roswell spacecraft. A strong sense of urgency surged within him instantly. He felt that something monumental was about to happen, a premonition that left him restless. Having been re-elected, Jack was no ordinary man. He was in fact quite shrewd. As a businessman by nature, his analysis of situations was often keener than most. From the moment he exploited information asymmetry to amass global supplies using coins, he had a vague premonition that the world was soon to undergo a massive upheaval. Coupled with Zhang Xiaobei's recent actions, whether the events of chapters 60-67 or the intensive push for the underground city's construction, Jack grew more certain such a massive mobilization must have a deeper reason. He harbored no personal bias against any organization. In his world, only profit mattered. This was the survival creed instilled in him from childhood. As long as there was profit to be made, anything could be compromised. From the information Zhang Xiaobei had inadvertently let slip, and his recent actions, Pu profoundly realized following Dongdao's lead would bring profit. Even if that profit wasn't necessarily economic, whatever form it took, as long as it was gain, it was worth pursuing. With this thought, he looked back at the construction site, his eyes growing more urgent. Immediately triple the manpower and equipment. We must compress the timeline to 6 months. The line at the underground city recruitment point snaked around half a block. Li Tong clutched her ID card, wanting to contribute to the city's construction. But now she stood anxiously at the end of the long queue, craning her neck. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. She spun around and met Zhang Xiaobei's smiling eyes. Stop queuing. Come with me. Zhang Xiaobei stepped forward, naturally took the registration form from her hand, crumpled it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Tong didn't ask where they were going, as she obediently followed him past layers of checkpoints. Only when the silver-white giant ship emblazoned with the name Ark came into view did she gasp in shock. This is your spaceship? Yeah, I never told you before. After the events of chapters 60-67, Zhang Xiaobei no longer hid his movements, boldly flying the Ark around for all to see. Any country had a problem with it, they'd simply be erased from the map. Zhang Xiaobei took her hand and led her into the cockpit. Welcome, Sister Li Tong. Xingqian's sudden appearance startled Li Tong. Everything from chapters 62 to 67 was my doing. Shun, he won't let me write it, so I had to do it this way. Forgive me for not telling you before. You're not angry, are you? Li Tong stood frozen. The events from the news now had an explanation, but her heart felt more bitter than relieved. As his girlfriend, she had been kept in the dark about these monumental events, left to queue like an outsider at the recruitment point. But on second thought, it wasn't as if they had ever officially confirmed their relationship. Just as she was about to speak, the hatch suddenly slid open, and when Zhixiao walked in carrying a technical scanner, the moment their eyes met, the awkwardness of their last meal together came rushing back. This is when Zhixiao. You've met before. I. Zhang Xiaobei started to explain, but Li Tong gently tugged at his sleeve. She forced a smile and nodded at Wen Zhixiao. We meet again. Last time when Xiaobei and I had dinner, you were there as a third wheel. Wen Zhixiao, Zhang Xiaobei. All three tacitly agreed not to revisit the topic. Soon they were discussing the progress of the underground city and the Ark. When Zhixiao didn't bring up Li Tong's relationship with Zhang Xiaobei, Li Tong also refrained from asking about Wen Zixia's situation with Zhang Xiaobei. With the apocalypse looming, the safety of Huaxiao was paramount. Both women understood clearly that they could not let such personal entanglements distract Zhang Xiaobei. You don't need to go to recruitment points anymore. You'll always be the mistress of the Ark. Zhang Xiaobei held Li Tong's hand, the warmth of his palm bringing back a familiar sense of security. When Zhixia added from the side, Xiaobei gives Sister Tong Tong access so she can board anytime. Li Tong smiled slightly at this, burying those subtle feelings deep in her heart. As long as she could stand by his side and guard Dongdao, what did a little discomfort matter? On the central plains of Huaxiao, Zhang Xiaobei stood before an inconspicuous patch of grassland. His left hand held Li Tong's while his right hand rested naturally on Wen Zixia's wrist. Wen Zhixiao swept her gaze around with professional vigilance, yet she did not pull away from Zhang Xiaobei's grasp. Don't be tense, we're just here to inspect the final stages of the project. Sensing the faint sweat in Li Tong's palm, Zhang Xiaobei turned and offered her a reassuring smile. Then shifting his attention to Wen Zhixiao, he asked, is that person already in the underground city? Yes, he's waiting for you. As she spoke, her gaze never left Zhang Xiaobei's form. Even her words were accompanied by a constant awareness of the slightest breeze or rustling leaf. Li Tong observed the seamless synergy between the two, and the subtle unease within her heart quietly dissipated. Suddenly, a faint tremor traveled through the earth beneath their feet, accompanied by the low hum of machinery in the distance. A worker in blue overalls hurried over, his eyes brightening at the sight of the trio. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaobei holding hands with both women, he paused for a split second before quickly speaking. Mr. Zhang. The higher-ups gave explicit instructions. Once you arrive, him to take you straight down. The worker pressed a hidden button behind a rock, and the ground slowly split open, revealing a silver elevator. The elevator's interior walls were made of nano-titanium steel alloy, casting a cold gleam under the lights. Li Tong stared at the material, recalling the space elevator cable material Zhang Xiaobei had mentioned the night before. Just as she was about to ask a question, the cabin began its descent. She pressed herself against the observation window, her eyes widening in astonishment. The scene outside completely overturned her understanding. Dense metal support pillars like towering ancient trees pierced into the rock layers, each one requiring 3 or 4 people to encircle. Luminous materials entwined around the pillars outlined the contours of passageways resembling an underground river of stars. In the distance, the residential district was taking shape, modular white houses spread out in an orderly, staggered pattern. So this is the underground city from the news. Li Tong's voice was soft, filled with awe. The news reports had been vague, but witnessing it firsthand, she understood that this underground city was a doomsday fortress capable of sheltering billions. Zhang Xiaobei smiled and hummed in agreement. His fingertip brushed across the cabin wall screen, and upon recognizing him, the Huaxia AI proactively began providing data. Initial excavation 98, civilian facilities 82. Full completion in 3 more days. Priority will be given to moving in the elderly and children first. As Li Tong was about to ask a curious question, the elevator doors chimed open with a ding, and a figure immediately appeared. The chairman wasn't in formal attire today. Instead, he wore a gray work suit with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing sturdy arms. Who would have guessed that this 75-year-old man, after taking the perfected elixir, possessed a physical condition comparable to a 40-year-old at his peak? He was speaking with an engineer over a holographic blueprint, his finger pointing at the interconnection node for the 5 cities. The stress test here must be run 3 more times. There's absolutely no room for negligence. Hearing the commotion, the chairman looked up, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei and the others, immediately set down the blueprint and strode over. He raised a hand and patted Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder with a firm, yet gentle force full of warmth. Finally, decided to show up, kid. If you hadn't come, I would have sent someone to block your door. This remark left Li Tong utterly frozen. She had seen this man on the news since childhood, knowing him as Huaxia's pillar of stability. He was a core figure second only to the highest leader of Huaxia. Yet here this great figure was not only dressed like an ordinary worker, but also spoke casually to Zhang Xiaobei about blocking doors, his eyes carrying the intimacy of an elder toward a younger generation. The slight bitterness she had felt earlier because of Wen Zhixiao was instantly swept away by overwhelming shock, leaving only one thought: how much had Xiaobei sacrificed to reach this point? All right, don't scare her. Zhang Xiaobei pulled the still dazed Li Tong closer, then gently shook the hand, holding Wen Zixia's. This is Li Tong, and you already know Wen Zhixia. Snapping back to reality, Li Tong hastily straightened up her hands, unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. Hell. Hello, Li Tong. Nervousness made her palms sweat, and even her breathing grew shallow. This was a person who could shape Huaxia's destiny, and here she was standing beside him. No need to be so formal. He waved his hand with a smile, his gaze sweeping over their joined hands, a hint of understanding flickering in his eyes. Then he turned and began walking deeper into the underground city. Come, let me show you our underground home. Let you see that even in the face of doomsday, we Huaxia people can live more securely than anyone else. As they walked, the workers and engineers they passed would pause their tasks to greet them. Hello, Chairman. Chairman, you're here for an inspection today too. When their gazes fell on Zhang Xiaobei beside him, most were filled with curiosity. Only the engineers in charge of core technology would nod subtly at Zhang Xiaobei, their eyes holding a secret admiration, a secret shared among them. This is the residential area, 80% of the modular housing units are installed. The chairman pointed at the expanse of white houses, his voice brimming with pride as he pushed open the door to a model unit. Look, each unit comes with its own bathroom, the kitchen is built-in, and the balcony has handrails for the elderly and child safety locks. We designed everything exactly the way you said, to make people feel at home, not like they're in a shelter. Li Tong followed him inside, taking in the well-lit windows, the bathroom, with its non-slip tiles, and the children's graffiti board reserved on the wall. Astonishment filled her heart. Pointing at the kitchen storage cabinet, Zhang Xiaobei spoke. The interior wall panels could be made interchangeable in different colors, allowing everyone to choose freely. Hearing this, the chairman immediately instructed the engineer, write that down. Get a color palette made today. All houses will offer free choice. The engineer quickly recorded it on his tablet without a moment's hesitation, as if Zhang Xiaobei's words were a direct order. This level of trust deepened the awe in Li Tong's heart. She finally understood that Zhang Xiaobei's mention of lending a hand was a gross understatement. His weight in this project likely surpassed even the chairman's core team. After walking a short distance, cheerful laughter reached their ears. A group of children in blue uniforms was running around in a temporary activity area, orphans from the first batch of relocation simulations. A little girl with pigtails spotted the chairman and immediately ran over to hug his leg. Grandpa, the houses here are so beautiful. Can we really live here someday? Of course you can. The chairman picked up the little girl and pointed at Zhang Xiaobei. You have to thank this big brother Zhang for making these houses so nice. The little girl turned to look at Zhang Xiaobei, her eyes sparkling. Big brother Zhang, are you a superhero? Zhang Xiaobei reached out and ruffled her hair. Not a hero. I just want everyone to have a home. Li Tong watched his gentle profile, a warmth spreading through her heart. This was the man she loved. As they reached the side of the maglev train track, the chairman pointed at the silver magnetic levitation rails, his tone turning serious. This track connects all 5 underground cities spanning 2,000 kilometers. It uses superconducting maglev technology with a top speed of 800 kilometers per hour. From here to the eastern underground city, ITLL take just 2.5 hours. We just finished assembling the first section yesterday. Testing starts tomorrow. Watching their exchange, the last shred of unease in Li Tong's heart vanished. She suddenly felt that her earlier petty thoughts regarding Wen Jixiao were utterly ridiculous. The man before her had his heart set on the entire future of Huaxiao, on the safety of hundreds of millions. She and Wen Jixiao were simply accompanying him in different ways. She was there to share in the warmth of everyday life, while Wen Jixiao ensured his safety and peace of mind. Looking at their 3 joined hands, the chairman smiled and turned away. I have a meeting to attend. You 3 keep looking around. We'll have lunch together. Zhang Xiaobei, holding the hands of both women, began to walk slowly along the track. Li Tong leaned against his left side and whispered, Xiaobei, you're truly amazing. Standing on his right, Wen Jixiao scanned their surroundings, but subtly matched her steps to theirs. It's not just me, it's the effort of everyone working together. Zhang Xiaobei lowered his head, first smiling at Li Tong, then turning to look at Wen Jixiao. From now on, this will be our home, and the Ark too. I will definitely protect you both. Xiaobei, the southern branch, called to say they'll come to the headquarters to formally discuss the matter of returning home. The meeting is set for 3 days from now. You will receive them with me. His voice came through the phone, filling Zhang Xiaobei with a surge of surprise and anticipation. He knew this day would come eventually, yet when it finally arrived, he couldn't suppress the surging emotions within him. Li Tong read his expression and guessed the gist of it. Is it about the pineapple branch? Zhang Xiaobei nodded, rose, and walked to the holographic map, his gaze fixed on the familiar shape in the southeast. They're coming home. This time the Huaxia Security Group Corporation will truly be whole. 3 days later at J City International Airport, a private jet bearing the pineapple insignia descended slowly. As the cabin door opened, Lin Zhengxiong, general manager of the pineapple branch, stepped out in a dark suit flanked by several department managers, each wearing an expression of complex emotions. Nervousness, anticipation, and above all, uncertainty about the future. He stood before the tarmac with Zhang Xiaobei behind him. Lin Zhengxiong strode forward and clasped his hands. Long time no see. It is a great fortune that the group remains well. He smiled and returned the handshake. Zhengxiong, welcome back to the headquarters for your report. This simple sentence stirred the emotions of everyone present. In the meeting room, both parties took their seats. Lin Zhengxiong spoke first. We came this time with sincerity. The pineapple branch has faced numerous operational and financial difficulties over the years. We deeply understand that only by returning to the headquarters management can we truly find a way forward. As he spoke, he handed over a thick document. This is our preliminary plan for reintegration, covering everything from administrative and financial alignment to employee welfare, all meticulously planned. Taking the document, he scanned it quickly and nodded slightly. I can see you've put in the effort. However, there are a few key issues that need further clarification. First, the issue of corporate security. After the merger of the pineapple branch, the entire company's security system must be unified. Our aircraft carrier fleet and missile defense systems must cover the waters surrounding the branch. Lin Jingxiong replied without hesitation. We will unconditionally cooperate on security and defense matters. However, some employees may have concerns about the involvement of military force. Zhang Xiaobei interjected. General Lin, this is for the safety of the entire company. If employees have concerns, let them look at Sakura country. The conversation shifted to financial integration. A financial manager from Pineapple raised a question. What about the financial aspect? There are differences between the branch's financial system and the headquarters. How will we coordinate currency exchange and financial supervision? The company's financial expert responded promptly. Initially, we can establish a special financial cooperation zone with unique fiscal policies gradually achieving interconnectivity in the financial markets. In the long run, the unification of financial departments is an inevitable trend. The discussion lasted an entire day, covering everything from management system integration to corporate culture exchange, each topic explored in depth. As dusk fell, the two sides recessed, agreeing to continue the next day. Back in his room, Lin Jingxiong gazed at the lights of Jade City through the window, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. The day's negotiations had shown him the hope of unification, but also the weight of responsibility. The next day, the talks resumed. On a critical issue concerning management, a brief deadlock ensued. Some managers from the branch had reservations about using the merged company's logo and anthem. But he spoke with a grave expression. Jingxiong, the flag and anthem are core symbols. Since we are merging, the flag and anthem must be unified. This is a matter of principle. There is no room for negotiation. Lin Jingxiong was silent for a moment, then stood and bowed to him. Very well, I understand. It's just that the branch employees have grown accustomed to the old ways over many years. A sudden change will require time to adapt. We will conduct thorough publicity and education to help everyone integrate quickly. In the meeting room, Lin Jingxiong looked at the title of the agreement, Branch Management Restructuring Plan, and felt a profound sense of emotion. He took a light sip of tea before speaking. Jingxiong, since we are all one family now, there are some truths it's time you knew. As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobei activated the Huaxia neural network. A massive virtual projection instantly filled the entire wall. The executives from the Pineapple branch gasped in astonishment. Just how advanced had the headquarters become? Is this even possible with current technology? In 95 days, an apocalyptic threat will descend upon us. His voice carried an unprecedented gravity. The Huaxia neural network then proactively retrieved encrypted archives, and the long-buried files of the Roswell crash from Area 51 appeared before their eyes. Crystal-clear images sent a collective chill down everyone's spine. These extraterrestrial civilizations have been observing Blue Star for half a century. After their scout ship crashed, first a global deep freeze will come. Until the surface temperature exceeds 70 degrees. They will use weather weapons to create snowfall with genetic viruses embedded in the snowflakes. The virus remains dormant during the freezing period. But once the extreme heat arrives and the ice melts, the virus will fully activate. Those who ingest the snowflakes will in the initial stages. And subsequently, they will eventually become mindless biological machines programmed solely to eliminate the remaining human survivors. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Jingxiong's forehead. Is this really? Those scenes from the movies? It's more brutal than any movie. He interjected, then spoke with a calm smile. We already possess an antiviral serum, but universal inoculation is required to establish herd immunity. This is precisely why we must accelerate the integration of the branch's employees. The branch's medical and health department manager immediately asked, can the serum production keep up with demand? We have 23 million employees over there. Rest assured, that's merely half a day's production. When you return, we will immediately dispatch medical teams to set up vaccination points across the island. Please convey to the higher-ups we will fully cooperate. As long as we can protect our employees' lives, we will agree to any conditions. Lin Jingxiong bowed deeply at that moment. Some time ago, we initiated an emergency underground city project. The nation's 1.5 billion people will be housed in 5 major underground cities, each capable of holding 300 million. Each city is equipped with an independent ecosystem and defensive fortifications. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand grandly. Now let's take you to see the site. At the entrance to the underground city, as the elevator descended 300 meters beneath the earth, everyone was struck speechless by the sight before them. Cargo trains shuttled back and forth on a network of crisscrossing suspended tracks. Modular housing units were arranged neatly like a honeycomb, while a luminous dome simulated the changing daylight. In the medical district, automated production lines were bottling blue primary gene agents in bulk. The air purification system here cycles the air 3 times per hour, and the water recycling rate reaches 99. Controlled nuclear fusion units can supply electricity for the daily needs of 300 million people, and even recreational facilities are equipped to surface standards. Lin Jingxiong walked into the children's activity area, and seeing the educational animation playing on the screen, his eyes reddened. With preparations like this, the people can feel at ease. Back in the meeting room, a new issue was on the table. Lin Weigwa, the head of the security department, spoke with a grave expression. The biggest problem is the Strait. Once the apocalypse strikes, shipping routes could be cut off. Have you considered relocating all employees to the mainland underground cities? The branch's HR manager replied with some hesitation. 30 million employees are deeply attached to their homeland, but if they don't come, But staying at the branch is too dangerous. As the two sides argued, Zhang Xiaobei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. What if I find a way to fill in the strait? We can build an undersea tunnel using nano-titanium steel alloy and fill it with special concrete. In at most a month, the two sides can be connected. The room fell into stunned silence. Lin Jingxiong was dumbfounded. Fill in the strait. The scale of such a project. Haha, it's not difficult. Leave it to me. It'll only take one night. Then underground maglev trains can reach the branch directly, and the underground cities can be interconnected. At these words, everyone thought of the vanished Sakura. If they could make an entire country disappear in one night, what was filling in a sea? News spread back to the branch, which immediately collaborated with the Huaxia medical team to set up vaccination points. Parents watched the first dose of the blue serum enter their children's arms, their anxious hearts finally at ease. On television screens across the streets, updates on the construction of the 5 underground cities were being broadcast. Citizens spontaneously took to the streets waving red flags. The cheers for unification echoed everywhere. Across the ocean, in the conference room of the M Country Government Building, Jack stood with his hands behind his back, watching the promotional video released by the Huaxia government about the progress of underground city construction loop on the huge display screen. In the video, excavation robots burrowed through the rock layers like pangolins. Modular housing was rapidly assembled under the manipulation of mechanical arms, and the underground streets, illuminated by glowing materials, were bustling with traffic, with subtitles boldly stating, "The main projects of the 5 underground cities are 95 completed." Bang! Jack slammed his fist down on the nearby mahogany desk. 1 month. They took only 1 month to excavate 5 super fortresses from underground. He pointed at the floating trains darting across the screen. Look at us. The construction site is still digging mud on the surface. Last week's heavy rain collapsed the foundation pit, and they are still pumping water out. There are even people protesting and refusing to work overtime. And others are on strike saying they want a break. The director of the intelligence agency stood nervously aside with the screen of his tablet refreshing the latest reports. Sir, breaking news. The Pineapple Branch Company has voluntarily issued a statement saying they want to return to the security group, which is simply unheard of. He handed over the tablet, and the crowd waving red flags in the streets was clearly visible on the screen. Jack snatched the tablet back, his expression changing rapidly. Something's wrong. That Lin Jingxiong was still shouting to maintain the status quo a while ago. There's definitely something wrong here. Huaxia has already completed the vaccination with the antiviral serum, and I heard they have started the second round of vaccinations with the specific effects unknown. Grain reserves across the country are being expanded overnight, and even oil reserves have reached historical peaks. The intelligence director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Apocalypse. Jack suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes wide open, and a cold sweat instantly trickled down his back. He recalled the words of Zhang Xiaobei, who had said with a cold face in Area 51, "Don't touch the Roswell spaceship. Some things are beyond your ability to handle." At that time, he thought it was just the Easterners' nonsense, but now combined with a series of abnormal actions from Huaxia, the frenzied construction of underground cities, the antiviral serum, the conscription expansion to 200 million, and the global acquisition of grain reserves. All clues suddenly linked together into a cold chain. A chill crept up Jack's spine as he stumbled back into his leather chair. They must know something, which is why they are preparing for war. The Pineapple Company must have also received news, which is why they are so eager to cling to power. The more he thought, the more alarmed he became, grabbing the red phone on the desk. "Connect me to the Air Force One dispatch center." As soon as the call connected, he almost shouted, "Immediately arrange a special plane. As fast as possible. I want to go to Huaxia. Right now." The secretary on the other end hesitantly asked about the itinerary, and Jack impatiently interrupted, "Don't worry about the itinerary. Just fly to J City. Tell them I am coming with sincerity. The exclusive mining rights cooperation agreement for the northern rare earth mines, and all the technical plans for the NASA launch site, these are all negotiable." He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I want to know what they are preparing for, what kind of disaster they are facing. If Huaxia can build underground cities and carry out space immigration, why shouldn't we be involved? We must join this survival game. We cannot be left behind." The air conditioning in the office was very cool, but he felt a burning heat all over. He stared at the brightly lit scenes of Huaxia's underground city on the screen, as if he could already see the shadow of the apocalypse looming with only the 5 underground fortresses on the eastern continent still shining with the flame of civilization. I must catch this train. Father of the commander sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. You have gained 10000 points. Balance 8358415995 points. There's work to do again. Zhang Xiaobei activated his perspective and quantumization disappearing from the spot. Southeast Asia in the northern mountainous region of Myanmar. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the undulating Pakai Mountains, secretly pleased thinking that this is just the right material for land reclamation. Then he started frantically collecting. Next were the coastal Ryn Mountains. In the Philippines in Manila, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the Zhongka Cordillera Mountains beneath his feet and smirked. The end of the world is here, let's find a place to work as servants. This mountain is of no use to you. In India, above the Elon Mountains, Zhang Xiaobei thought of their arrogant demeanor in the NC a few years ago. They'll do a good deed and help you clean up this garbage. The next morning, the villagers of Myanmar were horrified to discover that the sacred mountain they had worshipped for generations had vanished overnight. The once majestic mountain was left with only a small segment of bare rock column, the exposed surface smooth as if cut by a sharp blade. Soon the Zhongka Cordillera Mountains in the Philippines also received bad news. When the miners arrived for work in the morning, they discovered that the entire mining area had turned into a massive depression with the soil and rock that originally needed blasting for extraction disappearing without a trace. The surveillance equipment in the mining area recorded a strange blue light flashing at 3 in the morning, and then it failed completely. Following that, air raid sirens rang out in India. The entire Elon mountain range had disappeared, leaving only the military base buried underground, which during morning training saw that the mountain that should have been above them was gone. In just one night, the iconic mountains of 3 provocative countries evaporated consecutively. There were no signs of explosions at the scene, and no evidence of human excavation could be found, as if they had been instantly removed by some mysterious force. That morning, these countries urgently held a joint press conference tearfully condemning Huaxia has used unknown spatial technology to illegally extract our mountains. This is a blatant trampling of sovereignty. We demand an immediate cessation of such acts and compensation for the loss of 1 trillion beautiful coins. They waved evidence at the United Nations General Assembly, demanding Huaxia provide an explanation and even threatening to unite with other countries for sanctions. The man watched the excited expressions of the other side on the news broadcast and turned to Zhang Xiaobei with a smile. So they are jumping up and down. You were quite fast last night. Zhang Xiaobei smirked at this. Didn't they ask us for compensation? Then I'll return it to them tonight. After hearing this, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. These countries are really shameless. Sure enough, that night Zhang Xiaobei took action again. He floated above the northern part of Myanmar, looking at the mountain range that had been undulating last night, but was now entirely empty, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought of the thousands of tons of nuclear waste he had left behind while cleaning up pollution a few days ago. These highly radioactive residues had always been a handling problem, but now it was perfect to return them to them. Looking at the mountains that had been restored to their original state, Zhang Xiaobei clapped his hands, hiding his achievements and fame. Then he looked towards the capitals of these 3 countries, a smile spreading across his face. When returning your things, how can I not give a little more interest? That night, in front of the ruling buildings of the 3 countries, dense gray-black soil blocks suddenly fell from the sky. These soil blocks, carrying a pungent odor, accurately piled up in the center of the square, quickly forming a small mountain 5 meters high in just half an hour. The next morning, the detection personnel in protective suits reported with pale faces, these heavenly falling objects are nuclear waste, with radiation levels exceeding 10,000 times the standard remnants of a nuclear leak from the Sakura country. This is revenge. Barefaced revenge. A representative from a certain country shouted angrily at the United Nations, displaying the nuclear waste testing report and photos from the scene. The spokesperson for Huaxia, however, calmly responded, upon verification, this nuclear waste comes from the residual pollution of the small island. If there are any doubts, I suggest your country consult the representative of the small island directly. As he spoke, he glanced at the empty seats, a smirk on his lips, and added, as for your country's mountains disappearing, I recommend strengthening geological disaster monitoring, as global geological activity has been exceptionally frequent recently. Perhaps it's a geological change. The gangway of Air Force One slowly lowered, and Jack took a deep breath at the cabin door. On the tarmac outside the aircraft, a crowd had already been waiting for some time, with the figures of him and Zhang Xiaobei standing side by side being particularly striking. Before arriving, he had repeatedly rehearsed his negotiation script on the plane, discussing everything from rare earth mineral cooperation to space technology sharing, and had even prepared several different plans. Yet the moment he truly set foot on Chinese soil, those carefully crafted words suddenly lodged in his throat. Welcome to China, Mr. Jack. He extended his hand, first his smile warm, yet carrying a unique aura. Jack hastily grasped the offered hand, forcing a dry laugh as he spoke. Hello. I have come this time with utmost sincerity. I've long heard that your company's underground city project is a world wonder. I wonder if I might have the honor of seeing it for myself today. He deliberately emphasized the word sincerity, yet his eyes couldn't help but dart toward Zhang Xiaobei. This man who had left a mysterious warning at Area 51 was now sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze, making him inexplicably nervous. Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow at Jack, then spoke. Of course, it's the perfect chance for you to see China's strength firsthand. This blunt, almost offensive remark caused the aides behind Jack's face to stiffen. The Secretary of Defense instinctively stepped forward to say something, but Jack quietly held him back. He, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to hypocritical diplomatic pleasantries, Zhang Xiaobei's frankness aligned more with his vision of a true powerhouse. As the motorcade entered the secret passage leading to the underground city, Jack stared intently at the rock walls racing backward outside the window. The lighting strips on both sides of the passage formed a flowing river of light. On the hard granite walls there was not a trace of water seepage, and even the marks of excavation were difficult to discern. Back home, our underground city construction has stalled due to water seepage issues. He couldn't help but whisper to the Secretary of Defense beside him, his voice extremely low. Yet they've excavated this kind of expressway standard underground. The Secretary of Defense awkwardly flipped through the data on the tablet computer provided by Chinese officials. According to data from China, this tunnel is at least 50 meters wide. The support structure uses an alloy material we've never seen before, with density and strength far exceeding current standards. The motorcade stopped at a massive lifting platform where the dense, constantly opening and closing elevator doors piqued the curiosity of the American delegation. Upon entering the private elevator, a slight feeling of weightlessness upon starting made Jack grab the handrail nervously. The numbers on the display kept jumping from 50 meters underground to 100 meters underground, then to 300 meters underground. When the cabin stopped smoothly and the door slid open, he was utterly stunned into silence by the scene before him. The city's arteries, outlined by luminescent materials, stretched to the horizon like a river of stars. Suspended trains shuttled through transparent tubes carrying a faint blue halo. On the balconies of modular communities, residents' laundry was hung out to dry. Looking up at the ceiling, there was even a dazzling sun. The clear laughter of children came from the kindergarten area. This is the Central Core Zone, one of the 5 major underground cities. Zhang Xiaobei's voice sounded in his ear, introducing it casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Currently, 85 of the preparations for occupancy are complete, with a design capacity of 300 million people. 2 million orphans and elderly people without family have already moved in early. The water circulation system can directly purify seawater and sewage, and the food synthesis machines can steadily produce 5,000 tons of various supplies daily, achieving complete self-sufficiency. Jack pinched his own thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He watched the automated underground farm, where full rice ears swayed gently under the simulated sun and robotic arms were precisely picking bright red tomatoes. Comparing this to the Congress back home still arguing over genetically modified foods, his throat tightened. It's only been a month since construction started. The man smiled, pointing to the area glowing blue in the distance. The core of all this is the energy provided by the nuclear fusion reactor. Come and see for yourself. Is this something we're allowed to see? The temperature in the nuclear fusion reactor hall was slightly higher than elsewhere. Within the massive toroidal device, blue plasma burned steadily under the constraint of a strong magnetic field like a tamed star. The flashing numbers on the power indicator showed current output power 1,200 megawatts. A technician pressed a red button on the control panel, and the reactor instantly switched to backup energy mode. The fluctuation amplitude on the instrument panel never exceeded 0.1. This is our domestically produced controlled nuclear fusion device. Zhang Xiaobei reached out and patted the cool reactor shell. The metal surface didn't even transmit a noticeable vibration. It has been running continuously for 603 hours without failure. The power generated by a single unit is enough to meet the entire energy demand of a super-large city. Jack's pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at the steadily burning plasma. In his mind flashed the image of the tokamak device still in the experimental stage back home, which couldn't run for more than 4 hours without plasma escape, and maintaining magnetic field stability alone consumed a massive amount of energy. Mr. Jack. The Secretary of Defense breathed rapidly in his ear, his voice trembling with disbelief. This technology is at least 20 years ahead of ours. No, 50 years. They've already achieved the commercial application of nuclear fusion while we're still struggling in the lab. Even more shocking things were yet to come. Behind the blast-proof glass of the material testing area, a silver-white alloy the size of a palm was fixed under a hydraulic press. When the tenth and pressure slowly applied, the alloy only showed slight deformation. Once the pressure was released, it immediately returned to its original shape, without even a scratch left behind. This is nano-titanium steel alloy. The technician called up a holographic data panel displaying various parameters clearly before everyone. Its strength is 20 times that of existing aerospace titanium alloys, yet it weighs a third less. Its low-temperature toughness is sufficient to withstand meteorite impacts in space, and its high-temperature stability can resist plasma erosion. When a high-energy laser emitter was aimed at the alloy surface after 3 minutes of the dazzling beam, the surface remained as smooth and new as ever. The aerospace expert behind Jack let out a stifled gasp. This veteran expert who had participated in the space shuttle's development trembled with excitement. This is precisely the aerospace material we've been dreaming of. With this, a spacecraft's protective capability could be increased tenfold, yet its weight could be halved. Our space shuttles still have to sacrifice protective performance to reduce weight. Jack muttered to himself, staring at the spaceship component samples made from this alloy in the display case, and tentatively asked, "Have you already mass-produced this miraculous material?" Zhang Xiaobei toyed with a fragment of the alloy in his hand, speaking with a meaningful tone. "The supports you saw all along the way here were all made from it. Even the elevator you rode in was made from it." The tour group continued on, and Jack's exclamations of awe grew more frequent. At the communication base station, when the technician demonstrated zero-latency intercontinental video calls, he recalled the endless arguments back home over 5G signal coverage. In the genetic medicine production area, seeing the automated production line filling 300 vials of antiviral serum per minute, he felt an urgent desire to get one for himself first. He finally realized China was no longer an opponent he could contend with on Earth. Their gaze had already turned towards the more distant sea of stars. As dusk fell, the private jet landed at the satellite launch center. The moment the cabin door opened, Jack gasped sharply at the silhouette of the distant assembly plant. In the afterglow of the setting sun, dozens of silver-white spacecraft stood in neat rows, their streamlined hulls gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The longest among them stretched beyond the visible horizon. "Are these cargo spacecraft?" His voice trembled with barely contained shock. As a former real estate tycoon, he had an exceptionally keen sense of scale. These vessels were undoubtedly over a kilometer in length, while the largest space shuttle he had ever seen was merely 100 meters long. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, his tone calm. "To be precise, they are transport space carriers primarily used for loading and transferring resources within Earth's sphere and capable of manned missions when necessary." Jack's gaze swept over the hulls, noticing that the silver-white metallic textures were the same nano-titanium steel alloy he had seen that morning. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. They had built an entire fleet with such top-tier materials. Just then, a young man in a white technical uniform hurried over to the group. But upon seeing Jack and his party, he instinctively halted, clutching his tablet tightly to his chest, hesitating, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. He waved his hand, speaking naturally, "Go ahead, they're all friends. Nothing needs to be hidden." The technician immediately stood at attention, saluted, and reported loudly, "Report. The Kunlun transport space carrier has completed all outfitting. The weapon systems, propulsion systems, and life support systems are all debugged and ready for the maiden flight at any time. Please advise on the next steps." His voice echoed across the empty launch site, every word reaching Jack's ears clearly. Then he turned to Jack, a meaningful smile on his face. "Since you're here, want to come along and see?" Jack could hardly believe his ears. This was their most core aerospace secret, and yet he was being invited to tour it. May I? He asked, instinctively afraid he had misheard. "If you want to see, keep up. Don't waste time," Zhang Xiaobei urged impatiently, already striding toward the assembly plant. He had no patience for such hypocritical politeness. Jack's reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. "He'll see. Of course he'll see." Jack hurried to catch up, terrified that this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away. His advisors exchanged glances and quickly followed, each face etched with excitement and tension. The moment he stepped into the assembly plant, Jack felt his breath catch. The 300-meter-long Kunlun loomed before him like a dormant silver dragon. The hull featured a 3-section design. The front was sharp as a blade, covered in scale-like nano-titanium steel alloy armor that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. The middle section was the broadest, an elliptical cabin dotted with hundreds of transparent portholes through which futuristic interiors were faintly visible. The rear section housed the massive propulsion bay with 4 symmetrically arranged superconducting electric propulsion engine nozzles, each 50 meters in diameter, their energy streams forming blue ribbons under magnetic confinement. On both sides of the hull, 10 silver-white energy conduits ran like a dragon's ribs, connecting the front and rear sections. The energy flowing through them made the air itself tremble slightly. Most striking was the pale blue film covering the hull, the plasma shield in standby mode. Touching it sent a faint electric tingle through the fingers. The entire ship is equipped with a medium-sized nuclear fusion reactor. The technician walked to the control console and called up a three-dimensional model for demonstration. The maximum output power is equivalent to 3 nuclear power plants capable of simultaneously powering the propulsion system, shield system, and onboard equipment. The plasma shield can withstand a direct hit from an intercontinental missile at maximum power. The cruising speed of the superconducting electric engine can reach 0.3 times the speed of light, with a maximum of near-light speed. However, the energy supply currently cannot keep up with near-light speed consumption. For now, it is fully capable of navigating within the solar system. The ship is divided into 5 decks. The lower deck houses the cargo holds and energy conversion chamber capable of storing 1.0 tons of various supplies, with a conversion efficiency of up to 98. The middle deck contains living quarters and a medical bay accommodating 5.0 crew members for long-term stays equipped with the most advanced medical devices. The upper deck is the cockpit and command center utilizing Huaxia's intelligent brain control system, allowing a single person to operate the entire ship. The onboard relay communication system enables contact across the entire solar system. With relay points set up, the delay within the solar system will not exceed 10 minutes. Finally, he brought up a schematic of the weapon systems, his voice brimming with pride. We have also reserved interfaces for self-developed laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons. In case of need, it can be refitted into a warship within 72 hours. Jack and his advisors fell into collective silence. The cooperation agreements they carried suddenly seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of such a colossal marvel. All the haggling over rare earth mining rights and the tentative probes into sharing aerospace technology now felt like a joke. Jack stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to see more details, his hand caressing the hull, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He finally understood his true purpose in coming to Huaxia. It was not to vie for the top spot on Blue Star, but to cling to the coattails of this superpower about to break free from it. I used to think about competing with you on Blue Star. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his eyes scanning the holographic projection before the technician, where parameters showed this colossal ship was already capable of interstellar navigation. Now I realize you're preparing to take an army into space. He patted his shoulder, his tone sincere. The future of humanity lies in the sea of stars. Does the M Nation want to join us? Jack gazed at Zhang Xiaobia's retreating figure, then at the massive spacecraft waiting for takeoff outside the window. Suddenly he straightened his slightly stooped back. He pulled out his phone, ignoring the stunned looks from his advisors, and directly dialed the Secretary of Defense. His tone was resolute. Immediately cancel all previously planned sanctions against Huaxia. Unconditionally transfer the mining rights of all rare earths and various metal veins in the country to Huaxia. Tell Congress I will sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with Huaxia, deeply binding every field from energy to aerospace. Do it now, not a minute can be wasted. Hanging up, Jack turned to him, and Zhang Xiaobei, his face displaying unprecedented seriousness. On behalf of the M Nation, I formally request to join Huaxia's interstellar program. We are willing to contribute all our resources, technology, and manpower. He took a deep breath as if making a monumental decision. Furthermore, we hope Huaxia can help build underground cities in the M Nation. You've seen that the M Nation is far behind in this technology. I don't know what's coming, but seeing your massive mobilization, I suspect, is it the end of the world? And is it related to the crashed spacecraft from Roswell in Area 51? We will bear all the costs. Name your price as long as it can be built as soon as possible. These words brought knowing smiles to the Huaxia team. Seeing the amusement in their eyes, he quickly added, I know these costs may be negligible compared to Huaxia's technology. But for the safety of the M Nation's people, and to keep pace with the progress of human civilization, it is all worth it. We are willing to fully trust Huaxia. Open all cooperation permissions, as long as you take us along. His tone was unwavering, his eyes devoid of the earlier hesitation and calculation, replaced only by a craving for survival and awe of the powerful. Who said you're leaving? Where are we going? Zhang Xiaobei picked his nose, then rubbed his fingers. Blue Star is our home. Where else would we go? I've kept this from you all until now, but it's time you knew. However, this information is currently restricted to our 2 nations. With that, Zhang Xiaobei shot a glance at the chairman. The latter immediately understood and said, let's go upstairs to discuss this. He gestured towards the magnificent 3,000-meter-long Kunlun overhead, its surface shimmering with iridescent light. Zhang Xiaobei picked his nose again, rubbing his fingers together with a nonchalant expression. A custom elevator ascended vertically along the Kunlun's hull. Outside the transparent cabin, the nano-titanium steel alloy scales of the ship's exterior reflected shifting lusters in the sunset. Jack stared intently at the mechanical structures rapidly receding outside the window. The precisely interlocking transmission devices and energy conduits were a dizzying spectacle. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of fresh air rushed in, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere he had imagined within a spaceship. The group proceeded down a silver-white corridor. Fluorescent light strips on either side automatically adjusted their brightness, and the floor, made of special shock-absorbing materials, rendered their footsteps nearly silent. Embedded displays every 10 meters showed real-time operational data for various sections of the ship. This is the crew quarters area, the guiding technician explained. It uses a modular design with each cabin equipped with an independent life support system and recycling unit. Pushing open an automatic sliding door revealed a spacious common lounge. Beyond the curved observation window, the sky was darkening. Several floating chairs were casually arranged around lush greenery, and an automatic beverage dispenser in the corner hummed, emitting a chill. The staff couldn't resist reaching out to touch the high-tech equipment, their faces etched with wonder. Passing through the lounge, a long corridor stretched out lined with various functional compartments. Finally, they arrived at the main conference room located in the middle of the ship. The circular room's dome was a massive holographic projection screen. Seats were arranged in tiers around the perimeter, each equipped with an independent control console. Once everyone was seated, the technician sealed the hatch, instantly isolating the room from the outside. Zhang Xiaobei walked to the center and lightly tapped the control panel. The dome's holographic projection blazed to life. Before we get down to business, you need to understand what we're up against. I'll level with you now. The countdown is 92 days. The end of the world is coming. Jack and his advisors straightened up instantly, their breaths becoming audible in the silent room. It's not just a natural disaster, Zhang Xiaobei's voice deepened. The holographic projection switched to show frozen cities and melting glaciers. First, a global extreme cold spell lasting 2.5 years. Immediately after the extreme cold comes extreme heat, temperatures over 60 degrees Celsius. But the worst is this. An alien civilization will use weather weapons to create snowfall, and every snowflake is filled with a virus. Any human who comes into contact with it or accidentally drinks the melted snow water will have their body taken over by the virus. The projection suddenly showed staggering figures. Their skin was ashen, their eyes hollow, and their fingernails had turned black and sharp. They were frenziedly chasing living people. These people will become mindless killing machines, specifically tasked with eliminating the remaining humans. Zhang Xiaobei's tone was terrifyingly calm. The extreme heat will melt the snow and the virus will spread with the water. Then it becomes a global catastrophe. The nation's health minister turned pale. Is there a cure for this virus? We have already produced an antiviral serum. Vaccinations have started in the Wanwan region. Only those who have been vaccinated with the serum can live in the underground cities. Going underground is the only way to escape the extreme weather. Jack's fingers clenched tightly. How did all this start? Good question. Zhang Xiaobei snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection switched to an alien spaceship. The root cause is this thing, the vanguard ship of the Reaper civilization. The Nation high officials erupted in commotion. The defense secretary exclaimed, "Isn't that the ship from the Roswell incident?" Yes, it seems you haven't forgotten. This ship crashed in your Nation's Roswell last century and has been hidden in Area 51 for research, right? Did your research institute even treat its venom as a seed for evolution? Did you conduct human experiments? Do you know what you created? It's those zombies that hunt the living. At these words, everyone in the room froze, then immediately broke into hushed murmurs. Relax. I have no interest in holding you accountable for hiding things from the world. When I visited Area 51 last time, I managed to obtain its core data. Jack's face turned a deep mottled red. He finally understood what Zhang Xiaobei had done at Area 51. The man had not only broken into the most highly classified base, but had also stolen their core research findings. But at this moment, he dared not say a word. He could only ask in a trembling voice, what does this ship have to do with the apocalypse? It is the vanguard of the Reaper civilization. Although it has been semi-paralyzed since its crash, its automatic repair system has never stopped working. The extreme cold and heat are brought by its weather weapons, which will activate 92 days from now after it finishes repairing. The virus is its seed, which will descend with the snow and ice. Simply put, it's preemptively clearing Blue Star, paving the way for the Reaper fleet that will arrive in 5 years. The conference room erupted into chaos. The Nation's 5-star General MacArthur suddenly stood up. Then let's blow it up right now? Level Area 51 with nuclear bombs. Blow it up. Nothing on the entire Blue Star can damage it. On the projection, the cracks on the ship's surface were visibly healing. According to my monitoring, its repair system is recovering. It will be fully repaired in at most 92 days, and that's when the apocalypse begins. Then what do we do? Jack was sweating profusely. We can't just sit here and watch it repair itself, can we? What's the rush? Zhang Xiaobei tapped the table. I told you it's just the vanguard. The real Reaper fleet won't arrive for another 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. We'll use this time lag to prepare. He pointed out the window at the Kunlun. Building spaceships, constructing underground cities, mass-producing the serum. This is just the initial plan. Right now, Huaxia is implementing a plan for a nationwide genetic upgrade to enhance everyone's strength, speed, and lifespan. And with our ongoing efforts, the plan for our space elevator project is about to be finalized. If we can surpass the Reapers in strength within these 5 years, we stand a chance. He added at the opportune moment, this is precisely why we invited you to cooperate. M-Nation has a foundation in aerospace and materials science. We have controlled nuclear fusion and nano-titanium steel technology. Only by joining forces can we build a defense system capable of countering their fleet within 5 years. The M-Nation high officials immediately plunged into heated debate. Some advocated for immediately announcing the news to mobilize the country, others feared causing panic, and still others were calculating the feasibility of resource allocation. Jack looked at his arguing subordinates, then at the composed Zhang Xiaobei. He suddenly slammed the table. Fuck, your mother. Everyone shut up. Well, follow Waxia's lead in everything. Looking at the unhelpful teammate, he felt a surge of anger. Jack stood up, walked in front of Zhang Xiaobei, and solemnly extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, Country M is willing to cooperate fully. All research data from Country M will be shared with you. You can use the rare earth mines and steel mills as you wish. We are willing to give everything as long as we can fend off this disaster. Zhang Xiaobei exchanged a glance with him, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Zhang Xiaobei reached out and shook hands with Jack. Now this looks like the kind of thing that can achieve great things. Rest assured, follow our lead, and it will at least ensure the survival of human civilization. At this moment, he took over the conversation. Next, let's discuss the specific cooperation plan. He gestured for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia to elaborate. First, regarding controllable nuclear fusion reactors, we can provide support for the installation of 5 reactor units for Country M, including training for technical personnel and subsequent maintenance. These 5 reactors will only require the continuous input of seawater as fuel, providing energy indefinitely. The Energy Minister of Country M immediately asked, what are the conditions? We need exclusive mining rights to the rare earth mines in the western part of Country M for a term. Let's start with 50 years. These rare earth resources are vital for spaceship manufacturing. Before Jack could speak, Zhang Xiaobei added, additionally, we can sell you finished materials for nano-titanium steel at an exchange rate of 1 to 1,000, meaning 1,000 tons of high-quality steel can be exchanged for 1 ton of nano-titanium steel. This price made the Minister of Industry from the beautiful country gasp, but considering the performance of this alloy, he had to admit it was worth it. When discussing the construction of the underground city, the chairman proposed, we can send an engineering team to guide the construction at no cost as long as we are paid with mineral resources and energy of equivalent value. We have already prepared a detailed list. Jack nodded without hesitation. No problem, we have plenty of resources. If we run out, I will just buy from other countries as long as we can build the underground city as soon as possible. When the topic of the aerospace mothership came up, Zhang Xiaobei shook his head. A complete transport aerospace mothership cannot be sold for the time being as it relates to our core defense capabilities. However, we promise to prioritize providing Country M with 2 of the ones you see once our own needs are met. The final sharing plan for Waxia's smart brain sparked intense discussion. We can offer tiered permissions to help Country M achieve intelligent upgrades of urban and military systems, and this service is free. He looked at Jack and continued, but let me be clear, sharing permissions means some data will be interconnected. The staff from Country M had complex expressions, fully aware of what this implied. Country M would have no secrets before Huaxia. Jack was silent for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. I agree. In the face of survival, these things are insignificant. Zhang Xiaobei exchanged a glance with him, nodding slightly. After the meeting, everyone returned along the same route. As they passed by those advanced chambers again, the high-ranking officials of Country M felt differently. This technology was no longer just astonishing exhibits, but a hope for the survival of civilization. After the spaceship landed, the Huaxia side arranged a special vehicle to take the delegation from Country M to their hotel in City J. At the moment of parting, Zhang Xiaobei deliberately walked over to Jack, patted him on the back, and said in a voice only the two could hear, I will wait for you at the company headquarters later. The car with license plate 00058 downstairs will pick you up. Remember to come alone. Don't regret it if you don't come. Jack trembled all over, looking at Zhang Xiaobei's mysterious smile, feeling like a cat was scratching inside his heart. He suppressed the urge to go immediately, watching Zhang Xiaobei leave before quickly returning to his room. When the staff surrounded him to ask about the follow-up arrangements, he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. You all rest first. I have some personal matters to attend to. As he closed the door, Jack immediately walked to the window. Sure enough, he saw a black car parked downstairs with the license plate number 00058. The night in City J was quiet and silent. Jack sat in the black limousine, watching the street scenery rapidly retreat outside the car window. The journey from the state guest house to the headquarters took only half an hour, yet it felt like a century to him. Zhang Xiaobei's words, don't regret it if you don't come, clawed at his heart like a hook. His intuition told him that he would hear secrets tonight that could overturn his worldview. The limousine quietly entered the back door of the command center, passing through 2 strict security checkpoints, and stopped in front of an inconspicuous Chinese-style building. Jack took a deep breath, adjusted his suit, and tied deliberately, making his posture appear humble. When he got out of the car, Zhang Xiaobei was already waiting at the door. "Follow me." Upon entering the building, Jack discovered that there was a hidden world inside. The concealed lounge was simply decorated with several landscape paintings on the walls, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. The man sat in a chair by the window, leisurely brewing tea. Under the light, his skin surprisingly glowed with health, completely unlike an elderly man nearing 80. "Hello." Jack took the initiative to extend his hand, bowing deeper than during the day. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Zhang Xiaobei smiled and asked, "Do you notice any changes in him?" Jack was taken aback, looking at the other person with confusion. The other was dressed in a loose tang suit, and although his hair had some gray, it was neatly combed. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were so faint they were almost invisible, especially those eyes which shone with vitality unlike what one would expect at this age. "You? How come you seem younger?" He couldn't help but speak, his tone filled with surprise. He scratched his head, mumbling to himself, "Wait a minute, I'm 79 this year. I remember you being 4 years younger than me, so you should be 75. How come you look at least 40 years younger?" His eyes widened suddenly. Could it be? "Do you have some breakthroughs in biotechnology? Is it an anti-aging serum?" He exchanged a smile with Zhang Xiaobei and took a sip from his teacup. Zhang Xiaobei walked up to Jack and casually said, "As you know, I possess some abilities that are hard for ordinary people to understand. We too can be considered as having met without conflict." He paused, pointing at himself. "Although there were some misunderstandings during my travels in country, your timely recognition of the mistake and your initiative to reach out to Huaxiao makes me think you are a person who knows when to be pragmatic." Saying this, he raised his hand and patted Jack's shoulder. This scene was indeed strange. A 26-year-old young man patted the shoulder of a 79-year-old man, calling him a good person. Anyone else would find it absurd. But Jack's sharp mind instantly realized this was a gesture of goodwill from the other party. He quickly bowed to gain Mr. Zhang's recognition. "Is my honor. Country M is willing to be a steadfast ally of Huaxiao forever with no ulterior motives." "All right, I understand your intentions." Zhang Xiaobei retracted his hand, his tone becoming serious. "I also hope you understand my intentions. Now our common enemy is right here." Zhang Xiaobei pointed to the ceiling, hinting at something. Jack's smile froze on his face as he listened to the other continue speaking. "You are already 79 years old. How many more years can you serve? 3 years? 5 years? What we need is a compliant person, not someone who changes their mind constantly. Do you understand? I guarantee, as long as I am here, I will absolutely support HX. All cooperative projects will be pushed forward with full effort, absolutely no dragging of the feet." At this moment, however, he put down his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. "Even if I give you 10 more years, can you guarantee that you will still be here then?" These words extinguished all passion like a bucket of cold water, plunging the lounge into silence. Looking at his own hands covered in age spots, and then at the other person's upright stature, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are an insurmountable chasm for humanity. No matter how great the power, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. Seeing his somber expression, Zhang Xiaobei flipped his hand, and a silver-white metal box appeared before him in an instant. The moment he opened the box, 5 vials of potions were neatly arranged inside, their colors gradient from light blue to deep blue, shimmering with a translucent glow under the light. This is a gene enhancement potion set. From left to right, there are low, medium, and high-level gene potions, followed by a gene breakthrough potion, and finally the perfect gene potion. Drinking them one by one, you will understand what true transformation is. Jack's gaze was instantly captivated by the potions, especially the one on the far right. The blue hue resembled the depths of the ocean, as if it contained flowing stars, evoking a sense of mystery. Can this really make me youthful again? His voice trembled and his breathing quickened. You'll find out once you try it. Zhang Xiaobei handed him the light blue beginner potion. Jack took the potion, his slightly trembling hand twisted the cap open and drank it in one gulp. Within half a minute, a gentle warmth rose from his abdomen, slowly spreading throughout his limbs. The years of joint stiffness had remarkably diminished, and even his breathing became smoother. How do you feel? He asked with a smile, putting down his teacup. Jack moved his wrist, his eyes widening in surprise. My wrist. The rheumatic pain I've suffered for years is gone. Is it really effective after just the first potion? I can hardly believe it. Zhang Xiaobei handed over the second sky blue intermediate potion. The beginner potion only activates cell vitality and lays a foundation. This one truly begins the repair of damaged tissues. Without hesitation, Jack drank it down. This time the warmth was even more intense, like being soaked in warm water, rejuvenating his withered body. He could clearly see the age spots on his skin fading at an observable rate, and the sagging muscles seemed to regain a sense of firmness. Even his vision became noticeably clearer. Oh my god, this is a miracle. Jack hurried to the mirror, looking at his reflection with fewer wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. The third deep blue advanced potion tasted slightly bitter, but brought with it a powerful surge of energy. Jack suddenly felt his blood rushing faster, his heart pounding vigorously. He attempted to squat down, moving fluidly like a man far from 80 years old, a feat he could hardly imagine before. My legs. I can easily squat now. He excitedly walked 2 steps in place, his eyes filled with awe as he looked at Zhang Xiaobei. Mr. Zhang, this potion is incredible. What is its principle? Zhang Xiaobei chuckled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Just know that it will give you enough time and energy to face the crisis with us. He picked up the 4th nearly ink blue gene breakthrough potion. This step is crucial. The process may be a bit messy, but just endure it. Jack took a deep breath and tilted his head back to drink the potion in one go. This time there was no warmth, but an explosive wave of scorching energy erupted. He felt every cell in his body pulsating with intense pain, as if countless bubbles were bursting beneath his skin. 3 minutes later, black sludge seeped from his pores, carrying a foul smell, quickly accumulating into a thick layer on his body. This is cellular detox, a normal phenomenon. Zhang Xiaobei pointed to the bathroom on the side of the lounge. There is hot water and clean towels inside. Wash up and come back to drink the last potion. I guarantee it will surprise you. He then handed over a clean towel, stifling a laugh. Go ahead after your shower, you will be even more amazed at your transformation. Jack, not caring about his disheveled appearance, dashed into the bathroom. After washing, he looked in the bathroom mirror and almost couldn't recognize himself. His once sagging cheeks had become plump, his wrinkles faded to nearly invisible, and his eyes sparkled like they did in his 40s. My god, this is unbelievable, he murmured to his reflection, somewhat dazed. After showering and changing into loose spare clothes, Jack quickly returned to the lounge, his entire demeanor refreshed. Zhang Xiaobei picked up the last perfect gene potion, the starry blue liquid swirling slowly within the bottle, as if containing a piece of the starry sky. Gently shaking it would emit delicate glimmers. Once you drink this, you will truly step into a new level of life, with your bodily functions, lifespan, and strength reaching new heights. Jack carefully took the potion, gingerly twisting the cap open and drinking it down in one gulp. This time, there was no burning sensation or sharp pain, but rather a refreshing energy coursing through his veins. He felt his body becoming light, yet powerful, his thoughts clearer than ever before. Even years of forgetfulness vanished. Scenes from decades ago on a date with his first love vividly resurfaced in his mind. He instinctively walked to the mirror, and this latest transformation left him utterly stunned. The person in the mirror had thick golden hair with no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, standing straight as a rod. There was no trace of the frail old man he used to be. Compared to the previous feeble old man, wrinkled and shaky, he seemed like a completely different person. Is this really me? He incredulously raised his hand to touch his cheek. Yes, it's exactly like me from 40 years ago. A wave of warmth surged in his eyes. Having lived most of his life, he had never imagined he could have such a rebirth. This is not a miracle that can be exchanged for power or wealth, but a second life bestowed by these 2 individuals before him. How do you feel now? Zhang Xiaobei walked over with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Jack knelt deeply before Zhang Xiaobei with a thud. Mr. Zhang, Jack will never forget this kindness. From now on, my life belongs to Huaxia. The M country is Huaxia's left and right arm. Wherever you point, we will strike. Without any doubt. At this moment, there was no hint of luck or calculation in his heart, only pure gratitude and awe. Huaxia not only gave him the chance to live, but also bestowed upon him extraordinary strength and longevity. Such kindness can only be repaid with absolute loyalty. Get up, now we are true allies. Zhang Xiaobei patted his shoulder, his tone becoming serious. Don't just focus on your joy, I need to remind you of something. The perfect gene potion not only repaired your body, but also enhanced your muscle density and neural response speed. Now your strength and speed are 200 times that of an ordinary person. This kind of power is extremely dangerous. You must be very careful, take some time to adapt, and don't use force recklessly. Jack's heart jolted at the thought of 200 times the strength. He tried to move his arm, feeling his entire body brimming with explosive power. I understand. I will definitely be careful. His gaze fell on the blue and white porcelain teacup nearby, and he thought of gently touching it. However, as soon as his fingertip grazed the cup, a sharp crack echoed. The hard porcelain cup cracked like a piece of paper, and tea instantly seeped out. Jack quickly withdrew his hand in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I am really sorry. I really only used a little bit of strength. He looked at the cracked teacup, both astonished and fearful. Is this the terror of 200 times the power? Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. I told you not to act rashly. 200 times the power is no joke. He pointed to the alloy trash can in the corner. Try touching this, use a little less strength. Jack took a deep breath and lightly tapped the trash can with his fingertip. But at the moment of contact, a dull thud sounded and the thick alloy can was indented with a clear dent. I really didn't use any strength. It just sank in by itself. At that moment, he truly understood Zhang Zi's obvious warning. This power was like a sleeping giant. He couldn't help but laugh. It's normal. Oh, everyone starts like this. Just practice a few more days, and it will be fine. Zhang Xiaobei also chuckled. Rest well tonight. Don't touch anything recklessly. If you break the walls of the National Guest House, no one will help you cover it up. Jack scratched his head awkwardly, but a warm current surged in his heart. He looked at his powerful hands, and then at the calm presence of he and Zhang Xiaobei, completely letting go of all pride and ambition. In the face of absolute strength and goodwill, any scheme seemed ridiculous. He silently vowed to always follow Huaxia, even if it meant sacrificing everything to protect this alliance. The news that the Sino-M-Nation Strategic Cooperation Bill, passed unanimously in the M-Nation Congress, reached the command center in J City. Upon receiving the news, he immediately called Zhang Xiaobei, his tone laced with a hint of mirth. They are moving quickly over there. They've already sent over the mining rights documents for the rare earth mines in Nevada and urged us to dispatch the engineering team as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobei, who was lounging in the sun with two women at an altitude of 5,000 meters on the Ark ship, stood up immediately and replied politely, "That's just right. The initiative is now in our hands. Tell the engineering team to follow the first plan. The technology transfer must be phased and resource exchanges must be synchronized." This cooperation, led by China, established clear rules from the very beginning. China will provide technology equipment and engineering support, while M-Nation will exchange resources, land, and strategic rights. Every cooperation must advance under the supervision of Dongda, with no room for negotiation. The first project to be addressed is the rare earth mine cooperation. On the day the mining team dispatched by China arrived at the Nevada mining site, they used a quantum positioning mining machine to refresh M-Nation's understanding. This colossal machine, 20 meters long and 8 meters high, was equipped with a self-developed vein detection system that could accurately locate the distribution of rare earth elements up to 500 meters underground. Its mechanical arm was made of nano-titanium steel capable of effortlessly stripping away hard rock layers. Activate detection mode. Engineer Li Mo pressed the holographic projection in front of him, and the laser detector instantly emitted a red beam. After sweeping across the rock wall, a clear distribution map of the rare earth veins appeared on the screen, even indicating the content of each type of rare earth element. John, the person in charge of the M-Nation mining site, leaned and gazing at the dense red dots on the screen, unable to suppress his astonishment. "We spent a week using traditional detection equipment to outline a rough range, and you completed it with this machine in 5 minutes. Li Mo nodded with a smile and pressed the mining button. "Not only is detection fast, but the mining efficiency is even faster. Watch closely. This machine can extract 5,000 tons of rare earth in a day with a purity of 99.9, and it operates without dust or noise, causing no pollution to the surrounding environment." As he spoke, the mechanical arm accurately extended towards a vein, slicing through the rock layer like a scalpel, gently grasping the rare earth-rich ore and placing it into a sealed container on the conveyor belt. John watched the continuous flow of ore on the conveyor belt, recalling that his own mining site had a daily output of only 300 tons, feeling a burning sensation on his face. What shocked him even more was that China also brought rare earth purification equipment capable of directly purifying the mine or into high-purity rare earth oxides, eliminating M-Nation's previous need to transport or overseas for purification. "Can these devices be sold to us?" John asked tentatively. "The equipment is for rent only, and it must be operated by Chinese technicians as stipulated in the cooperation agreement." Meanwhile, the underground city construction project was also progressing rapidly. The modular components brought by Dongda had undergone strict quality checks and could withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 and temperatures as low as -60 degrees. After being prefabricated at the Dongda factory, these components were transported to M-Nation by dedicated aircraft, where they were assembled by China's intelligent robots. These modular components are divided into residential modules, public facility modules, and energy modules. Project Manager Wang Hao explained to M-Nation contractor Tom while pointing at the blueprints. The residential module is fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and a water circulation system ready for immediate occupancy once assembled. The public facility module includes functions such as schools, hospitals, and shopping malls to meet the daily needs of residents. The energy module is equipped with a nuclear fusion generator, providing stable power for the entire underground city. Tom picked up a small sample of the module, weighed it, and found it much lighter than he expected. "What material is this module made from?" "It looks very light, yet so sturdy." "The main material is a nano-titanium steel alloy weighing only 1/3 of traditional steel, but with a strength dozens of times greater. Building the underground city with this material not only shortens the construction period but also enhances safety. Tom was even more astonished by Dongda's intelligent robots. These robots stood 2 meters tall with arms that could rotate 360 degrees, equipped with Dongda's intelligent control system, capable of precisely completing module assembly, pipeline laying, electrical installation, and other tasks. The work output of one robot in a day equaled that of 50 skilled workers. Our workers need at least 6 months to complete the foundation, and your robots finished it in just 2 days. Tom looked at the relatively complete framework of the underground city, completely convinced. Wang Hao nodded in response while operating. At this rate, we will complete the underground city, which can accommodate 50 million people, in half a month, 10 times faster than your estimated construction period. Moreover, we will also establish a water purification system, an air starch synthesis system, and an air purification system in the underground city to ensure it can achieve complete self-sufficiency. In the energy sector, Dongda's construction of 5 controllable nuclear fusion reactors for M-Nation has made Pyongyang completely reliant on Dongda's technology. The first nuclear fusion reactor located in Texas was installed and debugged in just 1 month under the guidance of Chinese engineers. When the blue plasma stabilized and burned in the reactor, outputting a power of 1,200 megawatts, M-Nation's energy minister Payne was left speechless in astonishment. This is truly clean energy. Payne looked at the stable parameters on the dashboard, his voice trembling. He knew that the power generated by this reactor in 1 day equaled the total output of all thermal power plants in Texas for half a year, and it produced no pollutants. More importantly, the fuel used in the nuclear fusion reactor is isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium, which are abundant in seawater and virtually inexhaustible. Engineer Zhang Wei patted Payne's shoulder. This is just the basic version. Once your subsequent resources are in place, we will upgrade you to the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor, which can boost output to 2,000 megawatts and provide energy support for your space base. Payne nodded eagerly. We will ensure the resources arrive on time. Whatever amount of oil and natural gas you need, we will provide. He knew very well that M-Nation's energy lifeline was now completely in Dongda's hands. The comprehensive cooperation between the top and second leaders stirred up a storm like a boulder thrown into the discourse pool of the entire blue planet. Ojo watched M-Nation acquire Dongda's advanced technology, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The leader of the defeated arts students shouted angrily at the emergency meeting of the Oming. Why can they obtain these 5 nuclear fusion reactors? This is utterly unfair. The leader of the surrender faction helplessly replied, what's there to envy? M-Nation now completely belongs to Dongda. I hope you understand what I mean. Meanwhile, in the Bear Country, the Emperor was staring at the images sent by the satellites. The Kunlun spaceship from the Dongda base was conducting test flights with its 3,000-meter-long hull drawing a silver arc across the blue sky. The defense leader beside him wore a grim expression. Your Majesty, the spacecraft made by Dongda has started test flights, and M-Nation has leaned toward them. What should we do? Originally, there was a tripartite balance, but now that the top and second leaders have cooperated, we are really going to fall behind. The Emperor silently watched the images, knowing that the cooperation between the top and second leaders had fundamentally changed the landscape of the entire blue planet. Although the Bear Country possesses vast territory and abundant resources, it has been left far behind by Dongda in terms of advanced technology. Get me in touch with China. After much thought, the Emperor finally spoke with determined eyes. I want to make the call myself. I want to visit, and the sooner the better. The National Gene Enhancement Plan has been launched with free distribution of basic and intermediate gene serums to all citizens. Starting today, the Kunlun-class interstellar transport ship will handle nationwide delivery to ensure every compatriot receives their dose in a timely manner. When this news was simultaneously broadcast across all major media platforms, the entire Huaxia erupted in excitement. At 5 in the morning in Beiping, the streets were already packed with citizens who had gathered of their own accord to wait. On social media, the hashtags Gene Serum and Kunlun has arrived were refreshing at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Hospitals, communities, and township service centers had staff working overnight to set up distribution points with lights blazing through the night. At exactly 8 in the morning, the horizon suddenly shimmered with a faint blue glow. Citizens looked up to see the 300-meter-long Kunlun-class ship like a silver whale breaking through the clouds, its hull gleaming with a cold luster under the sunlight. It's here. It's the Kunlun, someone in the crowd shouted, and the sound of camera shutters immediately merged into a continuous roar. The Kunlun hovered over the Olympic Sports Center, its altitude precisely controlled at 100 meters. The cargo bay doors in the middle of the ship slowly opened, extending 4 massive metallic mechanical arms, each equipped with an electromagnetic suction pad at the end capable of easily lifting objects weighing tens of tons. On the ground, waiting military tractor trailers were neatly lined up, their sides emblazoned with red lettering reading, exclusive use for gene serum transport. Armed soldiers stood guard on both sides of the trailers holding their weapons tightly. Begin loading. The command center's order echoed across the scene through loudspeakers. The first mechanical arm precisely aligned with the foremost refrigerated container. The electromagnetic suction pad hummed as it activated securely, lifting the 20-ton container. As the arm rotated, white mist from the liquid nitrogen pipes beneath the container billowed out. When the container was gently placed onto the tractor trailer, enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. The citizens watched as the mechanical arm, like a nimble giant, unloaded 3 containers per minute, and in less than half an hour, all 100 refrigerated containers were in place. Each container bore an electronic label indicating information such as basic and intermediate gene serum set 100 units and distribution point XXX. All distribution point tractor trailers proceed in sequence. Maintain a safe distance. Soldiers blew their whistles, and the convoy of tractor trailers slowly departed from the Olympic Sports Center, each vehicle escorted front and back by military off-road vehicles. Citizens lining the streets waved red flags, and someone shouted, "Thank you, the government." Many elderly people were moved to tears. Having lived their entire lives, they had never imagined the nation could possess such formidable strength as to distribute life-prolonging serums to all citizens for free. Such scenes were unfolding simultaneously across all 34 provincial-level administrative regions. In H cities, Bund the Kunlun hovered beside the Oriental Pearl Tower. As the mechanical arms unloaded the containers, sightseeing boats on the river halted their journeys and passengers pulled out their phones to capture this historic moment. Under the Canton Tower in G City, citizens spontaneously organized a welcoming party. A line dance troupe performed on site, the sounds of drums and gongs interweaving with the mechanical arms operation, creating a particularly lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a hospital in a remote western county, a life-and-death rescue was quietly taking place. In the pediatric ward, 4-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao lay on her sickbed, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. The waveform on the cardiac monitor grew increasingly flat. The doctor gently placed a critical illness notice before Xiaoxiao's parents. "I'm sorry, the child's leukemia is in its terminal stage. There's currently no matching bone marrow, and even if there were, the subsequent treatment costs." Xiaoxiao's mother, Wang Xiulan, suddenly dropped to her knees, grabbing the doctor's white coat. "Doctor, please, save my child. They'll sell everything I own to raise the money." Her husband, Lin Jianjun Reed, also knelt. "Doctor, she's our only child. Please think of something." The doctor shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of sympathy. "It's not a matter of money. Time has run out. The child's organs are already beginning to fail." Just then the ward door opened, and 3 soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked in. The veteran leading them, Meng Daqiang, carried a silver insulated box. Seeing the weeping couple on their knees, Meng Daqiang quickly stepped forward to help them up. "Comrades, don't kneel. Get up. We're here to distribute the gene serums, free for everyone. They can improve bodily functions and might help the child." Wang Xiulan froze for a moment, then grabbed Meng Daqiang's arm. "Really? Can this medicine cure my daughter's leukemia?" Meng Daqiang couldn't make any guarantees, but said earnestly, "We're not sure, but many people have felt better after taking it. Let the child try. Maybe there will be a miracle." He opened the insulated box and took out 2 vials, a light blue basic serum and a sky blue intermediate serum. "This is the basic and intermediate set. First drink the basic one, then the intermediate." The nurse carefully fed the basic serum to Xiaoxiao. As soon as the liquid entered her mouth, the previously unconscious Xiaoxiao's eyelids fluttered. 2 minutes later, after finishing the intermediate serum, Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at Wang Xiulan's tear-streaked face, she whispered, "Mom, I don't think it hurts anymore." "Xiaoxiao, you can talk." Wang Xiulan hugged her daughter in excitement, tears streaming uncontrollably. The doctor beside them was also stunned and quickly shouted, "Quick! Take her to the examination room for a complete blood count and bone marrow aspiration." Half an hour later, the results were out. The doctor's hands trembled as he held the report. "A miracle. It's truly a miracle. The child's white blood cell count has returned to normal, and the cancer cells in the bone marrow have disappeared. This serum can actually cure leukemia." Lin Weidong and his wife immediately tried to kneel in gratitude, but Meng Daqiang stopped them. "Don't do that. This is a welfare benefit from above meant to help everyone live healthily." Just then a commotion arose at the ward entrance. An elderly woman with graying hair tottered in, clutching crumpled money in her hand. "Comrade, how much does this medicine cost per vial? My husband has terminal lung cancer and is lying in the next ward. Could I buy one to try?" Meng Daqiang smiled and said, "Auntie, it's free. It's being distributed for free to everyone in the country. You can get it with your ID card whether you're old or young. Go to the distribution point downstairs now, give them your husband's ID number, and we'll deliver it to you." The elderly woman covered her mouth in excitement, tears falling. "This is wonderful. The government hasn't forgotten us common folks." Such stories were unfolding in every corner. Some people found that their chronic arthritis was cured after taking the serum. Some had their blurred vision restored. There were even elderly people who had been bedridden and paralyzed who could slowly stand and walk after taking it. On social media, netizens were engaged in heated discussions. The comments section was filled with witty and humorous shares. Family. I just drank the basic serum, and I feel like I can jump 3 meters high. I just tried it, and almost hit the ceiling, ha ha ha. My grandpa used to need a cane to walk. After drinking the intermediate serum, he can now play badminton with me, and even wants to race to see who's faster. Has anyone noticed that their skin improved after taking the serum? My acne is gone. Is this a hidden effect? My mom just tried it, and bent an iron pot out of shape. Now she's chasing my dad around saying he needs to hand over the secret stash of money he's been hiding. I suddenly feel so lucky to be born in Huaxia. Such an amazing gene serum for free. I'm proud. Ditto. I used to think foreign countries were better, but now I know the most reliable is still our own country. Thumbs up for Huaxia. As night fell, the Kunlun completed its delivery mission for the last province, and slowly ascended to return to base. On the ground, countless staff were still busy distributing the serums, ensuring that every citizen in even the most remote areas could receive their dose in time. Wang Xiaolan, holding Xiao Xiao, who was now able to walk, stood at the hospital entrance watching the light trail left by the Kunlun in the night sky, her heart full of gratitude. She knew that this national gene enhancement plan had not only saved her daughter, but also countless families like hers. At the J City Command Center, Zhang Xiaobei and the chairman looked at the feedback data coming in from all over the country, smiles spreading across their faces. The nationwide gene enhancement is just the first step, said Zhang Xiaobei. Next, we need to accelerate the construction of underground cities and interstellar spacecraft to prepare for the war 5 years from now. The chairman nodded with a soft sigh. With such support from the people and such national strength, we are sure to win this war. In the night sky, the stars shone brightly. Huaxia's plan to create a nation of superhumans was underway. On the gray concrete of the tarmac at J City International Airport, the roar of the engines from the special plane of the Bear Country had completely faded. The cabin door slowly opened, and the great emperor, clad in a dark gray suit with a deep red tie, steadily descended the gangway. His figure remained upright, though the white hair at his temples had increased since their last meeting. Yet those deep-set eyes still gleamed with vitality. When his gaze landed on Lin Weidong, who stood at the front of the waiting crowd, the great emperor's originally taut lips instantly relaxed, and he strode forward to greet him. Comrade, long time no see. His Chinese carried a familiar Russian accent. Before the words had even faded, he opened his arms and gave him a firm embrace. When his palm landed on that person's back, the great emperor's movement clearly paused. Their last meeting had been at a conference a year ago, when the man had clearly borne the marks of time. Releasing the embrace, he stepped back half a pace, holding the man's shoulders as he scrutinized him carefully, his eyes filled with genuine astonishment. What's with this condition of yours? Your skin is much better than last year. The crow's feet around your eyes have faded, and even your eyes are as bright as a young man's. This isn't mere flattery, it's what I truly feel. You've really become younger. He smiled, patting the man's shoulder, and said with a laugh, Old pal, joy gives spirit to a man. The higher-ups have given orders, so I've been busy on 2 fronts. Busy and fulfilled. Naturally, my condition has improved. He offered no further explanation, simply stepping aside to make room. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Xiaobei. He merely introduced the name, mentioning nothing else. The great emperor's gaze shifted to the young man standing beside that person, dressed simply in a black jacket, jeans, and sneakers. Appearing at such an important occasion in such casual attire, the calmness in his eyes was utterly incongruent with his age. He extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, I've long heard of you. You're too kind. I wonder what you've heard. Zhang Xiaobei shook his hand, then muttered a remark. After the pleasantries, the motorcade drove towards the command center. Seated in the bulletproof car, the great emperor couldn't help but glance out the window again. The trees lining the streets were lush and green, and the faces of passers-by bore relaxed smiles, a stark contrast to the slightly somber atmosphere within the Bear Country due to energy shortages. He took out his phone and pulled up the satellite images he had seen the night before. M Country's underground city was taking shape, and Huaxia's base ship Kunlun was flying all over Huaxia. These images pricked at his heart like needles. By the way, the great emperor put away his phone and spoke with a sincere tone. M Country's construction speed is incredible. The nuclear fusion reactor, the nano-titanium steel production line, and the underground city. These are all technologies our Bear Country urgently needs. I've come this time with full sincerity, hoping to discuss comprehensive cooperation with your nation. He looked at him, his smile warm, yet carrying weight. Old pal, there's no hurry for cooperation. Let's have a meal first and talk as we eat. In the banquet hall of the command center, the table was already laden with authentic Huaxia dishes. A waiter served millet porridge in a blue and white porcelain bowl, steam rising from it. The great emperor picked up his spoon and took a taste. His eyes instantly lit up. Huaxia's porridge is truly the best. Much more warming than our black bread and borscht. During the meal, they reminisced about past collaborations, joint speeches at summits, mutual support in building energy pipelines, and even the amusing memory of eating ice cream together on the streets of M City when they were younger. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, the great emperor set down his wine glass and shifted the topic. To be honest, seeing M country receive your technological support has made me anxious. Though the Bear country is vast and resource-rich, we've fallen far behind in fields like controlled nuclear fusion and aerospace technology. He paused as if having made a decision and spoke faster. For the sake of cooperation, the Bear country is willing to offer sufficient bargaining chips. The rare earth mines in Siberia with proven reserves of 3.6 billion tons, accounting for 30% of the global total. We can open up full mining rights with Huaxia leading the development, and the Bear country will take only 30% of the profits. For the Arctic liquefied natural gas project, we are willing to increase Huaxia's shareholding to 60% and prioritize Huaxia's energy supply. As for our military technology, the AL-41F1S vector engine technology for the Su-57 fighter, the noise reduction technology for the Bori-class nuclear submarine, and even the artificial intelligence system for the S-70 Okhotnik drone currently under development. All of it can be shared. Additionally, the 12 military bases within the Bear country's territory can be opened to Huaxia for joint disaster relief exercises. Upon hearing this, the Bear country officials accompanying him showed expressions of surprise. These were the Bear country's core resources and technologies, never before easily revealed even to allies. The great emperor, however, paid it no mind. He knew that only by combining these things with Huaxia's technology could their true value be realized. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaobei and gave a slight nod. Zhang Xiaobei put down his chopsticks and leaned forward slightly, ready to speak, but was interrupted by the great emperor. "Forgive me, but I haven't asked. What exactly is Mr. Zhang's role? I haven't seen this person on any official list before." Zhang Xiaobei smiled, his tone casual. "You might not believe it, but you might have hated me quite a bit not long ago." The great emperor furrowed his brow. "Hated you? Mr. Zhang and I have never met. How could I hate you?" "The Sakura country incident. That was my doing." Zhang Xiaobei picked up an orange from the table, peeled a segment, and put it in his mouth. "Sorry about borrowing the little boy from your place." "What?" The great emperor shot up from his seat, hands braced on the table, his eyes wide as saucers. He stared at the relaxed young man before him, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The disappearance of the gold, the little boy, and Lake Baikal last time had nearly driven him to start a third world war. "And about Lake Baikal, I need to apologize for that too," Zhang Xiaobei added, as if recalling something. "I was desperate to find the gold, and you had hidden it all away. I couldn't find it, so I just borrowed Lake Baikal on a whim. He'll put it back for you later. Oh, and about the gold, I won't be returning it. I have a use for it. You won't need it anymore in the future, so holding on to it would be useless." The great emperor's lips moved, but no words came out. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Mr. Zhang, gold is the cornerstone of the global monetary system. Even if you've taken it, you can't say it's useless, can you? It will be useless soon." Zhang Xiaobei set down the orange, his tone suddenly grave. "Because in just 87 days, it will be the end of the world. Extreme cold, extreme heat, viruses, zombies. The monetary system will collapse entirely. Gold will be nothing but a pile of worthless metal." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed a button on the corner of the table. The ceiling in the center of the conference room slowly lowered a holographic projection device, its blue light instantly enveloping the entire space. Frozen streets, melting Antarctic glaciers, zombies howling as they chased the living, and the slowly recovering Reaper Vanguard spaceship. Scene after scene was vividly presented before everyone's eyes. Having explained it countless times before, Zhang Xiaobei was too lazy to waste more words. He simply let the images play on their own. The Bear country officials, who had initially worn skeptical expressions, gradually grew solemn. Some even subconsciously clenched their fists. The great emperor stared fixedly at the microscopic structure of the virus in the images, those filamentous pathogens still writhing even in the extreme cold. "So you're saying the extreme cold, and the virus will arrive in 87 days. His voice was a little hoarse. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes filled with urgent need for confirmation. "Otherwise, why do you think we're building underground cities and developing controlled nuclear fusion?" Zhang Xiaobei turned off the projection. M country is willing to trade rare earth mines for technology because they know it's the only way to survive. But temperatures of -30 degrees. We have that every winter in the Bear country. It's not that terrifying, is it? The great emperor was still somewhat puzzled. "Our people are already adapted to the cold." "That's you." Zhang Xiaobei stood up. "What about the people in the southern hemisphere? Their bodies simply can't withstand such a temperature difference. And the extreme cold is just the beginning. The virus in the snowflakes is the real killer. Since you don't believe me, let me show you our preparations." He led the way to the door, and the two followed closely behind. As they stepped out of the command center building, a massive silver-white starship was hovering in midair, its entire body radiating a cold metallic sheen. It was the Kunlun-class interstellar transport ship. When the full silhouette of the Kunlun was revealed before his eyes, the Great Emperor felt his breath catch in his throat. The 3,000-meter-long hull stretched across the sky like a dormant silver dragon. The bow was as sharp as a blade, and the four superconducting propulsion engines at the stern emitted a faint azure glow, as if ready to tear through the heavens at any moment. The bear visitors pulled out their phones to take pictures only to find that the screen could not capture the full scale of the vessel. It was simply too colossal. "This is the Kunlun." The Great Emperor's voice trembled. He had seen the spacecraft in satellite images before, but nothing compared to the awe of witnessing it in person. "Let's go up and take a look." Zhang Xiaobei stepped onto the levitating platform first. The Great Emperor hesitated for a moment before following. As the platform rose slowly and neared the hull, he realized the Kunlun's exterior was not smooth metal, but covered in scale-like nano-titanium steel alloy armor. Each scale quivered faintly as though alive. Inside the vessel, a wave of fresh air greeted them. Fluorescent light strips along the corridor adjusted their brightness automatically, and the floor, made of special shock-absorbing material, made their footsteps nearly silent. Zhang Xiaobei walked and explained, "The Kunlun's power system is a third-generation controlled nuclear fusion reactor with a maximum output equivalent to 3 nuclear power plants, enabling the ship to cruise at 0.3 times the speed of light. In full-speed mode, it can reach sublight velocity, already capable of intersolar system travel, though we haven't tested it yet. The hull is forged from nano-titanium steel alloy able to withstand asteroid impacts and plasma erosion." He led the group into the cockpit, where a massive holographic control console covered the entire wall, filled with flickering data and charts. A crew member in a white technical uniform operated the panel, fingers gliding swiftly over virtual keys. "This is the command center assisted by the Huaxia Neural Core. One person can handle all basic operations of the ship. Come, Huaxia Neural Core, say hello." As the words fell, a virtual light figure appeared on the holographic projection and addressed the group. "Greetings, friends from the Bear Nation. I am the Huaxia Neural Core. Great Emperor, it is an honor. You look far more spirited than the data in my database suggests." The Bear delegation was stunned. This was true artificial intelligence. The Bear Minister of Defense couldn't resist reaching out to touch the console, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. "This is an energy shield preventing unauthorized operations." Zhang Xiaobei explained, "The Kunlun is not just a transport ship, it can be refitted into a warship if necessary. Its mounted laser weapons can penetrate 10-meter-thick alloy plates in 3 seconds. Passing through the cockpit, they arrived at the energy chamber. The massive nuclear fusion reactor was encased in a transparent energy shield with blue plasma burning steadily within a magnetic field. Nearby energy conversion devices transformed nuclear power into electricity, distributing it to every corner of the ship. "So this is controlled nuclear fusion." The Bear Minister of Energy trembled with excitement. He had led a team for 20 years, yet had never broken through the challenge of stable plasma confinement. "You've already achieved practical application, not just for spacecraft, but also to power underground cities." Zhang Xiaobei smiled. All 5 of Huaxia's underground cities are powered by nuclear fusion reactors. Leaving the energy chamber, the ship had silently arrived above the underground city. The levitating platform carried them to the core zone of the central underground city. When the hatch opened, the group was utterly awestruck by the sight before them. This was no mere underground space. It was a vibrant city full of life. Luminous materials outlined the streets, stretching into the distance. Transparent tubes carried levitating trains with a faint blue glow speeding through, while passengers inside gazed leisurely out the windows. On the balconies of modular communities, residents' laundry hung to dry, and some households had potted plants radiating vitality. From the kindergarten area came the laughter of children as several kids chased each other on the grass, with parents watching over them attentively. "Has this been completed?" The Great Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. The last time he saw it in the news, it was still under construction. Yet in just 1 month, it was already fully occupied. Lottery-based housing allocation started half a month ago, and 120 million people have already moved in. He pointed to the distant high-rises. Each building is equipped with water recycling and air purification systems, achieving self-sufficiency. As they walked along the street, the Great Emperor couldn't resist stepping into a supermarket. Shelves were stocked with all kinds of food, from fresh vegetables and fruits to packaged meats, an array of abundance. An elderly woman was scanning a QR code with her phone to pay, a smile on her face. Life in the underground city is more comfortable than on the surface. No cold winters, no hot summers, and shopping is so convenient. Are all these foods produced by underground farms? The Great Emperor picked up a box of strawberries, plump and vividly red, indistinguishable from those grown on the surface. Exactly. We've built 500 large-scale farms in the underground city using soilless cultivation and simulated sunlight technology, producing 5,000 tons of vegetables and fruits daily. Food synthesizers can also convert protein into meat, tasting just like the real thing. Exiting the supermarket, cheers erupted from ahead. It turned out the community was hosting an event where residents could participate to earn shopping cards usable at all underground city supermarkets. The Great Emperor watched the queue, each face brimming with anticipation without a trace of pre-apocalyptic panic. Then the group proceeded to the controlled nuclear fusion power plant. Unlike the reactor on the Kunlun, the installation here was far larger, powering the entire underground city. Blue plasma rotated slowly within the reactor, emitting a soft glow. A technician pressed a button on the control panel, instantly boosting the reactor's output to 200 megawatts. The voltage and current curves on the screen remained steady. This reactor is 10 times more efficient than the most advanced nuclear plant in the Bear Nation. The Bear Minister of Energy murmured to himself, knowing that with this technology his country would no longer rely on oil and natural gas. Leaving the power plant, Zhang Xiaobei led the group to the materials laboratory. A researcher placed a palm-sized piece of nano-titanium steel alloy under a hydraulic press. As tenthasant pressure slowly applied, the alloy only showed slight deformation. Once the pressure was released, it immediately returned to its original shape, without even a scratch. This is our latest nano-titanium steel, 20 times stronger than ordinary titanium alloy, yet a quarter lighter. The researcher explained, using this material for spacecraft construction can significantly enhance payload and protection. The Great Emperor picked up the alloy block, finding it much lighter than expected. He tried pinching it with his fingers, but the alloy remained unmoved. Can you mass-produce this material? We produce 5,000 tons per month, enough to build 2 Kunlun-class ships. The final stop was the pharmaceutical laboratory. Refrigerated cabinets held an array of potions in neat rows, from light green antiviral serums to pale blue basic gene potions and deep blue advanced gene potions, a complete assortment. A researcher took out an antiviral serum and explained, this serum effectively counters the viruses deployed by the Reapers. Gene potions enhance physique and extend lifespan up to 120 years. 120 years. The Great Emperor's eyes lit up instantly. He stared at the blue glowing high-grade gene potion, his breathing quickening. After the tour, the group returned to the Government Affairs Hall aboard the Kunlun. Along the way, the Bear delegation murmured about what they had seen, their earlier skepticism replaced by awe. Leaning back in his seat, the Great Emperor's mind replayed the vitality of the underground city, the blue glow of nuclear fusion, the hardness of nano-titanium steel, and the gene potion promising longevity. He knew that cooperation with Huaxiao was no longer a choice. It was the Bear Nation's only path to survival. Back in the conference room of Huaxia Security Group, the ministers of the Bear Country immediately began detailed negotiations with the company. The Minister of Energy discussed the construction site selection for the nuclear fusion reactor with Huaxia's nuclear experts, while the Minister of Defense studied the opening of military bases with the Huaxia military-industrial team. Topics such as rare earth mining plans, natural gas transportation routes, and the distribution plan for gene agents were pushed forward with unprecedented efficiency, far surpassing any previous international negotiation. Zhang Xiaobei watched the bustling crowd, then turned to him and the Great Emperor, saying, let them take their time with these details. We need to go somewhere. There's something more important. The three of them entered a concealed lounge. The decor was simple, with a few landscape paintings hanging on the walls and a silver-white metal cabinet in the corner. Zhang Xiaobei opened the cabinet and took out an exquisite metal box. Inside, 5 vials of agents were neatly arranged, their colors transitioning from light blue to deep blue. At the far right, the perfect gene agent shimmered with a starlit blue radiance. This is... The Great Emperor's gaze was instantly captivated by the agents, his breathing becoming rapid. A set of gene enhancement agents from basic to perfect, 5 in total. Zhang Xiaobei picked up the first light blue agent. Jack tried it last time, and you saw the effect. His body is now in better condition than when he was 40. The Great Emperor looked at the agents, then at the old man's youthful face, his heart pounding wildly. At 7 Taitwo, though his body was still robust, his energy had long since waned. Lately, handling the energy crisis often left him feeling fatigued. If he could become young like Jack, he could not only lead Bear Country better through the apocalypse, but also have more time to witness the future of human civilization. Mr. Zhang, the Great Emperor's voice was hoarse. He wanted to ask something, but didn't know what to say. Just give it a try. Zhang Xiaobei handed him the basic agent. Without hesitation, the Great Emperor took it, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. The liquid was slightly cool as it entered his mouth and slid down his throat. Within half a minute, a gentle warmth rose from his abdomen, slowly spreading through his limbs and bones. His previously stiff joints became instantly flexible, and even his breathing felt much smoother. How do you feel? He asked with a smile. Incredible. The Great Emperor flexed his wrist. My shoulder has been aching for years, and now it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Xiaobei handed him the second sky blue intermediate agent. The basic one only activates cell activity. This one begins the real repair. The Great Emperor drank it without a second thought. This time the warmth was stronger, like soaking a parched body in warm water. He could clearly feel the age spots on his skin fading at a visible rate, his sagging muscles gradually tightening, and even his vision sharpening considerably. My eyes. I can see the words from afar, the great emperor exclaimed excitedly. He had previously needed reading glasses for books, but now he could easily discern details several meters away. After the third deep blue advanced agent entered his system, a potent energy surge followed. He felt his blood flow accelerate, his heart beat powerfully, and a tingling warmth spread through his chronically cold legs. He tried squatting and standing up, the movement fluid and unlike that of a 7 to 12-year-old. He could even easily stand on tiptoes, something previously unimaginable. My body feels like it's back to 50. The great emperor paced excitedly on the spot, his steps steady and strong, brimming with vitality. Zhang Xiaobei picked up the fourth nearly ink blue gene breakthrough agent. This step is crucial. It will expel the aging impurities from your body. It might be a bit messy, but endure it. The great emperor took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and down the agent. This time there was no warmth, but a scorching energy that exploded instantly. He felt every cell in his body sting intensely, as if countless needles were pricking his cells beneath his skin. Within 3 minutes, black sludge oozed from his pores, carrying a pungent rancid odor, quickly forming a thick layer on his body. It's cellular detoxification, a normal phenomenon. Zhang Xiaobei now experienced, pointed to the adjacent bathroom. There's hot water inside. Clean up before drinking the last one. Ignoring his disheveled state, the great emperor hurried into the bathroom. As the hot water washed over him, the black sludge turned into murky streams. Golden new hair emerged from the roots of his graying hair, and his hunched back unconsciously straightened. Looking at himself in the mirror, he barely recognized his own reflection. His formerly sagging cheeks had become full wrinkles, nearly invisible, his eyes sharp and spirited. He appeared to have aged 20 years in reverse. After showering and changing into spare clothes, he returned to the lounge. Zhang Xiaobei picked up the last perfect gene agent. The blue light swirled slowly within the vial, as if containing a miniature starry sky. Drink this, and you will truly complete your evolution. Your strength, speed, and lifespan will reach new heights. Especially your lifespan. It will be no less than 2400 years. This way our two nations can cooperate for a long time. 2400 years. That means immortality. Hearing the great emperor's words, Zhang Xiaobei smiled and said, I hope that in the next 2400 years you will continue to lead Bear Country. That way we can cooperate even better. The great emperor took the agent with trembling hands. He unscrewed the cap and drank the liquid in one gulp. This time, there was no burning or stinging, but a soothing energy coursed through his veins, activating every cell it touched. He felt his body become light, yet powerful, his mind clearer than ever before. Even the training content from military academy decades ago surfaced vividly in his memory. Instinctively, he swung his fist to feel his newfound strength. But he hadn't expected the power to be so astonishing. The force of his punch sent a gust of wind that rustled the papers on the table. He quickly withdrew his hand, but accidentally brushed against the solid wood coffee table beside him. With a crack, the sturdy table legs split open from the impact. Be careful, Zhang Xiaobei reminded with a smile. The perfect gene agent can boost your strength to 200 times that of an ordinary person. It's easy to lose control. Jack crushed a teacup last time and dented an alloy trash can. The great emperor gave an awkward smile and tried moving his body again. He found that not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also improved dramatically. With a light leap, he could easily jump onto a cabinet a meter high. My God, this is like superpowers, he exclaimed excitedly. With a body like this, facing the apocalypse would be like child's play. Zhang Xiaobei patted him on the shoulder. This is just the beginning. As long as we cooperate, there will be even more wonderful things to come. The great emperor walked up to him and solemnly extended his hand. Comrade, please convey my regards to your superiors. Thank Huaxiao for giving me a new life. From now on, Bear Country is willing to forever follow Huaxia's lead. Whether it's building underground cities or fighting against alien civilizations, we will give it our all. Bear Country's rare earth mines, Arctic oil and gas fields, and all military bases are at Huaxia's disposal at any time. The man grasped his hand, his smile gentle yet firm. Old friend, we are allies and more importantly comrades in arms. At this critical juncture for human civilization's survival, we must fight side by side to make it through. When the conference room door swung open, the debate over the draft cooperation terms was raging fiercely inside. The Bear Country's delegates had just picked up their pens, intending to annotate must retain 20 independent development rights beside the clause on rare earth mining rights, when they saw three figures enter. The man at the forefront strode in with steady steps. His back, once slightly hunched, was now ramrod straight, the wrinkles around his eyes nearly smoothed away. He seemed to have shed 30 years, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Stop. The emperor's voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire room. He swept his gaze over the Bear officials gathered around the table, pausing on each face before finally settling on the draft in the energy minister's hands. From this day forward for us, the Bear Country, everything shall be centered on Huaxia. Any domestic resources including, but not limited to rare earths, Arctic oil and gas fields, and Far East minerals are at Huaxia's disposal, without any conditions. You need not debate the terms any longer. Whatever Huaxia says goes. Whatever Huaxia wants we give. These words struck like a thunderbolt in the ears of the Bear officials. All of them lifted their heads in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. The defense minister opened his mouth as if to speak, but meeting the emperor's gaze, he swallowed his words. They all stared in unison at the emperor's rejuvenated face, recalling the glowing blue gene agents they had seen at the Huaxia base that afternoon. In an instant they understood. He must have already used Huaxia's gene agent, and it was certainly not the low, mid, or high-tier versions they had witnessed that afternoon. It was likely a far superior agent. No one questioned, no one opposed. The Bear Country had always revered the strong, and decades of the emperor's rule had long etched the mark of absolute authority into their hearts. Seeing the silence, the emperor's gaze grew even more imperious. He raised a hand and pressed it on the conference table. From now on you need only obey my commands. No questioning. The Bear officials shot to their feet, chair legs scraping harshly against the floor. Dozens of voices converged, causing the chandelier in the room to tremble slightly. They straightened their chests, their eyes fixed firmly on the emperor. In that moment, all hesitation and calculation vanished. Following Huaxia, following the emperor, was the only way forward for the Bear Country. Zhang Xiaobei watched the scene unfold, then leaned to whisper to the person beside him. Receiving a nod of agreement, he stepped forward. Zhang Xiaobei stepped forward and smiled at the emperor. Since the Bear Country has decided on full cooperation, I have a suggestion. How about we hold a meeting tomorrow? Invite Jack along too. Let's sit down and have a chat. What do you think? The emperor's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the implication behind the words. This was not merely a chat. It meant Huaxia would take the lead, pulling the Bear Country and M Country into the same alliance, forming a trilateral coalition with Huaxia at its core. He quickly straightened up his tone, carrying unmistakable respect. No problem. Whatever time tomorrow, I will accommodate. I must return immediately to convene a domestic meeting and have them initiate the cooperation procedures overnight. No delays. After seeing the emperor off, the Bear officials also filed out. Before leaving, they deliberately left behind a thick resource list for the Huaxia staff, even marking the locations of the most core strategic mineral veins with perfect clarity. Looking at the densely annotated list, the man couldn't help but chuckle. This emperor is quite a straightforward fellow. Zhang Xiaobei leaned back on the sofa and pulled out his phone. Straightforward is good, saves us from all the dithering. They'll give Jack a call now and get him in on this. It was morning in M Country. In his office, Jack was frowning at the progress report for the underground city construction on his desk. The engineering team sent by Huaxia had already erected the framework for the underground city, but M Country's steel supply was falling short. Just as he was about to call Huaxia to request assistance, his phone suddenly rang. The three characters Zhang Xiaobei on the screen instantly revitalized him, and he quickly rose from his chair. Pressing the answer button, his tone was respectful. Mr. Zhang Xiaobei, what instructions do you have for me? Instructions? No. Zhang Xiaobei's voice came through the receiver, carrying its usual casualness. Just letting you know, the Bear Country has also come to us for cooperation. They've now joined the disaster relief and development plan. Since we're all in the same boat, I thought we might meet up and finalize the details of our subsequent cooperation. What do you reckon? Jack quickly glanced at the gold watch on his wrist. The hands pointed to 10:15. He barely hesitated. He'll arrange a private jet right now. I should be able to reach J City in Huaxia by tonight. Is that acceptable? No rush. Zhang Xiaobei chuckled. Finish what you have on hand first. Don't let the meeting delay the underground city's progress. Huaxia will send the Kunlun to pick you up. It's much faster and safer than your jet. Yes. Whatever you say. Jack hastily agreed. Even after the call ended, he stood there holding the phone, his face brimming with excitement. Being able to meet with Huaxia and the Bear Country meant M Country's position in the alliance was secure. More importantly, he might be able to secure additional gene agent quotas from Huaxia, allowing his trusted confidants to undergo their own transformations. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaobei put his phone back in his pocket. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the smile reflected in the other's eyes. He took a sip of tea. Now it's settled. With the three most powerful parties together, our confidence in facing the disaster is significantly bolstered. Zhang Xiaobei nodded. Now it all comes down to tomorrow's meeting. We need to clearly define the division of labor among the three countries to avoid any hiccups. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, staff saw the Emperor's motorcade pull in. He wore a sharp, dark, gray suit brimming with energy, showing no signs of having been up all night. The previous night, he had urgently convened an emergency cabinet meeting for the Bear Country, transferring all resource allocation authority to the Huaxia liaison team, even signing a document granting Huaxia priority access to Bear Country military bases. Upon meeting, he hurried, over his tone eager. When is the meeting? Has Jack arrived yet? He'll be here in 5 minutes. The man smiled and invited him to sit. That Zhang Xiaobei is probably slacking off somewhere again. He'll give him a call. When the call connected, Zhang Xiaobei's sleepy voice came through the receiver. Hello. What's up? I'm catching up on sleep aboard the Ark. Get over here now. The Emperor and Jack are both here waiting for you. The meeting's about to start without you. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiaobei arrived right on time at the front of the Government Affairs building. He was still wearing a loose tracksuit, his hair slightly disheveled, yet it did nothing to diminish his presence. As he walked into the office, the Emperor was sitting on the sofa chatting with Jack, who had just arrived. Although the two often clashed on the international stage, they were both courteous now. Seeing Zhang Xiaobei enter, Jack quickly stood up. Mr. Zhang Xiaobei. The Emperor also rose, his gaze carrying respect. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand. Sit down, we're all friends here. No need for such formality. Attendants served tea and refreshments. Once everyone was seated, the office door slowly closed, sealing off the clamor outside completely. No one knew how long that closed-door meeting lasted, nor what the four of them discussed inside. In the chairman's office of the Huaxia Security Group, 4 people sat around the conference table. The tea on the table had long gone cold, and not a single piece of pastry had been touched. For them, their bodies, enhanced by genetic agents, had long surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. It was no exaggeration to say that even after 3 days and nights of continuous high-intensity work, without food, they would feel no fatigue at all. Resource allocation must prioritize the construction of the underground city. The man tapped lightly on the holographic globe model with his finger. The rare earth mines in the Bear Country must complete the deployment of mining equipment within a week, prioritizing delivery to the Huaxia spacecraft manufacturing base. The Emperor nodded in agreement and said the miners in Siberia are on standby. As long as the Huaxia mining machines arrive, they can achieve full-scale mining within 3 days. Jack quickly took notes beside them, occasionally looking up to add the renovation plan for the Qin Space Center has been finalized. It is expected to accommodate the first batch of Alliance fighter jets within 2 weeks. He turned his gaze to the 3 people before him and suddenly changed the subject. Now that our roles and plans are clear, there's still a key issue. What do you think of the attitudes of the other countries in the Blue Star? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the office momentarily paused. Zhang Xiaobei, who had been leaning back in his chair with a leg crossed, stopped and looked at Jack and the Emperor, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Jack was initially taken aback, then glanced at the still imposing Emperor beside him, suddenly bursting into laughter. The Emperor, too, understood the implication, and a knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, as their eyes met, they all understood each other's thoughts. Zhang Xiaobei was the first to speak, his tone brimming with confidence. Your question is indeed unnecessary. What do we have in our hands right now? Huaxia's nuclear fusion and spacecraft assembly technology, the Bear's production capacity of nano-titanium steel, and the M country's genetic agents and engine manufacturing. The core resources capable of withstanding the apocalypse are all in our grasp. Jack immediately chimed in, gesturing with his fingers on the table. That's right. In the past, those countries dared to bargain with us. Now, they are either waiting to freeze in the extreme cold or waiting for a virus to knock on their door. What other options do they have besides begging to join the alliance? The Emperor spoke firmly and authoritatively. The rare earth mines in Siberia are now only for the alliance, and the Arctic routes are only open to our 3 countries. Countries that want to use nano-titanium steel to build underground cities or seek genetic agents for safety must follow our rules. Their opinions, not important. As he spoke, the 3 exchanged a knowing smile. This unspoken understanding stemmed from the absolute power they currently held. In the past, they had to consider the balance of various parties on the international stage, but now with the apocalypse looming, those capable of withstanding the crisis must follow the alliance, or rather follow Huaxia. The so-called attitudes of other countries had long lost their bargaining weight. Observing the reactions of the 3, a smile appeared in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Good, since you all are confident, let's proceed with this line of thought. After announcing the alliance agreement tomorrow, we will wait for them to come to us. I will go report to the higher-ups now. But let me make it clear beforehand, if they want to join, they must accept Huaxia's leadership and comply with the alliance constitution, not a single step back. In the next 2 hours, the 4 no longer dwelled on external attitudes, instead focusing on internal details. It wasn't until it was completely dark outside that the holographic projection in the office was finally turned off. As the Emperor stood to straighten his suit, the watch peeking out from his cuff showed it was already 8 in the evening. This long discussion that had started in the morning had lasted a full 10 hours. I must return to the country immediately. The Siberian mines are still waiting for Huaxia's mining equipment, but delaying even a day could affect titanium steel production. Jack also stood up, clutching a notebook filled with notes. I need to go back and oversee the assembly of the agent production line. Those state governments will definitely be eager for quotas, so the rules must be set in advance. The 2 did not linger, heading straight to the airport under the guidance of the staff. The sound of the private jet's engines roared to life in the night. 2 beams of light pierced through the darkness, heading toward the Bear Country and M Country respectively. The next morning at 7 o'clock, all the media in the Blue Star experienced an unprecedented silence. The Huaxia satellite TV's morning news suddenly cut off, the host's voice abruptly silenced, and the screen instantly switched to pure black. 3 seconds later, the blue and white Blue Star Human Alliance logo slowly appeared. The morning traffic reports circulating on local broadcasts suddenly stopped, replaced by the urgent and solemn voice of the anchor. Dear listeners, please note we are interrupting to bring you an emergency notification from the Blue Star. All channels will simultaneously broadcast a special live report from Huaxia concerning the future survival of humanity. Please pay attention. The morning football event on Bear Country RT television was just reaching a critical moment when the player was about to take a shot. The screen suddenly froze. It then cut to a black screen followed by a panoramic view of the Huaxia Command Center's live broadcast hall. The folk song on M-City radio suddenly interrupted the host's voice-trembling emergency broadcast. The 3 countries are about to announce a permanent alliance agreement. This is a critical moment concerning the survival of all humanity, and all media have switched to the live signal from Huaxia. The financial morning report from M-Country CNN was analyzing stock market opening data when a red alert for breaking news suddenly popped up on the screen. The screen instantly transitioned, the CNN logo disappeared, leaving only the white text Huaxia special live broadcast. The laughter from the talk show on the local radio in New York City abruptly stopped, and the host's excited voice rang out, "Stop everything you are doing right now." Every platform worldwide is broadcasting this live event. It could be the most important press conference in human history. The top 50 entries on Weibo's trending list were suddenly dominated by global emergency live broadcasts, 3-country alliance agreements, and other hashtags, all marked with urgent identifiers, while the homepage pop-up directly covered all content, instantly redirecting to the live broadcast page. The recommendation page on Douyin was no longer filled with short videos, but was a unified live broadcast entry with the red word emergency standing out against the black background. The top 5 trending topics on Twitter were all Blue Star Human Alliance and 3-country alliance, refreshing at a rate of 10 posts per second. All links pointed to the same scene, the live broadcast hall of the Huaxia Command Center. The reporters from the 3 countries were already ready outside the live hall, and a Huaxia reporter raised a microphone shouting into the camera, "Dear viewers, this is the Huaxia Live Hall. In 10 minutes, the 3 countries will officially announce the permanent alliance agreement. This is a significant union for the 3 countries, and media from over 200 countries in the Blue Star are broadcasting simultaneously." Different languages echoed through the camera, spreading across the entire Blue Star. In H-City, Li Tianqing's family was gathered around the dining table for breakfast when the television's morning news suddenly went black. His 6-year-old grandson held up a youtiao and shouted, "Grandpa, the TV is broken." As Li Tianqing was about to stand up to check, the Blue Star Human Alliance logo lit up on the screen. He hurriedly sat down, pointing at the screen and telling his wife, "Quick, don't serve the porridge, watch this." His wife paused with the porridge bowl in midair, her eyes suddenly brightening as she watched the live broadcast hall on the screen. In Bear Country, worker Ivan was sitting in the cafeteria facing the same breakfast as usual with a football game playing on the television. When the screen suddenly switched to the Huaxia State Council, he instinctively cursed, about to change the channel. But he was stopped by a co-worker beside him. "Don't change it. RT is airing this too. I heard the 3 countries are about to sign a major agreement concerning the future of humanity." In M Country, Sarah was frying bacon in the kitchen when the talk show on the radio suddenly switched to an emergency notification. She frowned and turned off the radio. Just as she was about to open her phone to scroll through TikTok, a live broadcast pop-up appeared on the screen with the title "Press Conference Concerning Human Survival." Sarah hesitated for a moment, clicked into the live broadcast, and saw unfamiliar Huaxia architecture on the screen, shouting to the living room, "Tom, come look. Everyone is broadcasting this." Her husband Tom, who was watching the stock market, ran over, his eyes instantly widening. On the campus of London University, Emily was sitting on a bench scrolling through Twitter when suddenly a red pop-up covered her phone screen, "Global Synchronous Live Broadcast Huaxia Press Conference." She curiously clicked in and saw the scene in the live broadcast hall, immediately forwarding it to her roommate. "Oh my. Every platform is broadcasting this, CNN, BBC, it's everywhere." Her roommate quickly replied, "In the library. The news website on the computer is all about this. It seems the 3 countries are about to unite." In the Bear Country, Jean Minya was standing at the bus stop when her phone notifications suddenly exploded with messages about the 3-country alliance and global emergency broadcast. She clicked on the live broadcast link and saw background messages on the screen, suddenly recalling the earlier disappearance of Cherry Blossom Country incident. The world has changed since the cherry blossoms disappeared. The bus arrival alert sounded, but Jean Minya remained still, her gaze locked on the phone screen, completely unaware as the bus drove away. This sudden live broadcast was like an invisible net, tightly binding people of different colors, languages, and identities across the entire Blue Star together. Everyone was waiting for that press conference concerning the future of humanity to begin. As the eyes of the entire Blue Star converged through the screens, the live broadcast hall of the Huaxia Security Group headquarters was already prepared. The morning light streamed through the glass curtain wall, illuminating the blue and white backdrop of the Blue Star Human Alliance. The Minister of Security Lin Weigua appeared more spirited in his dark Zhongshan suit, seated at the main position of the broadcast platform with an open copy of the Alliance Agreement in front of him. The three golden embossed emblems on the cover were clearly visible in the close-up shot. To his left sat a young man dressed in a black tight-fitting combat suit, exuding a sense of heroic spirit. In front of the broadcast platform, 3 holographic projection devices had already been activated, with the attendants on both sides standing in dark formal attire, their hands clasped in front of their stomachs. At this moment, the entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Television stations from over 200 countries across Blue Star had switched their signals to this scene. On the giant screen in New York Square, in front of the street's outdoor televisions, and the electronic screens in Myeongdong, countless people stopped in their tracks, looking up at the Huaxia live broadcast hall on the screen. At the bottom of the screen, the live broadcast indicators in 3 different languages, Huaxia Mao Xiong and M, were continuously scrolling with real-time translations. He raised his hand to adjust the microphone, his gaze fixed on the camera, as if he could see every face full of anticipation or anxiety on the other side of the screen. Then a calm voice echoed, "Greetings, citizens of Blue Star." This simple greeting spread through the satellite signal across Blue Star, and the streets fell silent in an instant. Today, in the name of the Blue Star Human Alliance, the 3 countries are announcing the permanent alliance agreement to the world. He paused for a moment, glancing at Zhang Xiaobei beside him, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Beside me is Mr. Zhang Xiaobei, who will soon serve as the director of the Alliance Space Administration. He will provide further details regarding the space defense plans. Zhang Xiaobei faced the camera and nodded slightly. This moment was accurately captured by the director, zooming in for a 3-second close-up. He lightly pressed the touch control key on the broadcast platform, and the holographic projection instantly lit up, with the pale blue 3-dimensional emblem of the Blue Star Human Alliance rising and hovering between the two. First, let's discuss the organizational structure of the alliance. We are officially establishing the Blue Star Human Alliance with only one core mission: to face the extreme cold and viruses that will arrive in 80 days. And the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations in 5 years, to preserve the flame of human civilization. In terms of the core leadership, the Alliance will appoint one overall commander, which will be me for life. As soon as this statement was made, a low murmur of discussion erupted in front of the screen. He did not pause, continuing, "This is not for personal power, but to avoid chaos in the transfer of power during a crisis. The final authority for resource allocation, military command, and major decision-making will be unified under my control, ensuring that every directive is implemented without compromise." He looked up at the camera, his tone intensifying at the same time. "We will appoint 2 vice commanders for the alliance, Mr. Dottie from Mao Xiong country and Mr. Jack from M, also for life. Their responsibility is to assist me in advancing cooperation and coordination, overseeing the implementation of their respective policies and resource allocation. But remember, all major decisions must be approved before implementation." After speaking, he turned to Zhang Xiaobei, their gazes briefly meeting. Zhang Xiaobei nodded slightly, a tacit understanding known only to them. From the launch of the Kunlun to the popularization of gene drugs, from the construction of underground cities to the preparation of the space administration, they had formed a trust that required no words through countless collaborations. The camera zoomed out just in time, presenting their interaction to the global audience. In Mao Xiong country, Dottie looked at the commander on the screen, his eyes filled with recognition. In the office of the M country's government building, Jack paused with a can of cola in midair, slowly giving a thumbs up to the image on the screen. The corresponding supervisory and executive bodies have also been clarified. The Alliance Council will be established, with each of the 3 countries sending 20 experienced and technically knowledgeable representatives to participate. Their main responsibility is to provide suggestions and supervision with no veto power. We will establish the Alliance Executive Bureau, which will have 4 departments: resources, technology, administration, and law enforcement. The heads will be nominated by me and reviewed in collaboration with the 2 vice commanders. The words Huaxia leading in the projection suddenly enlarged and bolded. Outside the live broadcast hall on the streets of Huaxia's capital, an elderly man with white hair, after hearing this, clapped his hands vigorously at the screen. "This is how it should be. Now is not the time for empty talk. With him at the helm, we can feel at ease." Surrounding people nodded in agreement, the light from their phone screens reflecting excitement and reassurance on their faces. The holographic projection slowly switched, and the design of the Alliance coin gradually appeared. He lightly tapped the virtual coin in the projection with his finger, and the coin instantly disintegrated into countless tiny particles, then reassembled into the virtual images of rare earths, nano-titanium steel, and nuclear fusion generators. Next is the currency issue that everyone is concerned about. The alliance will introduce a single legal tender alliance coin. It will exist in both digital and physical forms, completely replacing the Huaxia coin Maoxiong ruble and M-dollar. The value of alliance coin is not pegged to any precious metals, but is directly tied to the alliance's core strategic resources. His voice traveled through the microphone to the globe. Rare earths, nano-titanium, steel, nuclear fusion power generation, gene drug production, everything that can determine human life and death will be the most solid backing of the alliance coin. This means that its value will not be affected by financial speculation like past currencies, but will be closely linked to the survival of each and every one of us. He raised his hand to bring up the exchange ratio table, the numbers on the projection clear and concise. We have set a 1-month exchange window with no transaction fees for exchanges. After the window period, all commercial transactions, government revenues and expenditures, and international settlements within the alliance must use alliance coin, prohibiting the circulation of other currencies. The central bank of the alliance is located in Huaxia, jointly managed by the 3 countries, but the issuance volume will be dynamically adjusted based on the total amount of strategic resources. We will ensure that there will be no inflation or deflation, safeguarding the property of every citizen. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei suddenly raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tapping on the touch screen of the broadcast platform, bringing up a blue app icon. The words Blue Star Wallet flickered in the projection. His voice, now a bit sharper through the microphone, spread across Blue Star. To add the electronic payment system for Alliance Coin, Blue Star Wallet has gone live, supporting phone number registrations from all countries on Blue Star. In the future, when everyone receives gene drugs or applies for housing in underground cities, it will all need to be done through this app. I recommend everyone download and register as soon as possible to avoid delays in subsequent processes. The camera focused on the side profile of Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes attentive as he demonstrated the app registration process. On the streets of New York, a young girl immediately took out her phone, searching for Blue Star Wallet in the App Store and downloading it. In a cafe in XN, the owner shouted to the employees, "Quick, give me all the cash from the register. I need to exchange for Alliance Coin." The holographic projection switched again, revealing 3 workflow diagrams. This one is the core of the Alliance's operation. The commander of the Blue Star Human Alliance traced his finger across the projection, causing the 3 images to rotate. The technology and resource allocation among the 3 nations will form a complete chain of materials, components, assembly, avoiding redundant construction and utilizing every bit of strength effectively. He first pointed to the scene of the smelting plant in the Bear Country. The Bear Country focuses on the production of strategic materials, and the smelting and processing of nano-titanium steel alloys must have an annual capacity of no less than 500,000 tons. This will be a key material for the underground city walls, spaceship shells, and space military equipment. Even a ton short could affect construction progress. At the same time, the Bear Country will share its frozen soil construction technology to help us build underground cities in cold regions, enhancing safety. Next, his finger moved to the pharmaceutical workshop of Country M. Country M focuses on biotechnology and aerospace propulsion. The large-scale production of initial and intermediate gene drugs, as well as antiviral serums, must reach an annual output of no less than 1 billion doses. We need to ensure the vaccination needs of the citizens of the 3 nations. Additionally, the research and production of superconducting ion electric propulsion engines must yield no less than 2,000 units per year. This is the core power for spaceships and warships, and it must be delivered on time. Even a day's delay is unacceptable. Finally, his finger landed on the assembly base of the spaceship in Huaxia, where half of a Kunlun-class spaceship could be seen, with workers busy in protective clothing. Huaxia leads the core technology research and high-end manufacturing. The assembly of Kunlun-class interstellar transport spaceships, core facilities of underground cities, and controlled nuclear fusion reactors are all our responsibility. At the same time, we will open the foundational technical documents for nuclear fusion and global communication to the Bear Country and Beautiful Country, providing technical guidance to ensure they can keep pace with production. Suddenly, a flow of data animations appeared in the holographic projection, with red Doomsday monitoring data and blue production progress data intertwining on the screen. The man pointed at this data. In terms of information communication, we will establish a global communication network for the Doomsday monitoring data of the 3 nations. Where the extreme cold has advanced, if there are new mutations of the virus and the dynamics of alien civilizations. Also, production progress data such as how many spaceships have been assembled, how many drugs have been produced, and how much titanium steel has been refined must be shared in real time. The 2 deputy commanders must report their country's task progress to me weekly to ensure there are no omissions. In terms of resource allocation, the strategic resources of the 3 nations will be managed uniformly by the Alliance. His tone carried an undeniable firmness. The Bear Country must prioritize supplying 1 million tons of rare earth to Huaxia each year and 500,000 tons of titanium steel raw materials to Country M. Country M must supply Huaxia with superconducting ion electric propulsion engines according to the spaceship production schedule and provide the Bear Country with 200 million doses of antiviral serum within a month. Huaxia will provide both countries with technical support for spaceship assembly and nuclear fusion power assurance, ensuring that the entire industrial chain runs smoothly without any hiccups. For the next hour, he explained the 4 clauses on collaborative development, citizen rights and responsibilities, material reserves, and unified education one by one. When discussing underground city construction, Zhang Xiaobei handed over a real-scene image of the underground city in central Huaxia. In the image, the windows of residential buildings glowed warmly, and children were running in an underground plaza. He pointed at the modular components in the picture, his voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. This is the construction standard that the 3 nations must unify. The main underground cities must be completed within 80 days to provide a refuge from the extreme cold. When discussing citizen rights and responsibilities, he emphasized his tone, and the camera focused closely on his face, revealing the seriousness in his eyes. All citizens of the Alliance, regardless of nationality, can receive antiviral serum, take gene drugs, and enter the underground cities for free. But rights and obligations are reciprocal. You must obey orders, keep Alliance secrets, and citizens aged 18 to 45 must participate in volunteer service. Violating the Alliance Constitution, regardless of who you are, will be met with equal accountability. When discussing material reserves, a 3-dimensional model of 3 super-large storage warehouses appeared in the projection. H province of Huaxiao, X plane of the Bear Country, and S state of Country M, with each model labeled with a capacity of 100 million tons. He then pointed at these models and said, other countries that wish to provide assistance must exchange resources. Nothing is given for free. Alliance materials must be prioritized for the residents of the underground cities in the Alliance's 3 nations and cannot be wasted on those unwilling to contribute. When discussing unified education, he mentioned the Alliance Elite program, his eyes filled with expectations for the future. Every year we will select 10,000 elite students from the Alliance to study in Huaxia, focusing on spaceship manufacturing and materials science. These children will be the hope for the future of human civilization. When the holographic projection switched to the final space agency, the commander turned to Zhang Xiaobei and gestured for him to take the lead. Zhang Xiaobei stood up, his black combat uniform accentuating his tall figure. He walked to the projection, lightly tapped his finger, and brought up the 3-dimensional model of the space military. Silver fighter jets, massive spaceships, and the 3 major bases distributed globally appeared vividly in the projection. The last point concerns the core defense force of the Alliance, the space agency. Zhang Xiaobei's voice was more serious than when he explained the Blue Star wallet, his gaze sweeping across the camera as if inspecting the future space military. The initial total force will be 30,000, with each nation contributing 10,000 aged 20 to 35, who must first take gene drugs to enhance their bodies, ensuring they can adapt to the space environment. In the future, it will expand to 100,000, with the highest priority for all resource supplies. He pointed at the 3 major base models in the projection. In terms of command structure, we will establish the Alliance Space Agency, where I will serve as the director directly accountable to the Alliance. There will be 3 core bases. Huaxia's Jiuquan base will be responsible for fighter jet development and pilot training, and our warships have already conducted test flights there. Beautiful Country's Qin NID base will utilize their existing launch pads, responsible for the maintenance of warships and equipment. The Bear Country's Arctic base will remain hidden behind the Aurora, responsible for intercontinental transport and early warning, and the 3 bases must work in coordination to secure the Blue Star's orbit. The projection continued to display the parameter tables for nano-titanium steel alloys and electric propulsion systems. Resource assurance is key. The Bear Country must supply our space agency with no less than 100,000 tons of nano-titanium steel each year for the construction of aircraft and spaceship shells. Country M must provide no less than 200 superconducting ion electric propulsion engines each month. Huaxia is responsible for the assembly of fighter jets, nuclear fusion power supply, and tactical planning. Our goal is to enable the first batch of the space military to achieve combat readiness within 3 months. There are 2 core tasks. Zhang Xiaobei's voice suddenly rose, his eyes sharp. First, to monitor the Reaper civilization, establishing outpost posts within the solar system to secure the Blue Star's orbit and interstellar transport routes, and never allow them to approach the Blue Star. Second, to assist the Alliance in disaster relief, airdropping supplies to affected areas and providing support to underground cities in emergencies. The 2 deputy commanders will help me coordinate the military forces of the 3 nations to ensure everyone can fight together and protect humanity's space defense line. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobei turned back to his seat, while the man straightened up again, picking up the original copy of the Alliance Agreement on the table, the emblems of the 3 nations on the cover, shining brilliantly under the light. The audience across the entire Blue Star held their breath, staring at the screen. Citizens, the above are the 8 core clauses of the Permanent Alliance Agreement of Huaxia Bear Country and Country M. His voice echoed again, solemn and powerful. The agreement will take effect immediately after I and the 2 countries sign it, and will remain in effect permanently. After a pause, his gaze swept across the camera, as if promising every citizen of the alliance. We welcome other countries worldwide to join the alliance, but there are 3 conditions that must be met. First, open all strategic resources and national data accepting unified allocation by the alliance. Second, recognize Huaxia's leading position and abide by the alliance constitution. Third, bear all necessary obligations and not only think about enjoying resources. From today onwards, the alliance's doors are open to all countries willing to strive for human survival. But before the alliance, you have no room for negotiation. Zhang Xiaobei stood up, standing beside him, both looking towards the camera. The lights in the live broadcast hall focused on them, and the background board's Blue Star Human Alliance logo stood out prominently. Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand, gently pressing it on the original agreement, his voice filled with a hint of emotion. Finally, I want to say one thing. In the face of doom, there are no distinctions between nations, only one identity: humanity. We will carry the alliance and do our utmost to protect our homeland. May human civilization, glory endure forever. As the live broadcast in Huaxia came to an end, the office of Yu Ninruan Mingzhi was illuminated by urgent lights. Cabinet members gathered around the conference table where the emergency printed alliance terms were densely circled. There is no time to hesitate. Ruan Mingzhi pointed at the resource exchange terms, his tone resolute. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, contact the Huaxia ambassador to Vietnam immediately. I will personally lead the team to City J. Bring along 500,000 tons of rice and 200,000 tons of rubber, seeking only to exchange for 3,000 tons of nano-titanium steel and 1 million doses of antiviral serum. Rubber can be replanted, but if people are lost, nothing remains. The Minister of Foreign Affairs frowned, but sovereignty concessions. Sovereignty cannot be eaten, nor can it stop climate anomalies. If Huaxia prioritizes supplying member countries, we won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. At the same time, President Nanfei was roaring at the Minister of Minerals in the underground conference room of the presidential office. Call the Huaxia ambassador, lower our attitude. Just say that the rare earth mines can be handed over to the alliance for unified management. We only need 2 things. First, priority vaccination of antiviral serum for cabinet members and technical personnel. Second, reserve 500 spots for underground cities. Tell Huaxia that as long as they agree, South Africa's rare earth production for the next 5 years will be prioritized for the alliance. The Prime Minister of Country T was urgently signing documents telling an aide open the Eastern Port usage rights, exchange construction technology for underground cities. With Huaxia, the sooner the better. Prime Minister ML during a video conference told cabinet members allocate 70% of the yield from palm oil plantations to the alliance's material reserves. We must obtain controllable nuclear fusion small generators, or we won't survive the energy crisis. In the Prime Minister's office in Old Delhi, India, the atmosphere was tense. The Minister of Defense slammed the alliance terms on the table. What Blue Star Alliance? Clearly, it is Huaxia expanding under the pretext of a doomsday warning. We have the Moonship now. 3 program missile defense systems. Why should we open resources and follow their commands? The Prime Minister sat in a leather chair, speaking with pride. Tell the media that India has activated the National Disaster Resistance Plan, building underground cities and space bases, and absolutely will not join any hegemonic alliance. Let the space agency accelerate the manned program for Moonship now. 3. We will build shelters on the moon and do not need Huaxia's charity. President of Country B waived the alliance terms at a press conference. 3 countries want to monopolize disaster resistance resources. It's simply a joke. We have Amazonian timber iron, or we can build underground cities ourselves and produce our own medicines. The so-called Doomsday warning is just Huaxia's scheme to lure small countries. As soon as the press conference ended, he pulled the Secretary General into a confidential room, lowering his voice significantly. You must contact the ambassador of Country M immediately and say that Brazil is willing to exchange 200,000 tons of iron or for 5,000 doses of antiviral medicine only for cabinet members and military high-ranking officials. This matter must not be known to the public lest it cause panic. After receiving the ambassador's report, Jack directly refused. According to orders, non-alliance countries will not be supplied with any core disaster resistance materials. If you want benefits, first follow the rules. The president of Country B's face went from hopeful to ashen in an instant. In the office of the Prime Minister of Little Mustache Country, the projector was cycling through alliance terms and climate warning maps, while cabinet members argued heatedly. The Minister of Economy slammed down the nuclear fusion technology materials on the table. Without Huaxia's nuclear fusion technology, our power grid won't last 6 months in extreme cold. We must join the alliance as soon as possible and seize the technological authorization quota. The Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately countered joining is possible, but the proportion of European representatives in the Alliance Parliament must not be less than 30. We cannot let Huaxia dominate completely. We must at least strive for technological autonomy in underground city construction. Prime Minister of Little Mustache Country rubbed his temples. First, send a delegation to Huaxia for inspection, focusing on nuclear fusion reactors and the actual level of underground cities. Contact the surrender country and Italy. The three of us must act in sync, either join together to get the best terms or observe together. We cannot be marginalized individually. When the president of the surrender country received the call, he was discussing resource allocation rules with his advisors. Little Mustache Country wants to unite to observe, but they must set conditions. Huaxia must transfer some nuclear fusion technology. Otherwise, we will unite with European countries to build our own disaster reserve, exchanging agricultural resources and iron, or with the bear, and will not cooperate with Huaxia. The Prime Minister of Italy said at a party meeting, although the situation sounds urgent, we must wait for the decisions of those two countries. If they do not join, our independent entry will lead to isolation by Europe, and the resources we obtain will be even fewer. In the dimly lit secret meeting room of the presidential office in Bama, the president sat at the head of the table, frowning, facing cabinet members and military generals. On the table were documents for canal usage rights and templates for applying for underground city quotas from the alliance. The alliance says it wants to open resources in exchange for quotas. The president's voice was cold. The canal usage rights can be given to the alliance, but we only want 500 quotas. Cabinet members, high-ranking military officials, and domestic capitalists, others need not be concerned. The Minister of Defense was startled. Mr. President, what about the ordinary citizens? They will protest if they find out. Protest. The president sneered. Block the news about the alliance and say there is no disaster alliance. Let them figure it out themselves. Once we obtain the quotas, we will withdraw directly. After all, we have a large population, and a few tens of thousands missing won't matter. The Minister of Finance hesitated. What if they ask about the resettlement of the citizens? Just say we will handle it ourselves. After saying this, he picked up the pen and filled in the 500 quotas, stating that Huaxia would only provide resources, and it was none of their business how to handle the citizens as long as the canal usage rights were in place. The Prime Minister of the small island nation in the Pacific said in a secret meeting with generals, exchange fishery resources and port rights for 200 underground city quotas only for government elites and the wealthy. The ordinary citizens should stay on the island and leave their fate to chance. The citizens will rebel if they find out we are fleeing. Someone expressed concern. Send troops to guard the port in advance. His tone showed no sign of wavering. Once the quotas are secured, we will head to Huaxia overnight. They won't have time to react. The decisions of these small countries were not publicly disclosed, but were transmitted to the alliance headquarters through the alliance's intelligence network. The phone at the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs has not stopped ringing since the live broadcast ended. As soon as Yunan's request hung up, an F's call came in. Then came the requests from envoys of country T Malaysia and others. Some discussed resource exchanges, while others sought privileges through back channels. The ringing of phones and the beeping of email notifications were incessant, and the secretaries were busy running around. The commander-in-chief sat in the alliance headquarters office, a thick stack of application documents from various countries in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. He picked up one application, handing it to the newly arrived Zhang Xiaobei. Look, in order to protect their privileged classes, they are willing to abandon the citizens. It's quite normal. Human nature is inherently selfish, and the impending doom reveals it even more. They want to sacrifice the citizens for their own survival, but it depends on whether we are willing to give them the opportunity. Rubbing his temples, he pointed at the incessantly ringing phone on the table. The requests from country U and South F can still be considered. What about M and FS requests? Should we directly refuse? Zhang Xiaobei turned around, his gaze sharp and firm as it landed on the commander-in-chief. Whether we refuse or not doesn't matter. It's really not necessary to get entangled. Even if the apocalypse comes, their presence or absence has no impact on us. As long as the alliance exists, humanity will have a spark of hope. The phone in the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance was still ringing intermittently. Just as the commander-in-chief signed the reply to Enfei Zhang Xiaobi, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a real-time public opinion report from the alliance's intelligence department with an attached video showing constantly updating scenes from streets around the world. Take a look at this, they said. Zhang Xiaobei cast his phone onto the wall screen, which instantly filled with dense online comments and street scenes. The top 10 trending topics on Huaxia's Weibo were all related to the alliance. Under the hashtag Huaxia leads the alliance, so exciting, real-time comments scrolled at dozens per second. Just exchanged blue star coins for alliance coins. Waiting for the gene potion injection. Anyone else in? Smirking emoji. Look, the Prime Minister of Yunnan is coming to J City himself. This is Huaxia's strength. We used to beg others, now they beg us. The Commander-in-Chief and Director Zhang are so reliable. With them, we're not afraid of the apocalypse. I heard Enfei is opening up rare earth mines in exchange for spots. Our spaceship production will speed up again. Awesome. Doesn't anyone think Director Zhang of the Space Administration looks familiar? I think he was my high school classmate. Better wash up and sleep. We need to move to our new underground city house tomorrow. Just pass by the mall. Many shops have hung Alliance banners, and you can get discounts with Alliance coins. I've already exchanged 2,000 worth. A month ago, I was still working on an assembly line, and now suddenly, we're developing to leave Earth. Even novels wouldn't dare write this right. Can anyone give me 50 Alliance coins? I want to buy a crazy Thursday meal on the streets of Huaxiao. It was even more lively. The big screen in J City's commercial district was replaying the Commander-in-Chief's speech. Nearby merchants had urgently ordered various Alliance support merchandise from Yiwu, including t-shirts and sun hats. On a sightseeing boat in H City, tourists held up their phones to film the Alliance emblem projected on the river surface. Someone shouted into the camera, proud to be born in Huaxia. But when the screen switched to foreign scenes, the atmosphere changed instantly. On the streets of Asan, thousands of citizens gathered outside the government building holding signs that read, "We want to join the Alliance. We want to survive." A young man in a shirt rushed to the front and screamed into a megaphone, "The government says it can solve the extreme cold, but it won't even announce a specific plan. The Alliance has early warning data, but they won't let us know. Are they trying to let us die?" A middle-aged woman beside him held up a photo of her sick child and cried, "My son has a fever. The Alliance has antiviral serums and gene potions, but the government won't let us apply. They only think about going to the moon themselves and don't care whether we live or die." Suddenly, someone in the crowd threw a stone, shattering the government building's glass. The police immediately raised shields and advanced with batons to disperse the crowd, plunging the scene into chaos. Inside the building, Asan's interior minister watched the monitors and shouted into the phone, "Deploy the military. We must drive them away. They can't interfere with the Moonship 3 plan." In another slum, flames were already rising. Several young men smashed the windows of roadside shops, grabbing food and water as they ran, yelling, "The government says there's no apocalypse, but the Alliance has already issued warnings. They're lying to us. We have to find our own way out." On the street, someone held up a copy of the Alliance terms and shouted to passers-by, "The Alliance has antiviral and gene potions plus underground cities. But the president won't let us join and secretly wants to give the potions only to the elite. We can't take it anymore." More and more people joined in. Someone set a roadside car on fire, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Military armored vehicles soon arrived. Soldiers got out with guns raised and shouted at the crowd, "Disperse immediately, or we will take coercive measures." Someone in the crowd retorted, "Are you here to protect us or the president?" That remark ignited fury, and people picked up stones to hurl at the armored vehicles. The soldiers immediately raised their guns. Several gunshots rang out, the crowd screamed, and scattered in panic, leaving a few bodies lying on the ground. Online, the Twitter hashtag #ByX Prime Minister Big Liar had already surged to the top of the trending list. It was flooded with angry comments. "My friend works in the presidential palace and says the president is really buying potions from M country only for the top brass. We want to join the Alliance. We don't want to be abandoned. The military shot us. Is this what they call protection?" In FG, the citizens were even more desperate. A fisherman posted a video on Facebook saying he saw the Prime Minister's staff packing luggage and contacting ships. Under the video, someone commented, "My neighbor works at the port and says they're preparing ships, probably heading to Huaxia. We've been abandoned. What do? Go to the port. Don't let them leave. We want to go to Huaxia too." But FJI's military had already blockaded the port with soldiers pointing guns at anyone trying to approach. The fishermen could only cry out by the sea toward the distant ships, powerless to do anything. Online discussions in Ozhou were filled with anxiety. In a Facebook group from Shaohuzi country, someone launched a petition demanding the government join the Alliance, which had already garnered over 1 million signatures. "My grandfather has a heart condition. The Alliance's gene potion could save him, but the government is still hesitating. Are they waiting for him to die? We can't wait for nuclear fusion technology. The extreme cold is only 79 days away. Without electricity, we'll freeze to death." On Twitter in Tuxiang country, the hashtag Premier Stop Negotiating, Just Surrender Already, It's Not the First Time, was trending. "Huaxia won't compromise. If you keep negotiating, all the spots will be taken. Look at Yunnan and Enfei. They're all heading to Huaxia. What are we waiting for?" These chaotic scenes were transmitted to Huaxia in real time via the internet. On the Alliance headquarters projection screen, the jubilation of Huaxia's citizens on one side contrasted sharply with the protests and riots abroad. The commander-in-chief watched the screen and sighed. These governments have pushed their people to this point for their own interests. Zhang Xiaobi's eyes turned cold. That's their choice. No one else to blame. What we can do is open our doors to countries that treat their people fairly. As for these, he pointed at the riot scenes from Bama Na and FG. They abandoned their own people, so they can't blame the people for revolting. Just then, a secretary hurried in, handing over a report. "Commander-in-Chief, Director Zhang, Yunnan's Prime Minister Wan Mingzhi has already departed, expected to arrive at J City Airport tomorrow morning. Enfei's special envoy is also on the way bringing detailed information on the rare earth mines. Additionally, the riots in Bamana and FG have spiraled out of control. Their governments have called again asking us to approve spots as soon as possible, offering more resources. Zhang Xiaobei sneered, now they're in a hurry. Too late. Tell them we don't accept applications that only benefit the privileged class. Either treat the people fairly or don't come begging. The commander-in-chief nodded in agreement. Let's do it your way. The people have sharp eyes. They know who truly cares for them and who only wants to save themselves. Our alliance needs partners who can fight disasters together, not parasites who sacrifice the people. On the projection screen, Waxia's comments kept scrolling, filled with voices of Go Alliance. And Huaxiao is awesome. As the people of Blue Star descended into chaos for survival, Zhang Xiaobei was lost in thought in the office of the Space Administration located in the central underground city. Director Zhang, we have received a distress signal from the China Aerospace Science and Technology Institute. Just then the voice of the China Smart Brain suddenly came through, piquing Zhang's obvious interest. China Aerospace Science and Technology Institute. Isn't that the genius Dr. Lin Yu from before? Hurry, contact him and see what's going on. As the holographic projection displayed the connection process, the call was answered in less than 3 seconds. In the video, Lin Yu appeared not as the youthful and spirited man Zhang Xiaobei remembered, but rather disheveled with deep-set eyes. Zhang Xiaobei frowned slightly and spoke. What's wrong, Dr. Lin? You don't look well. Haven't you taken the gene enhancer? Gene enhancer? You mean that blue one? I took it. I took all 3 doses. Lin Yu said, while busily handling documents on his end of the camera. Then what's with your condition? Zhang Xiaobei asked, puzzled. Oh, me. It's just that I've only slept 7 hours in 4 days. It's no big deal. But now a major issue has arisen. Mr. Zhang. Or rather, I should now call you Director Zhang. The armor you provided is almost ready for trial production, but there's a slight issue with the materials. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brows. Materials? What's wrong? Is the supply of nano-titanium steel alloy insufficient? No. But after multiple calculations and actual sampling tests, it was found that its strength has reached. However, during simulated near-Earth orbit conditions with friction temperatures of 500 C and an external drop to 120 C, its toughness directly decreased by 40. During the last test, the main cable model snapped directly. The space elevator's main cable must withstand at least 2.0 tons of tensile force. If it breaks in low temperatures, the entire cabin and the equipment above will fall, leaving no chance for rescue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei instantly frowned. All previous experiments and actual uses had been conducted in Earth-like environments, including tests at 30 degrees Celsius, which posed no issues. Only the temperature variations in near-Earth orbit had not been considered. Wait, I will resolve this issue. After finishing, Zhang Xiaobei intended to disconnect the call, but Lin Yu immediately spoke up. So, Director Zhang, are we still proceeding with the mecha? Let's hold off. Once I solve the materials issue, after all, if this problem isn't resolved, having a mecha on Blue Star won't be of any use to us. With that, Zhang Xiaobei laid back in the leather chair, curling up. His consciousness sank into the system as he summoned it once again, checking the system mall. However, upon browsing, the exchange mall only had the same items. Frustrated, he asked the system, "Hey little system, what's going on? Can't you add more items to the exchange mall?" Ding. The system is currently at level 3. If the host wishes to exchange for more necessary items, it is recommended to prioritize upgrading the system, or upgrade the system after a lucky draw from the surprise mall for further exchanges. Listening to the system's words, Zhang Xiaobei gazed at his balance of 835853595, falling into deep thought. On the plains of Siberia, the cold wind howled with snowflakes, contrasting sharply with the fiery scene 100 meters underground. In the construction tunnel of the Bear Country 2, Arctic 1, shield machines roared forward, their nano-titanium steel blades gnawing at the frozen earth, while debris was transported out via conveyor belts. Keep pushing. We must reach 120 meters today. The construction head of Bear Country, Andre, shouted into the intercom, his cold-resistant suit still covered in frozen earth debris. On the screen of the geological monitoring instrument aided by China, the red, frozen soil hardness warning flashed continuously. He frowned and said to the Chinese engineer Zhang Wei beside him, "Engineer Zhang, this frozen soil is harder than we expected. The shield machine's blades have already worn out too. When will your nano-titanium steel blades arrive?" "They are already on their way and will arrive tomorrow." Zhang Wei focused on the monitoring data, quickly tapping on the screen. "Our nano-titanium steel blades come with a wear-resistant coating, giving them a lifespan 3 times that of your ordinary blades, and they can withstand temperatures as low as 50 C, which is perfect for dealing with this frozen soil. Additionally, the nano-titanium steel support pipes you sent from China have also arrived. Once we reach the design depth, we will use these pipes to reinforce the tunnel and prevent collapses. Thanks to your insulation technology, otherwise the tunnel would have frozen long ago. Before you came, we only managed to dig 50 meters, and the tunnel froze. we simply couldn't proceed. This insulation material was specially developed by China for frozen soil environments, incorporating nano-titanium steel fibers that provide both insulation and impact resistance. Once the main pit is dug, we will help you install the nuclear fusion generator, allowing the underground space to maintain a constant temperature, which will facilitate the installation of modular houses later on. As they spoke, the shield machine suddenly emitted an unusual sound, and the advancement speed on the screen immediately dropped to 0. Andrei's expression changed, and just as he was about to give the order to stop, Zhang Wei rushed over, quickly inspecting the system, and said, "Don't panic, it's just a stone stuck in the frozen soil blocking the blade. We can resolve it by activating the emergency mode." He pressed the red button on the control panel, and the shield machine emitted a deep rumble, quickly resuming its forward motion. This is the emergency system improved by China. When encountering obstacles, it can automatically adjust the blade speed. In the future, when you encounter such situations, just press this button. Andre breathed a sigh of relief, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Thank you so much. Without your technology, we wouldn't know how long it would take to dig this underground city. The M Nation has already started assembling houses. We need to hurry." Zhang Wei brought up the construction footage from M Nation. "Their modular houses are indeed coming along quickly, but your foundation is solid. Once you dig to the design depth, China's prefabricated modules can be delivered quickly, allowing us to assemble them at speed." When the shield machine in Siberia finally reached 120 meters, the underground city in Kansas had already completed the installation of 15 housing modules. Liamo smiled at John after receiving news from Zhang Wei, saying, "Bear Country has reached 120 meters. Once the nano-titanium steel blades arrive tomorrow, progress will pick up." John looked at the housing structure gradually taking shape before him and remarked, "I never expected our three countries to cooperate so quickly. In the past, we fought our own battles. Now, with China's technology, this underground city will definitely be completed on time." Liamo nodded, gazing at the life module being installed in the distance. "This is the meaning of the alliance. Everyone plays their part for maximum efficiency. Once we build more Kunlun transport ships, our logistics will be more efficient. In the future, whether it's M Nation's housing modules or Bear Country's nano-titanium steel, they can be transported quickly through it." At that moment, in the underground passage of Siberia, Andre was directing workers to unload the newly arrived nano-titanium steel blades. Zhang Wei stood beside the blades and said to Andre, "Once we replace the blade with this one tomorrow, we will breach the frozen soil layer and aim to start the main structural construction in a week." Andre grasped Zhang Wei's hand firmly, his tone resolute. "Absolutely. We will never hold back the alliance." In the lounge of the Alliance Space Administration, Zhang Xiaobei looked at the system's surprise mall with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It's time to spend some points. He opened the lottery, skipping the bronze and silver tiers. "System Daddy, give me a gold 10 pull." Ding. Obtained gold 10 pull coupon. Consumed 10 million points. Balance 8348535995 points. Begin. At Zhang Xiaobei's command, the systems will started spinning slowly, then faster. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn. Thanks for your patronage. X8-inch. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn perfect gene potion. X2 usable externally after this system upgrade. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the two perfect gene potions in his system inventory and murmured, "Just write one for Tong Tong and one for Xiao Xia." Without hesitation, he continued, "One more gold 10 pull." Ding. Obtained gold 10 pull coupon. Consumed 10 million points. Balance 8338535995 points. Begin. The golden will spun rapidly again, and soon the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn. Thanks for your patronage. X6-inch. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn basic quantization skill card. X2-inch. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn full set of quantum communication technology. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've drawn high energy ion beam weapon technology. Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. Holy crap, this time it's good. The stuff is decent. He then immediately looked at his system inventory to check the descriptions of the obtained items. Basic quantization skill card, one-time use item, can be gifted to others, granting them the quantum body skill for a duration of 2 hours. Full set of quantum communication technology utilizes the characteristics of quantum entanglement for ultra-long distance communication, includes cross-galaxy encryption protocol, latency below 0.001 seconds. High-energy ion beam weapon technology employs high-energy ion beams as an attack method, single-shot coverage range of 500 kilometers. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the prizes in his system inventory, feeling overjoyed. Indeed, System Daddy still loves me. Then emboldened, he eyed his remaining 3 billion points and had an idea. Let's try a diamond one to test the waters. As he said this, he remembered the mysterious star core key still in his system inventory. Though its use was unknown, he felt it must be pretty awesome. Ding. Obtained diamond draw coupon. Consumed 100 million points. Balance 8238535995 points. Draw. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. Zhang Xiaobei. Again. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. Zhang Xiaobei, are you playing games with me? Again. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. Balance 8038535995 points. Zhang Xiaobei was getting annoyed. 300 million points, and not a single real prize. Looking at the remaining 8 billion, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, let's see how many times you come up empty. In peaceful warmth, when I pull for supplies, I at least get some costume coins. You just give me thanks for your patronage. 10 pull on the diamond wheel. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 7038535995 points." Zhang Xiaobi's heart ached at the sight of the instant loss of 1 billion points. But thinking how good the gold tier items were, a diamond 10 pull couldn't possibly come up empty, right? Begin to draw. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X10. Zhang Xiaobei. Come on. Just uninstall yourself. Are you playing games or what? 1 billion. A full 1 billion points. Damn you. This is too rigged. Zhang Xiaobei was on the verge of tears. 1 billion points was equivalent to 10,000 tons of gold. Such a massive mountain of gold gone just like that. Ding. Does the host confirm the uninstallation of this system? Zhang Xiaobei. I was wrong, daddy. Can't you just give me something nice? Ding. Detected host speech meets uninstallation criteria. Uninstalling. 5. 10. Cancel. Cancel. Daddy. I'm sorry. Ding. Uninstallation cancelled. Host, keep up the good work. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his temples in exasperation. I wasn't even mad, why are you angry? Continue. One more 10 pull. I don't believe it won't drop gold today. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 6038535995 points. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Give me something good, please. Begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X8. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn full set of meteorite alloy technology. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn perfect quantum body skill. 8 empties, but at least it gave something. Zhang Xiaobei muttered, a bit speechless as he opened his system inventory. Full set of meteorite alloy technology can withstand impacts at temperatures as low as 260 C without deformation, strength 10 times that of nanotitanium steel alloy. A special alloy for space navigation. Perfect quantum body skill, true perfect quantization, rendering your body in an unobservable, unstoppable state. No cooldown. Activate at will. Holy crap. Awesome. Zhang Xiaobei was thrilled looking at the items from the diamond wheel. System daddy. You do love me. You're my real dad. Strike while the iron is hot. One more 10 pull. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 5038535995 points. Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Xiaobei quickly said, begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X10. Zhang Xiaobei, I have a saying. You just said you loved me, and now you forget. Having experienced this once before, he didn't lose his temper this time. Instead, he calmly spoke to the system again, one more time. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 4038535995 points. Begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X10. Zhang Xiaobei, so love fades, doesn't it? At this moment, with bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaobei was completely hooked. Continue. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 3038535995 points. Begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X8. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn technical blueprints for stealth reconnaissance ships. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn formula for perfect gene potion. Continue. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 2038535995 points. Begin. Zhang Xiaobei no longer cared about the points. It's a matter of pride. Go for it. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X9. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn full set of heavy fusion technology. Seeing 9 empties, it was painful, no denying it. How to recover the loss. Increase the stake. If you win, it's not a loss. Continue. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 1038535995 points. Begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X8. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn heavy fusion engine technology. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn full set of quantum steady-state barrier technology. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the last remaining 1 billion. Why keep it? Might as well go all the way. Continue. Ding. Obtained diamond 10 pull coupon. Consumed 1 billion points. Balance 385359995 points. Begin. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn, thanks for your patronage. X9. Ding. Congratulations host, you've drawn one photonic quantum supercomputer. Felt completely drained. Truly nothing left. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the remaining 38 million points and felt a bit disappointed. After saving points for so long, it was all gone in one night. But when he looked again at the items in his system inventory, it didn't feel so bad. After all, even if you had all that gold, you couldn't trade it for these technologies. So he opened his inventory and started checking each item one by one. Technical blueprints for stealth reconnaissance satellite can simulate meteorite and cosmic dust signals. Stealth effect covers all detectors. Formula for perfect gene potion allows mass production of perfect grade gene potions. Materials are scarce. Full set of heavy fusion technology. Energy output over 100 times greater than traditional nuclear fusion. Raw materials are readily available. Cosmic dust rocks, etc. Heavy fusion engine technology. Speed can reach 2 times the speed of light, suitable for long-distance interstellar travel. Full set of quantum steady-state barrier technology stabilizes external structure and internal environment of ships traveling above light speed. Defensive power sufficient to offset a core explosion. Photonic quantum supercomputer, a complete photonic quantum supercomputer. Compatible with top-tier artificial intelligence, the perfect tool to meet computational demands. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly felt that exchanging 3 billion points for all this was pretty good. This round, not a loss. Ding. This transaction has consumed 903074100 points. Remaining balance 385359995 points. An additional 969259000 points are required for the next upgrade. Keep up the good work. With the system's prompt sound, Zhang Xiaobei withdrew his consciousness from the system interface. Though he had spent a considerable amount, considering it was all acquired through zero-cost shopping, it was no loss. In the conference hall of the Blue Star Human Alliance headquarters, representatives from over 50 nations were seated in a circular formation. Zhang Xiaobei sat at the head, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. This was the first global accession meeting since the alliance's establishment, and the attitudes of each nation would directly determine the scale of the Human Alliance. I have invited you all here today for one matter only. His voice, transmitted through the microphone, filled the conference hall without any superfluous pleasantries. The Alliance welcomes all nations willing to resist the apocalypse and share resources to join. But there are 3 conditions: open strategic resources, accept Wuxia's leadership, and guarantee the rights of the people. Those who sincerely wish to join we welcome with open arms. If you only want the privileged class to survive being selfish and self-serving, you may leave now. As soon as the words were spoken, the representative of the Moon country immediately stood up, holding a list of resources. We are willing to open our rubber and rice production areas, accepting unified allocation by the Alliance, and only ask to be given priority access to nanotitanium steel and antiviral serums. The representative of the NF region followed closely. The rare earth mines in Transvaal are ready for handover, and the genetic vaccine inoculation plan for our people has been reported. We humbly request the Alliance's approval for accession. Representatives from small nations in East in Asia and Africa chimed in one after another, and the conference hall was instantly filled with a chorus of approval. The representative of the Little Mustache Nation, however, frowned and spoke. We can open our agricultural resources, but the proportion of European representatives in the Alliance Council must be no less than 25, and there must be a clear timeline for technology transfer. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei interrupted. The Blue Star Human Alliance has only one rule: there is no room for bargaining. If you want to negotiate terms, first consider what you can contribute to the Alliance rather than only thinking about taking benefits. The representative of the Little Mustache Nation's face flushed red and then pale, but ultimately, he sat back down without further rebuttal. The most conspicuous were the representatives of Bama Na and FG. Just as the representative of Bama Na was about to raise the issue of privileged class quotas, the commander-in-chief looked up and cast a cold gaze at him. The Alliance is fully aware of your plans. You only want to evacuate the high-ranking officials, disregarding the fate of the common people. The Blue Star Human Alliance does not welcome you. You may leave. The face of the Bama Na representative instantly turned deathly pale, and the hand clutching the documents trembled slightly. In the end, he rose awkwardly, and together with the FG representative hurriedly walked out of the conference hall. The cameras at the entrance were still broadcasting live, capturing their selfish silhouettes on the global screens of Blue Star. The representative of the Asin nation, however, remained composed, drinking water from his cup noisily. Until suddenly the large screen in the conference hall was switched by Wuxia's intelligence system to an external live broadcast signal. The screen showed the launch scene of the Asin moon ship 3 lunar probe, the rocket trailing orange flames as it ascended. Many cast envious glances towards the Asan representative, who responded with a smug look. But before his satisfaction could last 2 minutes, an unexpected accident occurred. Just as it broke through the atmosphere, the thruster suddenly burst into a shower of sparks like a massive firecracker exploding in the sky. Then the wreckage of the spacecraft scattered and fell, and the live feed instantly went black. The conference hall was immediately filled with low chuckles, and the face of the Indian representative turned the color of a pig's liver. Just as he was about to defend himself, the commander-in-chief spoke calmly. If you can't even manage a lunar probe, how can you think of building your own shelter? Instead of wasting resources on futile efforts, you should think about how to secure more survival opportunities for your people. The ASAN representative opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Are there any others who wish to leave? His gaze swept across the hall, once more his tone still resolute. I will ask one last time, those who sincerely wish to join, stay and sign the agreement. Those who wish to wait and see or engage in underhanded dealings, leave now. The Alliance will not accept any future applications. After a few seconds of silence, the representative of the BYD nation was the first to stand up. We are willing to accept all conditions, open our agricultural and industrial resources, and humbly request to join the Alliance. Representatives from the surrender nation Dongbanya and other European countries followed suit, and even the previously hesitant Little Mustache nation relented. We agree to the Alliance's rules and can submit our resource list now. The remaining nations responded in succession, with only a few still hesitating. Ultimately, under the gaze of the entire assembly, they slunk out of the conference hall. Excellent. His tone softened as he looked at the representatives who remained. The Alliance will dispatch technical teams for coordination as soon as possible. Your people will soon be able to receive the antiviral serum. The construction of underground cities will also be incorporated into the Alliance's planning as soon as possible. Remember, joining the Alliance is not about subordination, but about weathering the apocalypse together. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Xiaobei came looking for him as soon as he returned to his office. Accompanying him was Lin Yu, the chief engineer of the space elevator project. There's something I need to discuss with you. Zhang Xiaobei's expression was somewhat serious. I recommend immediately halting the production of all Kunlun-class transport spacecraft. Halt production? Why? Wasn't the progress going smoothly before? It's a material issue. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand, activating a holographic projection that displayed a set of data. Previously, we only considered the usage environment on Earth, but didn't account for the temperature fluctuations in low Earth orbit. There, the temperature can reach 150 C above zero during the day and drop to 120 C at night. Under such extreme temperature variations, the toughness of nanotitanium alloy decreases by 35. It simply cannot support the elevator's load capacity. Forced use would lead to major problems. His brow furrowed instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobei pulled a silver USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. Engineer Lin, take a look at this. See if it can solve the problem. Lin Yu watched as Zhang Xiaobei, like Doraemon, casually pulled a solution from his pocket and curiously took the drive with both hands. Plugging it into his portable computer, a document titled Complete Meteorite Iron Alloy Technology immediately appeared on the screen. He quickly scanned the data, his fingers flying across the keyboard as the simulation software promptly displayed the results. Under temperature variations from 260 C to 3000 C, the toughness retention rate of the meteorite iron alloy could still reach 98. Its hardness was 10 times that of nanotitanium steel, capable of withstanding the impact of a giant meteorite without deformation. This is incredible. Lin Yu's voice trembled with excitement. Using this alloy to build the space elevator would not only be feasible for low Earth orbit, but even for reaching Mars. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He looked at the simulation results, and his tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. But the problem is, we don't have enough meteorite iron alloy material. Lin Yu suddenly shifted the topic, pointing at the reserve data on the screen. Based on all the meteorites discovered on Blue Star, the maximum amount of meteorite iron we can extract is only 20 tons. That's not even enough to build the main cable for a single complete space elevator, let alone mass-produce spacecraft. His expression darkened again, but Zhang Xiaobei looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and suddenly asked, if Blue Star doesn't have enough, what about other places? Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he pointed upwards. There's not much on Blue Star, but the universe is filled with it, especially on the far side of the moon, which is covered in craters. The residual meteorite iron there is at least 10,000 times greater than on Earth. Then let's start with the existing meteorites on Blue Star. Zhang Xiaobei made an immediate decision. Engineer Lin, take your team to first extract meteorite iron from the existing meteorites, manufacture experimental samples, familiarize yourselves with the smelting and forming processes, and simultaneously refine the technical procedures. As for the meteorite iron on the far side of the moon, I'll find a way to deal with it. Once the experimental samples pass the tests, we can launch the space elevator project. With the space elevator, the cost of traveling to space will be greatly reduced. It will be suitable for large-scale material transport, allowing us to build spacecraft directly at the space station. He nodded and picked up the phone on his desk. He'll notify the military factories immediately to halt production of the Kunlun-class spacecraft and fully cooperate with the meteorite iron alloy experiments. Lin Yu stood up excitedly holding the USB drive. He'll head back to the lab right away and aim to produce an experimental sample within a week. By the way, I need your help. Xiaobei, what is it? Well, I happened to stumble upon some more technology, and I need to report it to you. Stumbled upon. Again. Zhang Xiaobei glanced at the time. It was already past 10 p.m. Though he felt bad for disturbing someone's rest, he still asked with a hint of feigned politeness. I'm sorry to bother you so late. No problem. I'm full of energy. What did you say? You mean right after we've just implemented controlled nuclear fusion, you've come up with a new energy source? Hee, what can I say? For our spacecraft to achieve faster-than-light travel, we need a breakthrough in energy. Besides, the current nano-titanium steel alloy isn't great at withstanding temperature differences. If we're really heading into space, we might not get far before it all falls apart. So I had to find a way to pick up some more. The commander looked at Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes flickering. Xiaobei, you've worked hard. Don't say that. For our Huaxia. Oh, I mean the Human Alliance now. For the development and survival of the Human Alliance, this is nothing. So tell me, what else have you got to surprise me? When Zhang Xiaobei finished explaining, the commander was grinning from ear to ear. And you're telling me you just picked this up? Haha, just don't worry about it. It's ready to go, just arrange for its use. Xiaobei, before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei interrupted. Sir, please. I've taken so much of Huaxia's gold already. But can this be compared to gold? Let's not dwell on that. Honestly, in my past life, I was pushed to the brink. In this life, I want a different ending. Good. The entire Blue Star will back you up. Xiaobei, go for it. With that, he called for his secretary, notify all academicians at the Huaxia Research Institute from every field and discipline. Tomorrow morning, the Space Administration has a major matter requiring their cooperation. Yes, sir. The secretary acknowledged and immediately withdrew to convey the order. Zhang Xiaobei returned to the Ark and, seeing the two women lounging on the sofa playing games, took out 2 vials of perfect-grade gene enhancement serum, shimmering a deep blue. Finish that game and get ready. I've got something good for you. The 2 women looked up and their gazes were instantly locked on the vials. Having already experienced gene enhancement themselves, they recognized the much deeper hue of the vial and instantly understood what it was. Honey. Having tasted the benefits of gene enhancement, even their reactions in the mobile game were noticeably faster. However, at first, they often accidentally pressed the phone screen so hard it leaked liquid crystal, and it took them several days to get used to the sudden surge in strength. It's not just about sweet talk. She planted a kiss on Zhang Xiaobei's cheek. All right, get down. Take it right here, I'll watch over you. With that, he guided both women back onto the sofa and handed them the perfect gene enhancement serum. As they prepared to drink it, Zhang Xiaobei quickly cautioned, this time, you must be careful to control your strength. It's not just a doubling, it's... Before he could finish, Li Tong let out an exclamation. Honey, why do I feel like I've become even stronger? With that, she reached out with a claw-like hand toward Zhang Xiaobei. He didn't dodge, but stood still, and as she approached, he caught her and pulled her into an embrace. When Zhixiao followed, nestling into his arms, Zhang Xiaobei sighed and said, right now there are only 6 people in the entire world who can match us. For now, you must be careful to control your strength. And as for your lifespan, barring any accidents, you'll both live for over 2400 years. Both women gasped in unison. 2400 years. Yes, because in the future I'm determined to venture into the stars. If we're limited to the current human lifespan of a mere century or so, by the time we barely leave the solar system, our bodies would give out. So as we head into space, longevity is essential. That way we can explore the cosmos together. With that, he scooped them up and headed toward the bedroom. Crash. The bed collapsed. Time skip. 2 hours. By the way, I need to make another trip soon. Where are you going? When Zhixia asked, resting on his chest. To the moon. The moon again. The first time we met, you said you were going to the moon, and I thought I was rescuing a lunatic. This time it's real. I need to go because of the raw materials for a new meteorite iron alloy. Really? Can we come with you? Hearing Li Tong's words, Zhang Xiaobei was instantly reminded of the last time near the moon when stardust had indicated an anomaly in the moon's internal structure, suggesting it was hollow. A chill ran down his spine. Sensing his distress, the 2 women quickly embraced him. What's wrong, Xiaobei? Why are your hands so cold? Yeah, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Their concerned voices brought him back to the present. No, you can't come. Zhang Xiaobei's voice suddenly turned serious. Recalling Stardust's words, he felt a shiver of fear. I encountered some strange things last time. For your safety, you'd better stay on Blue Star. Let me scout ahead first, and once I confirm it's safe, I'll take you there. Oh, and keep these for protection. He took out 2 golden skill cards from the system and placed them in their hands. The cards then vanished as if merging into their skin. You've seen me use quantumization. With these, if you silently activate it in a critical moment, you'll gain 2 hours of quantum state, enough to survive and escape. While I'm away, you must protect yourselves. When the moment comes, use it without hesitation. Survival is paramount. The next morning, the conference hall of the Human Alliance Command was buzzing with activity. Top-tier academicians from various fields across Huaxia had gathered. You old fossil, we haven't seen each other in 7 years. Still alive. If you're still kicking, how could I not be? The speakers were 2 leading academicians from the Institute of Physics and the Institute of Biology, whose banter was legendary. As the doors opened, the commander stepped out first with Zhang Xiaobei close behind. Seeing their vigorous strides, the crowd hushed their chatter, replaced by low murmurs. This young lad. How did he become the director of the Space Administration at such a young age? Yeah, we've never seen him before. You 2 old fogies are out of the loop. Just the other day, that brat Wu Qiming told me that the Sakura incident, it was him. At those words, the hall fell into dead silence. If anyone else had said it, there might have been doubt. But who was Wu Qiming? The deputy director of the Blue Star Human Alliance Space Administration, formerly the supreme commander of the Huaxia Armed Forces. The news spread like wildfire from the old man's side. All eyes turned to Zhang Xiaobei with reverence. This was the long-cherished dream of generations fulfilled by a youth. He was worthy of the position. As the murmurs continued, Zhang Xiaobei slowly spoke. Come, esteemed seniors, let us first sign the confidentiality agreement. I hope everyone can understand. Because although we are part of the alliance, we must possess something that can earn the sincere submission of its members. What follows are exclusive technical secrets of our Huaxia. Only when we fully master the technology and achieve actual production can we have a voice. Thus, present today are only the pillars of our Huaxia. I hope everyone understands. With that, the Imperial Guards immediately began distributing the confidentiality agreements. Such scenes were familiar to all present, and everyone had experienced them before. Yet this was the first time it involved everyone together. Watching them sign, without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei's voice rang out again. Next, I will announce today's matters through a task-claiming process. The assembled academicians were momentarily stunned. Previously, tasks were always assigned directly. What was this new approach? Amid their murmurs, Zhang Xiaobei pressed his hands down, and silence fell instantly. Now the first task to claim. The rapid implementation of the complete production process for meteorite alloy material technology, along with sample creation. Let me first explain. Meteorite alloy is the latest technology, surpassing previous titanium steel alloys in every aspect. After hearing the introduction, everyone's eyes turned red with eagerness. I believe our Aerospace Research Institute should take on this task. Nonsense. Our Molecular Materials Research Institute is the right fit for this. Amid their debate, Zhang Xiaobei interjected. Let the Molecular Materials Research Institute handle it in collaboration with Professor Lin Yu from the Aerospace Research Institute to accelerate the final product's progress. With Zhang Xiaobei's decisive word, the academician from the Molecular Materials Research Institute beamed. With joy, his face flushed as he glanced at the Aerospace Research Institute's academician. Don't celebrate too soon. Even if you take it, you'll still have to cooperate with our institute's professor. Indeed, smiles don't vanish. They merely transfer. The elderly man from the Molecular Materials Research Institute's face fell instantly, while the other elder beamed with delight. Watching them, Zhang Xiaobei chuckled silently and shook his head. Then a USB drive was personally handed to the elder by Wu Qiming, the deputy director of the Space Administration. Let's continue to the next task claim. Concerning the implementation and deployment of quantum communication technology. After Zhang Xiaobei explained quantum communication, everyone present grew restless. Isn't this still a conceptual thing? How can we have a complete technology now? Yes, wasn't it just a theory? Next, claim for high-energy ion beam weapon technology. Next, claim for the application and deployment of camouflaged reconnaissance satellite technology. Next, claim for the complete quantum steady-state barrier technology. Next, claim for the liaison and maintenance of the photonic quantum supercomputer. Next, claim for the raw material processing and finished product development of the perfect gene medicine. Next, by the time he finished, the audience was no longer buzzing with chatter, but shrouded in dead silence. Have we unearthed an advanced civilization's ruins? Could it be from Singdui? Watching their discussions, Zhang Xiaobei cleared his throat again and then dropped a bombshell. The previous controlled nuclear fusion project was undertaken by the Nuclear Physics Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This time they will continue to lead it. As the words fell, Dean Deng of the Nuclear Physics Institute, who had thought himself uninvolved, widened his eyes in shock. His mind raced. Controlled nuclear fusion had just been applied. Now there's more. What technology could surpass controlled nuclear fusion? The research and deployment of the complete heavy fusion technology are entrusted to you. At this announcement, a collective hiss filled the hall. It was the sound of academicians gasping. Had they not been prioritized for gene serums, Zhang Xiaobei estimated at least 2 would have fainted. What did you say? Heavy fusion. Dean Deng's tone involuntarily grew more respectful. What did this mean? It meant that nuclear fusion was now relegated to civilian use. Heavy fusion, a theory within theories. To witness it in one's lifetime was a blessing beyond measure. Yes, I hope Academician Deng can lead the Nuclear Physics Institute to achieve rapid deployment. With that, Zhang Xiaobei bowed deeply to the audience. After a full minute, he straightened up and addressed them. Thank you, esteemed academicians. With you here, I am at ease. These technologies are not only the foundation of Huaxia, but also the hope of human civilization. I appreciate your hard work. Oh, academician from the Computer Research Institute, please stay. I need to discuss some matters with you privately. After Zhang Xiaobei finished, Academician Deng, who had claimed the heavy fusion task, spoke, first his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaobei. Director Zhang, we do not ask where these technologies come from, only that they can strengthen Huaxia and help humanity survive the apocalypse. Just say the word, and we will give our all to bring these technologies to life. Yes, for Huaxia, for humanity, it is our duty. Academician Zhao from the Molecular Materials Research Institute chimed in, tears glistening in his eyes. All my life, I've studied materials to free our nation from being strangled in this field. Now I finally have the chance. Even if I die in the lab, I will do so willingly. Other academicians nodded in agreement, some wiping their eyes, others clenching their fists. Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of warmth seeing these elders who had devoted their lives to Huaxia's technology. The commander-in-chief of the Human Alliance stood up, looking solemnly at the academicians. The nation will not forget your contributions. I will fully coordinate the subsequent resources and manpower. You focus solely on research. After the meeting, the academicians hurried away with USB drives. Some headed directly to the labs, others began calling their teams en route to assign tasks. Zhang Xiaobei watched their retreating figures and smiled. With these academicians, our technology deployment is sure to succeed. By the way, how is the construction of the underground cities in HK, Macau, and Taiwan progressing? Hearing this, the commander-in-chief nodded with a smile. Progress is swift. The underground cities in HK and Macau, due to their small areas, are 60 complete. Some residents have already begun moving in. The feedback from the locals has been very positive, as they previously lived in cramped conditions due to limited space. Now entering the underground cities, everyone is very satisfied. Taiwan's underground city is 50 complete, with migration expected to start by next month at the latest. With the antiviral serum, primary and intermediate gene serums, to improve physiques and nuclear fusion power, their living conditions are secure. Not just secure, the quality of life far exceeds before. Currently, hospitals across Huaxia are virtually empty of patients. Only minor injuries from the underground cities require treatment. Zhang Xiaobei nodded and spoke again. Academician Yang, please come with me. I have a big one here. This time we need to find a good place to hide it. In the core underground city engineering sector of central China, the roar of excavation robots echoed through the kilometer-deep tunnels. 2 days ago, Zhang Xiaobei, Academician Yang of the Computer Research Institute, and he sat around the conference table at the Alliance headquarters. The three finalized the deployment plan for the photonic quantum supercomputer, and the general commander emphasized, the supercomputer is not just the core of computational power, it is our early warning radar against unknown threats. A depth of 1,000 meters underground is insufficient. Excavate another 500 meters deeper. Use 3 layers of nano-titanium steel plus lead alloy for protection. No electromagnetic signals must leak, and no external interference must affect its operations. Now the tunnel, excavated day and night by 50 excavation robots, had reached a depth of 150 meters underground. The machine room at the end of the tunnel resembled a steel fortress embedded in the rock strata. The walls were lined with half-meter-thick composite protective panels, and the constant temperature and humidity system hummed, stabilizing the temperature at 22 C and humidity at 45. With you personally overseeing, we feel much more confident. Academician Yang, wearing a safety helmet and clutching a detection instrument, quickly approached the 2 figures emerging from the tunnel entrance. All environmental parameters in the machine room meet standards, but the supercomputer mainframe is far smaller than we anticipated. Can it truly support the Alliance's computational demands? He did not answer immediately, his gaze falling upon the black metal case beside Zhang Xiaobei. The surface of the case was etched with dense quantum patterns, emitting a faint blue glow under the emergency lights. Zhang Xiaobei crouched down, opened the case, and carefully retrieved the supercomputer mainframe. Academician Yang, don't let its size fool you. The core of this mainframe is forged from a special crystal containing tens of thousands of quantum circuits, invisible even under a microscope. A single circuit can perform operations per second equivalent to the total of 10 of our current ordinary servers. The mainframe was a spherical device, half a meter in diameter, its shell assembled from fragments of unknown alloy. Embedded at its core was a fist-sized transparent crystal within which countless points of light flickered and collided at tremendous speed, sometimes coalescing into intricate networks, other times scattering like a myriad of stars. He reached out and touched the shell. The light points within the crystal shifted slightly along the trajectory of his touch, as if responding. Secure the base first. Connect the superconducting cables to the dedicated interface. No metal objects within 3 meters of the crystal. Zhang Xiaobei directed the engineers to bring in a hydraulic platform cart, while he crouched nearby, using specialized insulated tools to connect the power lines. He stood aside, his gaze fixed on every operational step, occasionally offering reminders. Add another layer of insulation to the cable connectors. The humidity in the rock strata is high, don't leave any hidden risks. When the last pale blue superconducting cable was connected to the mainframe, the quantum patterns on the shell suddenly lit up. The light points within the transparent crystal instantly expanded, projecting a half-meter-tall holographic interface into the air, displaying the white text, pending activation. Academician Yang immediately pulled out a USB drive he carried, which contained the core program of the Huaxiao brain already in use in China. Now it was to be integrated with the supercomputer, forming a main brain subsystem architecture. The Huaxiao brain has been running for over a month, handling underground city power failures and Space Force training simulations. Its stability is proven. Academician Yang inserted the USB drive into the mainframe interface and swiftly operated on the holographic interface. The general commander leaned in and suddenly spoke. During the integration, first import the tactical simulation data from the Space Force. If the supercomputer can provide more than 3 response plans within 1 second, it will have preliminarily met the standard. As the command to initiate integration was given, the mainframe emitted a low hum. The light points within the transparent crystal began to arrange themselves in an orderly fashion, gradually forming a neural network pattern matching the Huaxiao brain database. The monitoring screens in the machine room refreshed instantly. The computational power value surged at a rate of millions of billions of operations per second, jumping from 100 teraflops to 500 teraflops, finally stabilizing at 1200 teraflops. An interface then popped up. Huaxiao brain data integration complete. Real-time response latency 0.0001 seconds. It's done. Academician Yang trembled with excitement, pointing at the Space Force tactical simulation results on the screen. The Space Force tactical simulation data, just imported, was processed by the supercomputer in 0.8 seconds, yielding 5 response plans. Even the energy consumption and weapon parameters for each plan were precise to the single digit. He looked at the data, a smile forming in his eyes. This computational power is over 1,000 times stronger than our most advanced supercomputer before. From now on, analyzing cosmic data and deciphering unknown technological codes won't take half a day. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, reached out, and lightly tapped the holographic interface, bringing up real-time surveillance of the Hong Kong Island underground city. You see, now the Huaxiao brain can simultaneously manage energy scheduling and personnel migration data for 20 underground cities globally through the supercomputer, even syncing water quality test results for each city in real time. Leaving the underground machine room, the two returned to the Alliance headquarters by car. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Xiaobei pulled out a lunar 3-dimensional model storage drive from his pocket and inserted it into the terminal. There's something I need to tell you. Within these 2 days, I'm going to the moon. His hand holding a water cup jerked to a halt. He looked up at Zhang Xiaobei, his brow instantly furrowing. You're going yourself? No. The far side of the moon is covered in craters. The environment is complex. What if something happens? Send a Space Force team. You stay on Earth to coordinate. The supercomputer has just been deployed, and there's still much adaptation work that requires your oversight. Your safety is paramount. I have to go this time. Zhang Xiaobei enlarged the lunar model, where an area marked with a red dashed line on the far side was particularly conspicuous. Previously, when I took the Ark to the Sun for energy replenishment on the return trip, my onboard butler alerted me to something peculiar it had detected. It detected that the moon's interior is hollow. Its internal structure is completely unknown. It's too close to Earth. If there's a threat hidden inside, we need to find out as soon as possible. Also, I can scout the potential mining sites for meteorite alloy. His gaze was fixed on the 4 bold characters on the screen, Moon Hollow. He understood perfectly what a hollow moon implied. It could be the remnants of an alien civilization or a latent danger. Zhang Xiaobei's journey was akin to venturing into an unexplored, perilous land. Then at least take a guard squad. They can help you if you encounter danger. No need. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly stepped back. A ripple spread around him, and in the next second his body directly penetrated the solid wooden office desk behind him, vanishing from sight. You see, I'm terribly afraid of death. If I encounter danger, I'll just make a run for it. No one can stop me. He curiously reached out to touch the desk, only to feel the cold wood, but not a trace of the figure. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei's voice came from all corners of the office. I've been given a second chance at life. I cherish it more than anyone. Rest assured, I'm only going to scout. If there's a problem, I'll retreat. Watching Zhang Xiaobi's figure reappear, his eyes reddened slightly. He stood up and patted Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder. I know you are measured in your actions, but the moon is not Earth. The unknown risks are too many. Zhang Xiaobei saw the concern in the other's eyes and knew he was worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No sooner had Zhang Xiaobei spoken than the Huaxiao brain terminal on the desk suddenly emitted an urgent alert. The screen displayed red text, urgent communication request, source Professor Lin Yu. The emergency call connected. The screen flickered to life, revealing Professor Lin Yu's bloodshot face. In his hand, he held a palm-sized piece of silver-gray metal, his voice trembling with excitement. Mission accomplished. The laboratory sample of the meteorite alloy is ready. Come and see it immediately. Its performance far exceeds expectations. The man rose at once, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Lin will be there right away. Protect the sample, don't let anything go wrong. After ending the call, he looked at Zhang Xiaobei, his voice filled with relief. I never thought the sample would be ready so soon. Your mecha dream is finally about to come true. The two took the ARC to the Huaxiao Institute of Materials Research. As soon as they entered the lab, they saw Professor Lin Yu and his team gathered around a transparent display case. Inside the case, the meteorite alloy sample glowed with a cold luster under the lights, its surface flawless like a meticulously polished mirror. Both of you take a look. Professor Lin Yu opened the display case, carefully retrieving the sample. This was refined from meteorites found on Blue Star. After 3 rounds of smelting, its hardness is 12 times that of nanotitanium steel, and it can resist 99 of stellar radiation. In the drilling test just now, even a custom nanotitanium steel alloy drill bit left no mark. As he took the sample, a cool sensation touched his fingertips. He then signaled the engineers to begin performance testing. The staff secured the sample to the test bench and activated the hydraulic system. When the pressure reached 50 megapascals, the nanotitanium steel had long deformed, but the meteorite alloy remained utterly still. The test instrument screen displayed structural integrity, 100 high temperature resistance test. At Professor Lin Yu's command, the flame device targeted the sample, the temperature instantly soaring to 300 C. The sample's surface showed no reaction, remaining intact after cooling. Zhang Xiaobei watched, a thought stirring within him. Before he could speak, the commander set down the sample and said, Xiao Lin, based on the previous mecha design, how much of this meteorite alloy is needed for a complete exoskeleton? Professor Lin Yu's smile froze instantly. He pulled out the design blueprints, pointing at the parameters, his expression troubled. According to the design specs, one mecha requires 3 tons of meteorite alloy. But the current meteorite reserves in Huaxiao, when fully refined, can yield at most 1.5 tons. Accounting for losses, we can't even make one complete set. If we simplify some non-critical parts like the leg auxiliary armor, we might complete one set, but the protective performance would decrease. No, the man interrupted, his tone resolute. No part can be simplified. Notify all member states of the alliance immediately. Have them surrender all meteorites within their territories, whether held in museum collections or by private individuals. Tell them this is for lunar exploration and to counter unknown threats. Anyone who dares to conceal them will be severely punished under alliance regulations. Professor Lin Yu was stunned, and Zhang Xiaobei was also taken aback. There's no need for such trouble. A few simplifications are fine. I'm only conducting surveys on the moon. I won't face much danger. No. The man looked at Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. You're heading into unknown peril. The mecha is your first line of defense. It must be flawless. Even if it means using every last piece of meteorite iron on Earth, we will build you a complete mecha. No compromises. Professor Lin Yu, seeing his firm stance, immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. He'll contact the Alliance's Executive Bureau right away to ensure all meteorites arrive on time. Over the next 2 days, all Alliance nations mobilized. Country M surrendered all slices of the Behringer meteorite from its museums, while Bear Country shipped a 3-ton Arctic meteorite. Even smaller nations sent their few remaining meteorites to the Huaxia Aerospace Research Institute. Professor Lin Yu led his team in round-the-clock shifts, personally overseeing every step, smelting, forging, molding. Zhang Xiaobei was also busy visiting the lab daily to check progress and occasionally offering suggestions for detailed modifications, such as adding a small ion cannon port on the mecha's shoulder and integrating a quantum communication module into the helmet. The man called every day to inquire about the progress, specifically instructing Professor Lin Yu, customize the mecha's color scheme to Xiaobi's preference. He likes black and red. Add colored coatings during the meteorite alloy smelting. Everything should follow his wishes. 2 days later, when Zhang Xiaobei and the man returned to the lab, a deep, blackened mecha stood silently in the center. The mecha stood 5 meters tall, with sleek lines. Quantum patterns were etched into the armor on its shoulders and legs. The helmet's visor was made of transparent meteorite crystal, displaying real-time environmental data. Professor Lin Yu excitedly introduced. The mecha is forged entirely from pure meteorite alloy. It's equipped with a miniature nuclear fusion battery theoretically capable of sustaining full power operation for a year. He circled the mecha once, nodding in satisfaction, then suddenly remembering something, said to Professor Lin Yu, "One battery isn't enough. What if it fails on the moon? Prepare 100 spare batteries. Work at the fastest speed." Professor Lin Yu hesitated. 100 batteries require a large number of nuclear fusion reactors, and the timeline is too tight, I'm afraid. If raw materials are insufficient, dismantle them from the underground city's backup energy reserves. If time is short, add more personnel and work around the clock. He spoke sternly. Every extra battery for Xiaobei on the moon means one more layer of safety. This cannot be compromised. Zhang Xiaobei, moved by his concern, said, "There's no need for such trouble. One battery is enough, a 100 is too many." "It's not too many." He patted Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder and continued, "You don't know how long you'll be on the moon. If an emergency arises, those batteries are your lifeline. We must prepare adequately." Professor Lin Yu, deeply touched by their exchange, immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee all 100 batteries will be completed by tomorrow morning." That night, the Huaxia Aerospace Research Institute was ablaze with lights as hundreds of engineers and workers took turns working overtime. Some were smelting nuclear fusion materials, others assembling battery cores, and still others testing energy output. Lin Yu stayed up all night, personally inspecting every battery to ensure there were no quality issues. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the lab, 100 miniature nuclear fusion reaction batteries were neatly stacked beside the mecha. Each battery resembled a deep blue crystal with a label affixed reading "Inspected and Approved, Lin Yu." Upon hearing that the batteries were ready, Zhang Xiaobei and the man arrived at the lab entrance. Professor Lin Yu rubbed his bloodshot eyes and spoke excitedly to the arriving duo. "All batteries have been tested. Energy output is stable. They are perfectly compatible with the mecha. Good work." He picked up a battery, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. "Xiaobei, want to try it on?" At the temporary testing ground in Lop, Nur, a blackened meteoric iron mecha was secured at the center of a floating platform. Its main body was forged from matte black meteoric iron alloy with dark red energy veins tracing the edges of the critical armor on its shoulders, chest, and legs, lending the mecha an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhang Xiaobei stood directly before the mecha. The black neural interface suit he wore beneath was already activated, its luminous points pulsing in real-time synchronization with the dark red veins on the mecha's surface. "Neural synchronization ready. Initiate donning procedure in 3, 2, 1. Lin Yu's voice came through the helmet's communicator as the ring-shaped lights atop the testing ground gradually illuminated. As the countdown 3, 2, 1 ended, the outermost mechanical arms moved first. Two pieces of blackened armor accompanied by a faint hum precisely locked onto Zhang Xiaobei's legs from both sides. The matte black alloy surface gleamed with a cold luster, the dark red veins glowing faintly upon connection. Nano-cushion pads ejected from the armor's interior instantly conformed to his musculature, accompanied by the sharp click of mechanical interlocking. Next, the waist armor slid in from behind. The black waist plate was inlaid with 3 dark red energy strips, which pulsed gently with his movements. The shoulder armor descended from above, equipped with small ion cannon interfaces. The dark red veins at the cannon's rim echoed those on the shoulder pieces. As each meteoric iron component connected, a faint red energy current flickered through the seams, automatically completing sealing and locking. Finally, the helmet lowered from the front. The moment the transparent meteoric crystal visor sealed shut, a holographic interface blazed to life before his eyes. On the left, energy level 99. 9. On the right, environmental parameters: wind speed 3 milliseconds, temperature 25 C. At the center, the neural synchronization progress bar surged from 80 to 99. Finally locking at synchronization complete. Mecha designation Black Dragon. Try moving the joints. A voice thick with anticipation came from the observation deck. Zhang Xiaobei tried to make a fist. The blackened gauntlets instantly tightened, and the dark red veins at the knuckles blazed with energy bands like magma flowing beneath the metal. He took a step forward. The mecha's foot armor automatically adjusted its center of gravity. The black soles pressed into the ground, leaving deep indentations, while the dark red ankle armor pivoted nimbly with each movement without any hint of stiffness. "This thing is way cooler than Iron Man. I knew I had good taste. The color scheme is perfect." Zhang Xiaobei marveled, unable to contain himself. He then issued a mental command: activate flight mode. Hover at 1 meter. In the next instant, the fusion thrusters on the mecha's back ejected a faint red exhaust matching the color of its armor veins, with thrust precisely controlled at 2000 N. Zhang Xiaobei's body rose steadily. When he hovered at a height of 1 meter, the thruster exhaust abruptly narrowed. The blackened mecha hung in the air like a suspended god of war, its matte black surface reflecting the testing ground's lights, its dark red veins pulsing silently. Full acceleration. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the thrusters erupted with a surge of power. The blackened figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning wreathed in flame. It vanished beyond the horizon in an instant, leaving only a pinpoint of light that faded away. The speed sensor at the edge of the testing ground instantly jumped to kmh. The dark red afterimage it left behind lingered in the air for 2 seconds before dissipating. Everyone present stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Report. The speed sensor. It's off the charts. A hesitant voice from the testing ground staff sent a chill down everyone's spine. Where did Xiaobei go? The man quickly asked. Locking on. Satellite search indicates that Mr. Zhang Xiaobei has reached the summit of Mount Everest and is currently. Even the Huaxia AI paused for 0.5 seconds before continuing. Taking a selfie to post on his social media. The caption reads, "Brothers, do I look awesome?" As the Huaxia AI's voice echoed around them, everyone was stunned. 2.5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaobei returned. He grinned and said, "This thing is incredible. I hope we can equip the whole army with these one day." Commencing power test. Lin Ye's voice was filled with excitement. A 1.5-meter thick slab of nano-titanium steel alloy slowly rose from the center of the testing ground. Strike with full force. Test the armor's destructive capability. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and dialed the mecha's power output to 50. The dark red veins on his right fist instantly blazed to an almost blinding intensity. Wreathed in a faint red energy shield, the fist slammed into the steel slab. A thunderous boom echoed as the slab was instantly punched through. The fist, along with fragments of metal, plunged directly into the concrete foundation beneath. The Alliance representatives on the observation deck rose to their feet, their eyes filled with shock. This power, the oppressive presence of this mecha. It's like something out of the future. Zhang Xiaobei withdrew his fist. He examined the undamaged, blackened alloy of the gauntlet as the dark red veins gradually dimmed. A sudden grin spread across his face. We've tested the destructive power, but we haven't tested its defensive capabilities yet. Professor Lin, do you have anything tougher? Something like an ion cannon. Just as Lin Yu was about to reply, Zhang Xiaobei suddenly changed the subject, a wild idea popping into his head. How about we go big? Let's try having a DF-61 blow me up for a test. I read in the specs that the DF-61's warhead has a yield equivalent to 500 tons of TNT. Let's fire 2 of them just for the thrill of it. It'll be the perfect way to instantly gauge this mecha's ultimate protective limits. The moment he said this, the testing ground fell into a dead silence. The man on the observation deck went pale with fury and roared into the communicator, "Zhang Xiaobei, what nonsense are you spouting? The DF-61 is a strategic-grade weapon. It can't be used for mecha testing. If the protection fails, both you and the mecha will be reduced to atoms." Li Tong and Wen Jixia quickly chimed in. "Xiaobei, just testing with the ion cannon is enough. The DF-61 is far too dangerous. This mecha was just built, you can't let it be destroyed like this. That's precisely why we need to test it in a dangerous scenario." Zhang Xiaobei hovered in midair, the mecha's visor automatically retracting to reveal his resolute face. If it can't even withstand a DF-61, this blackened mecha will be useless on the moon. It's better to find out now than to have a fatal accident on the moon. Just then Lin Yu sidled up to the man and whispered in a conspiratorial tone, "Theoretically speaking, it's actually feasible. The meteoric iron alloy used in the mecha has a blast resistance capable of withstanding an impact of 100 tons of TNT. The DF-61's yield is far from reaching that limit. And the mecha's quantum steady-state barrier can absorb 30 of the impact. Combined with the internal cushioning system, it should. Should oi?" The man whipped his head around to glare at him. "What do you mean should? Without a 100 guarantee, I won't risk his life. I am certain." Zhang Xiaobei's voice rang out. He resealed his visor, and the black dragon mecha floated to the center of the testing ground, its dark red veins blazing to life once more. "Please, just this once. If it really can't withstand it'll immediately initiate a quantum phase-out evacuation. I guarantee that both I and the mecha will be safe." Staring at the screen showing the blackened mecha, and then glancing at the protection parameter report Lin Yu had handed him, the commander-in-chief remained silent for a full 30 seconds. Every single data point on the report indicated safety, yet the worry in his heart did not diminish by a single iota. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said into the communicator, "Fine. But not 2 missiles. Just 1. And you must be very careful about your own safety, understand?" "No problem," Zhang Xiaobei replied excitedly. The thrusters erupted with a dark red exhaust once more as he flew towards an empty area. Now everyone was glued to the screen. Zhang Xiaobei was standing at the predetermined test point, and the mecha's quantum steady-state barrier was already activated. A pale red energy shield formed a hemisphere with a diameter of 5 meters around the mecha, its color matching the armor's veins. Energy ripples flowed slowly across its surface. DF-61 missile ready. Countdown 10 seconds. The operator's voice was laced with tension. The man clenched his fists and repeated his warning into the communicator. Xiaobei, if anything feels wrong, evacuate immediately. Don't try to tough it out. The mecha can be rebuilt, but you cannot be replaced. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaobi's voice was light and relaxed. Just wait for my good news. I'm going to give this mecha a real chance to shine. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1 launch. As the command was issued, the Dongfeng 61 missile on the distant launch pad soared into the sky, trailing an orange tail flame. The warhead separated midair, plunging toward the blackened mecha like a burning meteor. The countdown on the screen flickered wildly: 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, 500 meters. When the warhead was merely 300 meters from Zhang Xiaobei, the mecha's holographic interface flashed crimson and the piercing alarm of impact warning blared. The energy output of the quantum steady-state barrier was instantly maxed out, the pale red energy shield glowing as brightly as molten iron, forming two blinding streaks of red and orange light against the falling warhead. In the next second, boom, the explosion of 5,000 tons of TNT equivalent detonated instantly. A blinding white light engulfed everything within a kilometer, and an orange mushroom cloud rose from the ground, surging hundreds of meters into the sky with rolling waves of heat. The shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, swept up rubble and gravel into a swirling storm, blasting a charred crater dozens of meters wide into the earth. Amidst the billowing dust, even the air trembled violently. In the command center, everyone sprang to their feet as the screen was flooded with white light, leaving only a piercing static noise. The man's heart clenched as he roared into the communicator, Zhang Xiaobei. Answer me. Zhang Xiaobei. Li Tong and Wen Zixia's faces turned pale, their eyes fixed on the screen, forgetting even to breathe. Just then a steady sound of footsteps emerged from the dust. Thump, thump, thump. Each step seemed to land on everyone's hearts. The dust on the screen slowly dissipated, and a blackened figure walked out from the flames. The mecha was completely intact. The matte black armor was merely dusted with sand, and the dark red energy veins pulsed faintly in the glow of the fire. Though the quantum steady-state barrier had been deactivated, every plate of the mecha's armor fit perfectly, without a single scratch. Zhang Xiaobei turned slightly with the towering orange firelight and the still-rising mushroom cloud behind him. The heat edged his mecha's silhouette even more sharply, like a war god returning from the underworld. He raised his hand to wipe the dust off his helmet visor and spoke into the communicator with a hint of nonchalant bravado. What's the panic? I told you it's fine. Just a bit of dust on the corner of my suit. With that, he turned and walked toward the crowd, his back growing closer in the firelight. He continued as he walked: a real man never looks back at an explosion. At 10 a.m., at the docking area of the Human Coalition Command, sunlight bathed the Ark's spaceship, reflecting a dazzling light. The high-ranking officials of the Blue Star Human Alliance stood on the left side of the ship. Directly opposite, Li Tong and Wen Zixia, clad in Space Force uniforms, stood with 100 soldiers behind them. The academicians from Huaxiao had also arrived, standing on the right side of the ship, their eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. Meanwhile, in the Alliance headquarters office, Zhang Xiaobei and the Commander-in-Chief were discussing a lunar exploration map. For the craters on the far side of the moon, I plan to start exploring the Aitken Basin first. The meteorite iron reserves there should be the richest. Suddenly, the man's phone vibrated and a message popped up on the screen indicating readiness. He looked up at Zhang Xiaobei, his gaze growing more solemn. Where's the Space Force Director uniform I prepared for you? Put it on now. I want to see it. This. Zhang Xiaobei hesitated awkwardly. The uniform was specially made by the Alliance with silver star patterns embroidered on black fabric, and the words Blue Star Human Alliance Space Administration stitched on the left chest. He always felt it was too formal and had been too embarrassed to wear it. At his insistence, Zhang Xiaobei had no choice but to retrieve the uniform from his system space. When the brand new uniform was unfolded, the star patterns shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Zhang Xiaobei quickly changed into the uniform. The black coat fit his form perfectly, with silver patterns extending from his shoulders to the cuffs, instantly lending him a soldierly ruggedness. The man stood up, personally reached out to straighten his collar, then suddenly frowned. Where's the Guardian of Huaxiao medal? Put it on for me. I was afraid of damaging it, so I kept it stored away. Zhang Xiaobei gave an awkward smile and pulled a velvet box from his pocket. The man took the box, removed the medal, and carefully pinned it to his left chest. This medal is what you deserve. Wear it to the moon. Looking at his refreshed self in the mirror, the black uniform paired with the blue medal, Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of pride. The man then patted his shoulder. All right, time's about right. Let's go. They'll see you off personally. No need to see me off, you should rest more. Before Zhang Xiaobei could finish, the Commander-in-Chief interrupted. I must. This journey of yours is to pave the way for humanity. I need to see you board the ship to feel at ease." With that, he led the way to the door, and Zhang Xiaobei had no choice but to follow obediently, his heart filled with emotion. As the two stepped out of the headquarters building, the scene at the distant docking area left Zhang Xiaobei stunned. The Ark spaceship was surrounded by people, Alliance high-ranking officials, Space Force soldiers, academicians. All eyes were fixed on him. The Space Force soldiers in the square stood in formation like pines, their black boots striking the ground in perfect unison. "Director Zhang is here," someone shouted, and Deputy Director of the Space Administration, Wu Qiming, immediately stepped forward and bellowed to the soldiers in the square, "Salute." Swish! A crisp, unified sound cut through the air as 100 Space Force soldiers simultaneously raised their hands in salute. The movement of their black sleeves was like a dark tide. Then all the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the very air, wishing Director Zhang a smooth moon landing. "Victory at the start. Return safely." The shouts echoed over and over across the docking area. Zhang Xiaobei stood still, looking at the scene before him, his eyes growing slightly warm. He took a deep breath, walked to the center of the square, and returned the salute to the soldiers. "Brothers." Zhang's aerobious voice carried a hint of excitement, but remained steady and powerful. "This trip to the moon is not just to find meteorite iron, but to pave the way for humanity. We've been stuck on Blue Star for too long. The moon is our first step into the universe. Only by finding enough meteorite iron can we build a space elevator, construct interstellar ships, and give humanity a firm foothold against the apocalypse." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each young face, his voice growing more resolute. "I know the universe holds unknown dangers and challenges we've never seen, but I'm not afraid. Because I know behind me are you all of Huaxiao and the entire human alliance. I will return with the meteorite iron, and then we'll board the ships together to see the vast sea of stars beyond. Go, Director Zhang. Return safely." The soldiers' shouts rang out again, louder and more passionate than before. Li Tong and Wen Jixia stepped forward and handed Zhang Xiaobei a backpack. "Inside are some food we prepared. You must take care of yourself on the moon." Zhang Xiaobei took the backpack and firmly grasped their hands. "Don't worry, you'll come back safely." The man walked up to Zhang Xiaobei and gave a final instruction, "Keep your communicator on. Report your safety once a day. Don't make us worry." "I will." Zhang Xiaobei nodded firmly, then turned and walked toward the Ark's boarding ramp. In the sunlight, his black uniform and every step he took were exceptionally resolute. The silver star patterns shimmered with his movements as if echoing the sun in the sky. As he stepped onto the ramp, he looked back. The commander-in-chief stood at the front waving at him. The Alliance high-ranking officials also raised their hands, their eyes full of anticipation. The Space Force soldiers remained in their saluting posture, their shouts still echoing. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhang's iobious mouth as he turned and walked into the spaceship's hatch. The cockpit screen lit up and the ship's engines began to warm up, pale blue energy streams converging at the nozzles. The blue flame jetting from the base kicked up dust on the ground, forming rippling rings. The ship rose higher and higher, gradually shrinking into a tiny in the view of the crowd at the docking area. Looking down through the porthole, Zhang Xiaobei could still see the soldiers saluting on the ground. "Ark, forward." The Ark hovered near the Earth-Moon Lagrange point. Outside the porthole, the moon resembled a dull gray boulder suspended silently in the dark cosmos. Zhang Xiaobei leaned back in the pilot's seat, repeatedly reviewing the lunar scan data transmitted by Stardust. The revelation that deep scans showed an anomalous internal structure and calculations indicated a hollow lunar interior still caused his pupils to contract with shock. Stardust scanned the lunar far side environment. "All right, Master." The screen immediately displayed parameters. Far side temperature 190 C, no atmosphere, crater density 3. 2 craters per square kilometer, gravitational acceleration 1.62 ms, superscript 2. Gazing at the data, Zhang Xiaobei felt an inexplicable chill. This satellite, which had accompanied Earth for eons, concealed such an immense secret. The fear of the unknown crept over his heart like a fine spiderweb. "Let's head to the sun for recharging first." He took a deep breath to suppress his distractions. "It'll be safer to return to the moon with full power." The Ark's engines erupted with pale blue plasma, redirecting the vessel toward the sun. In just 20 minutes, the Ark arrived in near solar orbit. The energy bar on the screen climbed visibly, rising from 17. Charging complete. Ready to return to the moon. At Stardust's prompt, Zhang Xiaobei immediately turned the ship around. A blue arc streaked across the darkness as the ship once again flew toward the moon. This time, without hesitation, he steered directly for the lunar far side. As the arc crossed the moon's shadow zone, the view outside the porthole transformed abruptly. Bereft of Earth's reflected light, the far side was nothing but pure darkness and a dense field of craters. The rocks on the crater walls gleamed a cold ashen gray under starlight, like countless silent eyes watching the intruder. Arrived above the Aitken Basin on the lunar far side. Hovering at 500 meters altitude, At Stardust's prompt, Zhang Xiaobei rose and waved his hand. A suit of blackened meteoric iron mecha materialized in the cabin. Neural synchronization at 99. Energy connection normal. Assisted by mechanical arms, the mecha precisely enveloped his body. Finally, the helmet closed, and the holographic interface lit up before his eyes. Stardust, keep the arc hovering. Activate stealth mode after I leave. Zhang Xiaobei spoke into the communicator, then called out to his system in his mind. System, DAD, initiate quantization. In an instant, a pale blue glow enveloped him, and his body seemed to dissolve into countless particles. He easily passed through the ship's hull, falling toward the crater below. Cutting through the thin lunar dust, Zhang Xiaobei landed steadily on the lunar surface. After deactivating quantization, the sensation of weightlessness was more pronounced than he had anticipated. When he tried to jump, each step carried him 3 meters high. The mecha's armored feet left deep imprints on the lunar rock. He looked up. The sky was pure black with countless stars, so clear they seemed within reach. Earth was completely hidden on the other side of the moon, not a single ray of light visible. Initiate quantization again. He then controlled his body to descend the meteoric iron alloy mecha, becoming translucent along with him. The lunar rock was penetrated as easily as tofu as Zhang Xiaobei sank deeper into the moon. Initially surrounded by gray-white rock, it gradually turned a deep brown as depth increased. The temperature reading on his mecha's visor slowly rose from 190°C to 50°C. After sinking for an unknown time, the mecha's detection module suddenly emitted a sharp beep-beep alarm. Zhang Xiaobei looked down. 10 meters below, a metallic wall was abruptly revealed. He halted immediately, his pupils contracting sharply at the sight. It was a wall of metal with a dark purple luster, its surface densely engraved with mysterious patterns. The patterns spiraled like the arms of a galaxy or the blood vessels of some unknown creature. The dark purple metal also emitted a faint luminescence, as if life flowed within it. Unknown metal. Hardness far exceeds meteoric iron alloy. The mecha's analysis system issued a prompt. Zhang Xiaobei steadied himself and continued descending. During the descent, he realized this metal wall was extraordinarily thick. He sank a full kilometer before finally penetrating the wall and entering a vast cavity. When he saw the scene inside, Zhang Xiaobei was utterly stunned. The entire interior of the moon was filled with dense circular tracks. These tracks, forged from the same dark purple metal, ranged from tens of meters to several kilometers in diameter. They were layered upon each other, stretching endlessly like a forest of metal suspended in darkness. All the tracks rotated slowly, their speed as uniform as clockwork gears, emitting a faint hum that echoed through the empty cavity. What astounded Zhang Xiaobei even more was the track's intricate interlocking mechanism. The outer rings drove the inner ones, channeling all force toward the cavity's center. There, a core emitting an orange glow was enveloped by even smaller rings, like a star guarded by layer upon layer of protection. The orange light seeped through the gaps in the tracks, forming flowing ribbons of radiance in the darkness, illuminating the cavity with a warmth that was both cozy and eerie. Is this the moon's power core? Zhang Xiaobei murmured, his heart pounding. He seemed to guess why the moon always showed the same face to Earth. These rotating tracks were nothing less than a colossal balancing system, like a precision gyroscope rigidly controlling the moon's rotation and revolution. He cautiously controlled his quantized state, slowly approaching the core. His experience at Area 51, where his quantized state had inadvertently activated the Pioneer spacecraft, was still fresh in his mind. This time, he deliberately avoided the rotating tracks, fearing he might trigger unknown mechanisms. The dark purple tracks glided slowly past him. The mysterious patterns on their surface grew clearer under the orange light. Zhang Xiaobei could even see a faint luminescence flowing within the patterns, as if some form of energy was circulating. As he drew nearer, he realized his earlier impression was wrong. It wasn't that the core was small. The distance had deceived him. When he approached the core, he saw it wasn't a core at all, but a colossal metallic structure. The orange light emanated from energy veins on the structure's surface. In front of the structure stood a giant door, also made of dark purple metal. It was at least 100 meters high and 50 meters wide, its surface engraved with the same spiral patterns as the tracks. Orange light seeped through the door's cracks, standing out vividly in the darkness. Let's go through and see. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath and, maintaining his quantized state, charged toward the giant door. But just as he was about to pass through the door panel, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, like a solid wall, blocking him firmly outside. His quantized state was actually repelled, and he was thrown back heavily. How is this possible? He rubbed his numb shoulder, his mind filled with confusion. This door could resist quantized penetration. It was clearly some kind of shield-based technological defense system. He circled the giant door, scrutinizing every detail. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze fell on the lower left corner. There, an extremely inconspicuous opening about 10 centimeters in diameter had an exceedingly strange shape. A diamond. Zhang Xiaobei crouched down to examine it. He could clearly see fine patterns inside the opening connected to the external spiral lines. And deep within the opening there seemed to be a faint energy fluctuation homologous to the energy veins on the tracks. Is this a keyhole? Zhang Xiaobei stared at the diamond-shaped gap on the giant door, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He hurriedly took out a diamond-shaped object from his system backpack. It was the star core key he had previously won in a lottery. The surface was engraved with patterns similar to the gap, but he had never found a suitable scenario to use it. He held the key up to the gap for comparison, his heart racing in an instant. The size and patterns of both matched perfectly. It was as if this key was custom-made for this gap. Could it be this coincidental? Zhang Xiaobei muttered to himself, both hopeful and apprehensive. System, is this how the key is used, eh? Ding. The host will know if he bravely tries it himself. The system's electronic voice was still perfunctory, offering no extra hints. Damn, that's just as good as not saying anything at all. Zhang Xiaobei rolled his eyes, suppressing the urge to curse, but curiosity drove him onward. He slowly brought the star core key closer to the gap. As soon as it neared the dark purple metal, the spiral patterns on the giant doors suddenly glowed, with a soft blue light swiftly spreading along the patterns like awakened stars, illuminating the entire door in a blue glass-like glow. Strangely, the star core key in his hand suddenly broke free from his control, as if endowed with a consciousness of its own, and with a whoosh, it violently inserted itself into the gap. What the hell? Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed just as he was about to reach out to pull it back. The entire giant door began to tremble violently. The blue patterns on the dark purple metal flashed furiously, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The surrounding circular tracks also accelerated. The orange inner core's glow suddenly intensified, illuminating the entire cavity as bright as day. Click, click. A series of clear mechanical sounds came from behind the door, followed by the two massive dark purple metal doors slowly sliding apart. What lay beyond was not the expected space, but a pitch-black dark corridor, bottomless, as if connected to the abyss of the universe. Zhang Xiaobei swallowed hard and tentatively shouted into the corridor, "Is anyone home? If no one is here, I'm coming in." His voice echoed in the empty corridor, and aside from that there was no other sound. He took a deep breath, activated his quantum state, and controlled himself to float inside. Just as he entered the corridor, less than 10 meters in the corridor walls suddenly lit up with soft blue light, illuminating sequentially along his flight path, like welcoming streetlights, making the dark corridor translucent. Zhang Xiaobei was marveling at this exquisite design when a sudden click sounded behind him. He turned around abruptly to see that the two giant doors had completely closed the dark purple metal surface, returning to calm as if it had never been opened. No way. Zhang Xiaobei's mouth twitched as he mentally prepared himself. Since I'm here, I might as well see what's inside. After all, having come this far, it would be too much of a loss not to check it out. He gritted his teeth and accelerated his flight into the depths of the corridor. The corridor was unexpectedly long. After flying for 2.5 minutes, he finally saw the end. There stood a small silver door devoid of any patterns, with only a soft blue circular button. The moment Zhang Xiaobei approached, the silver door opened automatically with a whoosh. He surveyed the space behind the door, which was filled with a vast expanse of white light, glaring, yet not scorching. What is this again? Zhang Xiaobei hesitated for a moment, but mustered his courage to fly in. As soon as he stepped into the sea of light, a gentle force suddenly enveloped his body, and then he began to float involuntarily. Even in his quantum state, he could not control his bodhi's movements, and could only let that force guide him slowly through the sea of light. Amp, amp, a faint whisper suddenly echoed in his ears. The voice came from no specific direction and was not in any known language, yet it carried an inexplicable softness and kindness, gradually relaxing Zhang Xiaobei's taut nerves. The whisper lasted for about a minute before abruptly falling silent. Then a neutral electronic voice resonated in the sea of light, clearly reaching his ears. "Welcome home, Master. The Star Core has been waiting for you for 387,327 billion years." Zhang Xiaobei was taken aback, countless question marks popping up in his mind. "Master? Why am I the master? Who are you?" He instinctively called out to the system. "System, what's going on here? Explain it." However, the system offered no response, as if it had fallen into slumber. "What the hell? Why are you failing at a critical moment?" At this moment, the neutral electronic voice spoke again with a hint of urgency. "Master, the remaining energy of the Star Core is only enough to maintain basic operation for 1,000 years. Please replenish the energy as soon as